from him, and so therefore he either murders them or exiles them and so on. So he has his brother-in-law Kostabar executed for suspected rebellion. But Herod goes on to killing even his own sons. He killed both Alexander and Aristobulus. I know these names repeat frequently, so that's why this graph hopefully is helpful. They were sons of Mariamna, and once again, Herod was concerned that perhaps they were trying to plot to assassinate him, so he had them killed. The murder of Alexander and Aristobulus may actually be the event which triggered the story of the massacre of the innocents that features in Christian scriptures, but for which historians have not found a tremendous amount of record. But the murder of these two young men may have been associated with the idea of Herod fearing a possible usurper to his throne, and that got folded into the larger Christian narrative. After murdering his sons Alexander and Aristobulus, he decided to expel his own brother, Pheroras, that is something of a kindness rather than killing him, again for the possibility that his brother was plotting to overthrow him. And he also expelled his first wife, Doris, of Jerusalem. He actually expelled her once earlier, so this is the second expulsion. He invited her back after the first one. Finally, Herod jails his own son Antipater by Doris. He would ultimately execute Antipater, but that occurs very shortly before his own death. Thinking about all of these family murders, the Emperor Augustus is said to have once remarked that it is better to be Herod's pig than to be his son. And this is in reference to the Jewish dietary laws that would forbid Jews from slaughtering and then eating pigs, but obviously Herod had no problem slaughtering his own children. Herod, at the end of his life, was suffering from a painful, debilitating disease, possibly syphilis. At one point, he actually attempted to take his own life with an apple knife. It turned out that that was unsuccessful. But Herod was determined that people should not celebrate when he dies. And so one of the things that he did, just to get a sense of how far gone he was at this point, he rounded up the prominent leaders of the Jewish people and had them jailed in Jericho in the hippodrome there. He left orders with the guards that all of these local leaders should be killed as soon as the guards hear that Herod has died. And it seems that he was thinking that, he doesn't want people to celebrate in the streets when he himself dies, so therefore he wants to kill a lot of other people to dampen the mood, to make sure that people are actually mourning when he leaves this planet. After his unsuccessful attempt to take his own life, he was enraged, and he decided at this point to order the murder of his son Antipater, who up until this time was awaiting trial for rebellion. And shortly after Antipater was killed, Herod changes his will. This is the seventh time he's done so, not surprising. He keeps on killing off his beneficiaries, so he has to keep juggling his will. We'll talk about what the meaning of that will was in the next lecture in the series. But luckily for the captives in Jericho, Herod's sister Salome, you'll recall that Herod had banished one of her husbands out of the land of Israel. She convinces the guards that her brother had actually changed his mind and that he had said they should release all the prisoners. And so, perhaps with a sigh of relief, the guards released the prisoners and then made themselves scarce right away as well. And then, shortly thereafter, Herod finally succumbed to his illness, and as per his wishes, he was entombed at this great last architectural site, Herodion, also pronounced Herodium. It is the only building project that he named after himself. It was designed as usual, a great palace, but also his final resting place. He had a special sentimental attachment to this large hill because it was at this location that he had a great initial victory against Persian forces that was extremely influential in his early rise to power. Here you can have a look at the actual temple site and the tomb, which is down the hill towards the left. Once again, the the prominence of gardens in the era gives a sense of Herod's horticultural inclinations. This is a view from the top, or rather, gloomy view with the gray skies, but nevertheless, you must sense the majesty of this particular location. And here is the archaeologist Ehud Netzer, who spent much of his life searching for Herod's tomb, believing it was somewhere at Herodion. Here he is in front of a projection of the image. And finally, here is the smashed up sarcophagus, which Dr. Netzer believes held Herod himself. The tomb was ransacked at least once in antiquity, perhaps in the context of the Roman-Jewish War. And so we don't have much of Herod's riches from the tomb itself, but we do have his great architectural legacy. And of course, we have the historical record of his bloody yet long reign in the first century before the Common Era. Thank you very much for watching this video. I look forward to continuing in the next video with a discussion of Jewish sectarianism in the early first century.
Dude, I saw this Photoshop woman, it was unreal, and I found out she was in her late 40s, and I'm like, she's 20? She's 22? Bro, stop! Hey, Nick, bring up Mariah Carey singing her Christmas song when there's no backup singers. It is so bad. But she lost her vocals. It's so bad. It's okay to get older, bro. When people are like, oh, you look bad. It's like, dude,
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Where we left off our discussion was with the death of Herod and the chaos that he left in his wake. Today, what I'd like to do is kind of set the scene for the first half of the first century. We're going to continue in the next series of lectures with the birth of Christianity, which at the time may not have been such a massive event, but would have later tremendous implications for the course of not only Jewish history, but of world history. But for today, we're going to be working primarily at the social and economic and religious maelstrom of activity that's happening in the land of Israel in the first half of the first century. Let's begin with this beautiful map here, which indicates with rich colors the way in which the land of Israel was divided into a tetrarchy after the death of Herod. You can see that the green area here is outlined as belonging to Archelaus. The sort of corally color is given to Antipas, and the yellow area is given to Philip. By the way, all of these sons of Herod has a first name Herod, but they are, it's hard to keep them all straight. So Herod Archelaus, Herod Antipas, and so on. Also not noted here is the regions that were given to his sister Salome, which primarily consisted of a few cities. At any rate, the reason why the land of Israel was divided up and in this way, and not in a as a kingdom, as Herod owned it, or Herod ruled over it from south to north, was because of conflict over the rule of Archelaus. Archelaus came in, and he was not at all an effective leader. He attempted to put off some major decisions, and in other decisions he was way too hasty and, in fact, even violent, repressing the population in Jerusalem. And so a series of delegations, not only Archelaus himself, but several other delegations went to Rome to try and argue for different dispositions to Herod's final will. That is, the seventh of his wills, which he, as we mentioned in a previous lecture, he had to keep rewriting them because he kept bumping off his beneficiaries, which is not a good thing to do for one's life insurance policy. At any rate, that's the way they decided in Rome to divide up the land of Israel as a type of tetrarchy. This also represented a significant diminishment in the status of the land of Israel. It was essentially subsumed within the larger governorship of Syria, which will become extremely important as we consider the unrest that would follow. There was especially unrest in the era of the first decade after Herod's death. The Jewish authorities, under Roman pressure, tried to enact a census. This was in the year 6, and this census was primarily to help with tax assessment, which of course nobody really likes, but nevertheless it is inevitable. But we should understand that Jews have a particular allergy to a census. There are whole discussions in the Hebrew scriptures about counting people as being a forbidden activity unless it is specifically permitted by God. So this means in practice that the Jews have developed customs to not specifically count individuals, but to count, tokens of individuals. Like, for example, giving the half shekel tax for the temple. If everyone gives a half shekel, then we can count up the shekels and we know exactly how many people there are and so on. And even in contemporary period, when you need to count the number of people for a prayer quorum, a minyan, the custom is not to count them saying 1, 2, 3, 4 and actually assign numbers to people, but rather to say a blessing that has 10 words in it, such as, for example, the Hamochi blessing over bread, obviously without pronouncing the name of God, which should only be said when you're actually reciting the blessing over bread, or there's a particular verse in the book of Psalms, Hoshea Asamecha, and that's used sometimes to count people. At any rate, sorry for that little tangent. Let's get back to the material here. There was a tremendous unrest in the beginning of this period, especially in association with that poorly received census. And there was a lot of actually brigandry going around the land of Israel, something which was actually in many ways sort of a foreshadowing of the major rebellion that would erupt in the year 66, which we'll get to, God willing, in a couple of weeks. The unrest was significant, and it was especially terrible because the local official in charge was a man named Sabinus, who was placed in charge by Governor Varus of Syria. As I mentioned, Governor Varus had responsibility for the entire area, and he left this man Sabinus in charge to try and collect the census. Sabinus essentially did his own thing. He even raided the temple treasury. And so Governor Varus had to come down and actually quell an incipient rebellion against Sabinus. Sabinus, meanwhile, hightailed it out of the land of Israel. But Archelaus was called to account in Rome for his failure to effectively control the population. In the end, the Roman authorities decided that Archelaus was not suited for rule over this valuable piece of real estate, and they exiled him to a place called Vienne, which is on the Rhone River in the south of France. It's true, being exiled to the south of France is not so bad, but we should understand that in the year 6, there was absolutely no Asian restaurants anywhere in the south of France, and so it must have been very hard on him. I'm sorry, I shouldn't make light of that. I mean, just the concept of being exiled to a place where there's no Asian restaurants. I don't know how Jews could live like that. At any rate, in place of the kings that we had earlier, and kind of like overruling the tetrarchs themselves, these 4 individual rulers, the Romans put in first prefects and then later called them procurators. These were essentially types of governors that would rule over the land, hopefully keep order and keep the taxes flowing appropriately. Just to give you an example of one of them, perhaps the most famous, certainly the most famous of them, is none other than Pontius Pilate, who we will again return to when we talk about the birth of Christianity in the next series of lectures. Here's actually a stone that was discovered, of course, in Caesarea and Caesarea, which is the region of Israel that is so closely identified with Roman rule, and it actually mentions Pontius Pilate's name. You see in the second line there, you just see the U.S. and then Pilatus, which is, of course, Pilate in Latin. So the procurators were really in charge. Things would change in the 40s when, as a result of change in Rome itself, a new king would be appointed in Israel, Agrippa I, and then following him, Agrippa II would be the last king of Judea, but we'll leave that for another chapter. I would also like to point out that in the context of this massive political and administrative change that is imposed on a restive population that has demonstrated its willingness to actually rise up in open revolt, and only with external forces brought in for Syria could the revolt be quelled and the Jewish leaders actually be punished through exile. there are a couple other really important elements of the internal turmoil that we have to understand. One that's hugely important, and we're just going to touch on it, is issues of class and urbanization in Israel. We should recall that the land of Israel really had, then and to a certain degree even now, two really big different types of populations. You had the aristocracy, the tended to be more learned elite living in the big cities, in particular in Jerusalem. And there are, of course, very different characteristics of urbanized Jews living in Jerusalem as opposed to, let's say, Caesarea. But in Jerusalem, you have the gravitational center of the Jewish people because the temple is there. And so the aristocracy, the high priesthood is going to be invested in Jerusalem per se, and that will attract the wealthier classes, and the wealth tends to correspond to a pro-Hellenistic viewpoint. The wealthier classes tend to be much more concerned with preserving their wealth, and that meant alliances with the Roman authorities, and that also meant alliances with Roman and larger Hellenistic culture. So you have kind of an unusual situation in the cities, and in particular in Jerusalem, where you have an aristocratic elite that may be less traditional, ironically, in their observance, but at the same time, very dedicated and close to the temple. The city of Jerusalem, of course, is the center not only spiritually of the Jewish people, but also demographically, and it would attract masses, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of pilgrims to its boundaries during the 3 pilgrimage holidays. As we shall see over the next few weeks, these tend to be flashpoints for uprisings and violence, especially around Passover, as we shall see. The second major element that I really want to touch on before we go any deeper is the fact that we are relying quite heavily for much of this period on Josephus, and we have to always be aware of that reliance. Now, I've spoken in much greater detail about who Josephus was, his relationship to Jewish history, his relationship to Jewish tradition, the Romans, to Christianity. We've discussed this all in many other contexts, and I don't want to belabor that point. But it bears repeating that Josephus is one of our most valuable sources for the first century, and he is one of the most complex and problematic. Recall that Josephus himself describes his own background as being essentially one of the learned aristocracy in Jerusalem. He also describes himself, albeit without too much enthusiasm, as being basically a Pharisee, although he was quite a spiritual seeker, and he had, from his time in Jerusalem, association with Sadducees, from his youth and his exploration of different modalities of spirituality. He seems to have had some connection with the Qumran community and so on, as we shall discuss shortly. But the turning point in his life was in the year 67 at the siege of Yotapata, also pronounced Jotapata, in which, and by the way, in modern Hebrew, it's the city of Yodfat, or the town of Yodfat, the village of Yodfat, in northern Israel, where Josephus was the leader of the rebel forces against the Romans, and he decided to defect to the Roman side. And that's when he began his literary career in this strange kind of environment where he is the number one world expert on things Jewish. And at the same time, he is living thoroughly within a Roman milieu. And although we know that he wrote the first version of his History of the Jewish War in Aramaic, that version has been lost. The only version we have is the one he composed in Greek, which was the lingua franca of the era, that was designed for essentially a Roman Gentile audience. And the Romans were his patrons and his captors at the same time. So when he is writing, we know that he is conscious of his audience, in particular the emperor Titus Flavius, whose name Josephus took, the family name Flavius. He knows that it's going to be read by the emperor. Does he edit his words? And how does he edit his words in order to meet the favor of that very important audience. So everything we know about this first century, not everything, but quite a bit that we know about this first century comes from Josephus, and he himself is writing for a very specific kind of audience in a very careful kind of way, and so it's difficult to unpack everything he says. We will, from time to time, cast some doubts, maybe even some aspersions, but certainly no asparagus at Josephus as we go through this history. Okay, let us continue then with the discussion of the main ideological groups, at least as Josephus describes them, specifically the Sadducees, the Pharisees, and then I'd like to spend some time on the fourth philosophy, well, let's get to it. Thank you very much for watching this first part of this lecture.
Right across the state lines, he died the next day. This is like 2 weeks ago. No. That happened. This is 2 weeks ago. Post Malone. Yeah, that happened. This is real. Post Malone, when he went to Zach Baggins' haunted mansion, which is so cool. He went there. He has the most haunted artifact on the planet, they say. It's like worth so much money. And Post Malone was like, I'm going to touch it. And Zach's like, I don't recommend it. This is real, Chris. Okay. They open it up. He touches it. The next day, motherfucker, the next day.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's continue with our discussion of Judaism and Jewish sectarianism in the early first century. So perhaps the most important of the groups, at least important in terms of their temporal power, their association with the Romans, and their control of the temple cult, are the Sadducees. The Sadducees, or as they are known in Hebrew as the Tzedukim, the word derives most likely from the followers of Tzadok, and let's explore that in just a minute. They were the group that was especially known for its production of the various high priests of the era. And as we shall see, this became a revolving door where high priests were appointed and then deposed, and all kinds of things happened to them as they went through very, very high rate of churn from one to the other. Here's an interesting picture, by the way, from Vicente Juan Masi, and it is, the title in Spanish is El Sumo Sacerdote Aaron, the high priest Aaron. Of course, the high priesthood descends from Moses' brother Aaron, and it descends through the males of the families, such that actually some great research has been done on the genetic components of even modern-day Jews who claim Kohen status. They often have that as a last name, or Katz, but they can have a lot of different names as well, that in fact they do overwhelmingly bear a marker on their Y chromosome, which is consistent with the proposition of a single male ancestor 3,000 years ago, which is really fascinating, but not our topic today. So here you can see Kohen, the high priest, the Kohen Gadol, Aaron, the first high priest, wearing a really interesting mitre, which is nothing like what the Torah or the Talmud describes, but nevertheless very poor. And he seems to be rushing to carry this Greek-style vase of, looks like some kind of, maybe he is doing Trumat HaDeshen, the removal of the ashes. But he looks very serious about it, and I really like this image. At any rate, so the name Tzedukim is one that appears in the Talmud in particular to describe the Sadducees, and there are two possible Tzadoks from whom they could derive this. One Tzadok, of course, is a biblical figure who comes from the era of King David. He had a high priest named Tzadok. The rabbis of the Talmud, however, derive the term Tzeduki from one of the two prime students of Antigonus Ish Socho. Antigonus, the man of Socho, who's quoted in the great collection of Jewish ethical teachings, Pirkei Avot. He was a rabbi who lived in the early 2nd century before the Common Era, and he had two students, Tzadok and Boetus. Now, Antigonus Ish Socho is famous for a particular passage that's quite fascinating, in which he urged his students to serve the master not for the sake of receiving a reward, right? In other words, serve God without any, anticipation or demand for a a payment in return. Payment is, in fact, even a better term for the word pras than reward. But like, okay, God, I'm going to do you a favor, and now you pay me back, right? So Antigonus Isocho said, no, that's not the right attitude. You should do it just because it's God. God asks you to do it, and you should do it simply because God is the one asking you. According to the rabbinic tradition, his two students, Tzadok and Boethus, misunderstood him and said, well, must mean that there is no reward for performing the will of God. And we should do it, following teacher, we should do it without thought of receiving reward. Why? Because there is no reward. And so the Sadducees were especially associated with the notion of denying the world to come, denying the notion that there was, a heaven and things like that. This is one of the prime, kind of delineations between the Pharisees, we'll see in a second, and the Sadducees is particularly with regards their notion of life after death. It would be fantastic if we could actually read what the Sadducees had to say about this rabbinic characterization. Unfortunately, the Sadducees left behind no clearly self-identified written records that tell us about their attitudes to the world to come, or really about anything else that happened to them historically. The Sadducees, of course, being so closely identified with the temple rituals, once the temple rituals were done away with the destruction of the temple in the year 70, there was no more physical anchor for them, no more kind of like center of gravity to organize their power, and they simply disappeared as a group. Some of these ideologies, of course, would resurface in several other groups over the medieval period, and we will have, God willing, opportunity to explore those in the future. But for the time being, we only know what others say about the Sadducees, not only the rabbinic tradition, but also, for example, the Christian tradition has a fair amount to say about them as well. Now, I mentioned that there were two students, Tzadok and Boethus, and in the rabbinic tradition, for sure, they are distinguished. You see them referred to in different contexts, but it's really hard to parse out, well, what exactly is the difference between a Tzadduke and one of the Boetians? What exactly, how do you parse out the difference between these Sadducees and these Baitusim? Now, by the way, I should mention that it's also difficult to try and figure out what the Sadducees stood for, because with the era of heavy church censorship of the Talmud, from the 13th century on, and especially with printing evolving in the 16th century, there's a lot of changes to the Talmudic text to try to avoid, not only burning of the Talmud, but even, prohibiting its printing. This is something that Jewish printers often did of their own accord in order to avoid getting into trouble. And one of the techniques was that if there was a criticism of a figure, or let's say there's a dialogue in the Talmud that presents a rabbi versus let's say an early Christian, and they know that if they submit this text to the church censor, it will immediately be excised, and maybe they'll have to, scrap the entire print run. So sometimes the printers would change things, and they would say, rather than having the rabbi arguing with an early Christian, they'll say a rabbi arguing with a Sadducee. And the oral tradition would continue in the sense that the rabbis teaching the Talmud hopefully would know, this is actually a replacement. It should read early Christian, but it actually reads Sadducee. But quite often we don't know what that means anymore, and so it's really hard to rely on the Talmud for good descriptions of what the Sadducees held for. But one reasonable argument that may appear in a deeper analysis of, for example, Josephus, is that the Sadducees were the older aristocracy that relied on their connections with the Hashmonayim, with the earlier Jewish kings, going back to the period of the Maccabean revolt, and the Boetians may have been a sect of again, aristocracy, priesthood, and so on, that began to gain power under Herod specifically. Herod had such a long reign of many decades that you could easily have rivalries develop among the aristocracy vying for the position of Kohen Gadol, and so that may be an actual kind of not ideological, but kind of organizational difference between the Tzedukim and the Baitusim. We otherwise don't know ideologically how they differ. Okay, so those are the Sadducees in a very brief treatment. Let us now turn to look at the Pharisees.
Monster thing or evil, because it's like it takes us away. That's what they are. But this happens to humans. And when you get by autism, when you get to that, when you start using monsters, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. The things that happen to people, it's like that's just a thing that happens to people. So one of the things that happens to people is they have the desire to kill people. It's meant to stop them. You think they're evil. I'm not saying it'd be a form of evil when you can kill children and women have no conscious, you can just go to bed like, well, that's what I do.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So in this mini set of lectures, we looked at the political environment of the early first century in Judea. Then we looked at the Sadducees, followed by the Pharisees. And now I'd like to kind of provide sort of a catch-all to some of the other groups that are really quite active, but whom we unfortunately do not know very much, but are nevertheless quite fascinating. Now, I'm going to lump them all together in the term Josephus's fourth philosophy. Not that I really know exactly what that fourth philosophy is. That's never stopped me from making a video before, however. But the Josephus, in his attempt to try and make Judaism understandable to his Greek-speaking Gentile audience, he uses this term that probably refers to the Essenes, or the Essenes, who are a group of Jews who essentially separated from society quite radically and are most likely associated with the Qumran community that produced the Dead Sea Scrolls. And those are the people that we're going to talk about right now. So what are the Dead Sea Scrolls? These are a series of manuscripts, hundreds of manuscripts and fragments of manuscripts, most of them written in Aramaic, but also Hebrew and Greek, Nabatean and other languages, that were discovered in the region of the Dead Sea in the late 1940s. One of the most important scholars to work among them at the time is Professor Eliezer Sukenik, who was an archaeologist who was one of the first to discover the value of these manuscripts, which were floating around the black market, and he immediately scooped up all the manuscripts that he could, but including those that were on sale and advertised even in the New York Times. This created a bit of a rush for these documents as people began to hear about them, which was interrupted by the first Arab-Israeli war, the War of Independence, as the Israelis call it, that took place between 1948 and 1949. As soon as things began to calm down, of course, there was an armistice line that divided the territories. Some were not accessible to Israeli researchers anymore, but a frenzy of archaeological studies began as people began to, comb all of the cliffs in the really remote and forbidding region of the Dead Sea, looking for these documents. And they found hundreds of them. Some of them collected in what appear to be scriptoriums, where they would be used as kind of reading rooms with like tables and chairs, or benches at any rate, and others that appear to be storage rooms where they were probably hastily abandoned, most likely in the context of the First Roman-Jewish War, and they sat there for the next 2,000 years until they could be discovered. And the discoveries were absolutely phenomenal. First of all, we have every single book of the Hebrew Bible is represented there, with the exception of the book of Esther. This is, for example, the Isaiah scroll, which is quite fascinating. It's actually housed in a remarkable structure in Jerusalem today, but there are many, many other documents that are not biblical. Many antique texts that were circulating at the time that were clearly of a religious, even apocalyptic nature, and scholars rushed to study these. Now, part of the controversy surrounding Dead Sea Scrolls is because on the Jordanian side, a commission was formed that unfortunately did not have any Jews working on the documents, and there was a clear interest in specifically discovering texts that related to Christianity. This is, after all, the documents were dated from about 200 before the Common Era up until about the year 100 of the Common Era, with a certain amount of leeway, but it's right in the period of the birth of Christianity, and scholars were desperately hoping to find evidence of Christianity outside of the Christian scriptures. They were unfortunately unable to find any trace of any direct references to Christianity, but they did find a lot of material that give us a sense of what the intellectual, spiritual milieu was during the period of the ministry of the founder of Christianity. They found not only biblical texts, but these remarkable texts, sometimes written on copper. This is one section of the famous copper scroll that deal with all kinds of things that are not mentioned in the Bible. Some clearly have kind of end of days feeling, and there's these mysterious discussions of the sons of light and the sons of darkness, and it reads a lot like the book of Revelations, for example, and kind of like end of all time, kind of massive conflagrations are predicted. It's very spooky kind of reading. There's also some fascinating discussions in one particular text called the Manual of Discipline that seems to describe the behavior of the people who collected these documents, who are known possibly as the Essenes or Essene, or possibly, there are lots of different theories. There's one theory that says that this is even a Sadducee break-off community that was upset with the way things were going in the temple, and they established this particular community here. We don't know exactly who was living in this region. They're often referred to simply as the Qumran community, and a significant archaeological study was implemented, and in fact they found many of the settlements of these people. It appears that they lived, especially if you connect the archaeological finds with the texts like the Manual of Discipline found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, it appears that they lived a highly ascetic lifestyle that involved, things like communal meals that were conducted entirely in silence, and a rigorous level of, or a rigorous kind of type of initiation where people had to go through several different, exercises to get to a higher level of initiation. Some rather bizarre things that Josephus writes about these people, like they had a lot of concern about ritual impurity, which definitely makes them sound closer to the Sadducees. Of course, the high priests and priests in general have to maintain a very high level of ritual purity in order to serve in the temple. These rules, of course, are mainly interpreted by the Pharisees, so that was part of the interrelationship between Sadducees and Pharisees. But this community in Qumran seemed to take these things to an extreme degree, including, defecation would be done at certain sites well outside the Qumran community, which sounds like a good idea. Everyone was given their own shovel and had to take care of their business themselves. And according to Josephus, defecation was forbidden on the Sabbath. Hard to imagine that they actually did that. I mean, how do you live like that? But that adds to the kind of confusion we have about how much should we trust Josephus anyways. I mean, he does describe how he himself went into a period of several years of living in a kind of monastic kind of environment like this, maybe with the Qumran community itself. But we really don't know. We have to rely on Josephus's writings and take them with a grain of salt. But we do have some of these archaeological digs that do support the idea, for example, of lots of mikvaot for ritual immersions, for ritual purification. Mikvaot are like ritual baths.
and communal dining areas that correspond with the manual of discipline and things like that. So it appears that this community, which seems to have been hastily abandoned in the first century, possibly in the context of the Great Roman Jewish War of 66 to 74, or perhaps a little bit later with the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132 to 135. But we lose track of who these people were, and all we have are basically the Dead Sea Scrolls to rely on. I have not had much time in this quick overview of many of the ideological groups to discuss two major groups. One which will have a huge impact in the late first century, and those are the Zealots. And I'm going to reserve those when we start talking about the uprising against Rome. And the second major group, of course, are the Christians. Christians are very small at this time, but they would be huge and influential in the future, so we will return to that later. But for now, I want to thank you very much for watching.
I don't really know if I believe if there's up there, then there's down there. Whatever. But I'm not even saying there's up there or down there. I'm just saying I forget what the hell it is. Great. Okay. I was going to say something.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So in the first of this series of mini lectures, we discussed the reconfiguration of the land of Israel after the death of Herod and the growing communal upset with the way in which Rome was handling affairs in the land of Israel that would provide grounds for incipient revolt. And then we looked at the Sadducees, who were a group that was much more closely connected to both Rome and the temple ritual, and those two factors are intrinsically related. Now let's turn our attention to the so-called Pharisees. The Pharisees is a term that we see in Josephus, and we also see in the Christian scriptures. It is not, however, a term that we have in rabbinic literature, and so that's like a kind of a confusing amount of scholarship on, well, who exactly are the Pharisees? It seems very reasonable that the Pharisees are essentially what we would call today the rabbis or the sages, and they are sort of like the foundation for Judaism as we understand it for the next 2,000 years. They are inheritors of the oral tradition, the defenders of the oral tradition. Ultimately, the text known as the Mishnah and the Talmud would be produced by their intellectual descendants. We can understand them basically using modern terminology in mainstream Judaism. Although, if you lived in the first century, you might have difficulty figuring out which one actually is mainstream Judaism. Actually, living in the 21st century is sometimes that's difficult too. Do you define mainstream Judaism based on the amount of adherents that a particular movement has? Do you define it in terms of the wealth of a particular movement or the political power of a movement, or do you determine it in terms of its antiquity? So certainly today's, let's call them Orthodox Jews, lay claim to the greatest antiquity. Orthodox Jews today can read the text of Maimonides and basically identify their own lives in the text of Maimonides with the observance of the Sabbath and all kinds of things like that, and much further back than that as well. And many of those things should be totally foreign to non-Orthodox Jews. But when you get to the first century, the version of the past that we receive from the Pharisees is essentially the same, that they are inheritors of the oral tradition that goes back to Moses, although other groups, such as the Sadducees in particular, they would dispute certain aspects of that particular argument. And so, as my father of blessed memory would often say, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose, the kinds of disputes that we have in the 21st century are in many ways very similar to the disputes that we had in the first century. But let us return to our identification. Who exactly are the Pharisees? So one very long-standing scholarly argument is that the Pharisees refer to a group called the Perushim. And if you watch some of my older lectures, I really push on this point hard. But
since I'm doing a lot more reading lately, I'm not quite so sure that that is a hard and fast identification. One of the reasons for it is because we only find it in a handful of places, and it tends to be in very specific contexts. The term Perusha means those who separate, and so the argument is that the rabbis, seeing that the temple cult was essentially defiled by Sadducees who disrespected the oral tradition, they separated from them, and their power base, their link to the larger population, and there seems to be very little doubt that the Pharisees were in fact the most popular of the ideological movements of that day, that their separation from the center of power is really what caused them to take on the name Perushim, or those who separate. This is a hard argument, not only because it's only used a handful of times in rabbinic literature, and again within specific contexts, but it could be defended perhaps by saying that quite often groups only really derive terms to describe themselves when they have to distinguish themselves from the other, right? Like, for example, if you look at 18th century Eastern Europe, the so-called misnagdim, or opponents, didn't have that term, which is basically what we call Lithuanian Jews today. They didn't have that terminology until the Hasidic movement arose, and so the traditionalists said, oh, well, we oppose the Hasidim, so therefore we are the opponents, we are the misnagdim. They existed long before, centuries before the Hasidic movement, but they didn't have a word for themselves because there was nothing to define themselves against. So that may be one of the reasons why you don't see this term floating through the Talmud and the Mishnah and so on. You tend to see terms like Chazal, which means the sages of blessed memory, but you don't really see the term Perushim. Nevertheless, looking at how Josephus describes them, looking at how they're described in the Christian scriptures, albeit tends to be a little bit of a negative slant, sometimes a very negative slant, primarily because, as we shall see, the founder of Christianity is depicted in the Gospels as having intense debates with Pharisees, sometimes quite heated debates, but in reality, they were really quite close in ideology, as we shall see, God willing, more controversial sections of this lecture series. You have the most heated arguments with your own family members, right? Your spouse, your siblings in particular, your parents, maybe your children, God forbid. That's where you have the most heated arguments. The arguments on the street, you don't have that intense because you don't really care about them nearly as much. But let's leave that to the side. The way Josephus describes these people, the way the Christian scriptures describe these people, seem to comport with the idea that the Pharisees are, in fact, the early rabbis. So what did these rabbis believe in? They definitely cared very much about the temple ritual, and we see that the Sadducees from time to time are forced to consider the opinions of the Pharisees with regards the conduct in the temple itself. The Pharisees are widely regarded as being the most competent bearers of the rules, the halacha, of how the temple rituals should be conducted, and Sadducees would contravene those rules at their peril, in fact. Not only from, as we read in the Talmud, supernatural retribution, but also from popular disagreement, because it's very clear from Josephus in particular that the Pharisees had a very significant base in the larger population. Jews tended to look to the Pharisees as being legitimate bearers of spiritual authority, and they constitute essentially the heroes of the first century and prior. Some of the great figures of the Pharisaic tradition are people like Hillel and Shammai. We mentioned earlier Antigonus Ish Socho, one of hundreds of figures who make up the teachings of the Mishnah in particular. Of course, these teachings were only recorded later, but based on very strong oral traditions. The Pharisees essentially promoted the vision of Judaism and the relationship of Jews to God and the world and the metaphysical universe that we would understand today as Judaism. Obviously, in the modern era, when we get to the 18th century and beyond, there are new questions raised as to how to interpret these doctrines. But in the ancient world, the Pharisees were generally considered to have the greatest level of authority of any. Okay, so that's basically the Pharisees in a nutshell. Let us continue with the discussion of the Qumran community in particular. Thank you very much for watching.
You little bitch.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to continue with our discussion of the Jewish encounter with Rome by looking at the diaspora in Italy itself. So when we look at the pre-war period, that is the period before the Great Roman Jewish War of 66 through 74, we've got Jewish communities already beginning to set out themselves in Italy. We've got Jews circulating around Rome, Jews circulating in the Greek area of the Italian peninsula and in the football area in Sicily. So you've already got Jewish settlements already happened. Rome is certainly the most significant of them. And let's recall, the Roman Empire Rome is the center of this massive empire that expands the entire Mediterranean basin. You can see on the right, on the Mediterranean east seaboard, there's Judea, of course, and there's Romans all across North Africa. They're well into Spain, the Iberian Peninsula. There's Romans penetrating into Europe, beginning to make inroads into Northern Europe as well, and England. The only place they haven't conquered is, of course, way out in the east, where there is at least Chabad. The Kinnashtuchim, of course, celebrates lots of Jews. That's a joke. I'm just joking. Okay, let's go on. So there's Jews already connected with the Roman Empire, even before the war and the massive displacement of slaves that occurred after that conflagration. Just to recap where we are in terms of these relationships, the Maccabees, under Judah Maccabee, shown here in this remarkable Rubens portrait, they already signed a decree with Rome in the year 161 before the Common Era. And when the dynasty of Maccabean kings, the Hashmonaim, began to decline, Pompey took advantage of this by advancing into Jerusalem in the year 63 before the Common Era. So we already have Judea absorbed within the Roman Empire well over a century before the Roman Jewish War. There were Jewish client kings who were kept in place in Judea under Roman authority. Agrippa I, Agrippa II are the last of them, but before that, of course, we had Herod, who we discussed at great length earlier. There are two major rebellions that stress and strain this relationship. I think past its breaking point, the one of 66 to 74, which is considered the first Roman Jewish War, the Great War, that resulted in the destruction of the temple, which occurred in 70, 74, perhaps 73 is when Masada fell. And then, of course, the major Bar Kokhba revolt of 132 to 135. So there's already quite extensive foreign relations with Rome that are happening from Judea well before the wars occurred. Now, what about those Jews living actually in Rome? There's a certain degree of Roman xenophobia that is occurring at this time. Xenophobia is a type of antipathy which is related to the fear of the strange. That's really what it means. Xenos in Greek means stranger or foreigner, and phobia, of course, means fear. So the Jews were behaving in ways that the Romans really did not fully understand. And we can see this in the scattered references to Jews that we have in Roman literature from the first century before the Common Era right up through the next few centuries. Many of them were brought as slaves by Pompey, and they're looked down upon because of their lower social status. Of course, the majority of the population of Rome were slaves at this time, but the Jews were especially strange slaves in this regard. Cicero has a fascinating passage in something that was recorded in the year 70 before the Common Era, where he's involved in a trial of a freedman named Verres, who was apparently Jewish influenced. Judaism was really quite a competitive ideology at the time, and actually attracted a lot of Roman converts as well. There's some estimates to say that among citizens, Jews constitute as much as 10% of the Roman population, which is pretty significant. But at any rate, what does Cicero say in the context of this trial? He makes a pun that says, "What has a Jew to do with a Varus?" Varus, of course, being one of the plaintiffs or defendants in this case, and Varus in Latin slang means pig. So the fact that Cicero could make a pun about how this Varus, who is influenced by Jews, perhaps has adopted some Jewish practices, his Jewish leaning, he would stay far away from a pig. And yet his name itself means pig. And that's a kind of a convoluted pun. But the fact that Cicero could make this pun, and that the pun would be well received, theoretically, by his audience, or else he wouldn't have said it, this indicates some sense of the consciousness of Jews that Romans had at the time. There was some awareness of Jewish practices, and they were regarded with some suspicion. For example, the fact that Jews took off an unheard of one day in 7 to rest, the Sabbath. This was far greater frequency than Romans would normally, and so Jews were considered slothful. The fact that Jews had certain initiation rites, especially for men, circumcision, made them seem somewhat misanthropic or clannish to Romans who were not necessarily willing to go through this process in order to, be part of Jewish society. And the dietary rules and things like that are all seen as kind of clannish behavior. So there's certainly a degree of mistrust and misunderstanding that goes with the Roman environment. But comparatively speaking, it's not especially strenuous or difficult. We'll speak more about that when we look at the early Christian period. There are, however, some very significant figures who actually showed significant favor to the Jews, including Julius Caesar himself, who was regarded very favorably by the Jews, and they mourned his death quite conspicuously as well. So this is the kind of environment that Jews are living in Italy. They're coming originally, there's a diaspora community, then they're coming in and they're quite a few slaves, and eventually those slaves are manumitted and become freedmen as well. There's even evidence of a very old synagogue in Ostia as early as the 1st century, before the war erupted, with some rather remarkable and very strong evidence of Jewish settlement. Now, what about that massive wave of post-war refugees that come after the first war between Romans and Jews? Of course, we know that the Romans, and we talked about this in several other lectures before, made a tremendous amount of political hay out of the defeat of Judea. That's partially for the reasons of supporting the new Flavian dynasty that was formed by Vespasian and his sons Titus and Domitian after him. The Flavians, unlike previous emperors, did not come from high nobility. They had much more humble origins, and therefore, in order to impress upon the Roman public that they were deserving of imperial rule, then they emphasized their military exploits. And you see this with the great arch of Titus. You see it with the numerous Judea Capta coins that reference this huge military victory, which is really, viewed within the context of other Roman military victories. Although it was very hard fought and required tremendous resources, it was not like a conquest of a new swath of European landmass. It was just the putting down of a provincial revolt. But nevertheless, the Romans, especially under the Flavians, invested a huge amount of energy in promoting this victory because it had political purposes. Of course, that doesn't happen anymore today in modern society. I'm just joking. I'm sorry, I can't help but show this thing. But we see some really fascinating things about these Jews coming in. Have a look at this remarkable gravestone, which dates from the 1st century. And when we decipher the Latin, it reads as follows: Claudia Aster, Herosilmitana captiva. Claudia Aster, a prisoner from Jerusalem. So this is a grave marker of a young woman. Aster is probably a Latinization of the term Esther, who was a captive from Jerusalem. And then she married Tiberius Claudius Proculus. I wonder if the Claudia and Claudius are somehow intentional, who was an imperial freedman. And when she died, he, as the stone says, took care of the epitaph. He put up this epitaph for his wife. I ask you, make sure through the law that you take care that no one casts down my inscription. She lived 25 years. But this is a fascinating document, a fascinating artifact. It's a gravestone. If she was a prisoner from Jerusalem in the First War, that she would have been taken off to Rome no earlier than, let's say, 70. And if she lived 25 years, maybe this is 15 years beyond that. So this would be roughly the year 85. And I'm assuming she's taken, let's say, as a 10-year-old girl. Could have been older. There's no real way to know. Though it's very clear that her husband, who apparently was a Roman, who married her, not a Jewish man, that he was deeply in love with her because he produced this expensive stone to mark her grave. And I think it's especially poignant that, he asks that this stone remain. And in fact, it has remained. In fact, it has been preserved to the present day so that we can see this stone itself. But it gives you just a little bit of a hint as to the kind of process of acculturation and assimilation that must have been taking place in the immediate post-war era as these slaves began to make their way in society. Apparently they were not socially relegated always to the slave class, at least the ones that began to reach their status as freedmen. I really got to learn more about how that process works. But we definitely have lots and lots of Roman Jews who are flourishing at this time. Another indication of the strength of the Jewish community in the following century or so is the creation of several catacombs for secondary burial. This is something that was very typical of Jewish practice at the time. It's described in the Talmud. There's an entire tractate devoted to this, and there are similar necropolises in Israel, particularly in Beit Shan. But basically, what Jews would do is they would bring their dead to a location, and they would be left there to decompose. And then afterwards, usually a year afterwards, there would be kind of like a family celebration where the family would go and collect the bones. This is something called likut atzamet, the gathering of bones. And then they would bring them back to the family crypt where they would be preserved. And so there are several of these family crypts and public necropolises all across the city of Rome. Here you can see on a map where they are located. The crosses, of course, are Christian catacombs, and the ones with menorahs, you can see there's some in the north, the Via Torlonia, and then in the left, Monteverde, and in the south, there's quite a few of them, Damini, and so on, where there's clear evidence of Jewish burial. All kinds of Jewish symbols. The menorah is perhaps the most significant of them. Surprisingly, very little Hebrew is used, sometimes a word or two like shalom, but lots of Jewish symbols like the menorah, the lulav, the etrog, all kinds of things like that. And some of them are really quite lavishly decorated. As you can see this one here with the peacocks in the background and the pointed ceiling. So these are upwardly mobile people who are spending money on graves. I find here's a beautiful wall painting on a balsam pine, a date pine, that is obviously very well associated with Israel. And I find things like this especially remarkable. This is a sarcophagus lid showing what must have been a very expensive sculpture of a young child patting his pet puppy. And this must have been something that would be dedicated by very devoted parents, obviously very heartbroken to have suffered this loss and to have sought to remember their child with this gorgeous piece of art to cover his tomb, his final resting place. It is also interesting to note, of course, that this particular representation would have presented many problems in the period for the the prevailing customs with regards three-dimensional sculptures, representations of people, which typically Jews did not do very much. They had a kind of a cultural allergy to these kinds of representations. So perhaps that is a suggestion as to the lower level of education, of Jewish education of these people. Hard to say exactly. We also have evidence of another Jewish community growing in Rome. This, of course, is the Christian community, which is still a very strong Jewish movement. And as we'll talk in another lecture, they're still trying to actually work out what is the appropriate posture of the Christian vis-a-vis the mother religion of Judaism. Are Christians supposed to be celebrating Jewish calendar events? Are they supposed to be keeping kosher? What exactly are they supposed to be doing? And it is over the course of the first 2 centuries of the Christian movement that you begin to see the gradual de-Judaization of the community as more ethnic non-Jews are attracted to the movement. So, and that also represents a shift in the relationship of the early Christian community with the Jewish community as well, which has a turning point in the early 4th century with the conversion of Constantine, as shown here in this sculpture. By that time, in the early 4th century, though, you still have a fairly strong Jewish community, and by one estimate, the Christian and Jewish populations are more or less the same size, more or less the same proportion in the overall Roman Empire. After Constantine's conversion and the conversion of the state, recognizing Christianity as a legitimate religion, then of course the balance shifts very heavily towards Christianity, and Judaism begins to lose a high degree of its demographic position in Rome as a city and the Roman Empire. What happens after this is we begin to see Jews now as freedmen following the legions to various parts of Europe. We see them in the south of France. We've always seen actually in the year 6, Herod's son Archelaus was exiled to the south of France. Not such a bad place to be exiled to, although I hear there was no Asian restaurants anywhere in the neighborhood at the time he left. What is wrong with me? I don't know. But you find all kinds of interesting scattered evidence of Jewish life in these remote Roman outposts at this time. Here's one that I'd like to share with you right now. And there are like dozens of these kinds of artifacts of various types. This is a small amulet that was discovered in the Austrian town of Halbturn. It's called the Halbturn amulet. It's a piece of gold foil. It's a flat piece of gold, about 2.5 by 1.5 centimeters in size, and it has some Greek letters written on it. It was originally folded into a tiny silver box, and it looked like it was worn on a leather thong, probably around the neck or something like that, as a type of amulet to ward away any untoward kind of developments. Now, what exactly does this amulet say? It was found, by the way, on the skeleton of a small child who was buried in a Roman graveyard, so presumably with Roman soldiers, Roman aides de camp and followers of the camp and so on. And there were families there as well. And the child was laid to rest with this particular amulet. What does the amulet say? If you look at here at transliteration and transcription, it is the Shema prayer. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one, from Deuteronomy 6:4. A central prayer in Judaism. But it still is kind of weird. If you look on the left, you'll see here, this is how it is transliterated into Greek letters. It's not precisely the Shema. It appears that there is what looks like a spelling error in the word Yisrael. There's a T strangely inserted in there. You don't have to worry about the fact that some of the letters are placed on the next line. That and the absence of spaces between the letters was pretty common in writing of this particular period. But at the very end of it, the word echad, which means is one, is also spelled funny. If you look in the middle column where I have the Hebrew, it just has the actual number one. Right? In Greek, it's the letter A, the number one. That little 4 beside it is just the footnote that goes from the article that I took the screenshot from. So there's two really bizarre things. The first is that strange T in the word Yisrael, and the second is the use of the number one for the word echad. And many scholars have looked at different reasons why this is so. When I showed this to my wife, she said, well, obviously the reason why the scribe wrote the number one rather than the word one is because he ran out of room. And I said, no, it can't be. That's kind of silly. It's an expensive thing. It's written on gold and so on. But it turns out I read a lot of scholars who said that's probably what happened. But note that the number one is actually, it designates a theologically consistent notion with Jewish ideas. The fact that God is unitary, singular, unique, as opposed to God is, let's say, first. God is the only one. And so the number one here, according to some theorists, is intentional. That it is used that way specifically to say something that adhered to Jewish theology. And as for the T in Yisrael, apparently that is not all that uncommon. There are other ancient inscriptions which also preserve this. So to sum up, what does this amulet mean? I mean, it opens up so many questions, maybe more than it answers, but it appears that there were Jews who were living on the fringes of Jewish society, and yet so deeply attached to their Jewish identity that they would invest in this expensive item. And it's a gold amulet put inside a silver box and then buried with a child, which must have, been an act not only of, on a simple level, financial sacrifice, but of great devotion and sadness at the loss of the child, not unlike the sarcophagus cover that we saw in the Roman Jewish catacomb. So this is a very distant Jewish community, perhaps far from total awareness of Jewish practices. I mean, the child was buried in a grave with non-Jews, which is also not typical Jewish practice, and yet nevertheless there is this rare amulet around the child's neck. I mean, it's all quite fascinating. So we're going to stop here. We're going to come back in our next lecture and look at the growth of the Christian community and what that meant for the Jews and the Roman Empire. Thank you very much for watching.
drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan or head to the link in the description to get started with AG1 and try the new flavors yourself. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. This guy's name is Dr. Lloyd. Casa Branda. Okay, what does this do? So I was watching this video when he explains like what led to World War II. But he spends like 45 minutes talking about the hundreds of years before World War I.
Fantastic. So then let us begin. Tonight's task is I want to take us past the Roman Empire. Last week we looked primarily at the Byzantine Empire. And this week I want to take us to the north, to the Gallic regions, to really look at the Roman roots of Ashkenaz. This is, of course, a region where many of us on this call actually trace our roots to. About 70% of American Jews trace their roots back to Central and Eastern Europe, which is associated with the Rhineland of Germany. And that's what we're going to look at today, the relationship between Rome and Ashkenaz specifically. So here, let's have a quick look at the population distribution of Jews around the year 700. And this is going to be a little bit rough. I don't have the right kind of map-making skills to give you a really nice map, but so don't pay too much attention to the relative size of the circles. But clearly the largest and most important site for Jews in the late 7th and early 8th century was in the region of Mesopotamia. That is the great Talmudic centers, and specifically moving a little bit further upriver to the region of Baghdad, which would become a major center by the time we get to the 9th century. So that's where most Jews are concentrated. That's where the geographic, intellectual center, the gravitational center of the Jewish world really is located. There's still a significant population in the land of Israel itself, and in fact, part of the story of the 7th and 8th and 9th centuries is the tension between the land of Israel and Mesopotamia and the growing ascendance of Mesopotamia over Israel. You have also, as we discussed last week, a significant population of Jews in the Italian peninsula. A lot of them are there as a result of the disastrous Roman-Jewish wars of the 1st and the 2nd century. And although I'm not showing it here because, again, my map-making skills are not so great, there are significant little pockets of Jews living in Asia Minor, Greece, all across the coast of North Africa, lots of little pockets of Jews established across the coast. But the center in Spain is beginning to grow. It will eventually become a powerhouse and even eclipse Babylonia by the time we get to 10th, 11th, 12th century. And specifically, there's a growth from Spain moving into what would be southern France today. And that's where our story really begins, at in the region of Provence, which is one of the earliest Roman centers where we know Jews lived. In fact, we even know the name of the very first Jew who lived in the south of France. His name is Archelaus. He may not have been, actually, I should exaggerate, he may not have been the actual first Jew in this city called Vienne, which was a Roman outpost on the river Rhodanus, or the Rhone. But he was exiled there in the year 6 of the Common Era, largely because he was an extremely ineffective ruler. You recall we discussed his situation. He was the son of Herod and was unable to placate the various factions that were competing for power and authority in Israel. And so the Roman emperor simply said, okay, that's it for you, Archelaus. We're shipping you off to the south of France. Not an especially bad place to be exiled to if you have to go somewhere, but of course it was entirely bereft of any kind of kosher Asian food, so it must have been very hard. The city of Vienne is on this very important river, the Rhone River, which runs from the north to the south and empties into the Mediterranean. And that is the home of the famous Radhanites, also known as the Radhania. These are these remarkable travelers who left no record of their own, but they are recorded in the Arab geographers' work, even Kharadib, I hope I pronounced that right, who describe their far-flung travels, and it is absolutely amazing. He devotes a few paragraphs to the Radhanites in his works. You have other works that confirm it. These Jews whose base was most likely in the Rhone River, the term Radhanite probably derives from Rhodanus, and from there they were able to have this massive worldwide trading network. He describes how they're multilingual, speaking everything from Slavic languages to Asian languages, African languages, European languages. And although we don't know a lot about who these Radhanites really were they a specific Jewish guild of merchants? Were they a family? What exactly they were, we don't know. But we do know that this is one of the most remarkable examples of an international trading network that was largely run by Jews from the south of France. So we've definitely got a very advanced kind of mercantile environment happening in the 9th century, and Jews are at the heart of it. So there's certainly a lot of Jews who are centered in Provence at this time, being involved with the Radhanites, and we have other records, of course, that speak to their presence. So let's try to understand now, what does this have to do specifically with Ashkenaz? Let's begin from the very beginning. What is Ashkenaz exactly? So the first time we have this strange word is in the book of Genesis. Chapter 10, verse 3 says, B'nai Gomer, Ashkenaz, Rifas, V'sor Gamna. And there are 3 descendants of sons of Gomer. Ashkenaz is first, and Rifat and Togarma. When you put it into the larger context, Ashkenaz is the great-grandson of Noah, through the line of Japheth, who is normally associated with the Greek and Western cultures. However, in this context, what we're seeing is it's referring specifically to a people, the people of Ashkenaz, who are associated with later a land, and then when they're associated with land, the Jews who live there are ultimately the ones who are identified as Ashkenazi. In other words, there's no such thing as an Ashkenazi Jew from the biblical period. There are Jews who identify as Ashkenazi because they lived in an area that later on was identified as the homeland of this people, not Jewish, called Ashkenaz. Complicated, I know. But what it means for Irving Agus, very important historian here in New York City, that around the year 900, there were about maybe 5,000 or 10,000 people who were actually living in this region of Ashkenaz. And before the Holocaust, they had grown to about 12 million people, about 80% of all Jews in the world at that time. Where exactly is this place, Ashkenaz? If you look at another reference to it here in the book of Jeremiah, and you associate the places that are listed alongside it, including Ararat, for example, which would be in Turkey, many biblical historians have tried to figure out where that might have been. Some associated with Mesopotamia, others, like this particular map here, put it in Asia Minor, right there in Turkey and so on. But in reality, and it's possible it goes further north, the Scythians and so on, but in reality, Ashkenaz is just a people. We use this term now to refer specifically to the Jews who come from this region known as Ashkenaz. From the literary record, we have scattered evidence of Jews penetrating what would be today Germany and France as early as the reign of Charlemagne. There's even some fascinating scattered tiny fragments that put it back even further, but definitely, and really there are things like, a particular house was leased out to Moses the Jew, or there was Isaac the moneylender showed up in a particular town. And we don't know anything about the size of these communities, whether these Jews were like, individuals, how organized were they, nothing like that. We begin to get a much stronger picture after Charlemagne. By the way, this particular amazing gold replica of his death mask is said to contain his skull cap, which I don't know if that means he's actually Jewish, like he had his skull cap on or not, but it is kind of interesting to think about. We have more details when we look at the reign of his son Louis the Pious, and especially his later successor, Charles the Bald, shown here, who was not especially bald, but this guy over here definitely has a little bit of baldness going on. So we definitely have, from 9th century onward, you see more and more Jews appearing in Ashkenaz. They are large. When the records start fleshing out, we see that they are actually invited into these territories with charters. Charters are these documents that essentially lay out what are the rights and privileges of the Jews living in these regions. And Jews would move like as a community, not individual Jews showing up and then saying, hey, can I live here? But like whole groups of Jews would settle in a place and would negotiate a charter with the local nobleman, sometimes the king, and then they would get the rights and privileges to stay there. Some of these charters are of doubtful provenance, meaning they may have been written long after the Jews were already well established in the city, and they were written with backdated to try and demonstrate their antiquity there. But nevertheless, we do have a much better sense of why the Jews were there, what was the motive allowing them to be there, and their principal activity, which is heavily economic because they're literate, they're numerate, they're very well traversed in commerce, as we saw with the Radhanites and so on. We even have specific names of such families, like the Colonimus family that comes from southern Italy in the late 9th century. And they produced generations of leaders for many Jewish communities, including founding a movement called the Hasidei Ashkenaz, or the pious ones of Ashkenaz in the 12th century. Some of the fascinating things that are going on there, which I'm not going to go into detail tonight, but the Ashkenazi communities were pioneers in creating specific sets of rules for themselves that governed how they would establish and develop their frontier societies in these places far from Jewish centers. They're really quite fascinating, and they tell us a lot about how Jews sort of like thought, in a forward-looking manner about how are we going to definitely establish ourselves and remain, keep our integral strength as a minority in this kind of situation. Included among the takanot were things like the cherem hayishuv, or the ban on settlement, which would actually restrict who could live in a particular territory based on the needs of the community. And we also have other takanot which are very social in nature, such as we discussed last week, not in this class, but in the Monday night class, the the ban on polygamy that was issued under Gershom ben Yehuda, known as Meor HaGorah of Mainz. So lots of really creative, interesting things happened by the time you get to the 10th century. Now, moving from here into trying to understand where these Jews come from and how we connect them specifically with Rome, one of the most fascinating frontier areas of history is the use of DNA evidence, which I did not study at all when I was a graduate student. We spent so much time, because I was studying Eastern European and Russian history, we spent so much time reading various, Marxist ideologues and their different takes on Marxism, Leninism, and so on. Wasted a lot of time with that, I got to tell you. I wish I had learned more about genetics, because it's a really fascinating tool that we'll be able to use now. I'm going to share with you two recent studies that just came out that say something at genetic level about how the Ashkenazim came to this part of Europe and what they say about Ashkenazim today as well. The first is this remarkable article, which has only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 authors. Many of these articles have like 30 authors on them. And the headline basically says, one of the things that they found was that the DNA analysis of Ashkenazic remains from the 12th century clearly indicate that a lot of the genetically inherited diseases that plague Ashkenazi Jews, like breast cancer or cystic fibrosis, Tay-Sachs, and so on, really predate the 12th century. And that's kind of like an interesting headline in itself, but I think from a historical point of view, we can learn a lot more interesting things. What this study is based on is something that was discovered in the city of Norwich. You can see here in southeastern England. And when they were digging up the area for to construct a shopping center, here's a look at the Castle Point shopping center they built on this site, now known as Santry Place, apparently. They came across this well. They were like digging sideways through the ground, and they hit this medieval well that had been abandoned. So they stopped, and when they excavated the well, they found that there were some 17 odd bodies thrown in the well in Norwich. Really kind of spooky. Adults and children, men, women, and children. They began to study the DNA of these bones. And they discovered, by looking at the DNA, that they were clearly Ashkenazi, that they had strong correlations with Ashkenazi roots and Ashkenazi Jews today. And in fact, with computer technology, they're even able to model what some of them actually look like, even down to the color of their eyes and the color of their hair. Some of the kids had red hair and blue eyes, which was also a stereotypical image of Jews during the medieval period. So this radiocarbon dating placed these remains back in the 12th century, and using historical records that we have from the period, it seems clear that these Jews were the victim of a riot associated probably with the Second Crusade. We know of a civil disturbance that occurred at that time, and obviously these Jews were thrown in, first the adults and the children, and left to just wait there for another 800 years until they could be discovered. Once they were discovered to be Jewish, their remains were turned over to the Jewish community, and they were given a proper burial in the local Jewish cemetery. But it shows us on a genetic level that there were definitely Ashkenazim living in England in 12th century. Not a surprise to the historical world, because we had known this from other data, but it is definitely a very strong and arresting image to see. I want to go to another genetic study which talks about the origins of the Jews in Ashkenaz, that connects them specifically to Rome. And this is something that just appeared very recently. It's in the journal, a very prestigious journal called Cell. And last November 30th, the New York Times actually had a write-up on this as well. So another discovery was made in the city of Erfurt, Germany. And this is basically, this is actually taken from the article by S. Waldman and others. Genome-wide data from medieval German Jews show that the Ashkenazi founder event predated the 14th century. So this is a grave from the middle of the 14th century. There are some 33 odd individuals there that were discovered when they were digging up this region. You can see the top picture on the right is the city wall, and this was a Jewish cemetery with initial DNA results indicating that yes, these were definitely Ashkenazi Jews. The authors of the study got permission from some halachic authorities to work not with the bones, which present a lot of difficulties in Jewish law, because they have to be treated with a high level of respect and dignity. They have to be reinterred as soon as possible and so on. But they were allowed to work with the teeth that had been dislodged from the skulls, which are no longer halachically considered bones or part of the person, so to speak, last remains. So they did some fascinating studies of the teeth. We were able to not only identify the genetic makeup of these people from the teeth, but also by looking at the nature of the enamel, they could actually get some sense of the different types of water supply that they drank, because there were two different communities of Jews that had come together in this particular grave. Only one of the bones indicated that the death was a result of violence, with blunt head trauma. The others appear to have died normal deaths, as far as we can tell from the remains. Now, and by the way, my son-in-law pointed out to me when we were talking about this a while ago that I really have to make a joke here about how the tooth enamels showed that they were clearly very heavily reliant on Asian cuisine. So what was really striking about this particular study, and especially leads us to our central question of the relationship between Roman Jews and Ashkenazim, is what it had to say about the founder event and something called the genetic bottleneck. The founder event refers to basically when did Jews first come to this area? Who were those first pioneering Jews? And secondly, the genetic bottleneck refers to when all of a sudden the population stops receiving genetic data from outside the community. And when did that happen? So here, have a look at this map, and I'll walk you through it as I understand it. First of all, at the bottom of this map, of this diagram, you have the ancient period. You have Jews in ancient Israel, right? Primarily Middle Eastern genetic stock. Hard to say to what degree they really differed from other Southwest Asians, Syrians, Iraqis, Egyptians, and so on. And then at the top of this map, you have modern Ashkenazi Jews in the 21st century. So in the ancient period, you have lots of people who are marrying into the Jewish people. The Bible speaks about Ruth, of course. She is a Moabite, a neighboring people that, and eventually she will, of course, be the great-grandmother of King David. You have Antipater from Idumea to the south of Israel. You have Helena of Adiabene, which would be up in Syria. And these are just a few famous names that I've chosen that we know about from history, the vast majority. Who knows how many thousands, hundreds of thousands of people this encompasses. There's no way to really tell. They're just lost in the midst of history. But, there's no question that there's lots of people marrying each other, and we have lots of records of that. Then, in the 1st and 2nd century, you have a disruptive event of major proportion. That's the Roman-Jewish Wars, the first one ending in the year 70 primarily, and then, Masada fell in 73 or 74, and then later the Bar Kokhba revolt that ended in 135, and a massive number of Jews from the Middle East are taken off into Roman servitude. There's already a Roman Jewish community living there already from antiquity, as we've discussed in this series. But this suddenly brings a massive number of Jews with Middle Eastern DNA into the Italian peninsula. From the 1st and 2nd century, over the next few hundred years, you have Jews marrying South Italians. You have Jews marrying North Italians, and there's some genetic differences between them that is detected by the study. And then somewhere around the year 800, you have this founder event. We don't have the specific names of the small group of Jews that migrated from northern Italy to make their way up to the region of Erfurt, Germany, but we definitely can trace through the DNA profile of the remains just how many generations back that went, and it places us right within the same period of time that historians have been assuming all along. Meaning, this lecture that I'm giving you right now, I could easily have given this 20 years ago, and we have the same conclusions, but now DNA evidence really drives it home as being, yeah, that's the correct way to understand how Jews got there. So the Erfurt remains are something like 700 years later, and one of the things that is really interesting about the research is that the Erfurt remains not only show a very strong rate of endogamy, meaning unlike the ancient period where Jews are marrying with lots of other people outside their narrow ethnicity, in Ashkenaz they're largely marrying among themselves, which is of course going to accelerate the incidence, God forbid, of genetic abnormalities, but it also indicates a strong group cohesion. And the study also indicated that, in fact, when you look at modern Ashkenazi Jews today, they are remarkably similar to the Erfurt remains. They even are a little bit more narrow in scope than the Jews of Erfurt, which is, I think, absolutely fascinating. But it shows you just how many centuries of endogamy created the Ashkenazi Jewish community that we know of today. Also revealed in the study, although it's mainly by default, is that the Khazarian thesis, i.e., that Ashkenazi Jews are actually the descendants of Central Asian converts to Judaism, is not supported by the data. There's no remarkable incidence of Central Asian DNA in these remains, and so, as we have argued on several occasions, it appears like that is largely a bogus theory that does not have much data to back it up. Okay, so what does this all mean? Let's look at this map here, which should give you a better picture of how the Jews got there and maybe what they did once they got there. So here you see the purple line that goes diagonally across the middle of the
This
screen.
guy sucks.
That's really the picture we're talking about. Jews from the 1st century leaving the land of Israel, many of them on slave ships, and making their way into Italy. That's the bulk of the origin population that later produced the Jews of Ashkenaz and the Erfurt remains in particular. There were definitely other Jews that made their way across the coast of North Africa, as we discussed at the beginning of tonight's lecture. Jews that settled in Spain and then made their way across the Pyrenees into Provence, and then later mixed with the local Ashkenazi populations as well. But that bulk really comes from the Jews of Italy. Those Ashkenazi Jews later spread to the east, so that's where you have the majority of Polish, Lithuanian, Czech, Slovak, Romanian, Ukrainian Jews are descendants of those Central German Ashkenazim. And then from there, you have a massive population movement to America in the 1880s and onward. If you look at the actual DNA numbers, they look like this. Again, taking the DNA of those Jews in Erfurt, they have about 15 to 45% of their DNA is Middle Eastern, and a large chunk, 45 to 70%, is Italian. Now, especially in a call like this, I don't have to remind you that Judaism is not defined by genetics. Judaism is an identity that is principally religious in nature, although it does recognize matrilineal descent, at least in most of the medieval and modern period. That has been the only way to become Jewish, is either to be born of a Jewish mother or to convert to Judaism. So a person could have absolutely no Middle Eastern DNA and still be perfectly Jewish. But this helps us understand why the Ashkenazi Jews tend to be lighter skin tones, like Italians, especially North Italians, and helps us understand a little bit of our affection for pasta and things like that. No, I should probably cut that out of the lecture. I think I need to go back to sleep. Anyways, I hope you found this lecture useful. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Can't help but to obsess on a subject and lose a lot of interest in another subject or other subjects. But I choose what I like, whatever, I like to agree. That makes sense. It's like chasing butterflies. Like learn this, learn how to do that. In the automotive terms of like repairing stuff, yeah, I could use some like 1989, 240 SLs, my buddy's car, we bought it for like 6. I came back from Thanksgiving.
Hello and welcome to another lecture in the series on the Jewish encounter with Rome. I'd like to spend some time right now speaking about Rome in the context of the Roman Church in particular, which of course is going to be the major religious inheritor of the Roman Empire, and its relationship with its mother religion of Judaism. It's kind of a difficult lecture, but let's see what we can do with it. Have a look at this rugged landscape, which is the region of Qumran, very close to the Dead Sea and the Judean desert. The opening at the bottom there is Qumran Cave 4, where the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered. And it was in this region that the great Talmudic Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, really Mishnaic rabbi, made a famous statement that has been preserved in the Jewish tradition. You have a look at this statement here. It occurs in the 33rd chapter of Genesis, where, as you see in the slightly highlighted passage, Esau returns and greets his brother, Jacob. They have been estranged since Jacob managed to wrest the blessing of their father Isaac from him. And so they have an estrangement, and they come together, and it says that Esau is reconciled to Jacob, and he falls on his neck, and he kisses him, and he cries. And you can see the word on the left in the light blue shading. It has little dots over the top, which is kind of a Masoretic indication that you have to read this particular word, and he kissed him, somewhat differently. Look on the right, you see the commentary of Rashi, which I'll translate, and basically Rashi says that this kissing was not, completely with enthusiasm, as one might imagine. After all, Esau had a tremendous resentment for Jacob after the incident with the blessing of their father, and Rashi brings down the commentary of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, who says, "Halacha hi biyadua she'esav sonam Yaakov." It is a well-known law, halacha, that Esau hates Jacob. This particular phrase has become sort of proverbial in the Jewish culture to mean that the outside world hates Jews, right? Esau represented certainly the Roman Empire, because in Talmudic literature that's often a shorthand for Rome itself, has a tremendous distaste for Jacob, has a hatred for Jacob, and this will never change. Now, that may be true on a theological level. It's not really my place to discuss those kinds of things. But viewed in the context of when it was said, we can certainly see that it was sharply pointed at Rome. That rugged landscape that I showed you a few minutes ago was according to the tradition, where Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai had to hide out in a cave for 12 years because he was being pursued by the Roman soldiers after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai's master was the great Rabbi Akiva, and Rabbi Akiva was caught and horribly murdered, flesh torn from his bones with iron rakes, and a really horrific type of martyrdom. So Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai spent 12 years hiding in a cave, and his statement on Rome was, Halacha biyadua, is a well-known law that Esau hates Jacob. We can certainly understand it within the narrow parameters of his specific life experience, and possibly we can expand it much further. But when we come to the history of anti-Semitism, we can certainly see that there are changes in the ideology over the course of time. There are basically, scholars identify 4 specific periods of anti-Jewish ideology. Like when you actually ask anti-Semites, why do you hate Jews? They will give a very different set of reasons depending on when and where they lived. It's also important to note, by the way, that I may use the term anti-Semitism anachronistically. This is a term that was invented in the 1880s by Wilhelm Marr to try and provide a much more polite term as an alternative to the German words Judenfeinde, Judenhass, which were very vulgar, couldn't be used in popular society or polite society. So using the term anti-Semitism that I'm not a Jew hater. I am simply someone who is an anti-Semite. I am against the fictitious philosophy of Semitism that argues that there's a world conspiracy and things like that. So what exactly are these four basic stages? The first one is ancient xenophobia, which we see primarily in the Greco-Roman world, where there is a fear of that which is different or strange. Right? The term xenos means stranger or foreigner, and phobia, of course, means fear. And so there's kind of like there's a massive corpus of Roman and Greek writings about Jews in which they express antipathy, often rooted in misunderstanding of Jewish customs, such as keeping kosher, observing the Sabbath, and things like that. But on the whole, that kind of cultural friction is common to all cultures. That it's, whether we like it or not, it's perfectly normal for culture A to express some hesitation, fear, distrust of culture B, especially if there are also more obvious outward signs of their differences. That's just part of the human condition. But if you get to the second level, early Christian anti-Judaism, that's when anti-Semitism begins to be qualitatively different. Because, as we shall see in this lecture, there is a split between the daughter religion of Christianity and the mother religion of Judaism that is more than just two cultures bumping up against each other. It is one culture seeking to define itself in opposition to a parent culture. And just like that family metaphor can be fraught with all kinds of really deep psychological tensions, so too is this early Christian anti-Judaism, representing a lot of those tensions as well. Then, and we're not going to discuss these too much today, but basically in the medieval period it really goes off the rails and becomes quite pathological. It loses a lot of its religious character and becomes much more associated with strange things like the blood libel and Jewish conspiracy with lepers, with the Black Death, and gets really much, much more violent. Finally, when you get to the modern period, basically from the middle of the 19th century onward, that's when it basically abandons all of its religious motivation and is more characterized by a fear, an irrational fear that Jews are involved in some kind of global conspiracy to control the banks, to control the media, to control governments and things like that, all bent on dominating Western society or global society. So these are the four basic phases of anti-Semitic thought as we experience them up until today. We're going to focus now on period 2 because that's the historical era that we have come up to. So I recently was very fortunate to spend a weekend in Mexico City with James Carroll and his wife Lexa. We were both invited by an organization called Mood, which is sort of like it's an international society that around the globe organizes these Shabbatonim, these Sabbath gatherings, just to explore Jewish texts and cultures and ideas. And it's really quite fascinating. Now, James Carroll is a fascinating individual, a very articulate person, extremely talented writer, won the National Book Award, all kinds of things like that. And he wrote an incredibly important book called Constantine's Sword, The Church and the Jews. And the reason we were invited together is that we were to give a talk together about how Jews see Christians and how Christians see Jews. And I think it was a very enlightening experience specifically, but more generally, I really appreciated the time to get to know him and his wife. Now, James Carroll, of course, comes to this story with a very personal background as well. He was actually a Catholic priest. And in his context of his growing consciousness of the challenge that the church had with anti-Semitism and other issues, like he became a strong anti-war activist, he ultimately left the church. And I shouldn't say that. He left the priesthood. He still remains a member of the church, but kind of like on the reformist flank, as it were. And Constantine's Sword is a remarkable book, very worth reading, that essentially takes you through both the history of the church and the Jews, but also the history of James Carroll and his own personal voyage, which is fascinating. Now, in this, let's return to his specific thought and how he understands the early period immediately after the death of Jesus and after the destruction of the temple as well. He invokes a fascinating metaphor of an experience he had with the loss of a close family friend. And in the weeks and months and even years after that friend passed away, he was part of a group of friends who would come together in a kind of a wake sort of environment, and they would discuss the life and legacy of the loved one that they had lost. He came to call that a healing circle, where, getting together with friends who had known the person who passed away, they would tell stories, they would share memories, and together they would support each other in their grieving. But at the same time, they would kind of like create a collective memory of that person, the sum of which was certainly greater than its individual parts because of the shared pieces that informed each other's memories and so on. And James Carroll argues that that's essentially what was happening in the decades after the death of Jesus, that his early followers, all of whom were Jewish, were getting together and trying to understand what could this cataclysm mean? What could it mean that their leader, whom they revered so highly, was no longer among them? What would they do with this new type of metaphysical situation? Especially so after the destruction of the temple in the year 70, because with the destruction of the temple, everything was turned upside down. I mean, Jews had invested for 500 years all of their spiritual efforts into that one structure, into the rituals that happened there. And although there were already functioning synagogues, local houses of worship, and so on, they were clearly far subordinate to the temple. What would it mean now that the temple is gone? Why would God have abandoned the Jewish people and allowed the temple to be destroyed by the cruel Romans? What is the future of Judaism? So James Carroll argued that essentially this is when you begin to have an intellectual bifurcation of the Jews who followed Jesus and the much larger group of Jews who were not a part of the Jesus circle. The Jews who were not part of the Jesus circle, which let's say were mainstream Jews at the time, they began to invest in the rabbis and their vision of a post-temple Judaism. As we will see in a few minutes, the rabbis were very busy at this point, constructing a model of Judaism that could survive the loss of the temple, finding alternate post-temple ways for Jews to express their religious yearnings to God, and ultimately that would become the Judaism that Jews have enjoyed for the last 2,000 years. On the other hand, the followers of Jesus said, no, the destruction of the temple means all of that is over, and we have to create a totally new type of environment that is centered on the figure of Jesus, the teachings of Jesus, and so on. And this was all happening within a Jewish framework, with Jews discussing these ideas with other Jews, and things changed dramatically only after the first three Gospels were written. Let us recall that the Gospels as we have them today, the first four books of the Christian Bible, the first three were written probably within the first 20 years or so after the destruction of the temple, between 70 and maybe 90, perhaps a little bit later. Those three books tend to be the most Jewish of all of them, the most close to the origins of Jesus as a Jewish individual. And in those three books, which are called the Synoptic Gospels, because they read kind of like a synopsis of each other, you can more or less lay them out in columns and compare events. There are places where they diverge from each other and so on, but basically you can lay them out that way. The fourth gospel is quite different. So in the Synoptic Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, you have the phrase in Greek, because these are only recorded in Greek, hoi Judeoi, the Jews, occurring 16 times. In all three books together, only 16 references. The fourth book, the fourth gospel, written by St. John, written much later and reflecting a different mindset, has the phrase hoi Judai 71 times. And I think it's very clear to see just from this one statistic how things have changed from the gap between the Synoptic Gospels and the Gospel according to John. That the Synoptic Gospels are still representing, a debate within Jewish circles. Hoi Judai are, after all, us. They're, after all, the same people who are worshiping Jesus. But by the time you get to John, and the increasing number of non-ethnic Jews joining the Christian movement, that's when the Jews become the other. Hoi Judai is so much more useful a term because the non-ethnic Jewish Christians are looking at the Jewish mother religion. I was saying, well, that's different than what we're doing here today. And one of the most important figures to advance this is, of course, St. Paul, who never himself actually met Jesus other than in a kind of supernatural vision on the road to Damascus, where he has, kind of a conversionist experience, and then he becomes a dedicated follower. He actually turns away from his earlier origins as a self-described Pharisee to become a Christian. And then if you look at this map, I mean, my gosh, he's just all over the Middle East. The Eastern Mediterranean is covered by his travels as he is going from town to town, basically showing up in Jewish communities, speaking at synagogues to Jews about Christianity, but increasingly speaking to lots of hangers-on of the Jewish community, non-Jews who are listening in and saying, wow, there's a lot of useful stuff here. And in fact, quite a bit of the Christian message was very appealing in that it acquired a lot of the very powerful ideas that were central to Judaism, such as, a caring God, a personal deity to whom one could pray, that one could have a relationship with, that intervened in history, that specifically cared about individuals. The idea of life after death, the idea of responsibility for ethical choices, all of these kinds of ideas are very, very appealing. And the only challenge to traditional Judaism for non-Jewish would-be converts is, of course, the high threshold required for conversion. For men, specifically circumcision, radical changes to the diet. I think the Sabbath would have been observed anyways because it's so much fun. Shabbos, I mean, one day off a week to detox, no electronics and everything. It's great. I don't know why anyone would want to do it. But at any rate, so Christianity represented a more accessible form of the key ideas of Judaism, a kind of Judaism light that, the non-Jewish, non-ethnic Jewish populations could find meaning in. And so that's really one of the reasons why Christianity really rapidly began to increase after Paul, in particular, began to spread the gospel, literally spread the gospel. Now, what about the church fathers? That is, those early thinkers, those early theologians that lived and wrote in the centuries after the death of Jesus. And some of them have some very strong views about, what to do about the parent religion. One of them that's most important is Marcion, also pronounced Marcion. Here he is shown with his face kind of obscured, talking to John, not insignificant that John is portrayed here. And Marcion essentially argued that, okay, how do we relate to our parent religion, to Judaism? He said that basically in terms of the post-temple period, that means that Judaism is over and irrelevant, and that we should abandon everything associated with Judaism, including the Bible, with the exception of the new scriptures which are being written, which eventually will be collected and called the New Testament, which distinguishes from the Old Testament, which is the Christian way of describing the Hebrew Bible. And he said that we have to simply move on and forget about all that old stuff. Now, his point of view was ultimately rejected, was opposed by many other church fathers, including Justin Martyr, who we're going to discuss in a second. But nevertheless, it represents a strong step towards supersessionism, the notion that Christianity supersedes Judaism and makes Judaism irrelevant. Now, if we turn to Justin Martyr, who was himself martyred by the Romans, hence the name Justin Martyr. He also lived around the same time, and he recorded his thoughts on Christianity and Judaism in a document called Dialogue with Trypho. There are some scholars, including the great 19th century Jewish historian Heinrich Retz, who argue that this may be the remarkable Rabbi Tarfon,
I don't talk about
very important
bitches being
rabbi
hot
in
as
Jewish
fuck as
tradition,
much as they
but
should
it's
be.
unlikely. The
That
dates
bitch is hot
are
as
kind of
fuck.
like not exactly right, and other reasons why it's probably some other person named Trypho.
Yeah, she's
At
pretty.
any rate, Justin Martyr articulated without doubt that Christianity supersedes Judaism, and Judaism should only be maintained in order to provide context for the way in which Judaism is superseded. How so? Let me give you one example, which is also taken from James Carroll's work in a very, very powerful and personal description. So here's a famous movie, the first movie that came out in CinemaScope, right, which I think is color. I don't exactly know what this means. The modern miracle you could see without glasses. What if you need glasses? I wonder about these things. But at any rate, the robe basically refers to a relic. The church would become deeply invested in a collection of holy relics, that is, kind of like religious souvenirs. I don't mean to be demeaning it, but souvenirs of famous church figures and events, such as wood from the true cross, or in some places actually bones of, St. Augustine or John the Baptist's head. Some really bizarre things that made part of medieval Christian culture. But the robe was the robe of Jesus, the seamless robe that he wore that was taken from him when he was crucified. Now, if you look at the book of John, not at all incidental, that the book of John has an explicit supersessionist message here. Here's the passage from chapter 19. They said, this is referring to the Roman soldiers who were crucifying Jesus, therefore, among themselves, let us not rend it. Let's not destroy this robe. It's a really nice robe, but cast lots for it. Right? Let's have a lottery for it. Let's play cards for it. Whose it shall be. And then he adds here that the scripture might be fulfilled, which saith, they parted my raiment among them, and for my vesture they did cast lots. In other words, the soldiers, or perhaps more likely it's actually John writing, that the soldiers are doing this in a way as to fulfill a much earlier statement in the Jewish scriptures that affirms the divinity of Jesus, that affirms that Jesus is the person about whom prior texts in the Hebrew scriptures refer. This is a phenomenon called prefigurement, in which Christians largely read the Hebrew scriptures as ways of seeing patterns that they later apply to Jesus' life. The fact that this gospel was written, decades after Jesus' death, maybe even as long as a century after his death, doesn't change the fact that Christians still look at this as an important theological statement. I should say Christians in general, some Christians. So what is the prefigurement? If you look at Psalm 22, which came out really small here, but maybe became a little bigger, it says, Lama Tzech Aliyat HaShachar Mizmor LeDavid. This is a psalm written by David, right? King David. And the second verse says, and this is actually placed in the mouth of Jesus as well as another prefigurement, famous passage, Keli, Keli, Lama Azavtani. My God, why have you abandoned me? Right? Like by placing that, by the narrator, the author of the gospel, placing that in Jesus' mouth, that specifically puts him in line with this earlier psalm. But the key passage that relates to John here is a little further down, also verse 19. Yechalku b'gadai lahem v'lalavushi yapilu beral. They part my garments among them, and for my vesture do they cast lots. Right, so this is really the reason, according to Justin Martyr, for maintaining the Hebrew scriptures, and by larger extension to some degree the Jews, because their presence and the presence of these texts can be used later to confirm Christian reading of divine history. And that's basically what happens among the church fathers until St. Augustine, which we'll discuss in a later lecture, who offered a very, very important corrective. Now, what are the Jews doing during this time? I mean, this is all happening among Christians who are increasingly becoming more ethnically non-Jewish in origin, and they're kind of like working out their own spiritual history. The Jews are being very busy at this point, putting in place those life preservers that allow Judaism to succeed after the destruction of the temple. The creation of the Mishnah, or I should say the codification of the Mishnah, is an incredibly important device which allowed Jews to essentially take the temple on the road, to be able to have a portable Judaism that could be contained within teachings of the Torah and the rabbis. They also create a liturgical method of drawing a line in the sand between Jews who are, mainstream and Jews who are part of this Jesus movement. They insert another text in the central prayer known as the Amidah, the standing prayer, and it's a blessing on the heretics. The term blessing is euphemistic. It's really a curse on heretics. And it was used as a sort of litmus test to determine if a person was harboring these kinds of beliefs. If a person did have, Christian theological views that were deemed inappropriate for Jews, and many of them are, like, for example, the idea of God taking physical human form is anathema to Judaism. In fact, the word anathema is kind of ironic here, but if a Jew had those ideas, then he would be asked to lead the prayers, and coming up to this particular passage, it would represent a choice. Does he bring down a curse upon himself for his beliefs, or does he refuse to say it, in which case he could be physically removed from the synagogue? And this is the sort of thing that's happening around the generation of John and the writing of his book, which also has really heated language against the Jews. Not only are Jews referred to so many more times, the Jews, but also, really inflammatory language that refers to the Jews as the sons of the devil, and all kinds of things like that are beyond the pale of a normal kind of family dispute. One last thing here that I think is especially fascinating, and this is also an insight that's brought forward by James Carroll, that there's kind of an asymmetric rivalry going on here. Jews in the late 1st and early 2nd century still vastly outnumber the burgeoning Christian movement. Even though it's growing fast, Jews are still very much the establishment faith.
Look at this
and Christians, because they are defining themselves against Judaism, spend a lot of time thinking about Judaism. And in fact, this would be something of an obsession that's going to be lasting right up until the 21st century, and presumably beyond, because Christians always have to look to their relationship with the mother religion in a very different way than the mother religion looks at its offspring. So
I hate when Joe Rogan has people on.
When the early Christians are debating at great length how do we relate to Judaism, Judaism is basically not talking about it at all. If you look at the massive corpus
shut the fuck up for 24 hours. And I'm going,
2,711 folios. I know that number because that's the Daf Yomi. That's the size of learning one folio. That is
two pages, what are you going to tell me about? I'm going to be like, every day. Not 2,711 folio. Like when I find my hand smell it, that's cool.
There are only maybe a dozen references to Jesus and Christianity. Maybe 2 dozen. I mean, it's tiny.
But I'll be like, dude, you want to hear about
it's mentioned, but it's really not a major phenomenon at all.
Genghis
Khan
biography, I listened to like 17 times straight.
Yo,
dog, you want to hear about Finding the Kids?
Adds so much more steam to the Christian side. It's kind of like, as James Carroll references, if you have 2 siblings locked in a rivalry, and one of the siblings doesn't really care about the rivalry, it makes the rivalrous
the annals of history. It will be up there with the worst podcast ever.
This
12 years old.
Period begins to come to a close when you get to the 4th century in particular.
I like how they admit,
there is a period where Christians are persecuted by the Roman Empire,
it's like, dude, it should
primarily
be so
because
big.
of their transition from being kind of a Jewish subgroup.
The biggest,
being
it should be the biggest
individual
MMA
and recognized
podcast.
religion. You should understand that in the Roman Empire, there was a huge number of sort of symbolic acts of idolatry that one would be expected to participate in. The bowing before statues, providing small sacrifices and things like that, especially when the emperors began to promote the cult of themselves as deities. If you refused to participate in that, you were considered like traitorous. It would be something akin to, if there's a baseball game and they play the national anthem and you refuse to stand up, right? Everybody is standing. Why are you sitting like this? Now, ironically, because the Jews were a known entity as an ancient religion, already from the period of Julius Caesar and earlier, Jews were granted an exemption from many of these outward displays, which were considered idolatrous to Jews, recognizing that Jews have nothing against Rome, nothing against Roman empires, things like that. They just refuse to worship statues. The Jews say, hey, come, have a look at our temple. You'll see there's not a single statue anywhere in our temple. We just don't do that statue thing. So the Jews had an exemption. So as long as Christians were considered basically Jews, they also had that exemption. But as soon as they started saying, wait a second, no, we are different from Jews. We are another religion. You never heard of us before, but we're a new religion. Then all of a sudden the Romans saying, well, sorry, you aren't on our list of exempted religions. And so that's a period that, very, very important in the formation of Christian cultural memory, that Christians were, arrested, sent to fight in the gladiatorial games against animals, against professional soldiers and things like that. And it was only with the Edict of Milan in 313 that the Roman Empire began to say, you know what, let's extend the same kind of exemptions that we give Jews, let's give them to Christians as well, which represents not a diminishment of Jewish status, but it is a recognition of the growth of importance and of demographic numbers of the Christian movement. Because by the time you get to the 4th century, the number of Christians and Jews are actually approaching par with each other. Eventually, when you get to the late 4th century, Christianity will actually become the state religion of Rome, and will decidedly give the Christians the upper hand, which represents, a shift about 300 odd years in the making between the daughter religion and the mother religion, and of course that would have implications for centuries to come.
Look at this move.
With that, I'd like to conclude. Thank you very much for listening to this lecture, and I hope we have more opportunities to speak in the future.
I'm trying to think back now. Have I even seen how many?
Look at it.
You always see cool cars, Lambo doors, especially old ones. Go back to old rap videos, but an actual Ferrari. That's a good question.
Damn, boss.
He got in trouble too, right? Because he had a rap on his. They sued him as well.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Later
Taking baddies for a ride.
this month, I'm delighted
That's what I do, baby.
to be addressing a group of students in Budapest associated with the Ashkenazium, a remarkable new institution that is founded by my colleague and friend, Dean Michael Kegel. And thanks to the generosity of Dr. Kegel and the Ashkenazium, we've decided to put the public part of these classes online so that people can participate globally. These 12 lectures will be open to the global community. Please RSVP, totally free, and I look forward to interacting with you as we explore the millennium of Jewish history in the lands of Ashkenaz and beyond. So let us start today with just a little Vorspeise, a little bit of an appetizer, to ask a basic question: what is Ashkenaz? What do we mean when we use this strange word, Ashkenaz? So it turns out that this particular word occurs in the Bible. It occurs in Genesis 10, also in Chronicles, and one other passage we're going to look at in Jeremiah. Here's a screenshot from the web page Sepharia, which is a tremendous resource for all kinds of Torah texts. And here in Genesis 10:3, we have the first reference to Ashkenaz. Basically, here we have a lineage of Noah, that is Noah of the flood. He has a son named Japheth. In the Ashkenazic pronunciation, that would be Yafes. Yafes has a son named Gomer, And then Gomer has a son named Ashkenaz. This is the first citation of the name Ashkenaz, right? So he's basically the great-grandson of Noah through the Greek line. That's the way that we have it described in Genesis. So how does this connect to Ashkenazi Jews? Well, basically, Ashkenaz is the name of a people, right? A lineage of people from this one forefather, Ashkenaz. Later, it will be associated with a particular place. We're going to look at that in just a second. And later, that place will be associated in the Jewish mind with the Jews who live there. In other words, there's no intrinsic kind of ethnic connection between Ashkenaz and the lineage that followed from that biblical figure and the Jews today, other than the coincidence of the geographic location that is ascribed to Ashkenaz. In other words, although Ashkenaz is their great something uncle, the Jews who are descended from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, 10 generations after Noah, have no other connection with Ashkenaz.
Oh, no,
to express this another way, I am a Canadian Jew.
Baby.
You can tell because of the way I say about, and that I apologize for a lot of things, stuff like that. But basically, there's nothing intrinsically Canadian about my Jewishness or Jewish about my Canadianness, other than the fact that my grandparents all emigrated to Canada over a century ago, and that's what makes me a Canadian Jew. Similarly, we have Ashkenazi Jews who at some point ended up in a land that was associated with...
Oh, girl, that was hot. Are you British? But this bitch is British. Oh, no, she's from Australia. Same shit. Different hemisphere. That should be their thing. Hey, welcome to Adelaide. Same shit, different hemisphere. Oh, dog. Poop fingers. You're banned from chat? Well, fuck yourself, douche. King nubs. Let's see that bitch. Bitch, take that shit off. Dog.
With Ashkenaz. Now, who are these Ashkenazi Jews? According to one of the great scholars of the 20th century, we're talking about basically something like 5,000 to 10,000 people who lived in this region of Ashkenaz around the year 900, who by the time you got to the 20th century, there were about 12 million of them on the cusp of the disastrous World War II. And that represented about 80% of world Jewry at the time. In other words, if you ran into a Jew in the first half of the 20th century before the Holocaust, was more than likely you ran into an Ashkenazi Jew. There are many other Jews scattered throughout the world. Sephardic Jews, Mizrach Jews, even Asian Jews, but the demographic weight was clearly behind the Ashkenazim. So let's go to the next question. We've got this idea of the word Ashkenaz is somehow associated with this biblical figure. Where is Ashkenaz? So one of the hints we can use to figure this out is a passage in the book of Jeremiah. Here's another screenshot from the Sefaria website. And you can see here that Jeremiah is in one of his classic Jeremiads, right? One of his, sort of dirge-like imprecations. In this case, he's cursing Babylonia, who would, of course, take the Jews into exile in the 6th century before the Common Era. And he talks about the vengeance that would one day be meted out against the Babylonian captors of the Jews. And in verse 27, you see here,
He says, I'll read in English, raise a standard on earth, sound a horn among the nations, appoint nations against her, that is, against Babylonia, assemble kingdoms against her, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. Designate a marshal against her, bring up horses like swarming locusts. In other words, these three regions, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz, will somehow converge to destroy Babylonia. So Jeremiah seems to be speaking about the location which had the descendants of Ashkenaz living, and that somehow they would represent a later threat to Babylonia. So if we have a look at where that might be, and in the 18th century in particular, there was a lot of enthusiasm to try and locate these biblical names and their later where they ended up in the Middle East. Here is an interesting map from roughly that period. You can see right in the center is the land of Israel. And then looking to the northeast in this circled area, that's where Babylonia would be, right? Mesopotamia, the Neo-Babylonians to be technically correct. And the regions that would come down and attack her, according to the passage in Jeremiah, would be in Asia Minor here. You can see on the lower right of the circle, there's the mountain range that is associated with Ararat. We speak about Mount Ararat, but in the ancient biblical mind, Ararat was really a mountainous region, not a particular mountain. And here the author of this map has labeled Ashkenaz in the region of the Phrygians. So we have some interesting associations to suggest that this might be the correct location for Ashkenaz, but they're not really that strong. Some of the earliest and most enthusiastic defenders of this Asia Minor connection would include the great Shadal, Rabbi Shmuel David Luzzatto, who wrote in the 19th century. But when you look at the research of another very important scholar, Shmuel Kraus, he suggests that they actually came a little bit to the north, somewhere above the Caspian Sea, somewhere between the Volga and the Elba rivers. Now, this is especially interesting, and Dr. Kraus really followed up on this quite a bit, on the suggestion that perhaps the Ashkenazim should be associated with the remarkable Khazar people. That is a thesis which, for other reasons, totally blew up in the 20th century, and we'll discuss that, God willing, in the first full lecture. But for now, let's just talk a little bit about where is the actual land of Ashkenaz, because none of these associations are specifically connected with the Jews. They are connected rather with the Ashkenazim, the original biblical Ashkenazim, descendants of Ashkenaz, and they exist basically in a realm of supposition and theory. So when we say Ashkenaz and we're referring to Jews, what we're really talking about is Germany, and in particular the Rhineland. In fact, when we look at the first times that Jews start referring to themselves as being Ashkenazi, which is around the 12th century, they're basically talking about the Rhineland. And in the centuries prior to that, because there are Jews in this region considerably earlier, they speak about themselves as being Rhineland Jews. And later that somehow morphs into Ashkenaz Jews, perhaps borrowing from this idea that the children of Ashkenaz moved somewhere north, and this is somewhere north, but there's no other real connection between the name Ashkenaz in the Bible and this region which Jews later came to call Ashkenaz. What happened to those Ashkenazi Jews? They basically spread out to the eastern regions, especially from about the 13th and 14th century onwards, and you get a much larger population of these Rhineland Jews living in Ashkenaz. And then in the late 19th century, there is a large flow of Jews to western locations and a smaller number to the land of Israel. So that's why, for example, in America, about 3/4 of the Jews who moved to America at the beginning of the 20th century are Ashkenazic, and their descendants today, of course, are the dominant sub-ethnic group among Jews. So
we're going to explore this in the course in much greater detail. We're going to pick up with that whole Chazar question, which is really quite fascinating. I hope that you will be able to join us because it's really exciting to think of having a global population of students in a live lecture like this. But let us recall that when we're speaking about Ashkenaz, we're really talking about two different things. Most people use this term Ashkenaz to refer to those Jews who have some, albeit distant, roots in the Rhineland region of Germany, whereas the biblical term Ashkenaz really refers to this great-grandson of Noah and has no specifically Jewish connection. Okay, I hope you found this Forschbeiß appealing, and I hope you will join us in the Ashkenazium lectures. Please reserve your spot today. Thanks very much for watching.
And I also have a Mustang, and neither one of them has any problems like that. They're immediate response. Try it, compare it to your other cars. Pull out the GTR, pull out the Tesla, pull out the Tesla's very different than all of them because it's instantaneous. It's no gears. It's one gear. It's fucking preposterously fast. But the Mustangs don't have that. I think it's a bad driver. Yeah, the Mustangs are just...
Welcome, everybody. I'm Michael Kegel. I'm the Dean of the Ashkenazium, which is a new graduate school here in Budapest. And with God's great graciousness, I've managed to put together a wonderful faculty, of which Professor Henry Abramson is one of the shining stars, I would say. And I say that without exaggeration. Maybe I just want to introduce maybe Henry to those who don't know him with just a very small personal anecdote. Nothing embarrassing, of course. Henry and I go back for quite a long way, back to high school. I think I met Henry when I was in grade 11. He was in grade 13 back in Toronto, in our home and native land. And over the years, our relationship went in all kinds of interesting directions. And one of the most interesting is our parallel interest in Yiddishkeit, in Judaism. And one thing that I will always be very grateful to Henry for is that during years when I was troubled in my relationship to Judaism, this was actually in university, Henry came up to me and he insisted that we have a regular chavrusa in Talmud. So we meet regularly. We did meet regularly once a week at Sid Smith. What was that building in the U of T campus?
Yes, Sid Smith, I think.
Sid Smith. We used to meet once a week, and we studied the Masechet Megillah, which deals with Purim, the holiday.
Yo, dog.
And to me,
what
that
up,
was
Pascal?
a great life.
How you living, Pimp?
And I mentioned it
What's
here.
good, son?
Here, not just because of my gratitude.
We're just watching Jewish history lectures. I didn't want to fucking talk with you anyway. I'm tired of shit. Oh, Madison. You're welcome. These people have to be like, this is the worst platform ever. Alright, Joe Rogan, your shit sucks.
That's pretty
Joe,
I love Carl.
this is the worst interview. I've seen you have... Who is this guy? He's a comedian. Fucking shit lives on 6th Street. Okay, well, no one gives a shit. You know what? About what people do give a shit? Marco Polo. Dude, who else? I don't know. What was that thing? Genghis Khan? I know everything about that motherfucker. The people's profiles. Enoch Powell? No one knows who that is. Idi Amin? Go to my air. Nobody wants to hear that bullshit. Oh, give me a good one. You know? No one knows. Alfred the Great. Elizabeth the First. Cromwell. Do you have anything on the Franco-Prussian War? Che Guevara. Castro. Matilda. French bitch. Peter the Great. What's so great about him? Ivan the Terrible. What's so terrible about him? Dog. History's most famous women? Dog. Give me something good. How the fuck did they get so many? No one gives a shit. Rabbi. You know you love that shit. That's too hard to turn down. Too hard to turn down.
It is the 10th of January, 1870.
Yo, dog, why don't you calm the fuck down?
Ohio, a 30-year-old businessman and his partners incorporate the Standard Oil Company.
That bitch took over the world. That bitch is more powerful than countries. Look at this athleticism. Look at this. Dude, that wasn't that long ago.
His partners incorporate the Standard Oil Company. Over the coming years, they build on their initial $1 million investment by buying up smaller oil companies and refineries across Ohio and beyond.
Look at this athleticism, though. Were they this athletic?
Worth $100 million and controls over 90% of U.S. oil production.
Look at this one.
By the time he retires,
Look at it.
the company's founder is, for better or worse,
Come
one of
on.
the richest and most influential men in the history of the United States and indeed the world. His name, John D. Rockefeller, the world's
Look at
first
this move. First billionaire my
The other
ass.
things I'm grateful for, but to point out that Henry embodies, in my mind, something that is exemplary for what the Ashkenazim should be, to my mind, which is, on the one hand, a Jew who is profoundly committed to Torah and is passionate about it. It's not just an academic exercise, his interest in Torah and in Jewish matters. And on the other hand, an academic who's absolutely uncompromising in his academic standards. And well, unlike many great Jewish thinkers that I met, who let their passion get away with them to the point where they will compromise standards of academia, Henry's somebody who bestrides both worlds, both the Jewish world of Jewish learning. You may or may not know that Henry wrote, among several books that he also wrote a book on the Talmud. And on the other hand, an academic who's responsible in the highest levels of responsibility in academia. And I really hope this is a model for the Ashkenazian that I really would like to build with Henry into the future. And by the way, I should mention to anyone who's listening out there, we have our Ashkenazi students who are participating here. And of course, we're going to have a private session with Henry afterwards because this is part of our standard curriculum. If anybody at any point is interested in finding out more about the Ashkenazi, please do feel free. You're more than free. You're very welcome to write to me personally. I guess in the Q&A, I'll just write again my email. If you want to find out anything about the Ashkenazim other than what there is already on the website, ashkenazim.eu, that is, I'd be very happy to have a private Zoom with you and tell you all about it. So, Henry?
Michael, that was thoroughly embarrassing. I thought you were going to do a more kind of like generic, but I'm glad you really skipped over the really embarrassing part. So I appreciate the kind words very much. Although somewhat hyperbolic, hyperbolic, the uncompromising standards and things like that. It's way too much. But I do appreciate the kind words, and I will be sure to replay the video for my mother so that she will really get a nod out of it. I'm also extremely grateful for what you're doing in Budapest with this amazing Ashkenazium. I mean, the faculty that you have brought together for this intellectual exercise is absolutely amazing. I mean, really top-notch scholars that I'm very proud to be on the same list as they. And I wish you tremendous success with this venture, and I think it's really fortuitous that we're able to offer these lectures online to a much larger audience and let people know the amazing things that are happening in Budapest under your auspices. So let us begin our discussion. We're going to have 12 lectures on the history of Ashkenazi Jews, part of the Ashkenazium, which is a name that actually I'm proud to have had some role in designing, because Dr. Kegel and I, when we were tossing back and forth his project, I think he came up with the term Ashkenazium, but I enthusiastically endorsed it. Maybe it was the other way around, but it sort of happened together at the same time. The only worry I have is a little bit like the word terrarium, like where you imagine where you put ants inside a box and you watch them from the outside through glass. But the idea is, I think, to look at the amazing civilization that developed in Germany primarily, and then later in Eastern Europe, and then actually onward onto the New World and in the land of Israel, of Ashkenazic culture. And there's so many different ways to look at this multifaceted institution, civilization as a whole. My small part is to give a broad survey of the historical events that relate to the development of this civilization, in order that many of the literary, philosophical, religious, and other aspects of the Ashkenazi civilization can be contextualized. This is a graduate level seminar, but only in the sense that it is multidisciplinary. So I'm going to be presenting these lectures at what I hope is a little bit higher level undergraduate level, so that people with, intelligent lay people who do not necessarily have a strong background in Eastern European or in Central European Jewish history will still be able to benefit from these lectures. And I regard my lectures more as kind of like the foundation for much more advanced research. We may occasionally get into a little bit more complex, difficult issues, but I imagine that we're going to address those in the follow-up seminars. Here is an old picture of me from when I was much younger. A great photograph by Marco Dashev, and just wanted to give a little bit of a context to my own access and interest in Ashkenazi history. I did my dissertation at the University of Toronto on the history of the Jews of Ukraine at the beginning of the 20th century. It was in that context that Dr. Kegel and I both shared hallways in the university. I have a lot of fond memories of meeting him in Robart's library and discussing our mutual interests. He was, of course, studying philosophy, and I was studying history, but we had a lot of overlaps there. I went on to become more of a generalist. I wrote a couple of books on the Talmud, on art history, and now I'm working on a survey of Jewish history in 3 volumes for Koren Publishers in Jerusalem. Very much looking forward to seeing that come to light. Also maintaining my strong interest in traditional religious studies, and I'm the author of a podcast called Jewish History in Daf Yomi, which has a rather ambitious goal of creating 2,711 small videos on aspects of Jewish history that correspond to the daily Talmud page that's studied in the Daf Yomi program. That's available on the AllDaf app. You can find it at alldaf.org. I work, of course, at Touro University. We're a fairly large multinational university with campuses in New York, of course, where we are based, and also in California, Nevada, Berlin, Jerusalem, Moscow, and about 19,000 students worldwide. I'm very proud to work here in the heart of Brooklyn, as you can see in this map here, on a couple of campuses there. So the structure of this class is as follows. We're going to have these public lectures, which are going to be broadcast as they are now in a webinar format. And this is going to be more like basically me talking, but we have the Q&A function where you can type in your questions, and I will from time to time pause and have a look at what's going on in the Q&A, and I hope to answer at least some of those questions. Then, because the Ashkenazium has registered students in Budapest itself, we will take a break after 1 hour from these lectures, and then we will have a private Zoom for the much smaller group of Budapest students who will have a private discussion in a regular Zoom meeting. If you have any curiosity about participating in those as an auditor, perhaps please write to Dr. Fiegel. The subject that we're going to be looking at over the course of these 12 lectures are 1,000 years of Ashkenaz, because more or less that is the period of time we're talking about. It's a very old civilization that stretches back over 10 centuries. I also created as a preparatory course for my Budapest students an online version of this with preparatory materials, primarily videos, some readings, also some quizzes, things like that. And this is also open to the public. You can find it at my website. Okay, so today's discussion is on the origins of Ashkenazi Jews, which are the subject of a certain amount of debate, like just about everything in this course. But let us start with a more basic question. What is Ashkenaz? What exactly do we mean when we say this word, Ashkenaz? So the word is actually biblical in origin. As you can see here, it occurs actually 3 times in the Bible. Here's a passage from the book of Genesis. The screenshot is from the wonderful Safaria website. And it basically lists the lineages of humanity. And in this particular passage, we're talking about the children of Noah. That is Noah of the flood. He has 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And I should pronounce that, by the way, in the Ashkenazi pronunciation, Japheth. And then Japheth, who is typically associated with Western culture, especially Greece, has 3 more sons, or actually more than that. Gomer, Magog, Madai, Yavan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tiras. And then Gomer has 3 sons, one of whom is named Ashkenaz. Okay. So let us just understand what we're talking about here. There's a biblical lineage, which is 10 generations prior to the advent of Abraham, who was considered the father of the Semites, including, of course, the Jews. And from that 10th generation, before we can even start speaking about Hebrews, we have an individual named Ashkenaz, who is the great-grandson of Noah. And you may be wondering, correctly, because you're all very intelligent people, what does this have to do with modern Jews? Well, not a lot, because really it goes like this. The name Ashkenaz is associated with a biblical name of a people, right? A lineage, the children of Ashkenaz, descended from Noah. Later, much later, this will be associated with a place, piece of geography, and then later that term will be associated with the Jews who lived in that piece of geography, that piece of real estate. Another way to look at it would be to say that both Dr. Fiegel and I are Canadian Jews. He mentioned, by the way, it was not his native land. He is speaking literally because he's actually born in Eastern Europe, if I'm not mistaken. But it is, in fact, my home and native land, and all those things that go along with the Canadian national anthem. And so you could call me a Canadian Jew, and I am a full-fledged Canadian. But you know, that doesn't mean to say that there's anything specifically connecting me with non-Jewish Canadians other than that common area of our home And so that's the same thing as Ashkenaz. Ashkenazi Jews are simply Jews who lived in the area called Ashkenaz. We're talking about a fairly large chunk of the demographic weight of the Jewish people overall are associated with this land of Ashkenaz. They are distinct from other sub-ethnic groups within the Jewish people, such as Sephardim and Edut HaMizrach, and variously there are Jews, of course, in Africa and in Asia and so on. They all have different terms to describe their cultural orientation, their place of origin, but Ashkenazi Jews constitute a very large proportion of the overall Jewish people. Now let's go a little further in our history. When we say that Ashkenaz is a place, it is, maybe you should say it's a state of mind, but in this case it is a piece of geography. Where exactly is Ashkenaz? So again, looking at the third occurrence of the text, actually this would be the second occurrence of the text in the Bible, in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 51. In one of his characteristic imprecations, which has been called after his name, Jeremiah, describing the downfall of Jerusalem if the Jews do not repent and so on. He also describes the downfall of Babylonia, which would be the region that would ultimately destroy Jerusalem in Jeremiah's time in the 6th century before the Common Era. And as he's describing the many terrible things that will happen to Babylonia, you can see in verse 27 at the bottom, it says, "Raise a standard on earth, sound a horn among the nations, appoint nations against her," that is, against Babylonia, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. Right? So Ashkenaz is referred to by Jeremiah as one of those nations, one of those peoples that will assemble together with Ararat and Mini to attack Babylonia. So when we look at the map of the region here, and this was actually quite a preoccupation of 18th and 19th century cartographers and biblical scholars, trying to map out precisely where each of these biblical peoples ended up living with a certain amount of creative scholarship. We can see that here where I've shaded the map is the region of Babylonia, called Shinar or Chaldea later. And the region from the north, which includes, for example, Ararat, a mountain region that's also associated with Noah, would have included this region here, basically in Turkey, which, according to the great 19th century biblical scholar Shmuel David Lusanto, also known as the Shadal, that would have been the home of the Ashkenaz descendants. Again, the descendants of the biblical Ashkenaz, who was the great-grandson of Noah. No specific Jewish connection here at all, but nevertheless, that would be the place where it was located. Often associated, as you can see in this particular map, with the Phrygians. Now, like everything Jewish, and especially things biblical, this was subject to significant debate and dispute. There are a lot of many opinions throughout Jewish thinkers as to whether or not the place association that Shadal had offered was correct. Another major opinion, also from the late 19th century, is that of Shmuel Kraus, who argues that no, they came from somewhat northern location, somewhat north of the Caspian Sea. Many scholars associate the region of the Ashkenaz descendants in the biblical mind as that of the Scythians, which is an ancient people in the region of what would be today, let's say, Central Asia, bordering on the Donbass region that is so much in the news today with the war in Ukraine. But Shmuel Kraus offers another tantalizing suggestion, which would actually involve quite a bit of controversy, and that is that the Khazar people should be associated with the descendants of Ashkenaz. The Khazars are exceptionally important in Jewish history, and that's where we will turn next. But just to remember what we're speaking about here, keep these things separate, the biblical descendants of Ashkenaz have no real intrinsic connection with Jews other than describing a place where Jews would ultimately end up. That's a huge distinction that's important to remember as we proceed towards the end of this lecture. Where actually is Ashkenaz in the Jewish mindset, as opposed to scholarly opinions as to where Ashkenaz showed up? In reality, the Jews who call themselves Ashkenaz all come from a region, or at least a culture, in the Rhineland, here in Germany, as you can see in this map. This is the region which Jews began to call Ashkenaz from about the 12th century on. Prior to that, Jews living there tended to refer to themselves in one way or another to the region of the Rhine itself. There is one interesting passage in which Rashi himself, we'll talk about Rashi a little bit more later in this course, uses the term Ashkenaz to refer to the region, but it was not the most popular designation for the Jews until about the 12th century, a good 100-odd years after Rashi passed away. These Jews came from an area, a civilization that flourished from about the 10th to the 13th century, and then, for reasons which we will describe over the course of these lectures, they migrated to the east, to the great Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the regions which would be today Lithuania, parts of Belarus, parts of Poland, and especially the western part of Ukraine. And they had a population expansion, particularly in the 19th century, that resulted in the great homeland of Ashkenazi Jews. So Ashkenazim are often referred to as Eastern Europeans, not because of their origins in Germany, but because of the significant population increase that they enjoy when you get closer to the contemporary period. Then from this region, so this migration is primarily from the 13th and 14th centuries onward, you have another migration of these large Ashkenazi Jews moving to Israel, a smaller number, a certain amount to Western Europe, and a large number to North America. Something like 1.75 million Jews moved from the area of the Russian Empire that was overwhelmingly Ashkenazi at the time to North America, actually the United States of America specifically, in the years 1881 to 1928, and that's really where the great bulk of American Jewry traces its roots to this later Ashkenazic migration. So that's the whole meaning of the word Ashkenaz in a nutshell. It originates from a biblical designation of a people descended from Noah, which was with a certain amount of fanciful logic assigned to various locations, perhaps Turkey, perhaps Central Asia, and then later by the Jews to the Rhineland as a location. And the Jews who ended up in the Rhineland started calling themselves Ashkenazi, just like I would call myself Canadian, but there's no kind of derivation of lineage from the biblical Ashkenaz to modern Jews. We've talked about, what is Ashkenaz? We talked about where is Ashkenaz. Now we've got to get to how the Jews got to the Rhineland in the first place. And specifically, I want to start with the Khazar hypothesis, which is a rather highfalutin term for what the current United States president would call malarkey, but nevertheless, it is occupying a large amount of space in the mind of some thinkers and takes a lot of oxygen out of the room when we talk about the roots of Ashkenazi Jews. Who are the Khazars? Khazars are a fascinating Turkic people who apparently had a capital on the Caspian Sea. You can see here in this German language map at the city of Itil, right in the top right section of the sort of orange part of this map, the pinkish orange part of the map. And they actually had a civilization that lasted for several centuries and interacted with many of the other surrounding civilizations, including famously the early state called Kiev and Rus, which formed kind of like the beginnings of the cultural patrimonies that were claimed by Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia alike. Also a significant historical part of the conflict today. The Khazars were a pagan tribe, like many of the groups of the region, but according to some interesting documents that have made their way down to us today, they apparently converted to Judaism in the year 740. The story of their conversion is rather amazing, and it is perhaps most well told in a book that has very little to do with history and a lot to do with philosophy and polemics. It's a famous work by Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, who was a scholar who lived in Spain several hundred years after the events described, and he wrote this famous classic work of Jewish philosophy called the Kuzari, which really means the Khazari. In the Kuzari, he describes the legend of the conversion of the Khazar king, King Bulan, who was sort of faced with a difficult choice because at that time, Christianity was expanding throughout Europe, and Islam was expanding all the way across the coast of North Africa, and then moving upwards into Europe as well, into Turkey, into the Balkans, and so on. And this King Bulan was troubled by this geopolitical situation, and also apparently motivated, at least as the legend has it, by sincere spiritual longing to find the one true religion. So according to the legend, he brought together a sort of a trilateral debate team, a representative of Christianity, a representative of Islam, and a representative of the Jews. And they had this three-way debate, and ultimately, according to the legend, King Bulan converted to Christianity. Now, before we discuss the actual realities of the legend, we should understand how it is portrayed in the Kuzari. Rabbi Yehuda Halevi lived at that time in Spain towards the end of its so-called golden era, which was a period of remarkable coexistence between Christians, Jews, and Muslims. Jews in particular enjoyed tremendous freedoms to express themselves politically. Many of them held high office. There was a rather remarkable Shmuel Ibn Laguela, who was actually the general of a Muslim army for 16 years, an accomplished poet, and a Talmudist to boot. All of these three things brought together in one particular individual. In many ways, a lot like Maimonides, who was also a product of the late Golden Era, although he would ultimately be a victim of the reactionary period when Muslims would come from North Africa and insist that all of this fraternizing with Jews was unacceptable, and the Maimonides family would later flee and make their way over to Cairo, where he would continue on an illustrious career. At any rate, Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, seeing the sort of breakdown of this period, composed this philosophical work, which is set in that Khazarian debate between King Bulan and the three representatives of major world faiths, and he used it essentially as a foil to litigate that case and to make a strong philosophical defense of Judaism, which of course results in King Bulan's affirmative decision to accept Judaism, And by extension, Rabbi Yehuda Levi is intending to make this available to the broader reading public, a rather audacious work to write in the Middle Ages. It would be audacious to write it even today, I think, in which it's a clear polemic against Islam and Christianity in favor of Judaism. So there is a lot of philosophical reasons why Rabbi Yehuda Levi would use the story of the Kuzari as a type of conceit to clothe his larger polemic argument. But what about the actual history of the Khazars? So in reality, we know very little about the Khazars as it is. Perhaps the most important piece of the story is some correspondence that was conducted between a Spanish leader named Hasdai ibn Shakrut, a very important example of the early period of the Golden Age in Spain, who was a foreign minister, essentially, who conducted correspondence and diplomatic relations with many other nations of Europe on behalf of a Spanish kingdom. And he was especially curious and philanthropically inclined towards Jewish populations all over. So he wanted to find out, is it true? Is what they say happened back in the year 740 still true now? Is there actually a Jewish kingdom in this region of Khazaria? And so he sent out emissaries to go to the Far East, to Central Asia, and to communicate with them. Unfortunately, they were not able to get past Constantinople for various political reasons of the day. However, those emissaries of Hasdai ibn Shakrut did meet people who claimed to have been to Khazaria and who promised to communicate with him and to exchange letters. And so they brought back with them some letters from one King Joseph of Khazaria, which essentially goes through the legend as we have it today. And for some, particularly early modern historians, that was sufficient proof of the existence and reality of Khazaria as we have it today. Other historians, however, have cast a lot of doubt, particularly in the 20th century, saying, wait a second here, this is not direct contact with King Joseph. This is contact through third parties, and who knows, maybe they made it all up, maybe they are forgeries and so on. And so there's a lot of questions about the actual validity of the story associated with the conversion of the Khazars. We do know, however, from multiple data points that there were Jews who called themselves Khazarian. They show up in a few places. Medieval Jewish travelers encounter them. They have various things to say about them. They're certainly not in large numbers. And there's a lot of questions about the degree to which they are well associated with the Jewish tradition, as we shall see. One of those examples that I find quite fascinating is this document, which was found in the amazing medieval archive known as the Cairo Geniza. Very quick window here just to explain what that Cairo Geniza was, because it's just so fantastic. In Jewish thought, following on the commandment to not take the name of God in vain, there is this concept that if you write down the name of God on a document, that document, by virtue of its association with the name, acquires a level of sanctity. This is called the Hebrew Shemot, which means literally names, because it has the name of God on the paper. So what that means in Jewish practice, until today, is that, for example, if you have a prayer book, or certainly a sacred Torah, or even certainly a Torah scroll, or even something a little bit more ephemeral, like a handout from school that may be given to children for homework, if it has a verse from the Torah, especially if it has a verse from the Torah with God's name in it, that document may not be simply discarded. It has to be treated very specially, And typically these documents are gathered together. Let's say a Torah scroll becomes invalidated from use, the letters are cracked and things like that, or prayer books become unbound, the spines break, things like that. You can't use it anymore. You can't simply throw them away, so they are collected in one place called a geniza, which means like a storehouse or even a treasure house. And then at some point, when that geniza is full, these documents are taken to a Jewish cemetery and they are formally buried. That's considered the appropriate way to deal with these documents called shemot. It happened that the large Jewish community in Fustat, also known as Old Cairo, somewhat south of modern-day Cairo, had this custom of not only following the laws with regards to shemot, but anything written in Hebrew characters was considered sacred, and therefore they put it in their geniza. Thankfully, for generations of historians since the 19th century, the geniza was discovered because it was sealed up for a good 700 years, and there's this phenomenal trove of amazing documents of all types. Not only, of course, religious works, including remarkable things like the actual autographed copy of Maimonides' writings and things like that, but also, casual things, because they believed that anything written in Hebrew had a level of sanctity. Hebrew characters even, so even if you like in Judeo-Arabic, which is essentially an Arabic language written with Hebrew characters, they would save those in the geniza. Everything from business contracts, marriage contracts, personal correspondence, shopping lists, children's doodles, all kinds of things. If it had Hebrew on it, it was put in the geniza. And included is this document that you see on your screen before you here. This is what we would call in modern Hebrew a petek, a small note that was essentially a letter of introduction for a charity collector. And those of you who live in strong Jewish communities today will certainly be familiar with this document, because typically when emissaries from a faraway community come to a local community to collect charity, they bring some kind of document which describes their credentials, describes the association that they have with some charitable institution. It's often signed by local rabbis or signed by famous rabbis, let's say in Israel, and they come door to door with this petek. Nowadays it's usually laminated, and they should say, I'm from this particular cause, I represent an orphanage or a hospital or whatever, would you like to donate? And they take up something. That's exactly what this is, but it purports to be from a Khazarian Jew from Kiev. This is so-called Kievan document, which dates from, if I remember correctly, about the 10th century. And among the many interesting features is that the signatures of the local dignitaries includes this document, which is written in apparently a Turkic style of runes that indicates that there was one official who actually could not even write in Hebrew, had to use Turkic to express himself. So in other words, we have lots of interesting kind of like sideways evidence that something happened in Khazaria that resulted in some Jews living there. And Kiev, by the way, was well populated by Khazarian Jews. Lots of references to a Jewish gate and things like that in the literature. In fact, the great Ukrainian historian Amelia Pritsak opined that Kiev, as it's pronounced today in the Ukrainian pronunciation, Kiev was actually founded by Khazars, which is kind of an interesting fact. One last piece of evidence that supports the idea of the Khazar conversion, although it doesn't tell us a lot about the depth of that conversion, is a very important document in the history of Eastern Europe called the Kovetz Vremenia Piet, or the Chronicle of Bygone Years, in which the great Prince Volodymyr Vladimir, who was the first Christian prince of this medieval state known as Kiev, and it was based in Kiev, Volodymyr had exactly the same conundrum as King Bulan did in Khazaria, meaning Christianity is expanding, Islam is expanding, I'm so confused, which religion should I accept? And so Volodymyr essentially repeats the whole Khazarian story with a little bit of a twist, because he has a representative of what would become Orthodox Christianity, especially after the schism of 1054, a representative of what will become Western Catholic Christianity, and so he has two Christian flavors represented, as well as a Jew and a Muslim. After having the debate, the Christian scholars who recorded the Chronicle of Bygone Years have very little to say that's good about Islam. That's sort of like dispensed with rather quickly. Judaism, however, Volodymyr considers very seriously. He says, wow, unlike the Muslims who are not allowed to drink alcohol, that was one of the reasons, by the way, that Islam was disqualified for Volodymyr. The Jews sound pretty good, and he came actually pretty close to converting to Judaism. Can you imagine what Eastern Europe would be like if Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine was predominantly Jewish? Hard to imagine. But when he found out that the Jews no longer had their own state in the land of Israel, he said, I'm going to pass, thank you. And he turned to the two Christian variations. He ultimately adopted what would be, of course, Orthodox Christianity, the Eastern Rite, and there's a mass baptism in the year 988, which begins the Christian period in Cave onward in the Slavic regions. So the Chronicle of Bygone Years, which was written a couple hundred years afterwards, also confirms the presence of Khazarian Jews. Now, what's at the heart of this? Is this possible, and are they connected to the Ashkenazi Jews? So the first thing we have to say is that many modern scholars today doubt virtually all of the aspects of the story of the Khazarian conversion. Perhaps the most eloquent advocate of this position is Professor Shaul Stamfer, who refers to it in a seminal article as a splendid story, meaning what a great story. It's so fascinating, the trilateral debate, the whole thing like that. But he argues that it is either entirely fabricated by later writers, or it is at least highly exaggerated. I myself tend to lean towards the exaggerated to highly exaggerated, but I don't quite agree with my colleague, senior scholar Dr. Stamfer, that it is entirely fabricated. I just think there's the preponderance of evidence of the connection between Jews and Khazarians is sufficiently strong to argue that something happened, but I agree that there are a lot of questions. Like, for example, how widespread was this conversion? Was this possibly just a royal conversion that was designed to sort of mollify would-be attackers from the south and from the west, who would claim that it had to be either a Muslim or a Christian kingdom, respectively? Both Islam and Christianity have theological spaces in which Jews are allowed to maintain their religion. For Jews in Islam, it would be the Pact of Umar. For Christians, Jews are permitted to exist as Jews under the doctrine of witness from St. Augustine. So there are there's space for Jews to kind of have a neutral territory between Islam and Christianity. And so it's not impossible that at least at the very highest levels of Khazarian society, they may have had a pro forma conversion in order to maintain their geopolitical stance. Another argument revolves around, well, let's say they did convert to Judaism, and let's say it was only a thin conversion, but were they adhering to a rabbinic Judaism, or perhaps another variety, like a Karaite Judaism? Who exactly were they? The various travelers' accounts that we have of people who encounter Khazarian Jews in one place or another tend to portray them as being fairly ignorant and of having very little awareness of many of the commandments that devolve upon them as good Jews. So, and of course, there's the huge question: where did they go? They seem to have disappeared from the history of Judaism afterwards. So, this essentially leads people like Dr. Stamfer to say that the burden of proof rests on those who want to indicate that Khazaria later expanded or at least maintained its position, because this is a civilization that lasted for 5 centuries, and then if they were Jewish, simply poof, they disappeared. They were ultimately conquered by Turban Rus, and then we have a Mongol invasion that conquers a region, and they simply don't appear on the world stage again. Further, well, let's get to the actual Khazar hypothesis. So here's the hypothesis that was advanced primarily by individuals who wish to impugn the status of contemporary Jews, especially Ashkenazi Jews, and there are some political connections, especially with the land of Israel. The Khazar hypothesis argues that, oh no, they didn't disappear. They actually constitute the bulk of the later Ashkenazic population. This is a hypothesis which can be immediately discarded on any number of grounds, primarily because there is no historical trace of Khazarian activity in later Ashkenazic civilization. For example, linguistically, the Ashkenazim overwhelmingly, like even in 1900, 97% of them in the 1897 census listed Yiddish as their first language, and Yiddish is incredibly German in origin. It's overwhelmingly German in its vocabulary, in its syntax. It has maybe 20% of Hebraic and Aramaic words in it, a smattering of Romance words, like Old French and things like that, but it has no strong connection to any Turkic language. It seems to be a completely divorced linguistic environment that is primarily associated with Germany. Billy Crystal, a comedian, likes to say that Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. It's kind of funny, but anyway, so there's no linguistic representation. Secondly, we have a strong record of the migration of Jews from Rhineland to Eastern Europe. I mean, we can trace communities. We have a strong literary record of the customs that they accepted. We have all kinds of material that supports the Rhineland origin of Ashkenazi Jews in Eastern Europe. We have no evidence that supports the idea that the Khazarians somehow became Jewish in large numbers and constitute the bulk of Ashkenazi Jewry. And finally, what kind of should put the end of the story to this debate, with modern DNA research advances, many scholars, including Professor Eran Haig shown here, have shown that there's no Turkic elements in Ashkenazic Jewry. That overwhelmingly Ashkenazic Jews are related to the Western European origins of the Jews. We're going to explore this a little further. Now, let me just mention, why is it then that this hypothesis, and that's actually kind of like a dignified word for, again, to use Joe Biden's phrase, malarkey, why would this have so much currency? Because it essentially undercuts some of the major claims of Ashkenazi Jews to their connection, on a genetic level at any rate, to their biblical origins. In other words, it's a way of saying that, oh, those Ashkenazi Jews, they're not real Jews. They are, as some like to say, Jew-ish. Right? They're not actually Jews. They pretend to be Jews, but they're not. So basically a racist theory. It also has a lot of implications for modern Israeli politics, because it says, okay, hey, if you want to say that one of the main reasons why contemporary Jews have a claim on the land of Israel is because they are, after 2,000 years of exile, they are nevertheless the descendants of the people who lived in the Middle East at that time. If you want to say that, no, they're actually Central Asian peoples who later claim to be Jewish, then they don't have a claim to the land of Israel based on genetics. So there's a political motivation for supporting this kind of ridiculous theory. So where exactly, what can we say about the actual Ashkenazi Jews of Eastern Europe? So as I mentioned, DNA research has helped us out tremendously in this regard. Dr. Doron Behar did some really excellent research in this region that gave us some rather surprising results. For example, that looking especially at Y chromosomes, about 40% of all Ashkenazi Jews actually trace their origins to 4 women. We don't know their names. I like to think of them as Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, but they are of European origin, most likely northern Italy, and overwhelmingly they are related to other non-Ashkenazi Jews, like Sephardi Jews, Edom and Mizrach, and they are distinct from the peoples among whom they live in Europe, especially in Eastern Europe. What Dr. Behar was able to reconstruct with the kind of scientific tools that DNA research provides is kind of an interesting migration route that helps us understand more precisely on the basis of DNA research, particularly looking at Levites on the Y chromosome, because Levite status is passed through the father, and so therefore we have a much better connection. We can see that the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews have origins in the Middle East through Italy, which makes a lot of sense with the traditional model of understanding of how Jews, especially in the context of the Roman Jewish wars of the first century, many of them, as Josephus says, in the tens of thousands, were deported to the Italian peninsula to serve as slaves. There was already a Jewish population before the revolt that was existing in Rome, for example. And then they made their way up through the peninsula. By the time we get to the earliest Ashkenazic settlements, which would be in the next lecture in this series, and from there, as we discussed, move to Eastern Europe. The DNA trail follows the same trail that I described at the beginning of this lecture. Another route, which is labeled here with the number 5, the green route, which was always thought as a possible route of migration of Ashkenazi Jews across the coast of North Africa, because we do have Jewish settlements that appear, of course, in Egypt, places like Alexandria, and then in Tunis, and all the way over to Morocco, Berber Jews, and so on, that perhaps they ended up constituting the bulk of Ashkenazi population. That appears not to be the case, but there is a certain amount of admixture, particularly when you get to the high Middle Ages, of Sephardic Jews with Ashkenazim, as we discussed previously. So that's basically the story of how Ashkenazi Jews got to be called Ashkenazi and how they got to the Rhineland and then later to Eastern Europe and ultimately to the New World. I want to thank Dr. Kegel for inviting me to present this lecture, a series of lectures in the Ashkenazium, and I want to thank all of you for viewing. I hope to see you in an hour when we reconvene for the second lecture. Thank you very much for participating.
Was reaching its peak in the late 1870s and into the 1880s. The ever-growing population and the rising consumer classes meant that production and consumption were constantly expanding, and oil was needed for a wide range of industrial activities. Still, there were challenges as well. In September 1882, Thomas Edison began the electrification of America when he switched on the Pearl Street station in Manhattan. While we might think that this would have been a boon to petroleum companies,
in the last lecture, we looked at the origins of the Jews of Ashkenaz, and today, in this lecture, what I'd like to do is continue that discussion by looking specifically at the social and economic foundations of that community. It is largely, of course, because of the attractions of the Rhineland with their unique social and economic foundations that we have a presence of Jews in Ashkenaz at all. And so understanding these two topics are very much related. Trying to understand why the Jews actually migrated to that region is extremely important. The civilization that they started there also attracted more Jews and created the nucleus of what would ultimately become Ashkenazi Jewry as a whole. So let's look first at the social structure. Here's the map, which now should be somewhat familiar. It's not quite as colorful as the Google map that I showed you in the last lecture, but this shows the development of Ashkenazi civilization. In the center region there, which has sort of a cross-hatching, you can see the Ashkenazi homeland, primarily on the Rhine River with the community of Mainz, Worms, and Speyer. Also Köln, Cologne, which is one of the oldest communities of the period. And then it spreads out, especially towards the east, ultimately becoming a very large civilization in Eastern Europe. And you can see on the left in the legend, you have the centuries in which this expansion occurred. By the way, this is a great map from the Encyclopedia Judaica, which is a remarkable resource for the history of Ashkenazi Jewry and generally other Jewish civilization. The arrows that overlay the map also give you an indication of the migration of these Ashkenazi Jews in the 19th and 20th centuries in particular. Not quite as colorful as the one I showed you, but still very informative. Here is a close-up of the Rhineland region in particular, following the Rhine River, but there are also several other very significant communities not too far away where you have the nucleus of what we're going to describe today. Some of the most important attractions of these specific communities were the early establishment of cemeteries. It sounds kind of awkward. Why would you want to move to a place because they have a cemetery? But we should understand that the interment of remains is extremely important in most faiths. The idea of an eternal resting place, a place where one may have hallowed ground to visit one's ancestors and so on. I can tell you that in my own case, I come from a very remote community in northern Canada, northern Ontario, where one of the reasons why a small community of Jews gathered there was because there was a very unfortunate canoeing accident as Jews were making their way up north, possibly in some form of trade, and they drowned at a certain point where there were some rapids, and so a Jewish cemetery was hastily created near a town called Engelhart. And that's where my grandparents, Aleim Shalom, were buried, and a Jewish community was established at that time in that region. So the establishment of cemeteries in a lot of these places was extremely important for the creation of communities as a whole, and it tended to build on each other. Jews, of course, like many religious groups, prefer to be buried among other Jews and not in mixed cemeteries, certainly not in mass graves, which was not at all an uncommon thing for parts of the Middle Ages, particularly when we get to Black Death. And so the establishment of the cemetery was often associated with the early establishment of Jews. We should also note that one of the crucial elements that relates to the development of a unique civilization in Ashkenaz was center-periphery relationships. Where was the center of the Jewish world at this time? Well, if we look around the 8th, 9th century, the most profound expression of Jewish civilization was certainly in Baghdad, very far away from the Rhineland, which was quite distant and quite small communities. In Baghdad, they had already developed just to the south of them the huge Talmudic culture. They had a long series of Geonim, which were kind of like titular heads of the Jewish community, specifically associated with the rabbinic academies. And they were, communicating far and wide with the Jews spread out around the Mediterranean basin. You also have burgeoning communities in places close to Israel. You have a small population in Israel itself, of course, a continuous presence of Jews in the land of Israel. But you also have significant communities in Asia Minor, in the Italian Peninsula, in Egypt, Alexandria, and then across the coast of North Africa until you even get to Spain, where we're just, by the time we get to about the year 800, we're just beginning to see the flourishing of Jewish communities there going into their golden age, which we discussed in the previous lecture. But Ashkenaz was clearly on the periphery. And one of the things about being on the periphery is you have to adapt to local circumstances, and you can often get away with a lot of things that you could not get away with in the center. So it's a little bit like what they say here in America, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So a lot of innovations that occur in Ashkenaz, is one of the peripheral locations of Jewish settlement, proved to be very positive, beneficial types of innovations, which would stand the Jews in good stead over their long centuries of settlement there. But they were new things that might not necessarily have worked in the center. You can say the same thing, by the way, about the growth of Sephardic culture, which was very far away from Baghdad at this time, and could, explore new modes of expression, have innovations in the region of the Rhineland at this time, is because it is on the periphery of the Jewish world. But let us also say, before we get too deeply into these lectures, that I'm going to be speaking broadly in this hour over the 9th through the 14th centuries, and there's a tremendous amount of change that happens during this time. This is a period that represents the High Middle Ages right up until the Black Death, where Europe is going through a lot of dramatic changes, some of them really quite fundamental in what we would call the longue durée, the long duration of history, things like climactic change, an increasing level of productivity of the soil, really basic kind of geological events, at the same time as massive changes in political events and cultural events and so on. So I'm going to be generalizing because it's inevitable to speak in large terms over a very dynamic group of centuries, but nevertheless we will get some sense of how the Jewish community developed and changed over these 500 odd years. Okay, perhaps the most important thing that is at the heart of the development of Ashkenazi civilization is the development of a form of communal organization, which is typically known as the Kehillah. The word Kehillah is Hebrew, of course, and it derives from the root kahal, which means to congregate, to gather. It is actually related to words which would later develop into synagogue, church, eglise. They're all related to this idea of gathering together. And the Kehillah essentially represented an iteration of the communal organization of Jews in a structure that proved to be highly efficient at maintaining the integrity of this minority, meaning the group integrity, the endogamy in marriage, the adherence to group norms, and so on, and resisted just general dissipation of the community through assimilation, through conversion to Christianity, which was, of course, the overwhelming dominant faith of the period, and allowed the Jews to survive in what were somewhat hostile times as well. The structure that I'm going to describe for you is not completely new in Ashkenaz, but there were certain refinements, innovations, and institutional developments that were specific to Ashkenaz that had a tremendously beneficial impact on Jews right up until really the 18th century, when the innovations of modern citizenship, primarily from the French Revolution onward, began to erode the foundations of what the Kehillah meant. Let us begin this discussion by reminding ourselves that in medieval society, the organization of human groups was primarily corporate in nature. And what that means is, unlike today, where, I might decide, for example, gee, I'd like to live in Budapest, and I might, immigrate to Budapest, and there, I'd have to get citizenship and so on, but otherwise, I would be like a Budapestian among Budapestians. I don't know if Budapestian is a word, maybe I just made it up, but you get the idea, right? I could basically go there, and if I wanted to, I could completely jettison. That was everything New Yorkian about me, everything Canadian about me, I could theoretically learn the Hungarian language, which is really rough because I don't have any familiarity with Finnish or any other language that's comparable to Hungarian. But let's say I can just go there and I can just decide to be another person altogether. And this is the kind of thing that we can do in modernity, primarily because our governments organize us primarily on the basis of our individual citizenship. Here in the United States, I have a social security number, which is my primary conduit of communication to the municipal and state and federal authorities. That's how they know if I pay my taxes or not. That's how theoretically they know my dental records and everything about me individually. They do not necessarily group me with my friends, my associates, my congregational group, and so on. This is totally different from medieval society, in which people were classified almost on a caste-like basis with their affinity groups. This was primarily economic in nature, meaning if you were a peasant, you were classed with other peasants, and you were typically classed as the peasants belonging to this particular nobleman, and the noblemen were classed as belonging to this particular king, and so on. And this is like a type of feudal structure that prevailed through much of European history. And so the Jews occupied an unusual kind of box, as we shall see later in this lecture, that they were organized collectively, and very rarely were demands put on Jews individually by outside groups, but were put on them collectively. And so therefore, it was in their own interest to organize themselves effectively, to have strong representation, to convey their needs to authorities, and to defend themselves from external threats and so on. So we're going to see how that plays out over the course of the next 45 minutes or so. One of the ways in which this corporate nature of medieval society is expressed was through things called charters. A charter is essentially a type of document, typically written, often forged later on in medieval periods, that describe the privileges of the Jewish community in a particular locale, that was typically contracted between the local authorities of that particular location and the chief representatives of the Jews. And these charters were frequently invoked in later centuries to protect the rights of the Jews, saying that, hey, wait a second, you can't do that because according to the charter that was signed 300 years ago, these are our rights and privileges and so on. To a certain degree, they often became outmoded as social, economic, and religious developments shifted, and some of the privileges were no longer relevant, or perhaps they were so relevant that they had to be overruled by a new arrangement, and these things would happen over the dynamic course of the next 500 years. But basically, if you think about the Jewish communities being established in the Rhineland, they typically were organized Jews as groups, like in imagine big tour buses of Jews coming into a location, meeting with the local ruler, and putting in writing the kind of agreements that would pertain to their settlement in this region, protections and responsibilities as well. Not at all equivalent to other castes in that society, sometimes much more beneficial to the Jews, advantageous to the Jews, sometimes disadvantageous to the Jews. But this was considered normal for the medieval period, primarily because it is a corporate society in which groups were dealt with as part of collective organizations rather than dealt with as individuals, as we would have in modern Western societies today. So this allowed the Jews essentially, because they had to organize themselves and they had to represent themselves within a charter to the local authorities, to establish this organization called the Kehillah. Let me show you here basically a breakdown of what a Kehillah would look like structurally. Let's start from the top down and understand how this worked. And again, as I mentioned earlier, it's not like the Kehillah structure was brand new. there were definitely antecedents that we found in diaspora communities. Jews had already been living outside of the land of Israel, outside of sovereign territory for almost 1,000 years, and they had found ways to more or less establish themselves. But the unique confluence of the corporate society of medieval Europe, the central periphery issues, led them to develop and refine this Kehillah structure in medieval Ashkenaz. So you would have at the top the people who are typically called the Tuvei Ha'ir, or the Tovei Ha'ir, which means literally the good people of the city. This is a Talmudic term which was applied to the leadership of the Kehillah, and it refers to typically the wealthier, established male Genzians of a locale. There would typically be a small number of them, like 7. It would be an elected position, but the election was based on gender and on property as well. So it was typically within a small group of people. And the Tuvei Ha'ir would have the responsibility of making all the leadership decisions for the Kehillah as a whole. In many ways, by the way, if you're familiar with the structure of most modern synagogues, it's basically exactly the same structure, where this would be the board of directors, or the executive board. This is the group of people who are technically elected, but everybody in Shua knows you really should only vote for certain people. Why is wealth such an important criterion? Gender, of course, is a criterion that's taken for granted, that women would not, by and large, hold leadership roles at this level. We're going to look at gender much more throughout the course of these lectures. Gender will play a very big role, as we shall see in the Chevlot at the bottom of this chart. But at the top level, we're dealing primarily with men. Now, why is property so important? Because there was a kind of noblesse oblige. There was a kind of an understanding that along with receiving the honor of being named to the board of directors, you're also supposed to write a check. You're also supposed to economically support the financial activities and needs of the Kehillah as a whole, and contribute to the support of the Jewish poor. So the Tuvei Ha'ir were, the good people of the city, not only because they were wealthier, but also because they would, in exchange, informal exchange, rarely stipulated in writing, but in exchange for participating in this term-limited board, they would also be generating funds for the larger community. So these are largely men of property class within the Jewish community. They would establish one of their members to be the Parnas, who is essentially the president. I wonder if the word president somehow is related to the word Parnas. I don't know. But Parnas literally means the provider. But that person would act as the chief executive officer of the Kehillah, who would essentially run the most important functions of the Kehillah. They would also hire the rabbinical leadership of the community, which often exercised its function not only in pastoral duties, but basically in a legal fashion by interpreting the conflicts within the community in terms of Talmudic law and rendering decisions, and essentially supporting the adherence of Judaic responsibilities by the larger population. Now, this should again look very familiar to modern synagogue structure, because the board of directors will appoint a shul president and will also hire the rabbi. Now, I use that term hire intentionally because, as you might assume, there's always going to be a certain dynamic tension between the president of the synagogue and the rabbi of the synagogue. They don't have identical concerns. Jewish history is replete with examples of conflict between the community, and especially the wealthier class, who want to do certain things, and the rabbi or the Beit Din oppose them, and they have to find a way of negotiating their way through these things. The rabbi has the advantage, theoretically, of popular support, because people go to the rabbi for rabbinic guidance and for spiritual sustenance and so on. They don't necessarily go to the president of the community for that. So the rabbi has kind of like popular backing. But if the rabbi pushes too hard against the demands of the Parnas and the Tuvei, then the rabbi can get fired, because his salary is essentially paid for by the taxes levied on the community. So it's not like it's not a theocracy where the rabbi is in charge. Theoretically, everything has to be run according to Jewish law, and the chief interpreter of that Jewish law is the rabbi and the Beit Din, meaning the court. But if the court rules too stringently for the community to bear, then that court will be overturned, and they'll find a new court that will interpret more leniently. So there's always this kind of dynamic tension. Similarly, if the Parnas and the Tuvei are inconsiderate of the needs of the larger populations, and they make too many demands on the population, or they refuse to allow certain leniencies, then there will be a kind of a popular uprising that will be directed sometimes through the rabbi and will require a change in the Tuvei themselves, because after all, they live within this community. It's not a separate community, and we're talking also about relatively small communities that might number in the hundreds, very large ones in the small thousands. So these are basically little shuls, essentially, throughout the Rhineland. Now, both the Parnas and the rabbi have a staff of so-called gabayim. The literal term gabbai means collector. And in modern synagogues, the gabbai has only kind of like a shadow of their original role. The modern synagogues, gabbais are sometimes called beadles, and they're essentially people who make sure that the synagogue functions properly, that when they hand out synagogue honors, that people receive them in appropriate timing and circulation and things like that. But in the medieval Kehillah, the Gabbayim were essentially like the internal police force. They were ones who would issue summons to the court. They were people who would essentially mete out the tax demands and make sure that those tax demands are met. They were actually, very, very powerful people employed by both the Parnas and the Rabbi. So today's Gabbai, respect the Gabbai, because he has a tremendous amount of authority, at least historically. Now, I mentioned taxes, which is crucial, of course. The Kehillah was self-sustaining. This entire structure, which had a remarkable number of functions, as we shall see shortly, had to be sustained through taxing the local Jewish population. This tax assessment was essentially done by the Tuvei, and they would require, on a sliding scale, that Jews who were more prosperous had to pay a larger amount of their income to the general welfare fund, and they would send out Gabbayim to make sure that taxation was fulfilled. If a person refused to pay the taxation rate that was assigned to them by the Tuvei, then they faced a whole series of consequences. They could, of course, appeal through the rabbi and so on, and they would have appropriate channels to appeal their tax assessment, but really there was no way out other than conversion to Christianity. In other words, leaving the Kehillah. Unlike modern-day society, where a Jew may choose the degree to which he or she wishes to affiliate with the large Jewish community, this was not at all possible in the Kehillah. In the Kehillah, up until the 18th century, you were a part of it, and you were a Jew, and you were expected to pay the taxes that the Jewish community levied on you, or you left it entirely and essentially became a Christian. There was no real meaningful secular Jewish identity in the medieval period, unlike in the modern period. Now, it's true that today, for example, if you get on the mailing list of the United Jewish Appeal or the Federation mailing list, the only way to get off is basically go through the FBI Witness Protection Program. But this was especially true of the medieval period, especially as the local kahilot would kind of join together and form super municipalities in which the kahilot would communicate with one another. And so if you had a person who, let's say, refused to pay taxes and decided to leave town, or more commonly, refused to give his estranged wife a writ of divorce, a get, and decided to leave town and go start a life in some other Jewish town, well, that other Jewish town would have communicated with the other municipality. Say, hey, wait a second, you can't just start up a Jewish story here. We know about what you did back in Köln, and you can't do it here in Speyer, and so they would be able to have some regional enforcement of Jewish law, which is really quite effective. And that's largely done through the divine. So, picture of the Kehillah, which was very effective in maintaining group standards, to a large degree religious norms, and to preserve the integrity of the Jewish community in an overall non-Jewish environment that was sometimes quite hostile. But I should also mention that obviously the Kehillah gave a tremendous amount to the community as a whole, and this was done primarily through these organizations called the Chevrot. A Chevra, which I'll translate here as committee, is basically, just like in a synagogue, a committee of individuals who choose to get together in order to perform some beneficial service to the community as a whole. They would typically have a budget that was allotted to them from the tax receipts of the Kehillah, and so they would be allowed to perform these very valuable functions to preserve the wherewithal of the Jewish community to maintain their own poor and their own needs. To look at just a short list of the many kehillot that would be present, especially in a larger community, the most important of which is the Chevra Kadisha, that's in the top left of these boxes here. The Chevra Kadisha, or the Holy Association, was the burial society. And this was a very high status society that was typically comprised of individuals who were typically married, often a little bit older, middle age and onward, who would care for the washing and the dressing and the burial of the deceased. One of the reasons why it was so honored with such a status symbol to belong to the Chevra Kadisha was not only because of the huge religious import associated with the last treatment of the deceased, but also because it was one of the weapons that the Chevra Kadisha, that the Kehillah as a whole could use to enforce conformity. This was, there's a whole list of punishments that the Kehillah could impose on someone who refused to comply to group standards such as paying taxes or giving a get or things like that, or even appearing before the court when summoned. The last of which was typically refusal to bury them when they pass away. And this was considered such a tremendous, punishment upon Jews that typically, if the Chevra Kadisha were to say, we have chosen that you will be denied burial rights, Jews would typically comply. They would say, oh my gosh, here I'll pay my taxes, here I'll give my wife a get, whatever it is. So that was one of the most important chevras that was, basically in every Kehillah, because people would always die. That was one of the most reliable businesses, I guess, in the medieval period. But you would also have, for example, the chevra for Ozer Dalim, which would be poor relief of various types. The Talmud and the codes of Jewish law have long discussions of various different types of poor relief, from temporary poor relief to ongoing poor relief, and calculating exactly how much income was required to qualify with different levels of poor relief and so on. And this had to be distributed in an equitable manner. So the Chevra Ozer Dalim would typically deal with this. Chevra Shas was typically associated with promoting education. Uh, Typically, Jews were overwhelmingly literate, particularly in comparison with the larger society, especially of the lower classes. And so literacy was promoted for children very heavily by the Kehillah, supported by the Chevra Shas. Parents would also typically pay for tutors, especially for more advanced education, but every child had some access to education and literacy, especially in the larger Kehillah. Support for poor brides, Hachnasat Kala, support for the ill through Bikur Cholim, support for Jews traveling from place to place, which would be extremely important for the development of international connections among Jews, Linat Tzedek, the food bank, which continues to this very day. My wife and I are very proud to volunteer in the Chevra for our own food bank here, and we deliver food even in modern day New York. Chevra Tehillim, which largely is more of a religious association, purely designed to bring together people to recite psalms for the benefit of the community and so on. And I've just listed, 8 odd common chevras, but there obviously could be as many as the community would support, based on the economic wherewithal of the community and based on the interest of the local population. And unlike the higher levels of the Kehillah, which were dominated by men, the Chevrot were dominated by women. There were certain gender-specific communities, like, for example, the Chevra Kadisha, only men would be allowed to take care of male deceased members of the community, and only women for women deceased communities. But otherwise, many of these Chevras were staffed then and now by women who constituted the backbone of the silent apparatus that continued to provide for the needs of the community. It was essentially a well-designed support service network that, through coercive methods like the tax assessment, was nevertheless able to support a wide variety of the economic positions within the Jewish society, and to allow for the development of literacy, numeracy, and of course survival through much of the medieval period. Now, once these Chevras were well established, one of the features that we see, particularly in Ashkenaz, is the development of takanot, or decrees. So let's understand exactly what those things were. Here, by the way, the beautiful image located in Aachen of the bust of Charlemagne, very important early king of this period. One of the things I find fascinating about this is that, according to the scholars who studied this particular gold statue, it contains apparently his skull cap, which sounds especially interesting to me. Is it possible that Charlemagne was Jewish? No, not at all. Sorry for that attempt at humor. It probably actually contains his literal skull cap, not the cloth one. Charlemagne is rumored to have been one of the first kings to extend the charters to Jewish communities who were establishing themselves in this region. It's more likely that many of the most important ones were actually issued by his son, Louis the Pious. This particular medieval representation shows Charlemagne on the left, essentially crowning his son Louis, quite a bit younger. And notice the person here on the left. Now that's a skull cap, right? I don't think I could carry off a purple one, although somehow I'm tempted. But black is sort of like the traditional color. And also by his grandson, who definitely issued a lot of the medieval charters. Charles the Bald is how he is named. And as you can see, he does not look especially bald. There's a lot of questions about why he was called Charles the Bald. It could be that it was euphemistic, that he was actually quite hairy. And so it was kind of like to use the common term, Lashon Sagi Nahor, it was a euphemism. But there is a bald guy here at the bottom of this picture. Maybe he's actually Charles the Bald. I don't know. I've been lecturing now for an hour and a half, and I can't tell, so maybe I'll say these things. But anyway, that's where we get some of the early charters, definitely proceeding from Charlemagne's son and grandson. And these charters were incentives for Jewish settlement, meaning once a king said, okay, Jews can live here, and as we shall see, there was definite economic and other benefits for the king to protect Jewish settlement, then you begin to see significant migrations of Jews, as we saw in the last lecture, primarily from northern Italy to the Rhineland. Most famous is the Colonimus family that moved up in the 9th century and were very important in establishing generations of leadership for these burgeoning communities. They're also associated with a group called the Hasidei Ashkenaz, which we'll explore in a later lecture. And so there's this kind of a chain migration that says, hey, things are really good for Jews in the Rhineland. We've got this great charter with these fantastic privileges, which will allow us to maintain our safety. And I heard they're developing a great Kehillah structure there. So I'm definitely going to check out the Rhineland. Once they got there, one of the things that characterizes these early Ashkenazic civilizations is the establishment of local takanot. So the term takanot, singular takana, essentially means a repair, but it is kind of like a rabbinic decree or ordinance that says, to deal with the local conditions here, political, social, economic, religious, we're going to make a rule. Anybody who wants to live here has to abide by this rule. One of the most important of those rules was the so-called Cherem HaYishuv, kind of a complex, sophisticated rule which essentially would maintain settlement rights for Jews within the Kehillah. In other words, let's say you were a Jew living in, Rome, and you decided you wanted to make your way up to Speyer, and you were a shoemaker. It could be that the community of Speyer would say, hey, I'm sorry, we have a Cherem HaYishuv that only these families can be shoemakers in our town. We do have an opening, however, for anyone who can bring us Asian food. And so if you want to open up a restaurant, kosher Chinese, that would be great. But shoemaker, sorry, it's off the list. And so the Cherem HaYishuv, which has its positive and negative, was one of these kind of takanot that was associated characteristically with Ashkenaz. Another one, very important, Gershon ben Yehuda, who's known as the Meor HaGoda, the light of the exiles, who's especially associated with the town of Mainz. He was associated with a very, very important takana, which obviously had long-lasting repercussions to this day. He banned polygamy. We should understand that the custom of Jewish men marrying more than one wife is something that has biblical roots. Abraham, of course, had Sarah and also Hagar. Jacob, of course, had 4 wives, actually 2 of them wives, 2 of them were so-called Pilagshim, but I'm not going to go into those details. And so Gershon ben Yehuda, however, and that, by the way, that was typical and entirely appropriate living within Islamic countries later on, from the 7th century onward, but it was not typical of Christian countries. And so one of the things that Gershon ben Yehuda did was he said, you know what, in Ashkenazic lands, we're going to make this rule, and it's going to last for 500 years. It was later renewed, that Jews in Ashkenaz, or Ashkenazi Jews, may not marry more than one wife. A lot of implications for this in terms of women's rights. Actually, there are many, many other takanot associated with the Meor HaGoda that have to do with women's rights and privileges, actually very advantageous, particularly within that time frame. But it also meant that the nature of the Jewish family in Christian lands was much more in congruence with Christian norms, and that proved to be extremely beneficial. But these are the kinds of takanot that would be established by these communities that had long-lasting power and reach within Ashkenazic lands. Some of them are much smaller, like, for example, we're coming up to the holiday of Passover as I speak these words, and I have a daughter who married a Sephardic guy, and although I myself am Ashkenazic, you can tell I am Lithuanian derivation. Lithuanian Jews known as Litvaks are known for their scintillating wit and precise intelligence and superior fashion sense. but she married a Sephardic guy, and all of a sudden, my daughter is no longer held by the bans placed on certain foods on Passover, like rice and green beans, which would never grace my table on Passover because of Ashkenazic takanot. But since she married a Sephardic guy, she's going to have a tremendous time this Passover. So there are long-lasting Ashkenazic innovations that really come from this medieval period. We should bear in mind, however, that there were disruptors. I don't want to give the impression that over this 500 years of Jewish civilization in Ashkenaz, it was entirely uniform. Rabbis were all in charge. Everybody was totally religious. It was actually quite a bit more complicated, as you can see from this illustration in the so-called Rothschild Miscellanea from the 15th century, which depicts Jewish men and women engaging in mixed dancing, which would have been definitely against a lot of the Ashkenazic norms of the day. Where we have a lot of examples of non-conformist behavior in the medieval Kehillah, as the Kehillah struggled to establish itself and maintain its group integrity. Where this literature resides, and hopefully we'll have opportunity to discuss it over the course of these lectures, is the so-called responsa literature, known in Hebrew as She'elot u'Tshuvot, which means literally questions and answers, where we have hundreds and hundreds of years, going back long before medieval Ashkenaz, of questions that are directed to rabbis in authority, saying, hey, so-and-so did this, so-and-so did this to my property, so-and-so is engaged in this behavior, and it's harming my rights, and is that acceptable, and so on. And the rabbis would then respond, and the responses, the tshuvot, would constitute case law and precedent for later developments of Jewish thought. And so from these She'elot and Tshuvot, we actually have a really interesting glimpse into specifically non-conformist behavior, because almost always, you don't ask the rabbi a question where everything is perfectly normal and fine. You ask a question when something is out of kilter. And so the She'elot, the Tshuvot literature is extremely useful for telling us kind of like the limits of the authority of the Kehillah and how people would sometimes push back against it, usually unsuccessfully, but sometimes, with lasting change. We'll also see sanctioned forms of protest that would include often gendered aspects. Like, for example, if a woman felt, it was typically women in this case, if a woman felt that she was not being treated fairly by the Kehillah leadership, one of the last resort things that she could do is that in the middle of the Sabbath services, when the Torah is about to be brought out of the ark for public reading, a woman could barge into the men's section. Men and women were typically separated for prayer purposes. She could barge into the men's section. She could take a spot right in the center of the bima where the Torah would be read, and refuse to allow the service to continue until she received assurances that her case would be addressed. And this was, you can't do this very many times, but it was one of those last-ditch, so to speak, Hail Mary type. That's not really the right term to use in this context, but it was one of those last-ditch type of appeals that a person could make to protest against the decisions of the Kehillah. So the authority was not absolute; it was very strong, but it was not absolute at all. Now, let us move to the economic structure and the economic foundation, because ultimately things revolve around money, right? This is sort of like the unofficial Abramson rule of history, which is if you don't know why something happens, the answer probably is money. Not always, but probably. Here's a remarkable 16th century representation of a money changer and his wife. Definitely not a Jewish woman, though, a Jewish couple, because you can see that she's reading some Christian literature here, definitely not sort of like approved by the local rabbi. So it's actually a Christian moneylender and his wife. By the way, you can also see the artist here in a little sort of like conceit. There's a mirror shown in the mirror painting itself. But nevertheless, a very beautiful representation, I think, of what must have been like to be a money changer working with various pledges and so on. one of the most important elements of the economic foundation of the Kehillah in medieval Ashkenaz was the institution of money lending. And this is hugely important, particularly up until about the 13th, 14th century. We have this passage in Deuteronomy, which Jews and Christians interpret identically, particularly at this time, which essentially forbids Jews from charging interest to each other on a loan, but they are permitted to charge interest to a foreigner. Christians interpret this that Christians may not loan money and charge interest to fellow Christians. It must be a free interest loan. But theoretically, a Christian could lend money to a Jew and demand interest payments, or more likely, a Jew could demand interest payments from a Christian loan. This was codified in Catholic law, first by Ambrose in the 4th century, and then under something called the Decretum Gratiane of the 12th century, that formalized essentially a monopoly on money lending for Jews. Now, it's not a true monopoly because we do know that Christians also were sometimes nonconformist, and there were Christians who were charging interest on loans at the same time, but they are definitely doing so without the blessing of the church. And credit is an extremely important element in any developing economy, especially when it's agrarian in nature and there's going to be a natural ebb and flow of income when you're waiting for the harvest to come in. And so when Jews would be establishing a community and they would perform a credit granting service, that was incredibly valuable to the entire region. And Jews were actually sought out for the benefit that they gave to the community by providing credit, not only for the general advancement of the economy as a whole, but especially to the kings, as we shall see in a second. Before we get to the kings, however, let's just try to understand, what do we mean by money lending? So it's often referred to with the somewhat derogatory term, usury, and it's not an unfair term in many ways, because the interest rates in medieval Europe were, incredibly burdensome. We're talking about interest rates of 40, 50% in nature. It's a huge risk to borrow money on medieval interest rates. So why would Jews do it? So first of all, contrary to popular opinion, they weren't allowed in almost all parts of Europe and almost all times to own land. It wasn't like they were forced into money lending, but it had lots of benefits. There were also specific risks to landowning. I mean, if you owned land and then you were expelled from the country, what are you going to do with that land? It was typically, as we see in the Spanish Inquisition and onward, it was typically confiscated by the state, and then you were left with nothing. So landowning is a very difficult thing to manage. It also goes along with the joke, which is no longer technically true, but they used to say that why are there no great Jewish pianists? Now, of course, there are, but back then, why are there no great Jewish piano players? The reason is because it's very hard to run while carrying a piano. Right? That's why Jews prefer the clarinet, the snare drum, the flute, things like that, which are much easier to carry. So money lending had huge benefits. First of all, it was an urban occupation. You could set banker's hours, literally, because you were a banker. That allowed you time to live close to other Jews, so you can live within walking distance of a synagogue, walking distance of a mikveh, ritual bath, walking distance of an Asian restaurant. It's almost lunchtime as I deliver this lecture. And that was, tremendously advantageous. It was not back-breaking labor like agriculture was. And so it was, well suited to what would become an urban Jewish lifestyle. But it had significant risks at the same time, because if the debt burden grew too heavy, then Jews would risk the possibility of popular uprising. We're going to see a really important example of that in a few lectures when we look at the 17th century with the Khmelnytsky rebellion. Furthermore, if the debt burden was owed to the nobility, as we'll see, for example, in England, it's not impossible that the nobility could say, wait a second, we owe just way too much money to the Jews. Let's just expel them and cancel our debts thereby. Frequently, as in the case of France, the Jews would be expelled because the debt burden was too high, and then the local inhabitants say, wait a second, it's too hard living without credit, let's invite them back. And the Jews would be re-invited and then typically expelled again later. It was a terrible kind of situation with those risks. So it had the high potential for profit, and in fact, the way the church had set up their Decretum Gratianum, they had a near monopoly on it for several centuries, but it also carried significant risks as well. Now, what about the benefits to the king? This is extremely important because we're talking about a medieval economy where a lot of transactions simply happen in barter. We're talking about, exchange of goods rather than a cash-based economy driving much of this economic medieval structure. So the Jews who are dealing with precious metals, cash money, are actually very valuable source of taxation for the king. And so one of the things that develops out of Ashkenaz at this time is this notion of the Jews being servi camarae regis, which means servants of the royal chamber. And in terms of that corporate structure of society that I spoke about earlier, the king would frequently declare that the Jews of his kingdom were his private possession, that they were under his private authority, and he would guarantee their activity as moneylenders, and he would help them enforce the collection of their debts. So in other words, if you were a Christian who went to a Jewish moneylender, like in the image we're seeing right now, that debt was essentially guaranteed by the king. If you failed to repay your debt, you would not only have to answer to Shlomi, the local moneylender, you would have to answer to the king's authority that could be enforced with actual corporal punishment if you did not repay that debt. And why was the king, so much in a rush to do so? Because he taxed the Jewish moneylenders directly and was able to derive the fruit of their labors as a major source of income. So there was a real benefit to the king to be able to have this economic engine in place. Maybe one kind of interesting sort of parallel example, when I lived in Florida, one of the big issues was gambling. Should gambling be allowed in certain areas? And the state regulated it, and there were certain areas where you were allowed to have gambling casinos. And the reason is because even though gambling is a somewhat distasteful activity, we have to recognize that it's going to happen anyways. People are going to bet anyways among themselves and so on. But if the state regulates it, they can also tax it, and they can also derive a tremendous amount of income from that activity. It has to be kept within certain boundaries because they don't want the evils of gambling to spread throughout society as a whole, but they want to kind of siphon it and direct it so they can also benefit from it economically. And the Jews, for many of the centuries that we're talking about here, are very much involved in that economic system. Now, there are elements of continuity and discontinuity throughout. This image, by the way, is fascinating, just on a very quick tangent. This is a tripartite Machzor. This actually is on the page referring to the holiday of Shavuot. On the left, you see Moses receiving the Ten Commandments. There's Aaron, his brother, there next to him. And then you have, in a kind of a hierarchical fashion, you see a group of male Jews wearing the traditional Jewish hat called the Judenhut, associated with the Fourth Lateran Council. We'll get to that later. And then behind them, you see a group of Jewish women who are portrayed with animal heads. This zoomorphism is something that is fairly typical of the 13th century Ashkenazic regions, and we'll speak about them later. Notice, however, that they're not portrayed in a negative light. They're actually kind of cute. But most viewers today looking at these images assume that they are portrayed as animals as a form of gesture to female modesty. At any rate, we should understand that during this period, we've looked at society, we've looked at economy, we should understand there's not only continuity, meaning that these social and economic structures persisted throughout centuries, there's also fundamental discontinuity, where a lot of these structures, social and economic, broke down under various pressures. Some of those pressures were a competition with non-Jews, first in trade through the guilds, which largely excluded Jews, and Jews had to find, other industries. Jews are historically become early adopters of new technologies, particularly because they were often excluded from existing technologies, and also trade. That Jews would have faced certain competition from other groups within cities and villages and towns where the charters become extremely important. So depending on the relative strength of other economic interests in these societies, you will see the social or economic status of Jews go up or down. Then you also have a very important element, which we'll explore shortly, church versus state issues. The church, in particular in the 13th century, gained significant ascendance. And the church begins to say, wait a second, I realize you kings are making a lot of money from Jewish money lending, but we think it's an unfair workaround. And we've got to change things. So among the many things that will happen, ultimately the Italian Christians will break apart the monopoly of Jews on money lending, and they'll develop something called the Monte Pieta, which ultimately will remove the Jewish near monopoly, and Christians will become very involved in it. But in some cases, the behavior of Jews, freedoms of Jews, will be delimited by increasing church authority. So the degree to which the church has ascendancy over the state will have tremendous repercussions for the degree to which societies, Jewish societies and Ashkenaz, are continuous or discontinuous. And finally, we have popular uprisings and expulsions that will constitute demographic punctuations that will dramatically affect the Jewish populations at Ashkenaz. We'll have popular uprising that are expressed in, we'll have to define the term pogrom later, but basically attacks on Jewish populations. Sometimes they will be associated with some very nasty ideas regarding blood libel, for example. And then especially when we get to the Black Death in the 14th century, there will be widespread uprisings against Jews that create pressure on the Ashkenazi communities to emigrate. That pressure will be released largely through invitations to settle, often with similar charters in Eastern Europe. So what I've described for you over the last 60 minutes is basically the kind of typical Jewish kehillah, its structure, the backbone of its economy, which would probably be reliant on money lending, but there will be many other trades as well, such as smithing and even things like popular entertainment. Music is a very old tradition for Jews and so on. But the backbone of the economy would probably be related to money lending. And how those things would actually change quite a bit over the course of the centuries that we described. I want to thank you all very much for your endurance and for your attention. Have a good day.
With General Robert E. Lee's surrender at Appomattox Courthouse on the 12th of April. The jubilation in Cleveland was cut short by President Lincoln's assassination on the 15th. Though the return of peacetime conditions would benefit the emerging oil industry. The end of the Civil War meant not only the triumph of freedom over slavery, but of industrial capitalism over agrarianism, as the war had very much been a clash between an urban industrial union in the northern states and a rural agricultural confederacy in the south. Ohio Congressman and future President James Garfield prophetically remarked,
let me start by pointing out that, I realize I'm speaking to a very diverse audience. Some of you are intimately connected with the theory and practice of Judaism, and you have a considerable amount of familiarity with the history and practice of Judaism in the medieval period. Others may be totally new to this, so I have to try and strike a balance between sophistication and introductory materials, and I'll do my best to try and satisfy everyone within this short presentation in which we're going to cover a major body of thought. So let's have a look first at the area of study. Intellectually, we have to ask ourselves, what exactly is Judaism? When we're talking about the religious life of the Jews of medieval Ashkenaz, what exactly are we referring to? So Judaism, of course, is an ancient faith. Is one of the most ancient that are currently practiced today. It is the original monotheistic faith, which later gives birth to daughter religions, Christianity and Islam, originating in ancient Israel and was developing through the ages and still practiced to this day. However, the understanding of Judaism that most non-Jews have is largely based through the filters that they receive from the Christian or Muslim interpretation of Judaism, which tends to focus very heavily on the biblical record. We should note, however, that for observant Jews, there are really two Torahs. There is the first 5 books of Moses, which is called the written Torah, and then there is this massive amount of information, which is called the oral Torah, Torah Sheba'al Peh, which informs many other aspects of Judaism and their central texts, like, for example, the Mishnah and the Talmud, which is shown here. The oral Torah is basically kind of simplified, sort of like a commentary on the Torah, but an amplification of the Torah, a clarification of the Torah, and it regulates the lives of observant Jews to the present day. So, for example, we have a commandment that I'm sure many of you are familiar with, honor the Sabbath day and keep it holy. So that's nice, great. How do you do it? Well, it doesn't actually say that much in the written Torah, how one does observe the Sabbath. However, in the oral Torah, there's a phenomenal amount of discussion, including an entire Talmudic tractate completely dedicated to that topic. And all of this is codified in something known as halakha. The word halakha is related to the Hebrew word to walk or to go. Maybe we should translate this as the path. And it's basically the interpretation, according to the ancient rabbis, of how Jews should live their lives according to Jewish law. Jewish thought, on the other hand, has quite a bit more flexibility than halakha. And even within halakha, there is significant flexibility, as we shall see a little bit later today, some distinctions between Ashkenazim and other sub-ethnic groups within the Jewish world. But halakha basically dictates the day-to-day quotidian life of Jews throughout the centuries. Let us recall that unlike, let's say, Christianity, which is very much based in creed, in terms of thought, in terms of acceptance of certain ideas and belief, Judaism is way more focused on behavior, on keeping things kosher, literally. And we should understand that halakha literally dictates how a Jew wakes up in the morning, how he or she ties his or her shoes, how they do business, how they eat, how they sleep, how they drink. Every single aspect of life is really dictated by halakha. It is all-encompassing. There is no meaningful distinction between, let's say, ritual law, civil law, criminal law. It is all part of halakha. And we can go on at tremendous length, but we want to try and focus on more of history. In terms of text, without doubt, the most important document to understand halakha and to understand, by extension, observant Judaism. I should also mention, by the way, we're now talking about the medieval period where there really is, you don't have what we would later call denominations in Judaism. You don't have like Orthodox, conservative, reform, and so on. In the ancient period, there was basically Judaism, or a limited number of heresies, like the Karaite movement, the Samaritan movement, which are kind of like cousins to Judaism, with significant friction between the main body of certainly Ashkenazi Jews and split off. So we'll talk tomorrow, God willing, about some major splits or groups, the Sabbateans and the Frankists, that are very significant to Ashkenazi Jews. But basically, for the mainstream dominant Ashkenazi Jews, they're looking to the Talmud for guidance. The Talmud is, as I mentioned earlier, an expression of the oral law. It represents the discussion of literally thousands of rabbis over several centuries, debating points of interpretation of the Torah text, introducing lots of other materials like biographies, legends, stories, popular sayings, and engaging in, really deep back and forth and trying to tease out how exactly Jews are supposed to live their lives. And that is Talmudic document, which requires tremendous training and erudition and patience to be able to decode its highly arcane and kind of cramped style in Aramaic and in Hebrew is really that's the bread and butter of Jewish scholarship for most of the last two millennia. So with this very superficial kind of orientation, let's just see how that sort of is expressed in Ashkenaz. Clearly, one of the greatest Ashkenazi contributors to Jewish thought is none other than Rabbi Shlomo ben Yitzchak, known by the acronym of his name, Rashi, who was active primarily in the 11th century. And his contribution to the study of Torah is incredibly profound. Primarily, he wrote two great things which are studied to this very day, and in fact, their study is virtually enshrined in later halakha. The first is a commentary on the Torah, and the second is a massive commentary on the entire Talmud, with certain tractates having been lost, where the actual Rashi that we have, but the vast majority of the Talmud is commented by Rashi. Rashi's genius is in his ability to boil down into very compact, clear, expressive Hebrew prose, which is not especially complex or difficult to understand. Broad arguments to clarify the text of the Torah. It's said that Jews study the Torah with two fingers. One goes in the actual Hebrew text of the Torah itself, and the other one goes on the text of Rashi, which is almost always printed on the same page as the Torah itself. That's just how central he is, because besides just explicating the text, one of the other major contributions that he offers is he unites much of the oral Torah with the written Torah. So in other words, if we have a particular passage in the Torah about which there are pages and pages of rabbinic discussion, something called midrash, he can pull from that midrash and just apply in a sentence or two, sometimes even a phrase or even a word, something that's going on in the midrash. So when one studies the Torah with the commentary of Rashi, one really gets a holistic approach to the meaning of the Torah as understood by this kind of unified perspective of the written and the oral Torah. Rashi's perspective was heavily relied upon as well by medieval Christian commentators, not only because he explains many difficult words and phrases and puzzling passages in Torah, but also because he boils down the perspective of the oral Torah and makes it available to a wider audience. In, of course, rabbinic Hebrew, but there were translators of that era who were rendering it into Latin and other languages. His commentary on the Talmud is equally profound. The Talmud, as I mentioned, unlike the Torah, which is fairly small in size, 5 books, you can put it on one big parchment scroll. The Talmud is massive. In the contemporary study of the Talmud, one of the most popular ways to study it is through studying a folio a day. That is like 2 sides of 1 page. That's called Daf Yomi. This is a program that started in the 1920s and is a worldwide coordinated study. It has been called the world's largest book club because there are literally hundreds of thousands of Jews who study the same page of Talmud every day, and you can travel from place to place in the world and pick up the Talmud where you were studying the day before, and they'll be on the next page the day after. And so it's 2,711 folios long. That means double that in terms of pages because the folio is both sides. And it takes 7.5 years to complete the entire cycle of the Babylonian Talmud. There's another Talmud called the Jerusalem Talmud, which we won't deal with here today. And Rashi wrote a commentary on the entire thing. His commentary in the Talmud is rather different in style than his commentary in the Torah. He's not trying to bring in lots of other passages from Midrash and things like that to exploit the Talmud. But basically, because the Talmud is written in a really, really condensed and difficult language, requiring pretty phenomenal logical skills and attention to skip over many of the leaps that are assumed by the editors of the Talmud that the reader will be aware of. Rashi essentially guides the reader, taking him or her by the hand, typically him, as we shall see shortly, and saying, what it means to say is this. And here, what that last passage was should be read as a question, not as a statement. And Rashi is an essential guide to just figuring out the very, very basic meaning of the Talmud. So with his prodigious scholarship, which was universal in nature, Rashi was really able to open up these 2 key books to a much larger audience of students of Judaism and had a profound impact to this day. And as I mentioned, these hundreds of thousands of students of Talmud who study in the Daf Yomi program will regularly, every day, use Rashi to understand the text. And school children studying today will begin their study of Torah with the commentary of Rashi as an essential aspect of their study. Incredibly important contribution to their thought. I know that you've studied, the students who are watching with the Ashkenazim, you've had some time with Professor Lawi, who of course has written some great things on Rashi, so I won't go into more detail. The next really significant group of scholars in Ashkenaz who made a big difference for the study of Judaism are the so-called Tosafot, the Ba'alei Tosafot. The word Tosafot means additions, and it refers to an entire school of Talmudic students, including Rashi's grandchildren, who were prominent among them. So now we're talking basically 12th century into 13th century. If you look at this page here that I've brought up onto the screen, this is actually the first page of the Babylonian Talmud, and you can see the kind of layering of the text that just gives you some sense of how the study of the Talmud, as engaged in by medieval Ashkenazi Jews and by contemporary Jews as well, involves literally a conversation over the centuries. The pink area in the center is called the Mishnah. This is the core text of the Talmud and also a major text of the Oral Torah. It's basically dealing with questions of Jewish law for the most part. And here, this particular page happens to be discussing when the Shema prayer should be recited in the evening and in the morning. And the discussion of how to exactly time the beginning of this prayer. And then below it, in the yellow, you have the Talmud itself, which is a discussion of the Mishnah. Further questions, longer explications, contradictions and arguments, debates, and so on. The Talmud is much larger than the Mishnah. It will go on for several pages, pages, and then you get to the next text, the Mishnah, and the process will be yourself. Then, on the inside column, always printed towards the center of the book by the binding, you have the commentary of Rashi. That you can see that compared to the commentary of Tosfot, they're much more pithy. Just very brief bits of information to help you walk through the text, providing things that you might have missed when you're trying to understand the basic meaning of it, as we've discussed. But on the left, you have the Tosfot. The Tosfot and Rashi are both written in a different font. So they're traditionally printed in a different font. It's called Rashi font, primarily because printers used it at the time for Rashi and it was associated with him, although it's really just an italic form of the regular square font that's used in the Mishnah and the Talmud. Tosfot has an entirely different agenda for Rashi. Whereas Rashi is just trying to give you the basic meaning of the text, Tosfot has a much more analytical approach by thinking of what's said on the page here and then bringing up contradictions that may have occurred somewhere else in the Talmud. And Tosfot, as it were, assumes, even though we're on page 1 of the Talmud, that you have already studied the entire Talmud already. This is, of course, review. You're going back over it. And so, therefore, when you're reading this again, you may have missed the fact that, 500, 600 pages later, it's going to say something that appears to contradict this page. And so unlike Rashi, who strives for simple clarity and a basic understanding, Tosfot explores the contradictions and explores the ambiguities and tries to offer resolutions to bring together the contradictory elements of the Talmud. It's an entirely different order of study, but again, highly Ashkenazic in nature. The Tosfot were based in Ashkenaz, and we're talking about literally tens of scholars over several centuries. And by the way, on the outsides of the margins, you see many other commentators. Depending on the edition of the Talmud, you'll have different commentators featured right up until the 19th, sometimes even the 20th century. The copy of the Talmud that I enjoy studying the most, the Steinsaltz Gemara, actually has a figure who passed away just a few years ago, Rabbi Steinsaltz. So it's an ongoing text. It has layers that continue right up until the present day. So Rashi, Tosfot's major Ashkenazic contributions to Jewish intellectual history in Ashkenaz. One last major movement that we should treat when we're looking at this medieval period is a group of thinkers in the Rhineland who acquired the name Hasidei Ashkenaz. Hasidei means literally the pious ones. The term is also used by several other movements in Jewish history, both modern day. I'm sure you have heard of Hasidim. These are followers of the Baal Shem Tov, who we'll have opportunity to speak about, I think, on Thursday. They're from the 18th century and onward. Totally different and, for the most part, unrelated to the Hasidei Ashkenaz, other than their basic tenets in Judaism. It's also a term that's used long ago. There are biblical instances of the word Hasidim, and there are the followers of Yehuda HaMaccabi in the period of revolt against the Syrians. They were also called Hasidim and so on. So it's a term that's reused many times throughout Jewish history. We'll talk more about that when we get to the 18th century Hasidim to understand it. But anyway, it's a group of scholars that were active, especially after the Crusades, which is the topic that we're going to address in the following hour today. A period of tremendous persecution of the Jews of the Rhineland, enduring some horrific scenes where Jews were forced to choose between baptism or martyrdom, and many of whom actually chose martyrdom. A very, very frightening period that we will address in better detail later. But at any rate, these Hasidei Ashkenaz, unlike most other movements in Jewish history, they took a very ascetic approach to Judaism, with a tremendous amount of emphasis on fasting, on penitence, on the belief in demonic powers that had to be fought against through piety, many other elements that are to some degree present in Jewish thought for centuries prior, but never really focused to the degree that they were among the Hasidei Ashkenaz. They adopted a lot of fascinating and sometimes bizarre practices, such as self-mortification, rolling in snow naked in order to develop, one's penitence and to atone for one's sin. Their coffins were dragged through the streets with the thinking that by suffering humiliation like this in this world, they will be spared humiliation in the next world. This is a movement that had a strong impact and influence, but most of the ascetic tendencies were largely abandoned. There's kind of like a reverence for that type of piety, but for the most part, later Jewish movements did not adhere to it. One of the most important literary works of the Hasidei Ashkenaz is this book, the front page shown here, Sefer HaChasidim, the Book of the Pious, which is actually extremely important for illustrating the social life of Jews in Ashkenaz, because there's a remarkable amount of kind of like folk tales, of stories of travelers, of Jews, sometimes Jews behaving badly, of robbers, of non-Jews, of all kinds of things are involved in this pious work, which is intended to illuminate and elucidate Jewish thought for the masses of Ashkenaz at the time, and it's really quite fascinating. One of the most interesting passages, actually, in the Sefer Hasidim as it's printed today, is a passage that deals with the will, the last will and testament of one of the most important of this group of thinkers, Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid, who essentially wrote a rather longish ethical will called the Tzavah. This tradition of the ethical will was, if I'm not wrong, I think it would be pioneered by the Hasidei Ashkenaz. There's certainly biblical precedents and so on, but the idea is basically not only should one write a will in which one leaves one's possessions to one's survivors. You get the house and you get the car and you get my favorite painting of Zadie or whatever, things like that. Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid actually listed a whole bunch of behaviors that he wanted his followers to adopt. And it's a fascinating ethical document. And by the way, these ethical wills are written throughout the centuries thereafter. This is one of the significant ways in which Hasidei Ashkenaz later affected the Jewish tradition. I myself and my wife, we rewrite our ethical wills every year, actually, before Yom Kippur. And I say plural because we write a different ethical will for each one of our children and our children-in-law as well, and our grandchildren. Kind of like, our blessings that we want to confer on them, and things that we hope that they will adopt in their own lives and so on. It's very meaningful exercise, particularly for the penitential season. At any rate, one quick note about Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid's will. It lists a lot of kind of bizarre instructions as well. For example, Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid commanded his children after him to never marry a woman with the same name as their mother. Right? So if Reuven's mother's name is Sarah, he should not marry a woman who is also named Sarah. This is like rigorously adhered to today. It's also applied to women not marrying men who have the same name as their father. There are, ways in which this can be dealt with. If Reuven falls in love with Sarah, Sarah can always have a name added to her, so she becomes Sarah Leah or Sarah Hannah, things like that. but it's amazing how rigorously Jews attach themselves to this particular teaching of Rabbi Yehuda Chassid, which has, by the way, no other known source in Jewish thought, neither in the Bible, nor in the Massive Talmud, nor in the Mishnah, nowhere else. Rabbi Yehuda Chassid appears to have originated this practice. Centuries later, the great Kotzker Rebbe, who was a member of the Hasidim of the 19th century that we'll talk about tomorrow, by the way, he once quipped that if Rabbi Yehuda Chassid had known just how seriously people would take every aspect of his last will, he should have included the Ten Commandments in there as well. I don't know if you're laughing. It's hard to tell when I'm speaking through Zoom, but I hope you're enjoying it. Okay. One last detail about the study of Judaism in medieval Ashkenaz, and then I will pause for some questions before we go on to the next item. And that is this notion of Rishonim and Acharonim. So if you have a look at this map here, this is the great expulsion of Jews from Spain and later the migration to Portugal as well. As you can see, a significant number actually made their way up into Ashkenazic lands as well. And the Spanish expulsion is a major scene in Jewish history. It represents the uprooting of one of the most powerful and consequential communities of Jews in Europe, the Sephardim, named after Spain, and really radically changed the balance of intellectual power and influenced the Ashkenazim as well by their thought. But we'll get into that, God willing, in later classes. But I want to illustrate that here as kind of like a rough dividing line between two major periods of intellectual inquiry. We should preface this with this concept that is very basic to traditional Judaism, this notion of the so-called decline of the generation, the Yeridat Hadorot. There is this notion in Jewish theology that when the Jews received the Torah at Sinai, back in the ancient period as described in the Bible, that was kind of like their highest possible spiritual attainment. They were as close to God as one could imagine while still remaining in a human body as a mortal. And then, as we move forward in time, away from that moment, there is a successive decline in spiritual sensitivity. And the Jewish thought kind of groups the bunches of generations within categories that relates to how far separated they are from Sinai. And I won't go through the earlier groupings, but two that are related to us today as we talk about Ashkenaz are the so-called Rishonim and the later Acharonim. The word Rishon means first. So you have these people called the first ones. It really means the first ones, the first thinkers after the last major group of thinkers called the Gaonim, who were primarily centered in Baghdad, in Iraq, kind of like the post-Talmudic thinkers. The Rishonim include people like Rashi and the Balei Tosfot, who we spoke about earlier. The Sefer Chassidim were all among the Rishonim, and they represent several hundred years of thinkers who are very active, not only in Spain, in Ashkenaz, but also in Spain, North Africa, and elsewhere. The Rishonim are occupied with somewhat different priorities than earlier generations. So one of the things that the Rishonim do, for example, is they try to systematize the commandments. In traditional Jewish thought, there are 613 commandments, a considerably larger amount than the 10 as listed in a couple of passages of the Bible, or 10 commandments. And so the Rishonim strive to codify, okay, let's count them. what exactly are the commandments? And they have disputes. Some people say this is a commandment, other people say no, it's not a commandment, just a rabbinic law, and so on. But basically, they work with those commandments. Then later, they try to codify those commandments into, okay, how do we practice them? And organizing them into major works like Maimonides' Mishneh Torah. Maimonides, of course, was a Rishon, not an Ashkenazic figure, but that's basically what's going on for the period that we're discussing right now. Around the period of the Spanish expulsion, there is a scene-like figure or a transitional figure, Rabbi Yosef Caro, who flees Spain, ends up in Constantinople, and later in Safed, Israel, and he is the author of a major code called the Shulchan Aruch. And this would be in the 15th century, late 15th century, and early 16th century, when we have really that division between those thinkers who are called Rishonim and those thinkers who are called Acharonim, which means the later ones. Whereas Rishonim are kind of more or less evenly distributed between Sephardim and Ashkenazim. Perhaps even more of them on balance are Sephardim. When we get to the Acharonim, it becomes a much more Ashkenazic enterprise. In other words, from the year 50, much more associated with the traditional Ashkenazic lands in Germany, Poland, the Lithuanian Commonwealth, certain regions of Ukraine. So there's a transition of intellectual thought between Rishonim and Acharonim at that time. It may not be common to go straight from the study of Jewish texts to gender as a category of discussing Judaism, but I think it's extremely important because one of the aspects of Judaism which is somewhat foreign to us in the early 21st century is that Judaism is a highly gendered faith. Meaning, I will tender for argument that the experience of Judaism depends greatly on whether or not one is male or female. For example, I try to be an observant Jew myself, and I, like my guy friends, we show up at synagogue twice a day for 3 cycles of prayer. There's hardly any women there, usually none whatsoever. My day is prescribed by all kinds of things that I've got to do that are associated with my role as a male Jew. My wife, on the other hand, has an entirely different set of practices which tend to be they are daily, but not necessarily so circumscribed in time slots. They tend to be much more heavily monthly activities. They tend to be much more concentrated in the private sphere in homes, whereas most of my things go on in the public sphere outside. There are a tremendous amount of differences between how traditional Jews, certainly in the medieval period, would have appreciated their Judaism based on their gender. And let me give you first a theological discussion of why that would be. Not really theological, more of a halakhic discussion. If you have a look at this chart, you can divide the commandments. I mentioned earlier 613 of them. You can divide them into 2 types. Positive commandments, which means thou shalt, please do these things. And negative commandments, thou shalt not, do not do these things. Furthermore, you can also divide them, here's a traditional Jewish symbol, with those that are defined by time and those that are not defined by time. I'll give you some examples. I'll put them in each quadrant. So, a positive commandment, which is defined by time, would be that during the fall holiday of Sukkot, Jews are required to sit in a sort of a hut with a thatch roof, more or less. It's made of natural materials, during the holiday. So there is a positive commandment, sit in the sukkah during the holiday of Sukkot. It is positive, something that one must go out and do, and it is defined by time. It's only relevant during that 8-day period called Sukkot. A positive commandment not defined by time would be from the Ten Commandments: honor thy father and mother, right? One has to always do that. One must also get up and physically do things for one's parents. That's what's meant by the word honor, meaning provide for their welfare. And if your father asks you to get him a drink of water, then you have a mitzvah to actually get the drink of water. That's like the positive. But it's not defined by time. It could be anything. It could be in the middle of the night. It could be first thing in the morning, last thing at night. Doesn't matter. It's always there. And so positive commandments defined by time, not defined by time. Similarly, negative commandments. A negative commandment would be do not eat bread on Passover, right? No leavened products may be consumed during the 8-day holiday of Passover. It's a thou shalt not, do not eat, but it's only during this period of time. Thankfully, you can have your bagels, your beer, and your whatever after Passover, but not on Passover. And finally, negative, not defined by time, would be, again, Ten Commandments, do not murder. That always applies, and it is a negative commandment. There's obviously a lot to say about each of these things, but this is a basic schematic version of how one may understand the commandments. Now, in terms of gender, the huge elephant in the room is that the Talmud says that women are exempt from the category of commandments which are positive, defined by time. Meaning, do this action at this time. Women may choose to do them if they so wish, but they are not required to do them at all. In most cases, this means that women generally do not do them. And certainly that would be associated with a lot of the other responsibilities that women have domestically, raising children, things like that. It's hard to specifically schedule leaving the home when you have a nursing child or things that you have to do at home. But nevertheless, that's the technical aspect of it. And it would mean that the lives of men and women are largely bifurcated because of this different standard of what is expected. Now, there are exceptions to that, whereas certain commandments, like let's say, for example, lighting candles on Friday night, right, for the Sabbath, that is a mitzvah that actually women have priority over men on, and it's only on Friday night where there is that mitzvah. But with the exception of those things, drinking 4 cups of wine on Passover, for example, and several others, the general rule is positive defined by time. Women are exempt, and this has tremendous implications for how they live their daily lives. There are also commandments which are specific to women, and one of the most significant of those is the immersion in a mikvah, which relates to the laws of what are called family purity. In Jewish thought, there's a lot more to say about this, obviously, but in brief, any kind of connection with death renders a person somewhat defiled. It's not a good translation, but the Hebrew term would be tameh. So, for example, after sleeping, which is kind of like a taste of death, but unconsciousness, one has to wash with water. Afterwards, water is a universal solvent for this defilement, this tuma, which is sometimes also translated as impurity. I don't like that word really either. And one of the things that is definitely associated with death is menstruation, because menstruation represents the loss of a possible life. And before husband and wife can return to regular married life, the woman has to wait a certain amount of time, and then she immerses in a particular ritual bath called a mikvah. That's what was shown, by the way, in the background of this video. What I actually made in connection with my synagogue, so I'm going to jump ahead to a particular part in the video, where we will enter the mikvah of Carpentras, France, It's a remarkable 14th century mikvah, so you can get a feeling for what it must have been like. I'm actually going to show you a little bit more of a video because we get the opportunity to see the synagogue. I just want to let you know in advance that the synagogue there was renovated in the Baroque period in the 18th century, so the interior has that kind of feel to it. But when we go into the basement, you'll see an 18th century mikvah, and then you're going to go even lower and see this 14th century mikvah, which I think is excellent. So look at the medieval synagogue of Carpentras, which I had the privilege of visiting a few years ago. And let's have a look at the exterior, moving into the interior, and then to the remarkable discoveries that were made in the basement. The synagogue is located in the Jewish Karriere, or the Jewish street. One might call it a ghetto, particularly for later times when it was actually sealed. At one point, as many as 2,000 people, something like 15% of the town's population lived in this tiny space. When applying for badly needed renovations in the 18th century, there was quite a tussle with the local bishop. The bishop insisted that there be two windows, horizontal windows, added to the left and the right of the two vertical windows, such that when Jews actually entered the synagogue, they would be walking directly under the shape of a cross. This is resonant with much of the activity that was going on with forced sermons and conversionary activity at the time. So an interesting feature, when you finish climbing the steps to go into the synagogue proper, there is one tile which is out of place on the floor, which according to the local tradition is a sign that the world is not yet perfect. Humans have a role in perfecting the world, and this is just one indication of the job that lays before them.
There's beautiful Baroque interior that strikingly contrasts with the very sort of low-profile facade on the outside. And it's the oldest synagogue in France and the second oldest exit in Europe.
There are some remarkable and charming idiosyncrasies, like a miniature chair of Elijah that sits in an alcove on one wall.
Hand up there so you can see the rest of the scale.
Oh wow, look at how tiny it is. Amazing. Another interesting feature of this 18th century Baroque style, the Torah would have been read on the opposite side of the room and on the second floor. You actually have to go up some stairs to see the original Shulchan. The synagogue administration was so welcoming to us here in Carpentras. We were coming from a significant group with Kosher River Cruises. A lot of important people are traveling with us, and so they not only showed us their prized possession, the Sefer Torah with a Sephardic style case, but they even opened up the area behind the Aron to show us all of their antique Sefer Torahs, which were too worn. Some of the letters had faded, no longer could be used for public reading, but they had behind the Aron a dark space which lovingly preserved some very, very, very old Sefer Torah, centuries old, and they allowed me to go in back.
Over 20 men, women, and children received the wholehearted support of his father. Former recognized the damage to the family's public image and used whatever.
Okay, Solomon, say something to the camera.
Guinness families.
The privilege to be holding a 1771 Sefer Torah.
This mikveh is from the 18th century. Okay, and
the mikveh used in the 18th century and onward was more similar to modern-day mikveh, which would be heated and filtered and using water in a separate container, which we'll see shortly, that was actually conformed to the requirements of Jewish law, whereas the place where people would immerse was primarily a more comfortable place with heated and cleaned water.
Okay, so this was the 18th century, the water from the mikveh. So you put some wood under, and you make it heat, and then the water goes.
In the basement of the 14th century Carpentras synagogue is the community mikveh, or ritual bath. You can see that the water is still quite clear. It's spread from an artesian well. The light dusting on the top of the water is from the flecks that come off the limestone walls. Originally, of course, you would have descended here in candlelight, which must have really heightened the mood of solemnity associated with the ritual immersion, since no natural light can descend into this space.
To marry a much younger woman, and Rockefeller only began to visit the area after Flagler's death. For the 2 remaining decades of his
The Jews
life,
coming from, of course, do not use the 14th century mikvah or even the 18th century mikvah. They'll use a modern mikvah. But the synagogue also features communal ovens used for baking the Passover matzah. A few years ago, during some standard renovation, a sub-basement was discovered in the Kazakhstan synagogue that had some remarkable communal finds.
Dites quelque chose.
D'accord.
Dites,
Ouais,
qu'est-ce que tu veux dire aux États-Unis?
Je le dis en français.
Oui,
Ah, super.
je veux.
Cette synagogue elle est exceptionnelle parce que sur le terrain, nous avons la synagogue qui est et c'est unique dans le monde, quand même, date de 1367. Et vraiment, si vous pouvez venir le voir, vous serez superbement accueillis. Il mérite vraiment sa visite.
Ok,
Shalom à tous.
ok, qu'est-ce qu'il y a ici? Voilà ce que je voulais vous dire. I'm getting dry shit. Ok. Et c'est une organisation de documents. Il y a des documents.
Despite his reputation for secrecy and reserve, as a
Incroyable. Vraiment incroyable. Non, non, c'est la première fois.
maintained the wish that he would live to 100. He would fall just short of his target, dying early in the morning of the 23rd of May 1937, a few weeks short of his 98th birthday.
Les
His
couloirs
body
ici,
was
ici, les
taken by
maisons.
train from the basement for a funeral in Vatican, during which all the old standard companies around the world stopped working to observe
On
a
pense que c'est la
silence.
guénisse de la synagogue, parce qu'on a retrouvé, c'est fini maintenant, on a retrouvé beaucoup de livres, les vieux, comment on appelle ça, quelle sorte de livres, des manuscrits de Gutenberg, c'est 1590, oui.
Wow.
50 ans après Gutenberg.
What I find especially fascinating and meaningful about the discoveries in the sub-basement of the Kazakhstan synagogue is that they literally had corridors physically connecting the homes of the Jewish quarter with the synagogue. That the Jews wanted, perhaps for security reasons, a direct and immediate and secure access to the synagogue from their homes. So that's, I hope you enjoyed that quick trip through France, so we got a chance to look at a medieval synagogue, in particular to look at the medieval mikvah underneath. Of course, they don't use the 14th century mikvah anymore. They don't use the 18th century mikvah either. By modern standards, they're kind of like, yeah. But a huge advance from the 14th century to the 18th, and then of course the 20th century looks more like a spa area. Let us conclude our discussion with a very brief discussion of religious cycles. And again, I'm going to horribly compress some amazing information into a brief period of time, but we can't understand the way in which Jews would have appreciated the world around them unless we are cognizant of their association with time. Of course, one of the most important cycles would be the life cycle, and as I intimated earlier, very different understanding of the life cycle depending on whether one is male or female. Generally, males tend to get a lot more hoo-has, as my grandmother would say, grandmother Shalom. There's a lot more celebrations associated with the birth of the boy, the circumcision ceremony, the bar mitzvah, and so on. Then, for women, of course, the massive celebration would have been the wedding. I should mention, by the way, bar mitzvah was definitely not a big thing. The 13th birthday for a boy is definitely not a big thing. In medieval Ashkenaz, it was quite a bit later that it began to become the party that it is today. Sometimes people say it's more bar than mitzvah. But the bat mitzvah, although theologically the concept of bat mitzvah was certainly present, it goes back much further. The idea that a girl becomes an adult at the age of 12 is the celebration of that life cycle event was basically absent until the 20th century. The huge hoo-ha, as shown here, though, is the wedding, which is much more oriented towards the women's experience, I would argue. But nevertheless, the life cycle was basically associated with these kind of patterns of coming of age. For men, it was especially associated with greater levels of attaining literacy. Although Jewish women were also remarkably literate, as far as we can tell from Ashkenazic documents, they may not have been as literate in Hebrew, which would be the language of religion and prayer, but they certainly would have had literacy in Yiddish, which was the vernacular. It's far more likely for women to be able to read and write, at least in Yiddish, than in the broader non-Jewish society. And this, of course, the pattern that would hold true right up until modern periods. Then you have, of course, and the last element of life cycle, of course, is the ritual of death, which, as I mentioned in yesterday's lecture, was very highly controlled by the Chevra Kadisha. I shouldn't actually say that. It's not like death was actually controlled. Death is largely out of our hands. But the process of burial and mourning and so on was largely managed by this high-status committee called the Chevra Kadisha. The weekly cycle is something that Jews would have experienced most immediately, and that relates obviously to the holidays, once every 7 days, of the Sabbath. In some ways, the Sabbath today, in the 21st century, is even more remarkable because of its remove from our contemporary activities. But basically, on the Sabbath, according to the Talmud, there are 39 forbidden categories of activity, all of which are associated with either creative or manipulative activity, which would include, for example, it's forbidden to light a fire or extinguish a fire, it's forbidden to cook food, it's forbidden to carry objects beyond a certain distance and in the public thoroughfare without a device called an eruv, which is not as common in medieval Ashkenaz. And basically, it would represent a complete cessation of all other activities, all business activities, to be sure, and much more of a focus on the family and on the community. The reason why I mention it's so much more radical today is because, we really operate in a 24/7 environment in which it becomes absolutely unheard of for people to, for example, turn off their phones for 1 day a week, which, like a digital fast. Whereas for observant Jews, well, of course you turn off your phones. Of course you ignore communicating with the broader world. You communicate with the ones you love, your family, your community, and so on. It's a very different kind of approach to the week. For modern day Jews, you see it in terms of things like electric lights are not turned on and off, food is not prepared on the Sabbath, that's prepared in advance, and so on. The Sabbath would have been, of course, on Saturdays, which was great distinction to the Christian Sabbath on Sundays, which shared some features with the Jewish Sabbath. But that disconnect between these two different days a week had implications, as we shall see as we get to the modern day in particular. And then, of course, there is the yearly cycle with a group of holidays that appear throughout the year. They have a lot of agricultural connections, particularly with the seasons in the land of Israel, but they were largely adapted to northern climes as well, including, for example, That holiday of sitting in the outdoor booths on the holiday of Sukkot, which usually falls around September or October, and that can be somewhat uncomfortable in northern Germany at that time, but nevertheless, those are the dates that are called. So, there's so much more to say about the daily, weekly, and yearly cycles of Judaism, not nearly as relevant to our more narrow study of history, however. So I'm just going to leave you with that as kind of like an overview. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to thank you for your attention now, and I'm really grateful that you're studying with me. So thank you all very much for watching.
As a botanic physician or herbal doctor, a euphemism for his habit of making fake medicines from herbs in his mother's garden and claiming their potency to cure all sorts of ailments. Quack doctors of this kind were very common in the early 19th century. An all-round con artist, William subsequently used the money he made from selling his supposed medicines to loan out money at usurious rates.
Our task now is to look at a much
specific aim of later acquiring their properties when they could not pay him back.
more difficult topic in Jewish history. We're going to look at the Crusades and the development of medieval anti-Semitism in Ashkenaz. So I'd like to begin with a little bit more generic work in trying to define what exactly do we mean when we use this term, anti-Semitism, as we shall see.
The couple were married, despite the fact that Bill was already engaged to a beautiful but penniless woman named Nancy.
We're actually using it somewhat anachronistically, but primarily because it relates to the topic at hand, and it is a term that is unfortunately au courant. And then let's drill down into the Ashkenazi experience in the medieval period in Turkey. So the first thing that we should bear in mind is that anti-Semitism, although it has its own kind of twisted, bizarre logic, it does not have to make sense. In fact, one of the most amazing and uncanny aspects of what has been called the longest hatred is that it has demonstrated the remarkable capacity of reinventing itself to meet the specific demands of a particular age and culture. If we had a lot more time, we could delve into this deeper, but I would like to point to Jean-Paul Sartre's famous statement in a remarkable little brief post-war work he wrote called Réflexions sur la question juive, Reflections on the Jewish Question. Si le juif n'existe pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait. If the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. Meaning that anti-Semites somehow need Judaism and need an enemy in order to focus their understanding of the world around them. That's why, if we have more time to discuss it, we could certainly explore in greater detail, but anti-Semitism is often seen as a reaction to the stressors of society, and that the Jews provide a convenient foil upon which individuals who feel disconnected from the world around them are able to somehow, explain their situation by looking at the Jews as to being to blame. We certainly, unfortunately, see that today in contemporary America. But it is not at all uncommon. For example, if you look at this remarkable publication that comes out of Tokyo in the year 2004, a Japanese translation of the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion, one of the most notorious anti-Semitic works, a forgery of a rather bizarre discussion of a Jewish world conspiracy, that, even though there's a tiny, tiny population of Jews in Japan, primarily concentrated in a couple of cities, nevertheless, the Japanese saw fit that there's enough of a reading public that they should publish an edition of this notorious anti-Semitic book. So, much more to say about this in general, but let's just focus on a couple of things. First of all, I'm going to use the term anti-Semitism. Now, this is, as I mentioned, somewhat anachronistic. The term anti-Semitism was actually coined by this man, Wilhelm Marx, in the late 19th century in an attempt to find a more polite or at least acceptable term alternative to words like Judenfeinde or Judenhass, which are much more vulgar in nature. So anti-Semitism, capitalizing on linguistic theory that was developing language families around this time and developing the notion of a Semitic family of languages, which includes Hebrew, but also includes Arabic and so on. But anti-Semites are rarely speaking about Arabs when they're engaged in anti-Semitic thought. And so saying one is anti-Semitic means one is against Semitism. Semitism is understood in the modern age as kind of this bizarre imaginary world Jewish conspiracy to dominate the globe, and therefore many scholars today, since there is no such thing as Semitism, there is no such world Jewish conspiracy. I'm not embarrassed I even have to actually say that, but because there is no really such thing as Semitism, therefore anti-Semitism should not be spelled with a hyphen, which implies that one is anti an actual thing which exists. Therefore, it's spelled generally with a lowercase s and no hyphen, anti-Semitism, meaning it's a word used as a phenomenon of hatred towards specifically Jews. Now, the term anti-Semitism, with its heavy reliance on the idea of a world Jewish conspiracy, is decidedly modern, and it would often be inappropriate to use that term retroactively to the medieval and certainly to the biblical period, but for the sake of simplicity, since that term has become in wide usage, I will use the term in this lecture as well. Let's try and understand then the basic development of anti-Semitism up to the period that we're specifically focused on. Historically, when you look at the earliest texts that we have focused on the Jews, particularly written from the outside, from non-Jewish society, the Greco-Roman literature certainly stands out. And much of that early anti-Jewish antipathy is really a type of xenophobia, a fear of the stranger, that reflects a Kulturkampf, a culture struggle between the values and norms of basically Greek and Roman society and that of Judaism. And there's a whole bunch of things, like, for example, Jews were accused of being lazy, slothful, because they rested one day a week, which was considered grossly excessive in the Roman world. They were considered misanthropic and clannish because they reserved membership in the group only to men who were circumcised, for example. You couldn't be called a Jew unless you went through a conversion ritual, if you were male in particular, in the ancient world. And of course, there was conflict with the Jews. There was two pretty significant revolts against Rome, three if you count the Kitos Rebellion as well, that resulted ultimately in destruction of the Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel, and then later in a further persecution under Bar Kokhba. And it's noted, for example, in this famous arch, the Arch of Titus, that was erected in Rome to commemorate that victory of the Romans over the Jewish rebels in the first century, that they have this, depiction of the Jews being forced to carry off the temple spoils to the temple of Jupiter in Rome. Now, by the way, this is what it looks like. Stephen Klein has actually done some great analysis of the chemical composition. The Romans rather garishly painted their statues, and this is what it would have looked like in the first century. Now, all of this, although Jews don't necessarily feel good about it, I mean, seeing their goods being hauled off to be displayed in the temple for Jupiter, that definitely is not a nice thing for Jews to experience. But is it really anti-Semitism, or is it just regular cultural conflict that is, demonstrated in war victory propaganda? And it seems like this is a more normal conflict, that the Jews were treated well or badly just as much as the Romans treated any other people well or badly. We can debate the finer points, but basically It's a normal type of human hatred in the ancient period as far as we can see. Now, it changes significantly with the birth of Christianity because there you have a special dynamic. Christianity, of course, is a daughter religion to Judaism. The earliest practitioners of Christianity were Jews who refined their faith, specifically focusing it on the person of Jesus. And when you get into the second century in particular, and there is more of a sharpening of the distinction between some of those early Jewish Christians who were still going to synagogue, still keeping kosher, still observing Passover, and things like that, and a much larger group of non-ethnic Jews who adopted the Christian religion, you see a kind of a family feud, us versus us arguing to an us versus them kind of environment, which is well traced out in the Gospels and in the Church Fathers and so on. You can see here in a couple of medieval representations, which are actually from the period of time we're talking about. These are both representations of the articulation of the difference between Christianity and Judaism, which would be especially useful for Catholic priests to explain to illiterate peasants how Christianity differed and diverged from Judaism, so it would be easier for people to understand what their relationship was to the frequently wealthy Jews living in urban environments and understand what their relationship was. On the left, you see that they're typically portrayed in pairs like this. One represents the church, always on the left side, which would have been under the right hand of Jesus. Sometimes you see him in a cross in the middle, and he's got his right hand over the church, and the left hand, the weaker hand, over synagogue. So on the left of the Strasbourg Sisters, you see church with a crown and a solid staff holding a chalice, and she's clear-eyed and she's standing erect and so on. On to her left is the synagogue, clearly in an attitude of decline, almost falling away from the wall. She has her head down in sadness, her crown is gone, she's blindfolded to the truth, her staff is broken, kind of like a symbol of her loss of power, and even the Ten Commandments are slipping from her grasp as she holds them casually towards the ground like that. So the image is trying to say, as it were, that Christianity supersedes Judaism, that Judaism was rejected, was disfavored, and Christianity has taken her place, so to speak. On the right, you see a rather more violent example from a stained glass window in Werben, Germany, 15th century. On the left is the church riding on a tetramorph, a dignified-looking mythical creature with the upright staff and the chalice, and a hand descends from heaven and crowns her with a halo, so you get a clear sense of divine favor. And on the other side, our right, you see the synagogue, who is riding on a donkey, holding a ram's head, probably a reference to the sacrificial law, perhaps to the binding of Isaac and the carnal nature, as argued by the Church Fathers of Judaism. Her crown is knocked off her head, she's blindfolded. These motifs appear over and over again, and literally hundreds of examples of ecclesia at synagogue images that we have. Her staff is broken, and just in case you missed the point, there is a sword descending from heaven and penetrating the top of her skull, indicating that kind of animus that is largely a result of a religious dispute between the younger faith that emerged from the older faith and a rejection of the older faith. It's qualitatively quite different from the earlier Roman Greek xenophobia. This is something that's specific to the relationship. It only really makes sense between Christians and Jews. You couldn't say that, I don't know, let's say Buddhists would have a similar kind of iconography with regards to Jews because they don't have the same relationship with Jews historically. And then the period that we are entering now, you see all of a sudden anti-Semitism just goes off the rails, and it goes into bizarre pathologies, which we will discuss over the next 45 minutes. ideas that seem to come out of nowhere, like Jews need to drink the blood of Christian children. Like, where does that come from? Totally bizarre ideas that become very conversant in society in the 12th, 13th, 14th century and onward, and have a remarkable grip on the popular imagination, really up until the 21st century, believe it or not. So that's kind of like a devolution of anti-Judaic prejudice. We'll call it anti-Semitism, although that term is anachronistic. And let's trace it specifically back to the Crusades, where we see a lot of this really beginning. The Crusades were initiated in the year 1095 by Pope Urban II. It had to do a lot with the issue of access of Christian pilgrims to the holy sites in Jerusalem. At this time, of course, Jerusalem is not under the control of the Jews. Jews have been formally removed from sovereignty in the first century, 900 years earlier, and it's now the Muslims who control it. And the charge was that they are not allowing sufficient access to Christian pilgrims. Urban connects with his Eastern Orthodox Christians, and they put together this remarkable ecumenical movement to march all the way to Jerusalem and to wrest control of it from the Muslims. Now, for our purposes, we are less concerned with what happens in Jerusalem. There are Jews living there, and actually they end up defending the city along with their Muslim neighbors from the Christian Crusaders. It becomes a terrible bloodbath, and Christians murder Jews and Muslims in the battle, but ultimately the Christians are able to get a foothold in Jerusalem and in Israel, and it goes back and forth for the next couple of centuries. There's actually several crusades, but what's especially relevant for us looking at Ashkenazi Jewry, which is not present in Jerusalem at this time, is the fact that many different peoples are attracted to the message and mission of the Crusades. Not only the more well-disciplined troops associated with the nobility, but also a bunch of rabble that seize on the idea of attacking the infidel, and they follow some strange, mendicant friars and ascetic individuals who, take on themselves some kind of neo-prophetic role to urge them to follow them all the way to Jerusalem, where they will, seize the holy sites and restore them to Christian glory. And at a certain point, particularly in the Rhineland, this idea circulates that, why should we schlep all the way to Jerusalem? They probably don't use the term schlep, but why should we take ourselves all the way to Jerusalem to defeat the infidel, meaning the unfaithful, in other words, the Muslims? Why should we go all the way there if we're going to fight infidels? We have infidels right here in the Rhineland. We should fight them here. And so, from the horrible year 1096, and then repeated for several times through the next century, there are these awful massacres that occur in towns like Speyer, Worms, and Mainz in particular, the tri-town on the Rhine River, also in Köln and many other places, where there are these horrific massacres led by bands of local individuals, riffraff and people of very limited means who are not necessarily ready to outfit themselves and go follow the troops all the way to Jerusalem. And they typically offer the local Jewish inhabitants the choice of baptism or death. And in the many chronicles that Jews recorded after these events, we have these horrific stories of Ashkenazic Jews choosing to martyr themselves, often slaughtering their families before they kill themselves, rather than submit to baptism. It is in many ways a culturally defining moment for Ashkenazi Jews who see this as kind of like a choice with no alternative. Not necessarily the same kind of approach that was adopted, for example, in Sephardic land when forcibly converted in the pogroms of 1391, a couple hundred years later, where Sephardim elect to find a way to accommodate their newfound baptized status, not for our discussion today, but for Ashkenazim, this creates kind of like a cultural marker in time where Jews were faced with this horrific, terrible choice, and many of them chose martyrdom. Of course, many of them also chose baptism, and later one of the issues which Rashi, among others, will deal with is what about these Jews who saved their lives by electing to be baptized, and then later, once the Crusades died down, they wanted to come back to the Jewish fold, and Rashi and others had to deal for the first time with the question, really, of, well, does it count? Can you come back to Judaism? What happens when you're baptized? They ultimately resolve it in the favor of, yes, they remain Jewish, and they are accepted back into the community, but there was, at any rate, a significant amount of debate at the time. So the Crusades really constitute one of these turning points in Ashkenazic cultural history. It forces Ashkenazim to sort of look at the outside world as being fundamentally toxic, dangerous. It forces them to look at their Christian neighbors as the other, as a society that is actually bent on their destruction. And to tell you the truth, based on what we're going to talk about in the next half hour or so, it's hard not to sympathize with that perspective, because the next couple of centuries are really going to be quite nasty for Jews. A large reason for this is that the church is ascendant in the 13th century, actually leading a massacre of the Cathars. That was a Christian group that was declared heretical by the church, had very little sympathy for the Jewish minority. And throughout the 13th century, there was a series of new and ever-increasing restrictions placed on Jews. Among the most prominent, at least in terms of art history, is the demand for Jews to wear a Jewish badge. As you can see here, this representation, it is a round circle on their clothing. It actually varied from place to place, whether it was a round circle, which may have been a reference to the 30 silver pieces that Judas received for betraying Jesus, may have some kind of reference to the issue of usury that we discussed yesterday. But sometimes it's the tablets of the law, sometimes it's red, sometimes it's yellow. It is not, however, a Star of David. That's an innovation that comes much later. The Nazis would use the Star of David very heavily. But in this Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, there are a series of canons that restrict Jewish usury, that require the badge, that forbid Jews from holding public office, which was not at all unheard of. Jews, particularly in the south of France, are holding public office and so on. And when Jews are baptized, they are prohibited from returning to Judaism, which obviously had very significant consequences, not from the Jewish side, but now from the Christian side regarding those victims of the Crusades in particular. So the kings who had previously seen the Jews as a source of profit and had taken the Jews in as servi camerae regis, we discussed yesterday, the servants of the royal chamber, they had less and less authority in the 13th century as the church begins to assert its power fairly successfully with a series of bans like this. How we see this idea translating into popular thought is in a couple of areas which are, incredibly nasty and really quite pernicious for the future of Jewish history. The first is, of course, the charge of blood libel. It first emerges in the 12th century in the form of what is called ritual murder. This charge that Jews need to reenact the passion of Jesus by, God forbid, crucifying a Christian child. William of Norwich in 1144 is understood as a child who was associated with this ritual murder, which of course is a complete canard. That particular case has been thoroughly debunked. But let us understand this in a broader perspective. Unfortunately, then and now, we have some despicable adults who will prey on children. God forbid, should not happen to any of us. And those children, once harmed, especially if they are murdered, are later discovered by the local population, and they are justifiably angered, and they want to find a culprit. It is remarkably easy to blame the Jews and say, aha, the Jews did this. And you ask, well, why would the Jews do this? And you say, oh, the answer is because they have to reenact the crucifixion of Jesus. That's the argument, basically, of the charge of ritual murder. From England, it spreads to the continent, and here you can see it throughout the entirety of Ashkenazic lands. It actually penetrates Sephardic lands as well. The numbers represent the centuries in which a blood libel was specifically charged against the Jews. So I forgot to mention the charge of ritual murder, which essentially refers to the murder of the child like a crucifixion. That devolves into the blood libel, which is sort of like an enhancement of this story, that not only did the Jews need to kill this Christian child, they need to drink its blood, drink the child's blood, for reasons which are like as fantastic as you can imagine. It was widely asserted that Jews had a unique stench that could only be resolved through Christian blood, that Jews were infertile, and this was a way of restoring Jewish fertility. That Jewish men menstruated and they needed to replenish their iron by drinking this blood. Absolutely ridiculous, insane kind of assertions, but each one built upon each other in a conspiracy-like mentality, and it proved to be a dramatically powerful thought that was able to communicate throughout Europe. In many cases, they actually had attacks on Jews when there was no body of a Christian child ever found. Just simply, the rumor went out that a Christian child was murdered. No body was ever found. No one ever reported a child missing, and the Jews would nevertheless be attacked. It was an absolutely horrific period of time. And as you can see from the numbers here, it goes all the way up to the 20th century. If we move outside of Europe, you actually have blood libels in the 21st century, particularly in some Muslim regions. And again, I feel constrained to point out this is completely imaginary. This never happened, but nevertheless, the belief that it did happen was sufficient to cause these terrible riots, these show trials, and so on, right up until the modern era. And in fact, we have some really disgusting, perpetrations of this idea right up until the 21st century. This is something right from the beginning of the COVID era. It was like things couldn't get worse. This is a contemporary artist named Gasparo who actually, painted a scene based on the same blood libel of Trent, extremely evocative, incredibly anti-Semitic, and just perpetrating this element of hatred in contemporary society for no reason that I can possibly justify. So the blood libel just races through Europe from the 12th century onward and has a lasting hold on the popular imagination. Let us move to the next element which is related to it, and that is the charge of post-desecration. Let's just recall in Catholic practice, Orthodox practice as well, actually, there is a ritual known as communion, in which a member of the church will confess sins and will receive penance and absolution. And at the end of that, they are allowed to participate in this ritual of communion, which involves the consumption of a ritual item of food, typically a small wafer, like a little round cracker. Could be a cube of bread, like in some churches, and drink some wine. And and this has significance, obviously, within Catholic practice. So the argument is that this actual consumption of the wafer and drinking of the wine represents through the doctrine known as transubstantiation, the actual body of Jesus. And so the thought goes, and by the way, during the 14th century in particular, where you had the Eucharist controversy, Eucharist is another word for this thing called the host, which refers to the cracker. The church really wanted to let people know about this idea of transubstantiation. There was a certain amount of pushback. I'm not really adept in Christian history, but I understand that many Christians were not enthusiastic about believing that the food actually was the body of Jesus. But nevertheless, it certainly reinforced the church's position if there was this notion that the Jews, since they were inveterate haters of Jesus, they also must hate the host. Since the host is the body of Jesus, not symbolically but really, then Jews must want to torture the host like they want to torture Jesus through the charge of ritual murder and blood libel. So you have this series of stories that, like the blood libel, race through Europe that do not involve the abuse of children, but do involve the abuse of the host. And unfortunately, the end result is very similar. Jews are rounded up. There will be a trial, sometimes just a facade of a trial, and then there will be public burnings and massacres of that nature. Really horrific kinds of things. Here is a 15th century representation of the host desecration from Passau, Germany. And you can see the story is laid out kind of like almost in a comic book form, which makes it kind of interesting. On the left, there is a Christian individual who's gone into the church, and you can see that he's surreptitiously looking over his shoulder as he sweeps up the host and puts them into the bag he has at his side. In the second panel, he goes to the Jews. You can see they're labeled with the ruel there, and he offers the host in exchange for money. The Jews take this back to their synagogue in the third panel, and in the fourth panel you can see that they are stabbing the host. You can see in the background the artist is obviously unaware of Hebrew typography, and he's tried to represent the Ten Commandments on the two tablets in the background there. But basically, the Jews are stabbing the host with knives, and miraculously it is bleeding. Right? The idea of emphasizing the miraculous qualifications of the host is a way of advancing the Eucharistic argument to begin with. Then what happens is people get suspicious. There's some sort of town official, some type of policeman comes to the door. The Jews gather up the host very quickly, and then in the second panel they throw the host into the oven. Again, miraculously, the image of a cherubic child is viewed in the flames, and doves fly out of the furnace, who are then captured by waiting angels. Lots of miracles associated with the host. And then in the third panel, the officials break in and they arrest the Jews. They behead several of them in the final panel here. The rounded hat like that is also, with the kind of pointed top, is associated with Jews as part of the Fourth Vatican Council as well. They torture some of the Jews here in this panel. Others are set aflame. In the third panel, the Christian, who originally was the accomplice who betrayed the host, this is a very common theme, is taken away. And then in the final panel, the synagogue is rededicated as a church. And with the exception of the burning of the Jews and their abuse and the confiscation of Jewish property, nothing else was true. Unfortunately, violence against Jews was something which was characteristic of the era. Now, here you can see in this map the progress of the host desecration motion, which makes its way from France in particular, and then eastward throughout Central Europe and Poland. Also makes its way south into Portugal and Spain. Very, very popular idea for those who would see conspiracy afoot. Now, it's also important to know, like, what was the actual church position on these things? It's quite fascinating, particularly with the blood libel. The higher levels of the church and the popes for most of these periods were very much against the notion of perpetrating this blood libel and ritual murder charge. They saw no point to it. Jews, when there was rumors of a blood libel afoot, frequently sent urgent messages to ecclesiastical authorities asking for assistance, and that assistance was forthcoming. The church frequently printed bulls, which are kind of like decrees, instructing the population that it's not true, Jews do not drink Christian blood, please do not get all upset and arrest the Jews and, God forbid, kill them. This was in keeping with Catholic doctrine, something called the doctrine of witness, which forbade the indiscriminate murder of Jews. But it seems that the church was unable to control the laity in this cause. There was sufficient popular energy, sometimes driven by illiterate lower clergy who would be, in any rate, unable to read the Catholic bulls that were published by the popes. And they were instrumental in whipping up the frenzy and the local population charging the Jews with this act of violence. The church may have been somewhat more ambiguous with regards to the host desecration charge, because that, of course, was more or less in line to some degree with Catholic thought, the notion that the host was the body of Jesus, and the host desecration charge reinforced that position. But it is interesting to note that with virtually few exceptions, the higher level of the church strove, largely unsuccessfully, to restrain this violent impulse, but nevertheless it was fomented from below by popular imagination. So both of these developments, the ritual murder / blood libel, and then after it, the host desecration charge, resulted in creating an atmosphere of fear that permeated much of Ashkenazi Jewry, particularly in Western Europe, during the High Middle Ages, going into the 14th century, and made Ashkenaz a much less comfortable environment for Jews as a whole. Let us conclude this kind of race through anti-Semitic theory by looking at one last element, which proved to be instrumental in forcing Jews to basically abandon much of Ashkenaz and move their way towards Eastern region, and that was the advent of the Black Death, the bubonic plague, which you can see from this map, makes its way from the northern coast of the Mediterranean up into Central Europe, and results in phenomenal demographic devastation. Sometimes 30% of a region would succumb to the plague during these years, and it caused tremendous havoc, particularly when people were, completely unaware as to why this was happening. Now, it is a widespread myth that Jews were somehow less spared the ravages of the plague than non-Jews, and we simply have no data to support that or even to deny it, but it's hard to imagine that that is in fact the case. Some argue some rather fanciful theories, like, for example, that Jews are hesitant to own dogs for much of Ashkenazic history. There's a discussion in the Talmud of a prohibition of owning a vicious dog. Even a dog that barks a lot is potentially hazardous to other people, and therefore you would be subject to liable for damages if your dog harms another person, even if they bark and frighten another person in an appropriate way. So historically, culturally, Jews tended to favor other animals as pets, in particular cats. So the theory, which is kind of fanciful, is that if Jews had cats, the cats chased away the rats and mice. The rats and mice were the vector of the fleas that carried the bacillus that was responsible for the plague, so therefore Jews were less likely to get the plague. I mean, it's an interesting idea, but we have no data to support it. Another somewhat more convincing argument is that the Jews were somewhat cleaner. We have to realize that medieval Europe was definitely not a clean place. People rarely bathed, hardly changed their clothes at all. Jews, at the very least, would customarily bathe once a week for the Sabbath. So, not exactly squeaky clean by modern standards. So, it's not that much cleaner. And, washing before eating bread, that's a ritual requirement that Jews would have to engage in. Washing with cold water without soap, it's hard to imagine that they're really going to be less likely to catch the plague. On the contrary, there are good arguments to suggest that Jews would have been more likely to contract bubonic plague than their neighbors, primarily because of what's called the urban charge. Remember that term correctly. By living in higher concentrations in urban settings, which was more characteristic of Jewish patterns of settlement, rather than far apart from each other in open fields and farmsteads, Jews were more likely to be in congress with other people and to catch the contagion because they simply have many more people to come into contact with in a given day. So that urban debt or that urban charge would suggest that Jews probably suffered more from the plague than others. There are some interesting studies of local activities. We do have some memoirs from doctors, Jewish doctors who were active in the plague, but they do not give us any real indication on it. At any rate, sorry for that bit of a tangent. The plague, not surprisingly, advanced more anti-Semitic theories because one of the popular ideas was, well, it must be that Jews caused this plague somehow. Some of the more bizarre ideas were the notion that Jews were in league with the devil and they had received the help of lepers that somehow allowed them to conspire together to poison the waters of Europe. And you see in this image here, there is a representation of a Jew standing on the left, and he's wearing some kind of like a turban, which is like the artist's impression of perhaps some kind of Middle Eastern garb. There is the victim of a ritual murder on the cross there, and wounded, probably also the blood libel, and using, as the legend goes, some of the discarded flesh of lepers, which is apparently in that leather bag he's about to drop into the well. The Jews were able to concoct some kind of secret recipe that would create the plague, and then he's dropping this into the well, and you can see sort of spinning up out of the well is a demon that urinates back into the waters and poisons them. So, the rest of the story you can probably finish for yourself. People get very upset. People blame the Jews, and then you have mass arrests of Jews and spontaneous burnings of Jews, as we have in several Ashkenazi locations in the wake of the Black Death. So, taken together, this rather nasty period of growing anti-Semitism creates an environment in which Jews are not wanted, and Jews don't want to be there that much either. In many cases, their departure from Ashkenaz is accelerated by numerous expulsions. As you can see in this map, there's a whole range of them. This includes, of course, the great expulsion from the Iberian Peninsula in the 15th century. But the expulsions from places like France were primarily economic in nature, less associated with blood libels and host desecration, but nevertheless very much connected with arguments over debt load and things like that. You see the same kind of thing happening in England. Sometimes the expulsions are a result of misanthropy, meaning that the Jews are charged with various human-hating activities. That's what misanthropy means, like misanthropy, hating other people. And we see that expressed in the blood libel and the host desecration. Both of those things are entirely fabricated, have no basis in reality whatsoever, and nevertheless, have a powerful hold on the imagination. And then finally, you have expulsions which related to panic over contagion related to the Black Death. But taken together, the economic, the anti-Semitic, and various cultural popular movements conspire to make Ashkenaz a far less attractive location for Jews to settle. This is moving into, 300-400 years since they originally arrived in Ashkenaz, and that begins to push Jews more towards the east. As they move to regions like Poland, Lithuania, southern Ukraine, there they find not only are they free, at least from the time being, from these charges, but they're also welcomed, much like they were earlier as Serve Camerai Regis, as servants of the royal chamber. They're welcomed as administrators and middlemen in a latifundia-based economy that we'll discuss in a few lectures when we get to specifically the Eastern European economic situation and its impact on the local population. But for the time being, this has kind of been a lightning tour of elements of anti-Semitism in Western Europe, in the homeland of Ashkenaz. I thank you very much for sticking with me through this difficult lecture.
To avoid a political backlash, in the mid-1870s, he continued to acquire refineries. In the process, many former critics became standard converts. The most prominent was the 27-year-old John D. Archbold, who had been one of the most vociferous opponents of the South Improvement Company scheme. Archbold became a senior figure at Standard Oil and represented Rockefeller in negotiations.
Let us begin right away by
in September 1875,
going to our topic, which is, of course, the Khmelnytsky uprising and Ashkenazi Jewry. This is part 5 of the lecture series regarding Ashkenaz. Here, I hope you can all see my screen all right. I want to begin with a short historical trigger alert, because we're going to be speaking about some aspect of history which is, especially in the present moment, somewhat controversial, and has actually been the source of a certain amount of grief for me personally, as I hope to explain. Let me begin by taking you into a little bit of a historiographic discussion, and then we'll focus in on the 17th century. So, introducing you here to 3 very important historical thinkers. On the left, you have Leopold Pomeranke, who is one of the most important 18th century, 19th century historians, whose approach to history was really very straightforward. A lot of people can appreciate it. He says that historians should really concentrate on, in his famous phrase, "Was es eigentlich gewesen war?" What actually happened? Just try and drill down on getting just the facts, as they would say in common parlance. And that's, a little bit more complicated than many would think, as Pomeranke would explain as well. Then in the middle of your screen, you have Julius Wellhausen, who was known for biblical studies in particular. And I think one of the most contributions that he brings to our discussion and to historical scholarship in general is the notion that historical works are more about the period in which they are written than the period which they purport to describe. A very important concept, in that, we have to understand that historians are people too, and historians work with a certain set of assumptions, a Weltanschauung, a way of looking at the world, and when they look at their data, they are participant observers in the overall arc of history, and so they interpret that historical data within the light of their appreciation of the human condition as a whole. And as we shall see, this is extremely relevant for today's topic. And then on the right, you have the incredible encyclopedic Jewish historian Salo Whitmire Baron of Columbia University, actually a native of Ukraine originally. who spoke about the present moment, in particular for 20th century Jewish historians, and he criticized what had been known as or what he termed as the lachrymose conception of Jewish history. Lachrymose meaning full of tears. Now, there's definitely a lot to cry about in Jewish history. Most of Baron's great work was written, for example, after the Holocaust, which we will discuss in a few lectures. And this is an incredible, colossal Jewish tragedy and world tragedy over which, there's a tremendous amount of space for lament. However, Dr. Baron really emphasized that we should not reduce Jewish history to a cycle of books and pogroms and books, meaning this kind of model that Jews are extremely intellectually active, producing all of these fantastic literary works that generate tremendous contributions for global culture, and then they are unfairly attacked in these horrible acts of violence, and then nevertheless they come back and they create more works of lasting literary value and so on. This kind of cycle of intellectual activity, unfair persecution, intellectual activity, and so on. There is merit to that understanding of Jewish history, but it is horribly reductionist, and it evades most of the sophistication that we really need to bring to bear to understand the much more complex dynamic of social factors, economic factors, religious factors, political factors that shape Jewish history as a whole. Now, if we take these three things together, if we try to understand was ist eigentlich gewesen war in the 17th century, what actually happened in the Chmielnicki rebellion, specifically with regard to the Ashkenazic Jews that are our subject of study for the series, if we understand that whatever we say today, whatever we research today, is, like Wellhausen would argue, trapped within our current historical moment, then what would Saulo Baron say, or what would Leo Piney would say, if we were to look at our present moment and how do we fit that within what had become the dominant mode of Jewish scholarship, especially in the immediate post-Holocaust period, as we, are still recovering as we're still recovering as orphans of that great tragedy. And in particular, if we're talking about 2022, our current moment, of course, the most dramatic elements that are affecting our lives right now is the horrific conflict in Ukraine, in which Ukraine was attacked unprovoked by Russia, and the people of Ukraine are suffering tremendously with bombardment of civilian areas. They're digging slit trenches, Mariupol, and places like that to be able to bury their dead. An estimated 10 million people displaced as a result of this war. And we see no immediate end in sight, with several million, by the way, of those displaced as refugees in neighboring countries. In many ways, this is a reflection of the 17th century conflict that we're going to study, although the players are going to be quite different. And in the middle of all of this, you have a heroic president, Volodymyr Zelensky, who right from the very beginning of the conflict elected to remain in the capital, despite the multiple assassination attempts that were launched against him and the tremendous dangers to himself and his family. He chose to remain, and in many ways energized the entire world to take action to defend the civilians of Ukraine, and he continues to behave in this manner to the present day. Zelensky, of course, is Jewish, and this is, somewhat ironic when one tries to place his current role within the lachrymose conception of Jewish history, which tends to view our 17th century perspectives of Ukrainians and Jews within the model of books and pogroms, with emphasis really on the latter, pogroms, because the 17th century Chmielnicki uprising is one in which there was phenomenal violence visited on on the Jewish minority in Ukraine. It is a period in which Jews look back with tremendous sadness and anger as they reflect on the horrific descriptions of those pogroms and the terrible murders that occurred at that time at the hands of the Kozakher, the Cossacks, who we will describe shortly. But if we are to try to understand this in a more sophisticated manner, we'll see that it's considerably more complicated than the Lacrimose model would offer. And that's really what I hope to drill in today. Looking at this picture, I also reflect, interestingly, I think, that, Zelensky, by the way, here is holding his formal emergency application to join the European Union, which is, of course, a major contested issue within the conflict itself. Vladimir Putin of Russia wants to keep Ukraine neutral outside of the Western orbit, and Zelensky and many other Ukrainians see themselves as fundamentally European rather than within a Slavic Russian orbit specifically, or post-Soviet orbit. And look at the individual standing to his right, Ruslan Stefanchuk, who looks to me like, my image of a Kozak that I think a lot of people who are Jews would, I think, resonate that. He stands a full head taller, quite a bit larger, and, that's kind of like my gut reaction to the history of the Kozakher, as we shall see. Nevertheless, in this presumably deeply anti-Semitic country, looking at it from the Lacrimose position, Zelensky could be elected with a 72% landslide in the recent elections, regardless of his Jewish origins. The same thing happened. You got a prime minister who's Jewish and so on. I mean, how does this fit together? That's going to be part of our discussion today. So here is the trigger warning, and then no more interruptions. Let's go straight to the history. In the context of this conflict, because I'm deeply, involved on a scholarly level with the history of Jews of Ukraine. My first area of research was the Jews of Ukraine during the revolutionary period. I published a book on that topic, my dissertation, and written a few other things. Traveled there many times to do research. I felt great sympathy for the civilians of Ukraine, and so I published a few videos on my website. And those were, thank God, very well received. Lots of people enjoyed learning about the history of the Jews of Ukraine, which was my small contribution to the overall effort to restore normalcy to that region of the world. But I was surprised by two types of hate that I received that were really quite intense. One was the remarkable number of Russian bots. I use that term in two senses. Bots in the sense that they're probably just automatic, negative comments because they say something somewhat positive about Ukraine. And bots also in the term of being purchased, because I saw a lot of people who were just completely sold on the ridiculous amount of Russian propaganda that somehow colors their understanding of this conflict. But the other group that really bothered me was I received a lot of negative comments from Jews who were deeply disturbed with the concept that there might be something redeeming, even partially, about the Ukrainian people. And they held on to what I would characterize really racist views, understanding in an essentialist manner that all Jews are always good and they never do anything wrong, and all Ukrainians are the opposite. I was very sorry to hear that. I even received some personal emails from people with whom I had a relationship for a very long time. And when I suggested that their views were actually racist, then I got such tremendous flack, and I think some friendships are irreparably damaged. But what we're going to look at today is a much more sophisticated period in which we will have to challenge that very rigid and self-affirming notion, both for Jews and for Ukrainians, and by the way, also Poles and so on. History is far more complicated. If you are concerned about this and you are not prepared to have some of your presumptions challenged, I suggest that you stop watching this video right now. If you're on YouTube, type into the search bar cute puppy videos or kitten videos, and I'm sure you'll find things that are far more appealing. But if you are willing to continue with me as we look at this from a more sophisticated historical perspective, please do. So let us go straight to the history. Sorry for that rather longish introduction. So as we discussed in the previous lectures in this series, the Ashkenazi population is based primarily in the Rhineland, and they're settled there from about the 9th century onward. And as we move through the next 5 centuries, there's a rather large swelling of anti-Semitic pressures that drives them to the east. These pressures are expressed in terms of economic competition, with money lending falling under increasing challenge. There are religious pressures, or anti-Semitic pressures that have roots in the religious conflict. You see the rise of the ridiculous blood libel that caused so much violence, the host desecration charges, and so on. And there are a number of expulsions as well. France expels the Jews several times in the 14th century, as we discussed. So there's like anti-Semitic pressures which are driving Jews out of the Rhineland. And at the same time, there's kind of an invitation, literally invitation, I should say, an economic opportunity vacuum that opens up in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth that draws many Jews into new settlements there. They're still living under the corporate structure that we described for the Rhineland, and they will set up similar communities with charters and privileges and so on, as we discussed. But it is going to take on a somewhat different character economically, as we shall see. Here is the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth at its greatest extent. This was a political union, really a dynastic union of the Lithuanians and the Poles that lasted for several hundred years. And as you can see, with the modern boundaries that are sort of overlaid on this Commonwealth, there's a massive political entity stretching from the Baltic Sea almost all the way down to the Black Sea and encompassing several modern European boundaries. Where Jews settled was in Poland and Lithuania and in parts of Belarus. And for our purposes, quite a few settled in this region of Ukraine known as Right Bank Ukraine. The term Right Bank refers to the Dnipro River, which more or less bisects Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory. And since it flows to the south, when you're watching it flow and you stand on the right-hand bank, that's why it's primarily Western Ukraine. How many Jews were living here on the eve of the Khmelnytsky Rebellion, which was in 1648? The most solid demographic analysis based on the sources that we have, some of which are actually quite accurate, tax records and things like that, is about 40,000 Jews living in the region. The most important pioneering research that I'm going to be relying on for much of this presentation is the work of Shaul Stamfer of Hebrew University. He's a senior scholar, very well respected, who's done a lot of work on Eastern Europe, and you may recall his name from our discussion of the Khazar hypothesis way back in the first lecture of this series. Here is another map that comes from Dr. Stamfer's work, and you can see much more clearly the specific locations where many Jews inhabited Right Bank Ukraine. So, what exactly is going on with the Jewish communities there, and what was the cause of the uprising and so on? Let us understand that the Jews actually continued their development in Right Bank Ukraine in a very, very positive manner, primarily through an institution which they called the Council of Lands, sometimes called the Council of Four Lands, the Vad Arba Aratzot, which essentially was, if you recall our discussion a little while ago, of the Kehillah structure. It was a remarkable federation of local Jewish municipalities that aimed to regulate Jewish life throughout the entirety of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It was primitive by modern standards, but by early modern and certainly by medieval standards, it was a huge leap forward, and it allowed the Jews, who were a non-territorial minority, meaning they did not inhabit a single contiguous territory where they were the dominant population. They were always a minority wherever they lived. Nevertheless, they were able to regulate their own affairs through Talmudic law and interpreted by rabbis in consonance with Talmudic law throughout the entirety of the state. Most of the activity of the Council of Lands was primarily with regards to economic activity, for example, things like protecting copyright, as trying to impose social legislation that would have beneficial economic implications. Like, for example, the Council of Lands had a lot of sumptuary legislation, which basically talks about the limits on how much Jews may spend on their social activities. Like, if you have a wedding, you can only invite so many guests, you can only serve so many kinds of food. The idea being that since Jews are a gregarious people and there is a natural kind of human desire to outdo one another and make a bigger party, a bigger simcha than someone else, that would have deleterious impact on people's home finances. So they were trying to tamp that down with sumptuary legislation. This is something, by the way, that happens in the present day as well. And also, of course, enforcing aspects of social activities, like if a husband were, for example, to be estranged from his wife but refuse to give her a get, a bill of divorce, which has tremendous consequences. The wife cannot remarry under such circumstances. The husband also cannot remarry, but there are loopholes that make it, it's not for our discussion today, but make it a little bit more easy for him to nevertheless continue with his life. If he moves from one town to another, then the Council of Lands would be able to track him and to report to the town that he comes to that he should suffer ostracism and so on for what he failed to do or did in some other town. So the Council of Lands was actually a remarkable, almost a state within a state for this minority. Many historians, like Shimon Dubno in particular, looked at it as really a high point, as an ideal of Jewish self-government in the period. So in many ways, Jews had a remarkably safe and comfortable existence in the regions of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, including Ukraine, so much so that they used to refer to the land of Poland, in Yiddish, Poland, as a place where they would rest, which is actually what the word means in Hebrew. Polin means here we will rest. But finally, after the persecution that they had endured in Western Europe, many Jews felt that Poland was this paradise for them. Poland is writ large, meaning the entire region, including the Ukrainian area that was dominated by the Poles. And so for a certain period of time, some centuries really, Jews actually enjoyed their existence in Poland tremendously. The Chmielnicki rebellion would be a dramatic turnaround for them, a period of disruption that would color their memory of the economic status of Jews in the council, in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which would be extremely important for understanding the basis of the uprising. Here is a remarkable early 20th century representation of a typical Ukrainian krechma, an inn, which was an institution that was actually dominated by Jews for a very pragmatic economic reason. Let us recall that in Ukraine, for most of its history, really up until the 20th century, the vast majority of the population were agrarian, living in the very rich farmlands, the black soil chernozyms of the region, but Jews tended to live in the small villages where they tended to provide a whole variety of commercial services. To a certain degree, small money lending. We definitely were not nearly at the scope that we saw earlier in the medieval period in Ashkenaz. Lots of commerce, lots of small trade, like in spoons and forks and simple things like that. But one of the areas in which there was a certain popular demand was in the distillation and sale of alcohol. So let us understand what's going on in Ukraine in particular. The region was multi-ethnic. The vast majority of the population were basically Ukrainian farmers. Ukrainians are a Slavic people. Religiously, they are predominantly Orthodox in rite, although to the west of Ukraine, a Uniate church was formed in which they kept the Orthodox rite, but they owed allegiance to the Pope in Rome, a Catholic hierarchy. This is particularly in the region of Halichina, Galicia, East Galicia in particular. Towns of Rabbi, for example, are right in the heart of that Eastern Catholic region, whereas most Ukrainians were actually Orthodox. This will actually play into our discussion here. They were, however, basically landed serfs, and they were literally owned in that capacity by Polish landlords who largely lived far away to the north in Poland in particular. The Polish landlords would own these huge tracts of land called latifundia, and they would be the ones who would derive most of the profit from these lands. Now, the difficult aspect for the Poles was how do they manage these massive latifundia upon which many Ukrainians are essentially working the land. That's where the Jews come in. So the Jews are migrating to this region, and they are receiving charters from Polish noblemen and Polish kings to be involved in various activities. Some of the earliest activities involved their role as minters, meaning they're actually literally making money, like making coins. Some of the earliest coins that we have from Poland are actually written in Hebrew characters, referring to King Meshko and things like that. Rather remarkable. Because the Jews brought with them a lot of economic expertise that they had developed in Western Europe. Jews were overwhelmingly literate. They were numerate. They tended to live in villages and towns, so they were engaged much more in kind of like information work and things that involved the mind as opposed to the back. Very few of them were involved in actually dealing with agriculture. They're much more involved in more urban types of economic activity. One of those was the distillation and sale of alcohol, which was frequently given to Jewish communities as an exclusive right called propinatsia. So this is something that the Polish noblemen would grant to the Jews and give them the exclusive right to do so, the monopoly to do so, because then the Polish noblemen could tax that activity much more effectively. And they banned the production of moonshine, samahon, things like that, rather directing it through Jewish auspices, which were frequently conducted in these taverns, these inns, as you see in this particular picture here, where you have, very, typical types of activity. There's a Jew standing behind the bar who is, pouring a drink of vodka, and you have another Jew involved in music, also a very classic Jewish occupation, and then you have well-dressed Ukrainians who are coming to enjoy the environment of the tavern. Now, this becomes especially problematic for reasons that I'm going to describe right now. I described how the Ukrainians are living primarily on these big latifundia. There is, of course, a much smaller Ukrainian urban class that is literate and that is numerate and so on. It's a professional class, but it is really a small slice of the population. Overwhelmingly, they are agrarianists, agriculturalists. The Jews are brought in not only to engage in propanatsia, as shown in this image, or as klezmer musicians, but they are brought in to be middlemen. They're brought in by the Poles to manage these large estates and to collect the income, which is then taxed by the noblemen. And this was done through a system called the arenda. The practitioners were called arrendators. And it's really basically something which is called in Western Europe tax farming. And it goes basically like this. You'll recall how we discussed this sort of feudal aspect of Jewish structure, of really social study and structure in general, that people were grouped into their caste-like classes, like peasants as a whole, noblemen as a whole, and Jews had their own little box as well. Rather than being addressed as individuals, they were dealt with as a community. So the noblemen who literally owned the entire town, not only the fields and, in a technical sense, the serfs who worked them, but also the buildings, the flour mill, the church, all kinds of properties were actually owned by the noblemen. And the noblemen would essentially say to the Jews, listen, I don't want to live way out in right bank Ukraine. I want to live here in Warsaw, where I have a lot of my other Polish noble friends, and so I'm hiring you to act as my arrendators, my tax farmers, and I expect you to collect from these properties X amount of money, let's say 10,000 zloty. I expect you to collect over the next year 10,000 zloty from my latifundia. And this would be something that could be delivered as a demand to the entire community. They would have a representative of the kahal, the kahila, who would be negotiating with the nobleman, the porets, and the nobleman would say, okay, I want 10,000 zloty from the territory. You can collect it any way you want. If necessary, I will back you up with my armed forces, but that's what you have to do. So the Jews would say, all right, fine, we'll negotiate that amount, 10,000. They would go back, and then they would have to find the way to collect 10,000 from the Ukrainian peasants. Obviously, a large portion of that would be in terms of agricultural output, in terms of grain, but they could collect it in all kinds of other ways. For example, by imposing tolls on transit, crossing bridges, traveling highways. They could impose taxes on hunting in particular regions, taxes on, collecting fruit in orchards, taxes on using the nobleman's flour mill. Whatever creative ways they could tax the population was essentially something that the nobleman would encourage, so long as it was something that could be borne by the population as a whole. In some really notorious cases, which receive a lot of emphasis in the Ukrainian folk songs called Dumer, the Jews apparently even owned the keys to the churches. There's some debate about certainly the extent of this practice, but nevertheless the perception of it was very well known. And that if a Ukrainian wanted to, baptize a child, celebrate a wedding, whatever things you might need the church for, they would have to pay a tax to the Jewish arrendator in order to release the key to the church. Now you can imagine that this must have been a very difficult system to exist under for all parties, really. For the Poles, who are, according to many accounts, living an increasingly conspicuous consumption lifestyle where they're enjoying many Western fashions and trying to keep up with what is the latest style in Paris. They're going to be demanding ever more taxes every year. This is just, I think, a reality of life that when you can charge more, you will. The Ukrainians have to deal with a greater debt load, and the Jews, who are the tax collectors, essentially, have the difficult situation of trying to exact that amount from the local population and then transmit it to the noblemen. And by the way, I should mention one fact about tax farming. The Jews have to be paid as well for their services, and the way they are paid is whatever above and beyond they are able to collect in taxes, that's what they can keep for themselves. So if the community, and this would involve a large number of people who are engaged in various forms of tax farming, if the community is supposed to transmit 10,000 zloty, and then they will strive to collect 12,000 zloty, and 2,000 of that would be preserved for the community as a whole. The arenda, in other words, was an exploitative economic system that was directed by the whims of the noblemen in Poland, but the Jews were the front-facing aspect of the entire enterprise, and a very difficult one it must have been. Shimon Dubno described this as being caught between hammer and anvil, which I think is a very apt metaphor. The hammer being, of course, the Polish demand, the anvil being the Ukrainian peasantry, and the Jews are sitting in this very difficult situation. Now, what ends up happening is there will be a massive peasant revolt in the middle of the 17th century. And that peasant revolt will be directed against three main targets. The rebellion was led by a man named Bogdan Khmelnytsky. You can see here that his followers were the so-called Kozake, or Cossacks. Who were these Cossacks? Cossacks, or Kozaker, to use the Ukrainian pronunciation, were basically Ukrainian peasants who had, for one reason or another, abandoned their traditional lands and had migrated to places where they were out of reach of the Polish latifundia. Since they, as serfs, were technically owned by the noblemen, and their refusal to labor under this system was a type of rebellion, they were essentially a type of outlaws, and they engaged in a variety of freebooting and banditry-like activities. Some of them were directed at the Turks nearby, who were engaged in child trafficking. Slavery was still a well-known enterprise in the 17th century, and the kidnapping of children and then their sale on the market was something that was obviously hated by all, and the Kozake were involved in sometimes attacking these Turkish settlements on the Black Sea coastline. But they're also involved in attacks on the Polish nobility. Let us understand that the three principal enemies of the Kozakas were the Polish noblemen far away in Poland, who were demanding so much of the peasantry, the Jews, who were their local representatives, their middlemen, and also the Catholics, specifically and in particular those Ukrainians in the western region who had adopted this new Uniate Church affiliation, to some degree under Polish pressure, who were looked at the conversion of some of these Orthodox Ukrainians as a way of weaning them away from that cultural orientation, which was antagonistic to their way of thinking of dominating the entire population. And so what happened is this individual, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, who was one of the minor Ukrainian noblemen, he gathered around him a large number of followers from regions like the Zaporizhian Siege, which was one of the major locations where Kozakai were living, and he led them on a massive series of attacks against these Polish noblemen. The attacks, of course, had to make their way through right bank Ukraine up towards Poland in order to achieve they created their own state at the time. But of course, on the way, they are wreaking tremendous havoc against Jewish communities. Became what was known as a decree of 1648-49, which was an absolutely horrific period of awful pogroms, which are recorded in a series of chronicles from the era, including most famously Nathan of Hanover's Abyss of Despair, Yevon Metzulah, which was a terrible, highly evocative description of these pogroms, these attacks on local Jewish populations, which are described in such emotive and powerful language. And this was a period of tremendous Ukrainian violence directed against the Jewish population. But surprisingly, most people who have a passing familiarity with Ukrainian history will, look to this period as one of great devastation and of great anti-Semitic activity. But if you actually read Nathan of Hanover, you'll see that he describes much of the uprising as a reaction to the economic conditions under which Ukrainians were living. In other words, he hardly soft pedals the anti-Semitic attacks on Jews. In fact, his descriptions, the detailed, grisly descriptions of the violence are really heartrending, but he also, applies blame to the Jews who are engaged in exploitative economic practices, which Nathan of Hanover argues was a major cause of Ukrainian dissent to begin with. And let us recall that Jews are living in Ukraine by this time, certainly since the 13th and 14th century. So they've been there largely living in peace for 200-300 years before this uprising occurred. There will be more of these uprisings in the future, including the 1768 Haidamach uprising, which was similar in nature, and the massacres in Uman, where Nachman of Bratslav would later choose to be buried because he wanted to be close to those Jews who were killed in similar uprisings, and it would become a trope in Ukrainian Jewish history of Ukrainian violence directed against Jews. But if you look at it from the perspective of the chroniclers, although they clearly have an interest in describing the pogroms with a tremendous amount of emotive value, they're similarly still discussing the economic roots of this particular uprising. Now, what about how many Jews died in this uprising led by Bogdan Khmelnytsky? If you recall Salah Baron's depiction of the lachrymose view of Jewish history, particularly when you're viewing Jewish history from a post-Holocaust perspective, one tends to see an inflation of numbers beyond what is logically possible for Ukraine. The number 100,000 dead is frequently used by not only 17th, 18th century commentators, but even by 19th, 20th century historians. And it's largely based on sloppy scholarship. First of all, the 17th century commentators had no way of actually calculating their demographic numbers. They simply didn't have the tools at their disposal to actually figure out how many people were even living there to begin with. And later on, you see this 100,000 number, balloon to sometimes 250 and even 500,000 dead. Now, none of this is possible because, as Dr. Stamfer has clearly demonstrated, there are only 40,000 Jews living in right bank Ukraine by 1648. How is it possible that you could have multiple times that number killed in this terrible uprising? Furthermore, as Dr. Stamfer demonstrates, after 1648-49, when the situation begins to calm down again, the Jewish communities begin to bounce back fairly quickly. tax returns, tax receipts indicate that the population has begun to stabilize within a very short period of time. So, taking these numbers all together and working town by town with the best data we have, Dr. Stamper emphasizes that even if we look at 50% of the Jews being killed, which he thinks is kind of an outside number, 50% of a population is a huge loss. It's far worse than the Black Death, for example, in most areas, and it's hard to even imagine half of the population being wiped out in this manner. But nevertheless, that's still only about 18 or 20,000 dead. Now, how can I even say only 18 or 20,000 dead? That's a horrific number. I'm only saying it, though, to contrast with the hyperbolic numbers of 100,000 or 250 or 500,000 that really make no sense. This is, in other words, a period of tremendous anti-Semitic violence, largely of an economic character, but it does not reach the same levels that we would have later, and it cannot be compared in any way to the Holocaust in terms of its genocidal intent. So, if you recall my introductory words, this is a period in which, we definitely look Ukrainian anti-Semitism in the eye. This is a period of tremendous violence against Jews. But we also have to understand some of the economic background of that violence, and that's often difficult for historians of this period. Let us go to the aftermath, because in many ways, the issue of the Khmelnytsky uprising continues to reverberate in Ukrainian Jewish history. This is a 5 hivni note from contemporary Ukraine, and as you can see, it features Bogdan Khmelnytsky on it. And this should not be surprising for anyone who has even a passing familiarity with contemporary Ukrainian culture. Bogdan Khmelnytsky is widely regarded as a major Ukrainian hero. This is because, on a surface level, he was able to wrest Ukraine from Polish control, and for a brief time actually create an independent state of Ukraine in the middle of the 17th century. The Cossack state was, of course, supported by the freebooting cowboy-like individuals called the Kozake, and so Cossacks as a whole are kind of like a major heroic image in the Ukrainian mind. Jews, of course, look at Bogdan Khmelnytsky with fear, trepidation, and revulsion. I remember in my first trip to Ukraine, when I first met someone who was dressed, and this happens in contemporary Ukraine, he was dressed in contemporary Ukrainian costume with the traditional walrus mustache and, the embroidered shirt and things like that. I felt real fear. I said, oh my gosh, a Cossack. But for Ukrainians, they look at a Cossack and they say, oh, that's our, Marlboro man, that's our hero. There is a clash of perspectives on this 18th century, largely because both Jews and Ukrainians look at this same event from very, very different perspectives. Now, it's not uniform, but before I explain that, let me also illustrate this by showing you one of the most famous monuments in Kyiv today is a statue of Khmelnytsky, and he is famously pointing off, it's just behind his shoulder, famously pointing off to the north. And one of the reasons for this is because after a short while of independence, Bogdan Khmelnytsky decided to orient the Cossack state to Moscow. Rather than, creating a peace treaty with Poland and recreating something like either independence within a Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth or even just a peace treaty with an independent Ukraine, he chose to sort of shift the balance of power towards Moscow. And ultimately, that would degrade the independence of the Ukrainians to a dramatic degree in which they would be absorbed within the Russian Empire, the Tsarist Empire. By the way, here is an earlier version of that statue, a bronze model, which had a couple of details that were not included because they were felt to be in poor taste. But among the figures at the bottom of the statue are some Jews and others, Poles, who were downtrodden literally by Khmelnytsky's force. They felt that was just a little bit too graphic for the image. And you see it also, for example, in the Ukrainian national anthem. Here it is. It's got this interesting beginning. Ukraine is not yet dead, which may sound jarring to the Western ear. They translate here as, "Nay, thou art not dead, Ukraine." A little bit of a kind of a poetic translation, say, but literally, Ukraine is not dead yet, is what it begins with. The Poles have a similar kind of refrain, and even the Jews in Hatikva, we had Odlo Avda Tikvatenu, right? Our hope is not yet lost. So it's not an uncommon trope during the national uprising. But look at the very end of the national anthem, which refers to Ukrainian as Bratia Kozatskohu Rodu. How they translate it? Okay, it literally is translated as brothers, the Cossack people. They translate it here poetically as ourselves proud Cossacks are. The literal translation is that we're all Cossack brothers. I don't know how many Jews actually feel like Cossack brothers. That seems so foreign to them, but they're not alone. Here are the original lyrics of the poem that inspired the national anthem. And if you look at the last stanza that I've shown here, there's actually another stanza that I didn't squeeze on. There's this lament, Oy Bogdane, Bogdane. Oh, Bogdan, Bogdan, our great hetman, what for did you give Ukraine to the wretched Moscow? Why did you give us to Moscow? Why did you forfeit our sovereignty for the Russians? There is a strong thread among many intellectuals in the 18th, 19th century and later, including, some very, very harsh words from the great poet Taras Shevchenko regarding this decision of Khmelnytsky to orient Ukraine to Moscow. So it's a complex story altogether from the perspective of Ukrainians, from the perspective of Jews, and from global perspective as we meditate upon this 17th century in the 21st. Thank you very much for your endurance. Have a good day.
Investing $2,000 of capital in the business, Rockefeller managed to save half the sum, but was forced to take a loan of $1,000 from his father at 10% for the rest. The partnership proved a profitable venture, netting $4,400 in its first year and $17,000 in its second. However, the volatility of the commodities trade and the need for cash flow to pay suppliers compelled Rockefeller to seek more loans from his father, who often recalled the debt at inopportune
Let
moments.
us continue our discussion
Rockefeller's habit of making risky
history
deals,
of the
which
Jews
paid
of
off
Ashkenaz
handsomely,
by looking at
set
a
him at odds
really
with a more
important
conservative
movement
clerk.
of the 17th century that had remarkable repercussions really for the next 200 years easily, and one might say even into the present day in certain areas. Specifically speaking about the neo-messianic movement of Shabbatai Tzvi, shown here in this background image, and also to some degree of a successor movement of Jacob Frank that has some significant differences, but in many ways fused to the same path that Shabbatai Tzvi delineated. Just while we're on this image, have a look at the Shane upon him, the visage of Shabbatai Tzvi, and on the right you can see there are some sort of scratches One of those words looks like the word Ezekiel, Yechezkel. Hard to make out the rest of them. I think what happens quite often in the Christian iconography of the Shabtai Tzvi movement, I'm going to show you several examples of this, where his story was actually big news for the entirety of Europe, really, in the Eastern Mediterranean, and we have lots of examples of Christian publications talking about Shabtai Tzvi because it was really quite a novel thing to suggest that the Jews had produced another Messiah and that he had gathered a large following, and so all of Europe really watched this with great interest. But let us try and understand first some of the intellectual, political, and technological background to this really important movement that reverberated throughout the 17th century. I think the most important thing for us to start with is the dramatic rise in Kabbalistic study that occurred in the city of Tzfat in northern Israel, Safed, northern Israel, in the 16th century, prior to the advent of Shabtai Tzvi. To use perhaps the word advent inappropriately. There's, everything is connected. The great expulsion of Jews in 1492, and the subsequent slow emigration of Portuguese Jews after the forced conversion of 1497, this had a dramatic impact on all aspects of Jewish life in Europe, certainly on a demographic level, with the huge numbers of Jewish refugees fleeing the Iberian Peninsula and desperately seeking solace and refuge elsewhere in Europe and also in the New World. Ultimately, even where I'm sitting right now, New York City, with its great reserve of Jewish population, is directly related to the refugees from the Iberian Peninsula. It also represented a huge religious upheaval, a split in the earth theologically for many Jews who regarded Spain as such a major important center of the Jewish diaspora, and to see it turned upside down after having created so many phenomenal works of religious literature and other works that many Jews, were convinced that the Messiah was right at hand, right in 1492. They were convinced that, something this devastating could not happen unless you were living the Ikvesa de Mashiach, in the footsteps of the Messiah, meaning you can hear the footsteps of the Messiah approaching, that we're talking really about being on the cusp of a brand new era. One of the focal points of this energy was undoubtedly this northern city of Tzfat in Israel, which had recently been opened up to Jewish migration by the Ottomans, who controlled the land of Israel at the time. And they instituted some favorable tax policies that attracted Jewish merchants, particularly textile merchants. And it was a site of significant attraction to a lot of these refugees from the Iberian Peninsula, including the family of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, one of the early Kabbalists who ultimately settled here in Tzfat. There was also kind of like a specifically spiritual attraction to Tzfat as well, because the graves of many of the righteous individuals of the distant Talmudic past had been identified in the environs of Tzfat, and so many Jews moved there to be close to those holy sites. It's a little bit like what we talked about in the very first lecture, or perhaps it was the second, the centrality of a cemetery as being kind of like a centrifugal center where Jews are drawn to it, not centrifugal, centripetal center for Jewish migration. That's certainly true of the holy graves of Tzfat. And of course, once a lot of these Kabbalists in particular moved to Tzfat, creating cemeteries like this famous one with their characteristic blue stone, a blue painted stone, blue being a color associated with warding off the evil eye. Not quite the shade of the background behind me, but you sort of get the idea. These graves in turn also attracted tremendous reverence and so on. As the men standing in front of the grave there of the famous Rabbi Isaac Luria, the Arizal, the Holy Lion, who was originally from Egypt, who had migrated to the area. Just below him, in front of him, is the grave of the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who I mentioned earlier. Up on the top right, you see the marker for Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, the father-in-law and teacher of the Ramak, and also the composer, among other things, of the famous Lefad Dodi hymn that is read every Friday night in synagogue. And there are many, many other really important people buried here who are all associated with this remarkable explosion of activity that occurred in the 16th century in Slav. It ended fairly abruptly towards the end of that century. There were a series of earthquakes that do affect northern Israel from time to time. There was a cholera epidemic that laid waste to much of the population, and Sfat, while always retaining its reputation as a great spiritual center and as a Kabbalistic center, never quite got to the same levels that it did in the early 16th century. Now, what was really going on there spiritually? There was many different activities. By the way, I forgot to mention the greatest figure was the elderly Rabbi Yosef Karo, who went to Tzfat towards the end of his life. Rabbi Yosef Karo, a tremendous Kabbalist himself, but principally known as the author of the great Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. As I mentioned to you when we were talking about religious history, he's kind of like a transitional figure between the Rishonim and the Yaakov. And he was also someone who fled the Iberian Peninsula to eventually seek his home in Tzfat. So, what are they? What's going on here? Well, one of the major energies of activity is the research of Jewish mysticism, the Kabbalah, and Rabbi Moshe Cordovero was especially famous because he was the first individual to produce what we could call sort of like a scientific systemization of Kabbalistic wisdom. Much of Kabbalistic doctrine is, perforce very hidden, arcane, and very associated with a heavy reliance on deep or the main Kabbalistic texts like the Zohar can be extremely really hard to do. You've got to have a teacher there to walk you through it. One of the major contributions of the Ramak, playing all of this from A to Z, working from, was published in his lifetime. We are now talking about a period where publishing is a reality for Jews, like actual printing. That will become very important, and we're going to return to it in just a minute. And this initial sort of like introduction to Kabbalah, called Pardes Rimonim, the Orchard of Pomegranates, was incredibly popular, cemented his reputation even during his brief life, and he went on to create many other great works, including Tomer Devorah. One of the things that he describes in the Pardes Rimonim is this chart that I set up here, which is essentially a chart of what they call the Sfirot in Kabbalistic language, the spheres, which is sort of like a metaphor for how God communicates reality to the universe. To take just a moment to explain it, and then we're going, well, actually, I have to tell it, you can't understand it otherwise. You can't understand the rest of the lecture otherwise. The basic question that Kabbalah deals with and the Ramak explains is that how do you have an infinite being communicate existence to a finite universe? Right? How is it possible if God suffuses the entire world and has no limits, that we live in a world that has limits? How does the infinite and finite, how do they breach that formal abyss? So the idea in Kabbalah is that God, first of all, shrunk himself, a process called tzimtzum, shrinking, limited his influence over the universe, creating kind of like a vacuum of godness in the universe. These are very difficult concepts. I'm not a rabbi, by the way. I'm just going to walk you through them as best I understand them. But God created kind of like a space within himself that was empty of himself. Sort of like, I remember when I studied chemistry or biology in high school, like an amoeba, I imagine like a hole opening in an amoeba. That's not a very good metaphor, but it's what I'm working with in my mind. And then he slowly reinserted godliness into that vacuum through a multi-stage process, which we'll call the sphira. One of the most important metaphors is the idea of like hot oil poured into clay vessels. Like you've ever seen those kind of like dessert fountains at big weddings or something, where they have like the punch flowing out of a faucet, and it goes into one container, and then it overflows into the next containers, and then it overflows into the last containers, and you can take a container for yourself to drink if you like. So that's kind of like the idea of the hot oil pours into one of these containers, called a keli, which is essentially a model for the sphirot, and then it overflows into the next keli, into the next keli, and so on, until you get to our world at the bottom, which is the repository of all of these emanations. Another way to look at it is, you can't look at the sun with the unaided eye. It's dangerous. It burns out your retinas. But what you can do is you can take a mirror and look at the reflected light of the sun. And even that's kind of strong. So you know what? You might set up a second mirror where you would look at the second mirror, which reflects the first mirror, which reflects the light of the sun. And if you add up 10 mirrors like that, that would be like a model of the sphirot that all represent a slight diminution. Each time it goes through the mirror itself absorbs some of the radiant energy of the sun, until finally in the 10th mirror, you can actually look at the sun's light unaided. Now, why I'm explaining this to you is I gave you kind of like the Ramak's depiction, but the Arizal's depiction, this was his student. The Arizal traveled to Tzfat from Egypt to study with the Ramak, and they only studied together for less than a year before the Ramak passed away. The Arizal, who also only lived a very short lifetime, managed a tremendous amount of teachings, which were then propagated by his great student, Rabbi Chaim Vital. And the Arizal has a rather different take on how the Ramak described the sphirot. The Arizal writes that the oil, the hot oil, as it enters the kalim, overpowered each of those kalim because it was simply too hot, too intense, and each of those kalim, those containers, shattered. So, as it were, in the Arizal's conception, the oil came into the first keli, and then it exploded, and the mixture of oil and the destroyed keli fell into the next one, and then it shattered as well. And this happened all the way down until finally you get to the 10th keli, and the heat of the oil is sufficiently reduced, and it's also mixed with the actual material of the broken vessels that it's able to exist in this world. So that's the doctrine known as Shvirat HaKelim, the destruction of the vessels. And in the Lurianic vision of Kabbalah, the task of the Jew is to try to repair this fundamental destruction by separating out the gross material elements that are present in this universe and freeing the trapped sparks of holiness that represents like the hot oil, the radiance of God, that are buried within the physical universe. One of the most important aspects of the Arizal's approach, which is going to directly connect us to Shabbat Shvi, don't worry, is that the Arizal injected a tremendous note of urgency into the role of Jews in the world. That Jews are the tasked with this crucial activity of finding those sparks, elevating them from their material prisons, and as these sparks, as it were, fly upward, we get closer to the moment where the Messiah can be truly revealed, and we enter into an entirely different period of history altogether. The Kalim and the model of the Sfirot, as the Ramak presented it, was much more kind of like a description of the theological view of creation, but the Arizals added a verb to it, say an imperative. Get out there and start doing it. The Arizals' Kabbalah proved to be far more popular, had a remarkable degree of influence, for example, on the Hasidic movement that we will discuss, God willing, tomorrow, and gave it that impetus of, you can't just sit around studying things. You've got to get out there and do this body of ideas, which were circulated initially in the late 1500s, really the second half of the 1500s, with the advent of publication, began to make their way throughout the entire Mediterranean basin and into Europe as a whole. And it is in this context of the increasing popularity of the thought of the Arizal, particularly through the work of scholars like the Shalal, the great Rabbi Levi Horowitz, and his very important publications, namely the two tablets of the law that gained great currency. Jews were energized by this, and the Sabbatean movement was one of the kind of bizarre offshoots that was directly intellectually related to this new noteworthy sounded by the Arizal. So, what's the basic story? So, Shabtai Tzvi, shown here in a rather interesting German depiction on horseback, he was an individual of great potential as a young man. He was very highly regarded. He was suggested for many different marriage prospects with important people, important young women. And he showed great talent, not only as someone who could lead prayers. He apparently had a very beautiful voice, very charismatic, good-looking, tall, those kinds of attributes, and also quite learned, quite adept in the Kabbalistic study. He ultimately got involved in these group of ideas that, in the end, suggested to him that he was, in fact, the Messiah. Now, for a long time, Jewish historiography viewed his delusion of grandeur as a type of criminal activity, that he had intentionally, wickedly deluded the large number of followers that he garnered throughout Europe. More modern scholarship, in particular, since the work of Gershom Scholem has been widely circulated. He was one of the principal biographers of Shabtai Tzvi within the movement of Kabbalah as a whole. There's been the growth of a more sympathetic view to Shabtai Tzvi, understanding him as someone who was subject to some kind of mental illness, perhaps something like bipolar disorder, because he would have these manic phases, which we call illuminations, and then we would have these depressive phases as well. Obviously, I'm not a psychiatrist, I can't speak to these things, but he definitely was somewhat eccentric, to put it mildly. So let's look at the political context and the technological context, and we're going to look at his life and activity in particular. The political context should be broadly familiar with us now that we just spent an hour in the last lecture looking at the Mystery Rebellion. This is a period of tremendous political upheaval. According to Dr. Stamfer, possibly 50% of the Jewish population of Ukraine was destroyed by the Cossacks in that period. The overall number, he estimates, is much smaller than earlier, rather inflated estimates, maybe 18,000 or 20,000 people. A huge tragedy, but nowhere near the scale of what some other historians have opined without sufficient research. But nevertheless, losing half of the population is incredible devastation. A large number of displaced populations were dispersed through Europe. Nicola Hamon, the famous memoirist that we mentioned several weeks ago, what actually describes how her family, like many others in Germany, took in refugees from these upheavals in the middle of the 17th century. And Shabtai Tzvi's main activity really occurred in the 2 decades following this tremendous peasant upheaval in the 17th century that had such havoc wreaked on the Jewish world. But let us not forget the really important element of publication, which is something that the Jews, once they discovered it, they really loved it. Jews had been publishing from the very early period of print. In fact, there are some possibility that it was actually Jews in Provençal who even invented movable type, which was a key element in the technology necessary of efficient printing. But although that particular thread has not been completely developed, we do know that by the late 15th century, Jews were already publishing many titles, including the Talmud, and in the 16th century, in Venice in particular, publishing just exploded for Jews. Jews rushed to it, and because it was great, right? It meant that all of a sudden, all of these works which had previously only existed in manuscript and could only be copied laboriously and expensively by professional scribes, and then they were very fragile, easy to lose, and if they were seized by the church, as happened several times, they could easily be burnt and hard to replace. But with publication, with printing, all of a sudden the price drops out the bottom. That no longer are we talking about, like to use contemporary terms, a Torah scroll I think costs about $50,000 to produce because of all the man hours that go into actually writing the scroll out. Whereas you can go to a Judaica bookstore and buy the same information for $10, $15. I mean, it's a tiny fraction of the overall cost, and Jews love the idea of being able to read so much more. So over the next few centuries, Jews become passionate purchasers of books. They really become the al-Kitab, the people of the book at that point. Previously, before that, they were the people of the scroll, I guess, the people of the manuscript. And works like this one here, the Shnei Luchot HaBrit, become extremely popular, and ideas circulate with accelerating rapidity throughout the 17th century and onward. This also has tremendous impact on the democratization of knowledge. Once information can be distributed at a much lower cost, it becomes accessible both in terms of an expanded range of classes of people, but also to women as well. Women who, were typically much more literate than non-Jews historically, but generally not as literate as the menfolk. They typically would be literate in the vernacular, like Yiddish, but less so in the language of the state, and less so in the religious languages of Hebrew or Aramaic. Only very exceptional women could make out more than, let's say, perhaps the prayer book. In fact, in Ashkenazi synagogues, it was very common to have one educated woman sitting in the women's section of synagogue and repeating the Torah reading, or if there was a sermon in Hebrew or something like that, repeating it to the less educated women who had no access to Hebrew whatsoever. So with printing, all of a sudden you begin to open up the possibility of, hey, we can afford to teach this stuff to our daughters as well, and that will play a great role in Shabbatai Tzvi's movement, which was actually very, very sensitive to both printing and to women, as we shall see. So what exactly happened with the movement? So the basic story is that you have this individual, Shabbatai Tzvi, who's born in Smyrna. Here's a quick map where you can see where he wanders around the eastern Mediterranean. He begins in his late teens to experience these emotionally unstable moments. Whereas I mentioned, he describes periods of great euphoria, followed later by some depressive episodes. And although he is very highly regarded as a youth, he begins a period of wandering. And while he is engaged in these wanderings, and he's also quite an educated young man, studying Kabbalah, very conversant with Kabbalistic ideas, he ultimately runs into an individual known as Nathan of Gaza. Nathan of Gaza recognizes the potential inherent in Shabbatai Tzvi, and becomes not only his sidekick, but also his major propagandist, his publicist, who ultimately would reveal his friend as the Messiah, as the long-awaited Redeemer of the Jews. And amazingly, this idea gains tremendous popularity in Europe. Now, we can certainly opine as to the basis for this fact. You can certainly point to the desperation that Jews felt after the 17th century Chmielnicki uprising. You can point also to the influence of the Kabbalah of the Arizal. Certainly, Jews have been at this now for 100 years since the Arizal, and maybe it's time already that since the Arizal's teachings have been revealed to the world, another century has passed, and now it's actually coming to fruition. You can point to the rapid change in society that's happening all over Europe. Non-Jewish society in particular is going through many changes in the 17th century, and this all comes together, and Shabbatai Tzvi actually attains a significant following, sometimes among very well-respected figures in Cairo and in Jerusalem, and he eventually, perhaps egged on further by Nathan of Gaza, he believes it all the more himself, proclaiming himself as Messiah, making all kinds of interesting proclamations about his life and so on. He goes through several phases as his, let's say, dementia grows and grows. He engages in ever more bizarre activities. For example, claiming that he can levitate, claiming that he has the power of Ktitzot Haderech, right? The shrinking of distances, his ability to transport himself or teleport himself from place to place. Here you can see a woodcut that's labeled Shabbatai Tzvi, the false Messiah, and attributes to him some of the many activities that he's engaged in. He also engages in a heavy antinomian campaign that we're going to have to explore right now. Here is one of the prayer books that were composed by his followers associated with his new teachings. What were essentially the teachings of Shabbatai Tzvi? Well, the first is obviously the notion of messianism, that he has come to actually represent the end of history and the beginning of a totally new era. That messianism is precipitated by an adherence to antinomianism, which literally means opposing lawfulness, right? Nomos meaning like law in Greek, and antinomos. And when it was kind of like moderate, his antinomianism is expressed in things like the nullification of fast days. You have, of course, the famous fast of the 9th of Av, which occurs usually in late summer, that corresponds to the destruction of the temples in Jewish thought and the exile of the Jews. But in Jewish thought, that fast day will be transformed into a day of gladness and feasting in the era of the Messiah. And so Shabbatai Tzvi says, okay, that's it. 9th of Av is now a feast day. So for his followers, this was great. Although it was a very radical kind of thing for those who were less positively inclined to his teachings. Other antinomian activities were considerably stranger. Like, for example, his insistence on entry into a synagogue one Sabbath that he was denied access to. He used an axe to break down the door on the Sabbath, a clear transgression of the Sabbath. Once present in the synagogue, he essentially took over functions, would call up women to the Bima for an Aliyah, which was another aspect of his thought. He was extreme as a great source of his movement, and it's hard to gauge exactly how much that contributed to his overall popularity, but many of the things which he proposed were later actually adopted by more liberal movements in 19th and 20th century, in particular Judaism. He would, speaking of women, he was actually married several times. It's quite likely that the first two weddings were never consummated. That may have something to do with his mental illness in one way or another. He later, however, married an orphan woman who had some kind of a checkered past. There were some questions about, her level of promiscuity prior to meeting Shabtai Tzvi. This actually appealed to him because there is, of course, a couple of prophetic characters who marry women of similar repute in the Bible. She was actually an orphan from the Chmelnytsky rebellion itself, which distinctly appealed to Shabtai Tzvi. She proved to be his most devoted supporter, and we'll meet her in a moment. He also at one point actually married a Torah school. That is exactly what I mean by what I said. He actually performed or had to perform a marriage ceremony between himself as the groom and an inanimate object, the Torah scroll, however holy, as the bride. So you get a sense of just how wild this went. Later on, there were credible rumors, although certainly inflated because of their salacious nature, of a widespread activity, especially among his followers, of what was called Avera Lishma, which means sinning for the right reasons. Very complex doctrine in Kabbalah. If you think back to some of the kind of bizarre stories in the Bible, like Tamar dressing herself as a prostitute in order to have relations with her father-in-law in the book of Genesis, a chapter, I think it's 37, that's usually skipped over in kids' classes, things like that. And this idea that even for, or on a lesser level, Rebecca, deceiving her husband Isaac in order to make sure that Jacob gets the blessing rather than his brother Esau. So difficult discussion theologically, but his followers definitely picked up on this idea of Avera Lishma and used it principally to nullify many commandments in the Torah, including the consumption of non-kosher food, the violation of the Sabbath, and the violation of marital vows as well, which was perhaps one of the more popular elements of Sabbateanism. It was certainly one of the elements that gained wider circulation when people talked about Sabbateanism, saying, do you know what they do? Things like that. So that was definitely part of the story surrounding it. He was open to change in a very big way, not only in terms of his own Sabbatean message, but as I mentioned, when he would like to take over synagogues, he would demand that rather than reading from that Sefer Torah, which was okay for him to be married to, but not okay to be read from publicly, and he would demand that people use the newfangled printed Chumash, the printed Sefer Torah, rather than the old style scroll. Now, as he's moving on his career, his mania increases. Those periods of euphoria become larger and larger and more longer lasting, and egged on by people like Nathan of Gaza and his increasingly enthusiastic followers, he decides that it's now time for him to reveal himself to the Ottoman Sultan, to demand that the land of Israel be turned over to him as the Jewish Messiah, and then he will initiate the Messianic age. So this interesting sort of comic book version, like the issue of the broadsheet that we saw a while ago about the post-registration of Passover, so it tells the story of Shabbatai Tzvi. We'll just zoom in on a couple of elements of it. So Shabbatai Tzvi goes with Nathan of Gaza, sails off to Constantinople to meet with the Ottoman Sultan and to say, okay, I'm here, give me the city of Jerusalem and the land of Israel so that I can begin my Messianic period of Messianic age. I think that's Nathan of Gaza in the front there blowing the trumpet. Here comes the Messiah, that kind of thing. He meets with the representative of the Sultan. This picture here shows him actually meeting with the Sultan. That actually didn't take place. The Sultan didn't want to give him the time of day. He sent an emissary to him, but he lays out his case, and the Sultan says to him, "That's so nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah. Do you mind if I call you Shabsi? Is that okay? I have a counteroffer. I'm not prepared to give you the land of Israel. Sorry, I kind of like it, but I will allow you to remain alive if you agree to accept Islam. That is, you may, leave my presence, become a Muslim." And to the great dismay of and he converts to Islam, and his thousands of followers. There's a lot of debate over exactly how large his following was, but it was certainly very significant. And all across Europe, they are crestfallen because he has abandoned Judaism. And the whole reason they were following is because they thought he was the culmination of Judaism. Here is him being taken away by soldiers to be redressed in Ottoman turbans and so on. Here is his wife Sarah, who joins him in his Islamic conversion, his apostasy. I find Sarah especially interesting. Actually, there's a great book written by Ada Raphael Albert that discusses women and Sabbatinism in much more length. But I note that she is really a trendsetter. Look at that hairstyle. Doesn't it look a lot like Amidala of Star Wars? I definitely think so. There's certainly a connection there between Sarah, Mrs. Tzvi, as it were, and Queen Amidala. Okay, but sorry about that. So, what ends up happening? The movement falls apart. The vast majority of his followers all kind of limp back home. Many of them have already sold their belongings, their properties, at a fraction of their value, and they have to start all over again. But there is a small minority of his followers who double down. And this is an interesting phenomenon where sometimes when people are, I read about it a little bit in the context of some bizarre American political beliefs, for example, that sometimes when people believe passionately in something, and then they're shown clear evidence that it is not as they saw it, rather than acceding to logic and saying, wow, I was wrong, I now have to sort of regroup, some people will actually redouble their efforts to believe, and they'll create a new kind of false mentality to affirm their earlier erroneous choice. In the case of some of the followers of Shabbatai Tzvi, they actually said to themselves, okay, wait a second. Shabbatai Tzvi is definitely the Messiah. We have already accepted that. That's not negotiable. So maybe his conversion to Islam means that Jews must all convert to Islam in order to kind of bring together these two Semitic faiths. Yeah, that's it. And so many of his followers elected to convert to Islam along with him, and they constituted a coherent community that lasted well into the 20th century called the Dinmen. This is one of their mosques in Thessaloniki in Greece. They actually have a strong presence in Turkey and Syria and elsewhere. And there's a noted presence of them in 20th century Turkish politics, for example, quite fascinating. There are also reverberations of neo-Sabbath Pianism throughout Europe. By the way, I wanted to mention the end of Shabbatai Tzvi's personal story is that after his initial conversion to Islam, he still had to deal with his mental issues, unfortunately, and they continued to plague him. It turns out that he went back and forth with even his conversion and with a lot of the things he had said, and he proved to be a bit of a thorn in the side of the Ottoman authorities, who found him a nuisance. Like, for example, he was constantly giving out post-Messianic authorities. He was naming people, okay, you can be king of Africa, and you can be the vizier of Europe, and things like that. And it was creating a certain amount of disruption among his followers and among Jews in general. So ultimately, he was in prison. In prison, among the last things he did was he requested a Yom Kippur Matzah for his own purposes, so that he could pray the great prayers of atonement and penance while he was in prison. So I think in many ways he can be regarded as a tragic figure, but I leave that to you if you like to read the work of Joseph Shulman and many others. But Neo-Sabbateanism persisted for centuries, not just with the Guinnness who actually converted to Christianity. There were actual followers of Shabtai Tzvi who were still embedded in Jewish communities, who practiced their understanding of Judaism secretly, typically, because they realized how they would be excoriated by the larger communities. And many prominent rabbis were falsely, sometimes perhaps not so falsely, accused of harboring Sabbatean beliefs. Perhaps one of the most notorious was the attack on Rabbi Yonasan Eibeshitz of Altona, who was one of the most highly regarded rabbis of Europe, and he fell under withering criticism from Rabbi Yaakov Emden, who accused Rabbi Eibeshitz of invoking Sabbatean teachings in his own Kabbalistic studies, in particular in the production of amulets, which was kind of like an industry that the Ashkenazi Jews engaged in, Sparta Jews as well. It's really a universal thing, the production of small amulets that are prayers for health and healing and for sustenance, livelihood, marriage, all kinds of things like that, which is a long-standing tradition in Judaism, Talmudic era, and further before that. But Rabbi Yaakov Emden studied some of the amulets produced by Rabbi Yonasan Eibeshitz and said, he's definitely a Sabbatean. And so people lined up on either side who was their favorite rabbi that they would defend, and it was like a rather major controversy in the 18th century. Similarly, the case of a great, well-known figure, the fantastic Ramchal, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, also an 18th century thinker. He's perhaps most well known as the author of Mesilat Yesharim, a phenomenal ethical treatise that continues to be studied today. I myself have gone through it many, many times. I think I've gone through it 27 times now, primarily because I heard once that the great Vilna Gaon studied it 101 times. And I'm hoping that if I go through it that many times, maybe I will turn out to have real worthwhile ethical behavior. At any rate, the Mesilat Yesharim was written by a man who is principally known perhaps for this ethical work, but he was at heart really a Kabbalist, and he wrote some tremendous Kabbalistic work, but he was accused of infusing his Kabbalah with the teachings of Shabtai Tzvi. He was hounded out of his native land in northern Italy, and he sought refuge in Amsterdam, and on the way to Amsterdam with his family, he was actually put under house arrest in Frankfurt by critics who suggested that he was a late follower of Shabtai Tzvi. This is a good 80 years after Shabtai Tzvi has already passed away, and the Mesilat Yesharim himself is held under house arrest. All of his writings were confiscated by the local Jewish court and then buried and lost. It is moldering somewhere under a cellar floor in the city of Frankfurt am Main. Nevertheless, he was able to exonerate himself from all charges, as Rabbi Yonasan Eibeshitz was as well. He went on to Amsterdam, later to Israel, where he passed away near Akko. But at any rate, the reverberations of the Sabbatean debacle continued throughout Europe for a couple hundred years. And perhaps the last expression of this, or the last really meaningful, organized expression of this, occurred in Poland under the leadership of someone who claimed personally to be the reincarnation of Shabtai Tzvi, one Jacob Frank, shown here. And I don't think I want to overbalance this lecture by going into too much detail with Jacob Frank, but the ironic parallel with Shabtai Tzvi is that while Frank also proclaims himself the Messiah, unlike Shabtai Tzvi, he did not appear to have the same level of possible mental illness. He seemed to be more of the charlatan type, I think, when casual outside reading would reveal that. And ultimately, when he came under fire from the Jewish community that wished to place bans on him, ultimately they did put him in care, and they did place a ban on him, which would mean that Jews would be forbidden to associate with him in any way, to do business with him, even to stand within 6 feet of him. He sought refuge in the home of a bishop in Poland. And one of the great criticisms leveled against him was that he was not following the dictates of the Talmud, something we discussed in a lecture a little while ago. This was something that the bishop warmed to and actually used the Frank situation as a foil to attack the Talmud as something which would otherwise be, he argued that it's a very noxious impact on the Jewish population of Poland, preventing them from converting to Christianity and so on. Jacob Frank obliged and actually converted to Catholicism. That's kind of like the interesting parallel to Shabtai Tzvi, who converted to Islam. Jacob Frank converted to Catholicism, largely for opportunistic reasons in connection with this particular bishop who sheltered him, and in so doing resulted in the confiscation and destruction of some 10,000 Talmudic volumes, a huge loss to the Jewish intellectual heritage in Poland at that time. He later went on, now as a nominal Catholic, but still presenting his vision of himself as a Messiah, traveled throughout Europe. His daughter Eva, shown here, took off after him, following in much the same vein. Also, both of them involved with similar activities, incredibly accused of engaging in antinomian behavior. The sexual aspect of their practices was definitely widely known, and was subject to many salacious rumors. And ultimately, the entire movement ended in defeat. Eva Frank herself died penniless, but nevertheless, you see the same kind of readiness for the Messiah that characterized a certain number of the Jewish followers of both Shabtai Tzvi and of Jacob Frank. That kind of like sums up this huge intellectual, spiritual whirlwind that had tremendous impact in the case of Shabtai Tzvi over most of Europe. In the case of Jacob Frank, particularly in Eastern Europe. But that's where I think I'd like to leave it for today. Let me thank you all for listening to this brief overview. Have an excellent day.
He relied on his son, John Jr., to keep him informed of Standard's business operations in his capacity as vice president. In 1899, Rockefeller took up golf and built golf courses at his estates in New York and Cleveland. In 1896, Rockefeller donated to Republican candidate William McKinley's presidential
We're going to look at the 18th century in particular, and we're going to focus on the 3 major intellectual movements that affected the Jews of Ashkenaz during that time. Specifically, we're going to look at the rise of Hasidism, the opposition of the Mitnagdim, and then the innovations of the Hasidim. These are 3 really important intellectual movements that had massive consequences for the next couple of centuries, right up until where we are today. They still continue to be felt, and the debates that raged in the 1700s and the 1800s are still very much a part also of what it means to be a thinking Jew today. One has to orient oneself within those 3 movements and triangulate, so to speak, a place for intellectual productivity and self-satisfaction. The word I'm looking for here is sikut nefesh, the satisfaction of the soul, trying to figure out exactly how one must relate to one's God, one's community, one's family, oneself, all within these three basic modern Jewish movements. So let's go straight to the material. We had lots of long introductions in the previous lectures, so let's have a shorter one here. Here's a great photograph from a recent popular series on cable or whatever streaming services. It's just it shows a couple of characters, a father and a son, having a breakfast together. And I kind of like this picture for reasons that I'll demonstrate in a moment. But we're going to be looking at essentially the long 18th century. Obviously, how long is a century? A century is 100 years. But Eric Hobsbawm, very important historian, pioneered the use of the term long 19th century, which goes from basically the French Revolution in 1789 to the beginning of World War I, 1914. So that's kind of somewhat longer than 100 years. And then he also pioneered the short 20th century, which goes from the beginning of the end of World War I, 1918, to the fall of communism in 1991. So it's much shorter than a century. I would like to suggest that in terms of Ashkenazi history and Jewish history at large, we're still in the 18th century in so many ways. This is a very, very long 18th century. And here are the three figures that are crucial for our understanding and their relationship to larger movements. First, we have the altar Rabbi, Rabbi Shner Zalman Avliadi. He is associated with the foundation of the Chabad Hasidic movement. I would include a picture here, perhaps more appropriately, of the Baal Shem Tov, Israel Ben Eliezer, who we'll talk about a little bit today, God willing. But we don't have any reliable pictures of him, and this is an iconic image that one sees in Chabad houses all over the world. And Rabbi Shner Zalman, although he is really a third generation, he was extremely influential in advancing a Hasidic vision through the rest of the world, as Chabad is today, in fact. And so he's appropriate for our 18th century focus. So he represents, obviously, the Hasidic mindset, the Hasidic movement, which we will explore over the course of the next hour or so. Then there is, of course, the great Rabbi Elijah of Vilna, the Vilna Gaon, who represents really the counterpoint to that position. He is the acknowledged head of the movement known as the Mitnagdim, or the Misnagdim, as it is pronounced in Ashkenazi pronunciation. Literally, that term means opponents, and they opposed the Hasidic movement, and so ironically, they derived their name from their the way in which they oriented themselves to this innovative movement known as Hasidism. In reality, they could have called themselves, let's say, the traditionalists, because the Misnagdim represented the sort of follow-through of the earlier Talmudic tradition, which obviously predates Chabad by centuries, if not millennia, depending on how you want to define the traditional text-based Talmudic culture. But nevertheless, the term Mishnagdim stuck, and so they're a very important element in our discussion of the three major intellectual movements of the era. Finally, we have the Haskalah, which is certainly well typified by Rabbi Moses, was the first really significant identifying with modernity that did not view the outside world as necessarily toxic and dangerous, but rather one in which Jews were expected to engage, one in which Jews could fully connect with while respecting the boundaries of their own ideologies and beliefs, and yet they could contribute to and be affected by the outside world. These three ideologies came into very significant conflict over the course of the 18th and into the 19th centuries. And of course, these three movements have a legacy, intellectual legacy, which continues to affect us to this day. While we're on this picture, I can't leave without pointing out that the actors in this series called Stisso, it's a very enjoyable series. They, of course, do not necessarily look the way they appear. Here's Shilin Stisso, the character, played by Doug Brickman, rather brilliantly, but rather different physical appearance. And here is his son, Akiva Stisso, played by Michael Aloni. I especially like including this picture of Michael Aloni because it often happens when I'm walking down the streets in Jewish neighborhoods. People walk up to me and say, "Hey, don't I know you? Aren't you that guy, Michael Aloni?" Just kidding. That really doesn't happen. Occasionally, though, when I'm in Manhattan, I'm often mistaken for other people like Will Smith, and, things like that. No, I'll probably cut this part over here. But let's go straight into the next part of the lecture. It's hard to have these lectures start so early in the morning. It's 8 a.m. here, and I can't see any of you in this webinar, so I'm just talking to my own face, and I'm tempted to cheer myself up with stupid jokes. Okay, so what I'd like to say about the three movements is I'd like to phrase them in terms of rebellion, because even the traditionalists, even the Misnagdim, who lay claim to be following through on older traditions, they also have rebellious elements because they are forced by the birth of the Hasidic movement to redefine themselves in opposition to something new. So that requires a certain amount of repositioning, as we shall see. So all three of these movements represent significant intellectual rebellions, upheavals. Let me explain what I mean. First, let's start with the rebellion of discovery, which is chronologically the earliest of these three rebellions, and that refers as a term I've used for the Hasidim. Here's a wonderful picture of Jews dancing at spot, Hasidic Jews, you can see. Now, they are, there are some Mishnagdim scattered in here as well, by the way, maybe Jews. They are rebels of discovery, in the sense that they're certainly traditionalists, as we shall see shortly, in terms of their orientation to the basic theological and practical tenets of Judaism, theory and practice, but they claim to be energized by something new, something innovative, something which has been discovered in the tradition, which it has ancient origins, but has recently come to flourish and find new expression in the 18th century. They perceive that innovation as a restoration, or as a coming closer to perceived core, something that has always been with Judaism, but has been more constrained and focused and restricted to individuals. And now, with this new movement of Hasidism, it is suddenly made more available, like the overflowing of a well and spreading out of its waters to many other people. That's really what's going on. What is this innovation? What is this new thing? As we discussed yesterday, the spots explosion of intellectual, spiritual, religious creativity in the 16th century had strong reverberations through the thought of the Arizal, one of the great Kabbalists of that city and that era, and found expression later in the Hasidic movement in particular. So Kabbalah gives which it obviously has ancient origins, although there's some dispute over specific texts and when they were written, but the whole idea of an esoteric, mystical approach to the Godhead through Judaism certainly goes all the way back to the biblical origins. Even Abraham has these, prophetic visions, Ezekiel and so on. So the idea of bringing more of that Kabbalah, more of that tradition into standard day-to-day Judaism was something that Hasidism was especially noted for. So it is a rebellion of discovery, meaning, hey, we have this amazing intellectual, spiritual resource here. Why aren't we making more use of it? That's really what Hasidism is in terms of its rebellion. Then, to contrast that, we have the rebellion of tradition, which is associated with the great Talmudic schools in Lithuania in particular. The rebels of tradition look at this innovation, they look at the Kabbalah coming into daily practice and say, wait a second, that's not right. Kabbalah is meant to be only for the holiest of holies. They're not saying Kabbalah is somehow incorrect or not representative of Judaism. They're saying that it should be more restricted. If the Hasidim have stepped over their acceptable boundaries by offering this body of ideas to a much larger population of people who are not ready and who are not, spiritually refined enough to receive it. They perceive that innovation of bringing those restricted ideas and practices to the masses as fundamentally antinomian, meaning against the law, things that should not happen because they could have disastrous impacts. And just to give you a sense of how this can really be couched in terms of a rebellion rather than a mere opposition, one of their great heroes is the famous Sam Sofer, Rabbi Moshe Schreiber, very important thinker of the era, in which in his clash with not so much the Hasidim, much more the Haskalah, he laid down a very basic principle, which I want to explain. It'll take me a little bit of a second. Let's just go back for a second to the biblical practice of not eating wheat during a certain time of year in the summer. There's a particular crop of wheat during the summer harvest that's called Hadash. In Hebrew, that means new. And that new wheat may not be eaten during a certain period of several weeks during the summer. It's just one of those biblical laws. And so, as the Talmud puts it, Chadash Asur Min Torah, or as we would say in Ashkenazis, Chadash Asur Min Torah. The new wheat is forbidden by the Torah. So, Rabbi Schreiber, the Sam Sofer, used that passage from the Talmud to describe anything new as being forbidden by the Torah. Simply saying, Chadash Asur Min Torah. Anything new is forbidden by the Torah. You can't innovate with this new introduction of Kabbalistic ideas, but in particular, you maskilim who want to bring an organ into the synagogue, want to move the Sabbath to Sunday, want to revise the laws of keeping kosher. No way, Chadash Asur Min Torah. Anything new is ipso facto forbidden by the Torah. So that's kind of like a pretty strong statement. And I don't think the Sam Sofer meant it literally and universally, but it was definitely a way to kind of coalesce thinking around an approach to these new ideas. So it is a rebellion, but it is a rebellion for tradition. And then finally, the last group, the Maskilim, the so-called enlighteners, so we'll have much more time to discuss in the Q&A, hopefully. The enlighteners, the Maskilim, are, I like to term them as rebels of expansion, meaning they say, here we are in the 18th century, and we sort of have a particular way of life and a way of relating to non-Ashkenazim, specifically the non-Jewish world around us, but also to, non-Ashkenazic Jews, of which there will be a significant new influx after the Spanish expulsion of 1492. And they say we should rather be expanding our horizons into other areas of political, social, especially cultural and intellectual endeavors that we've never really engaged in before. This background image is a beautiful medieval representation of a Jew and a Muslim playing chess together. Chess was seen for much of the second millennium of the Common Era as kind of like a leveling factor, that regardless of one's ideological background, one could engage in a game of chess without necessarily sacrificing one's personal beliefs and practices. So they were seen as kind of like a safe meeting place for ideologically divergent players like Jews and Muslims, Jews and Christians, Christians and Muslims, and so on. So this rebellion of expansion sees innovations in the tradition as corrections, as ways of addressing artificial phenomena that had developed over the centuries that may have been intrinsically harmful to the advance of Jewish civilization and thought. And their great hero is that we will see some of the 18th and 19th century figures who are involved, but they tend to look backwards to figures that they feel are well representative of their values, such as Moses Maimonides, who was one of those very unique figures who, of course, lived quite a bit earlier. We're talking about 8 centuries before the time we're talking, 6 centuries. And Moses Maimonides, however, was one of those rare Sephardic geniuses who was adept both within the Jewish intellectual tradition and extremely creative, writing things like the Mishnah Torah, the Guide for the Perplexed, but at the same time, very, very active in the secular world. As a physician, he wrote many treatises in Arabic on various medical conditions and so on, and he's seen as kind of like a golden age individual and a prime figure for modern Jews to emulate. It is not inconsequential that many schools that sort of lean towards this Maskilic approach name themselves after Maimonides, Rambam schools, because he's seen as one of these figures who's able to, join general and Jewish knowledge together in such an appealing way, while certainly not sacrificing his rigor in either area. So those are our 3 rebellions that will occupy us for the next, really, the rest of this lecture and the next one as well. Now, let us not forget the background, which we have explored in somewhat greater detail before, but let's just touch on these things because it's very important to understand the context in which the 18th century developed. Certainly, one of the most important elements is the Spanish expulsion and later the Portuguese forced conversion of 1497, which also resulted in significant demographic change as Jews fled or were pushed out of the Iberian Peninsula to many different locations, including, as you see on the left of this map, a las Americas, right, to the South America in particular, also some to North America, and quite a bit going to free cities like Amsterdam and so on, where they had considerable more leverage in terms of how they practiced their orientation to their traditional faith of Judaism, many of whom had already been converted forcibly or otherwise to Christianity, and they brought with them to these Ashkenazic lands, and as a result of their very divergent experiences with regards to faith. Let us look, for example, at the tragic case of Uriel da Costa, someone upon whom I meditate frequently, actually, and I've spoken about him in a few different lectures. He is shown here in this fanciful image as the dark, brooding man who has a young boy on his lap, Spinoza. In many ways, they are quite complementary to each other. Uriel da Costa, very briefly, was a Portuguese man, Portuguese Jewish man. He was raised without being told his Jewish origins, and he actually pursued a career. He was a very brilliant student. He pursued a career and received ecclesiastical honors at the University of Coimbra in Portugal. Then his mother revealed to him, Uriel, I got to tell you that maybe your name gave it away, but we're actually Jews. We've been crypto-Jews since the Spanish, the expulsion, the forced conversion of 1497, and even the Portuguese Inquisition that was started in the early 16th century. He was initially delighted. He said, wow, that's great, I'm so fascinated. By the way, crypto Jews typically did not tell their children when they were very young about their Jewish origins because there was a tremendous danger should they reveal it to other kids in the neighborhood, so they would typically only enlightened as to their true status when they were young adults. His mother and he managed to leave Portugal, and they ended up in Amsterdam, where Da Costa was thrilled to be part of a real Jewish community, and he was so excited. However, the weakness that he carried with him was that his perception of the Jewish people was entirely based on the documentation he was able to access in Portugal, which was basically the Bible. And so he's reading about great figures like Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and Joseph and King David and so on. And he's like, wow, these Jews must be remarkable people. And when he gets to Amsterdam, he finds that, you know what, they're not quite as remarkable as he thought. You know, there are some that engage in inappropriate business practices, and some that engage in intellectually dishonest activity, and he finds himself in a situation where he is a kind of a Baal Tshuva, right, a penitent, a newly religious person, but he finds that the regular FFBs, religious from birth individual, that's from birth, meaning religious from birth, they don't necessarily behave with the standards that he expected. He gets into a lot of conflict with local authorities. He actually writes some books which are critical of the Jewish tradition. His intellectual genius was coupled with, unfortunately, a mental instability, and he is excommunicated several times. He actually moves to another community, tries to settle in there. The same kind of thing happened. The end of the story is he went back to Amsterdam with kind of a resolution that, as he put it, I have to live in a community, so I agree to live as an ape among apes, meaning he will give up his personal view of what Judaism should be and what Jews should believe, and he'll live within this regular community because he simply can't live alone. He was terribly attached to his mother, he wanted to be near her, and so on. In this final excommunication, the Beit Din of Amsterdam decided that if he were to be accepted back, he had to undergo a ritual humiliation. It's like a memorial, we've done it several times. You say you're sorry, and then right away you go back and do other terrible things. You'll have to view my video on this to understand a little bit more of the practical details. You've got to come to synagogue, you've got to confess in front of the entire congregation. You will endure a symbolic flogging. It's not a flogging like, to draw blood and things like that, God forbid, but it was nevertheless in the middle of the synagogue to be flogged, to see such a public, visible sign of public condemnation. And then he would have to lie down on the steps outside the synagogue and have the entire congregation walk over his stone form. Terrible humiliation. He goes through with it, and then he goes home. He sits down and he writes a 12-page suicide note called, which has been published later, called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, the example of a human life. And then he pulls out a gun and he kills himself. Very, very tragic story relating to the question of identity, layers of identity, his earlier Christian identity being added, underlying his newer Jewish identity, the disconnect between his imagined Jewish identity and the identity of the Jews of Amsterdam among whom he lived. Very tragic, and I think quite relevant to modern day. It's actually dramatic versions have been staged multiple times. It's a very popular opera, it's even a very popular play in Europe. Anyway, he's a great example of the kind of intellectual yeast that was brought into Ashkenazic lands by the Portuguese expellees in particular because of their earlier Christian status. Recall that this is a process that took place over a century or two, and so there are people who have been Christian for generations who then finally make their way to Ashkenazic lands in order to join a Jewish community, and they've already been colored by a very, very different experience than traditional Ashkenazim have received. Of course, the figure on the left here of Baruch Spinoza who is shown by in this brilliant painting by Hirschenberg as being so different from the brooding, dark Acosta. He's in light clothing, blonde, and holding on to flowers as they both gaze at a book. Acosta with this penetrating 1,000-yard star, but with Spinoza with kind of this casual offhand glance. He, of course, essentially repeats much of the story of Acosta. Here is another work by Hirschenberg, who was just as fascinated by these individuals that I. Spinoza would also suffer an excommunication from the court in Amsterdam, one that seemed to pain him far less than that of Da Costa. You can see in this image where Hirschenberg portrays him as simply walking along the street, engrossed in his studies, whereas the traditionalist Jews of Amsterdam are cowering. One appears to be reaching for a stone to perhaps throw at him. And Hirschenberg is definitely sharpening his axe with this rather polemic image, but nevertheless, it points to the narrative that I want to describe here of intellectual ferment that's going on in Ashkenazic lands, particularly in Western Europe, that will eventually find its expression in, at the very least, the Haskalah, and really quite a bit more, as Spinoza, of course, has a much longer arc of influence on Western thought. So we also have, as we discussed yesterday, demographic upheavals with the horrible pogroms associated with the Khmelnytsky rebellion and large displacement of peoples into Europe, where again ideas are circulating, as many Eastern European Jews are encountering some of these Western European ideas. And then we are immediately following the Khmelnytsky rebellion with the whole Shabbatai Tzvi debacle, which we discussed also yesterday, and that's followed up by Neo-Sabbatianism. This is one of the amulets that we mentioned yesterday, in which Rabbi Yonasan Eibeshitz was accused of being a Neo-Sabbatian, and even figures as phenomenal and as important as Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto were accused of heretical views. So going into the 18th century, we've got so many ideas kicking around, lots of challenges to the status quo, and they will ultimately find expression in the three movements that I've described. Let's just look, before we move straight to the Hasidic movement, at the demographic distribution of Ashkenazic Jews and how that relates to the three movements that we're talking about today. This is a great map that gives you a sense of the demographic shift that we described earlier this week of Jews from the Rhineland. There are still significant populations of Jews in Germany by the time you get to the middle of the 19th century, but all Jews have also been admitted, not formally, but basically the earlier expulsion was ignored. So you have Jews making their way into the United Kingdom, but the large mass of Ashkenazi Jewry is primarily in the Russian Empire at this point. And in terms of the three movements that we're going to be talking about, the first is the Hasidic movement, that is chronologically the earliest in terms of its development, is the Hasidic movement, which is largely centered in what we would call today right bank Ukraine and southern Poland. That's where you have the great centers of Medjugorje and Berdichev, and so many of the towns that are associated with great Hasidic masters are really located in the southern part of the great homeland of Eastern European Ashkenazi Jews. Then slightly to the north, and it's really like a Venn diagram, Hasidim and Misnagdim could live side by side in a given street in any Eastern European shtetl. Although when you move further north, you are more likely to have fewer and fewer Hasidim and more Misnagdim. The Vilna was widely regarded, Vilnius, as the capital of the Hasidic world, the capital of the Misnagdic world, primarily because it was the domicile of the great Vilna Gaon, Rabbi Eliyahu Vilna, that we talked about earlier. But there were Hasidic movements active in Lithuania as well, including Chabad, for example. So they're primarily to the north, but as the Venn diagram, they're overlapping with Hasidim. Finally, you have the Misnagdic movement, the Haskalah, which also has penetration into Eastern Europe, but is really based in the northern German region. Berlin is one of the major centers of Haskalah in the early period, and these three movements will interact with each other over the course of the 18th and well into the 19th century, and many of their arguments continue to reverberate to the present. Well, what exactly is Hasidism? What do we mean? Like, what's important in Judaism? How does Hasidism differ from the traditionalists? I will remind you that one of the elements of Judaism that distinguishes it from its daughter religion, Christianity, or its granddaughter religion, Islam, less so Islam, is the notion that while Judaism has some key tenets, like, for example, the idea of monotheism, the idea of life after death, these are all classic elements of Jewish thought, the anticipation of the Messiah. But these basic ideas of belief, of intellectual commitment, can be summarized in a very small number. You can use their various counts depending on which of the medieval authorities you look at, but you can basically count the key things that Jews must believe easily on one set of hands. It's a small number of mandatory beliefs for Jews. On the other hand, we've got a huge number of practical requirements. Judaism is in many ways much more about practice than it is about belief. Like, what do you do with your day? Judaism, traditional Judaism obviously, has a highly regulated set of rules codified in 613 commandments, which dictate, how you're supposed to live your life. So, if that is the more important measuring stick for what is Jewish, how does Hasidism stack up against Misnagdim? So, if we put this little chart together and we look at the practices or beliefs of both groups, let's say first, one of the key ideas is, do you believe that there are 613 commandments, meaning that the Torah comes from Sinai, from God, and that it defines these 613 commandments that the rabbis have articulated in the oral Torah, through the Talmud in particular, the Code of Jewish Law? Misnagdim say, well, absolutely, that's our bread and butter, that's what we do all day, we study those commandments, and Hasidim also say yes. So, okay, right, that's a really clear distinction. This, by the way, to jump ahead to the 20th century, I would say, the 19th century, this is a key distinction with modern movements, which are now called denominations of Judaism, that might not necessarily agree that there are 613 commandments. And even though among the Orthodox there may be some discussion of, well, this particular commandment, number 82, isn't really a commandment, it's just a rabbinic enactment, but you forgot one other that I included to make 613. That's perfectly par for the course for traditional Judaism, but in the 19th and 20th century, then there are people who would say, in the name of Judaism, that no, we think that there are only 10 commandments, or we think that there are even no commandments, that it's all, later creations. This is not characteristic of 18th century Hasidism or Misnagdism at all. Let's look at some of the key parts of it, like the observance of Shabbat. By the way, the next three, this one and the next two, are really sort of like when a person wants to convert to Orthodox Judaism, these are, in my experience, limited experience with it, these are the three things that they really concentrate on. Because, learning and practicing Judaism in this traditional form is a lifelong endeavor. Study of the commandments itself is part of the whole package. So it's something that you really get better at as you get older. So if someone wants to convert to Judaism, they can't be expected to know and practice everything right away. They might have an attitudinal approach saying, I'm willing to practice everything, I just don't get it yet. So the three areas that rabbis typically concentrate on are observance of Shabbat, observance of Kashrut, and observance of the laws of family intimacy. So looking at Shabbat, right, it has this very complex set of rules of 39 forbidden behaviors that are essentially creative and manipulative in reality, like, you know, wonderfully no cell phone use and, you know, constant. So Shabbat, Misnagdim say, yes, absolutely. And Hasidim say, oh, Gavaldik, we love Shabbos, it's great. So they're the same. What about keeping kosher? Oh, yeah. You know, the Misnagdim, they love kosher chicken. They detest non-kosher chicken. Hasidim also, yes. Now, as we shall see, they will debate the particular details of what makes something kosher, but the concept of keeping kosher is sacrosanct for both groups. And finally, the laws of family intimacy, which we discussed in the previous class, very basic to Judaism. The Misnagdim say totally we're down with this, and the Hasidim as well. They will argue over things like what's the appropriate way to construct a ritual bath, a mikvah, which is essential, of course, to the laws of family intimacy. They all agree that it is basic Judaism. So wait a second now. If we want to say that the primary intellectual religious commitment of believing that there is a Torah that comes from God at Sinai is the same for both groups, and all of the key elements of practice are the same for both groups, so what's different about them? Why is Hasidism something new? In large part, it is a matter of style. All of the elements of Hasidism are familiar to the Misnagdim, but there's a question of what they emphasize. Certain aspects of this very rich millennial tradition receive far more attention and energy in the Hasidic movement than they do in the Misnagdic movement. And that change in emphasis is something that really makes this a distinct group. Prior, its origins in the Misnagdic movement, but nevertheless distinct. So one way to try to understand this is that Hasidism is kind of like Jewish, but even more so, right? Like Hasidim go beyond what is required. Of course, they're going to meet the minimum standard. They want to go to beyond standards, and we can see this in all kinds of ways of life. I am personally most familiar with Chabad, and I think they're a great example of this, right? The fact that there are young people who are willing to dedicate their entire lives to move to some remote part of the world where there are hardly any Jews and set up a Chabad house just to serve the tiny number of Jews that may be in the environs. And they dedicate their entire lives to this. That's a phenomenal level of commitment that you do not see in a similar way, in my humble opinion, experience with the Hasidic, with the Misnagdic world. But to give you one concrete example that we already looked at earlier today, the case of payas. So payas literally means corners, and it refers to the corners of one's face. The biblical law, as understood through the traditional Talmudic tradition, is that one, and based on a verse in the Bible, one may not use a razor to shave one's temples. Referring specifically to men, men may not shave their temples with a razor. So, as you notice, the hair on the side of my head, maybe I need a haircut, a trim, but nevertheless, they're certainly not long. It's more or less the same length as whatever hair is left on the rest of my head. And that's because I'm a litvak and just have the traditional approach, which says no razor. Okay, fine. But the Hasidim say, if we can't take a razor to that part of our head, we're not even going to take scissors to the part of the head. And we're going to let that part of our head just grow wild and free. And that's going to be kind of like an outward statement of who we are about. We are Jewish, but even more so. Now, it's not to say that it's forbidden to trim one's payos with scissors, but in Hasidic practice, it's highly discouraged. The idea is, no, you've got to live your life. What do they say today? You be you, and your you-ness is in the Hasidic tradition. And we see this with a lot of Kabbalistic-oriented movements, because there is a Kabbalistic element to the peyot and to the beard as well. And we see, for example, here, although these are actually fake payas, that they're applied, as we saw earlier in today's lecture, by a makeup artist, nevertheless, it's a very distinct external feature that is readily recognizable. So it's not like this is foreign to the Snagdim, they'll certainly understand it, but nevertheless, it indicates kind of like a larger approach and style to everything Jewish. That's what the Hasidim want to emulate in their approach. It's ironic as well to note that, there's life imitates art, imitates life. The Misnagdim in Lithuanian yeshivas, seeing what the Hasidim doing, sometimes sort of like say, well, that's a nice idea, Taka, I like that. And so you will see a lot of young men in traditional Lithuanian yeshivot who are also growing their payas, maybe not as long and as curled as you would see with Hasidic groups, but they tend to cut them over their ear and things like that. So that kind of like shows how there's an ebb and flow and a mutual influence of previously hostile groups. So let us look at how Hasidism has been understood by historians, and specifically look at the question of how did this movement, which in many ways has some kind of extreme elements to it, like the payas look extreme, especially if you've never seen them before. How did they successfully capture the masses? So if we look at the great historians, the major historians who looked at Hasidism, we've got to begin with Heinrich Gretz, very important 19th century German historian, who has a traditionalist Lithuanian background, and then he kind of moved into the Haskalah, which will be the subject of our lecture after the break. And he tended to look down on the Hasidim. He tended to see them as being neo-Sabbateans, being heavily influenced by the Sabbatean ideas, and especially although he doesn't necessarily regard them as heretics, he regards them as being, credulous and, poorly rooted in the intellectual tradition, buffeted by the horrible tragedies of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, and influenced by the leftovers of Shabbatai Tzvi's movement. And he says, this is something we really have to extirpate, and it's not the kind of Judaism that represents really the great tradition. And hopefully there won't be too many Hasidim moving over here to Germany, where I'm writing in particular. So yes, a decidedly negative approach to the Hasidic movement. Shimon Dubno, on the other hand, a great historian, also an encyclopedic historian, writing a multiple-volume history of Jews, said, what are you talking about? Obviously, you're too far divorced from the realities of Eastern European Jewish life. The Hasidim represent the true populist spirit of the Jews. That it's true that the Hasidim down in the southern regions of, right bank of Ukraine, southern Poland, were largely divorced from the great Talmudic elite centers of the north. But you know what? They're good, enthusiastic Jews who are willing to devote themselves to the larger cause of Judaism. And if they find their religious solace in this much more popular movement that has, these charismatic leaders, what's it to you, Heinrich Gretz? And so he developed a much more sympathetic view of Hasidism as kind of like a natural outpouring of the zeitgeist, the spirit of the era, disseminating directly from the spirit of the people who really yearn for a personal connection to God. If they couldn't get it through arcane Talmudic texts, they would get it through the singing and dancing and friendships that were developed, characteristic of the Hasidic movement. This is especially noted in the work of Martin Luther, who is not speaking a historian. He's a philosopher, but he was instrumental in working with the Hasidic stories themselves, translating them into German and greatly popularizing them in the western part of the world. His treatment of Hasidism was not really as systematic as you would see with Chaim Kretz or Shimon Dubno, but it was decidedly sympathetic and emphasized those philosophical elements of Hasidism which he felt were especially appropriate for the burgeoning 20th century, and wrote some very meaningful works based on those. Then you get to Gershom Scholem, who sees them much more as a new iteration of a Kabbalistic movement, really emphasizing the intellectual origins of Hasidism in Lurian and Kabbalah. But perhaps one of my favorite analyses is that of Ben Zion Dinor, a fascinating Israeli historian, who essentially looks to the Hasidic movement as an economic rebellion. There's a lot more to say about this than I have time for, but the basic gist of his argument is that, if you recall when we spoke about the Arenda in the Chmelnytsky lecture, there, basically noblemen owned entire towns in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And that also meant that they actually owned the right to name the chief rabbi of any particular location. It was not a right that they necessarily were, especially interested in until they started receiving bribes to name one candidate over another. And so what ends up happening in the 18th century is that you have these local rabbis who receive their position largely through lobbying efforts with the nobility, the Polish nobility, rather than through, genuine pastoral work with their congregations. Why would someone want that? Well, there's a certain amount of what's in Hebrew called kavod, of prestige, honor associated with being the town rabbi. But there's also an economic incentive, because that way you would receive the benefit of the local taxes imposed on the Jews for various services. It's called the korobka, sometimes called a candle tax, a basket tax, tax on kosher meat, all these things. So in exchange for a steady income, which is a pretty easy income, you would sit back and just let people eat kosher meat, and you get the proceeds from it. They would essentially bribe the Polish nobility to get a position like this. And Hasidism, Dr. Dino argued, was essentially a counter-reaction to this corruption in the, air quotes, rabbinic elite. And they're saying, we don't want your stinking rabbis coming from the Polish nobility. We want the rabbis who actually care about us, who will actually, cry with us and console us, and will advise us and will inspire us. And so these Hasidic groups develop as kind of like a counterbalance to the dry and uninterested rabbinate that may owe some of its positions to really a corrupt, perversion of authority. I think it's a very fascinating line of argument. There's a lot to say there. Finally, Ada Rappaport-Albert, a very innovative scholar of Hasidism, passed away just recently, a great loss to the scholarly community. She said, hey, the women were incredibly important in the Hasidic movement. We actually have a few examples of really exceptional women, like Kamaletto Webermacher, the maiden of Ludmir, who was essentially functioning as a Hasidic Rebbe in many ways, having a tish and giving brachos and things like that. But even besides the exceptional women who attained much more leadership, the fact that there could be a shake-up of the traditional approach to Judaism, in which Jewish women had a much more constrained role, just the fact that some of the rules were kind of like looked at with a more flexible mindset, meant that many women could assert new ways for them to be involved in the practice of Judaism. And she said some really fascinating things about this, and I strongly encourage you to have a look at it as a gender-based approach, which I think has tremendous merit. So all of these things taken together, they all have merit, of course, but they give us a sense of the complexity of how this Hasidic movement was able to race through these regions in right bank Ukraine and southern Poland with such rapidity and rapidly gain the trust of the masses. Okay. Let's just talk a little bit about the origins of the movement, and then we'll take our break. We're going to pick up this lecture after the break and then continue through the Haskalah as well. One of the most important contributions to the study of early Hasidism comes from my senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rothman at Bar-Ilan University, a really great historian who's done some pioneering work in a lot of areas. And one of the questions he asked was, all the thing we know about the founder of Hasidism, who lived in the first half of the 18th century, Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, the Baal Shem Tov, is based on teachings of his students, testimonies of his students published much later, and often without critical rigor, and there are contradictions in some of the accounts, and some of them are hard to place or believe. What do we really know about the Baal Shem Tov using the tools of modern historical analysis? Now, it happened that he started really asking these questions at the time when the Iron Curtain fell in the 1990s, and so he was one of the first scholars to get over there and start looking in the post-Soviet archives. And when he got there, he found, among other things, the Baal Shem Tov's text form. He actually found that the direct references to the Baal Shem Tov, who apparently had a position of authority in his town of Medjugorje. Here you can see enlightened, highlighted the line from the tax records that refers to someone named Baal Shem, who is called a doctor, reverend elsewhere, which indicates that he actually lived with, on a particular street, a particular address that was apparently provided by the community, and that he was a figure of significant authority, especially towards the end of his life. So he was able to discuss in his classic work, the historical search for the Baal Shem Tov, to derive from Polish records a much more concrete image of who this founder of Hasidism was. And it's an amazing story. What I'd like to do when we come back from the break is begin with the precursors to the Baal Shem Tov, to place them in his social and intellectual context, and then we're going to get deep into the conflict with the Nostalgia and then the Haskalah. So I want to thank you all for your attention and endurance. Thank you very much for watching.
To access outside investment. In January 1870, Rockefeller dissolved the existing partnership and incorporated the firm as the Standard Oil Company, with himself as president, William as vice president, and Flagler as secretary and treasurer. Rockefeller was the largest shareholder with a 29% stake, while other company insiders had no more than 15%.
Let us pick up from where we left off, looking at the precursors to the Hasidic movement. What I'd like to do over the next hour is to move from the early Hasidic movement to their Nostalgic opponents and try to understand a certain element of the clash between these two groups, and then we're going to round it out with the third post in this triangle, which is, of course, the Haskalah, the Maskili. So we left off discussing the historical role and the historicity of Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, known as the Baal Shem Tov, phenomenal research done by Professor Moshe Rothman. But in this context, to understand the Baal Shem Tov more appropriately, we really have to go to some of the precursors to think about how he emerged as a figure in the 18th century. One of the most significant figures in pre-Bechtian research, Bech being the acronym for Baal Shem Tov, is my colleague Dr. Yochanan Stern, who is, of course, a great scholar at Northwestern University in Chicago. He's done some phenomenal work on many different areas of history. Won the National Jewish Book Award for his remarkable work, The Golden Age Shtetl, which I highly recommend. But some of his early work in Jewish history in Eastern Europe focused on the works of the three Bechtian scholars who are called the Baalei Shem. Let's just explore that term for a second. By the way, this is a rare archival photograph from my personal collection. I first met Dr. Stern in Kiev way back in 1992 when he was working in the bowels of the Soviet archive. So when he was working in the bowels of the Vernadsky Library with the remarkable collection of Pekasim, which are communal record books going back to the period we're discussing today, in the 18th century, of individual towns scattered throughout right bank Ukraine. Absolutely fascinating work. At any rate, Dr. Stern wrote some remarkable things about one of these Baalei Shem, in particular. Hillel Baal Shem was his name. And as you see, the name Baal Shem reappears. As here's Hillel Baal Shem, and there's the Baal Shem. So, who were these people who were called the Baalei Shem in the Torah? So basically, the word Shem means name, and Baal Shem means the master of the name. This is kind of a rabbinic euphemism for an amulet maker. That is, we saw earlier, for example, with the amulet I showed you from Rabbi Yonatan Eibeshitz, amulets are a very, very old tradition in Judaism. There are Talmudic discussions of them. The Aramaic term is Tme'ah. And these are basically, small kind of like material culture exhibits of pragmatic, practical Judaism, where people would go to a rabbi, a wonder worker, a Kabbalist, and say, Rabbi, I'm having such a difficult time conceiving a child. I'm having such a difficult time getting my livelihood together. I'm having such a difficult time finding a mate, or I'm worried about my health, whatever human concerns there would be. And one of the kind of folk remedies, which again has legitimate intellectual roots in the tradition, but it is something which is ripe for corruption and inappropriate activity, is the rabbi or the miracle worker would write a small scroll or on a slip of paper some kind of what would look like a magical incantation. And we have many examples of these. We have the Aramaic curse bowls of Babylonia, and we have small devices born. In fact, probably the earliest actual text in the original writing of a biblical passage is one of these Me'ot that was written in 7th century Israel, that was discovered at Ketav Hinnom, a very small little piece of the Birkat HaKohanim, the passage from the Bible, that was written on silver foil and rolled up and worn as a small amulet. So these amulet makers were not necessarily highly trained, not necessarily salubrious individuals. Sometimes there's a market for this, and so sometimes charlatans would get involved and would take people's money without producing anything that would have true religious merit, other than perhaps as a placebo. It's beyond the scope of this short class to talk about the metaphysical import of these documents and to what degree they are efficacious, but essentially there is an industry that persists to this day of producing amulets for people who have specific needs. And there are lots of these in right bank Ukraine, southern Poland, primarily because of the lower level of education of the population there. As I mentioned in the last lecture, the centers of Talmudic learning were primarily to the north. And I'm not sure of this, but I have a hunch that the market for Me'ot is inversely related to the degree of Jewish education in a given place. I could be wrong about that. At any rate, a lot of these Baalei Shem were not necessarily reputable. And that's why Rabbi Ezra ben Eliezer, who was also noted for his wonder-working miraculous deeds, was known as the Baal Shem Tov, meaning the master of the good name being a name of God, or the master of the name who is good, as opposed to all of those other Baalei Shem who are not so reliable. So the Baalei Shem was the backdrop for the emergence of this unusual individual, Israel ben Eliezer, who managed to bring together as a charismatic individual a circle of disciples who would follow him, and the innovative teachings of Hasidism, which I had described in brief prior to in the prior lecture. And this was essentially the nucleus of the modern Hasidic movement. It also had a lot of relationship to early book culture, because while they may have lacked some of the more formal Talmudic training, literacy was proceeding apace in this area. And with the Hasidic movement came some early publications that had a very dramatic impact on moving the whole tradition from a folk culture to more of a formal culture. We see this incidentally in the work of Hillel Bashem, who himself refused to be published in his lifetime, despite his massive writings, which remain in manuscript. So the Hasidic movement largely spread, not so much through Israel Ben Eliezer, the Baal Shem Tov himself, but rather through one of his most important disciples, Rabbi Dov Ber of Mezrich, known as Magi Mezrich. He had 5 distinct students who, as you can see from this remarkable work, the Historical Atlas of Hasidism, published by Princeton, his followers spread throughout the world. The Maggid Mezrich really represents the institutionalization of Hasidic teachings in 5 highly distinct schools led by his disciples, but remarkable impact largely focused in his activities. One of those disciples was the Alter Rebbe, who we discussed earlier, Rabbi Shlomo Zalman of Ziyadi, who is the founder of the Chabad movement. And in keeping with his burgeoning book culture, he authored the Tanya, which is an extremely influential work of the era. But the idea that these rabbis really thought of themselves as kind of like a rebellious movement, they certainly knew they were engaged in something that was innovative and energetic and was rapidly gaining steam, but they only began to think of themselves as a movement, as kind of like something which is really coalescing around a body of ideas and practices that are, distinct in a useful manner from traditional Judaism, when they began to be opposed. So ironically, just like the traditionalists received their self-definition as opponents, misnagdim, from the emergence of the Hasidic movement, the Hasidic movement itself really derived a tremendous amount of self-definition from that opposition. So they're kind of like learning to draw the lines that separate them, and that helps them focus their own energies into what it is they are all about. That opposition primarily came from the circle of the great Vilna Gaon. Here's another image of this. What exactly were the Misnagdim opposed to? What exactly was their problem with Hasidism? So let's have a look at several key aspects of that opposition. The first is that the Hasidim were organizing separate prayer groups. Part of the reason for this was the less rigorous degree of scrupulosity that was applied to the prayer times as defined by Jewish law, and particularly by the Misnagdic orientation. Let me just explain this for a second. In traditional Judaism, there are 3 main prayers of the weekday: Shacharis, Mincha, Marav, the morning prayer, afternoon, and evening prayer. And the rabbis of the Talmud, in fact, it's the very first thing that's discussed in the Talmud, is trying to delineate when exactly are those times. When is morning? When is afternoon? When is evening? When do we schedule these prayers? So the Lithuanians, the Misnagdim, tended to have a fairly rigorous definition, a fairly confined definition of the window of opportunity to represent particularly the morning prayer. The Hasidim, however, argued that, what's more important, the adherence to those details, which, by the way, particularly as you move further north in Europe, a higher level of latitude really changes the times in which those morning prayers may be recited. Do you really want to drag yourself into this kind of prayer? In the summertime, it can be really super early, too. So do you really want to drag yourself in where you're not even awake and mumble these words without any contemplation as to what they mean? Perhaps it's more valuable to God to, wake up refreshed, to spend a little time in contemplation, maybe even eat a little breakfast to revive yourself, and then go to synagogue and pray like a mensch, like a human being. And so the sometimes overlapping, sometimes distinct times of prayer meant that a specific community had to have a separate prayer house, a Hasidic prayer house. And this level of division within the community was regarded very negatively by the Misnagdim, and they took issue with it. And so related to that is sometimes they're just ignoring the mandated prayer times. But Hasidim would counter, of course, that no, we're not ignoring the regular prayer times. What we're doing is we're making sure that the minimum requirement of certain prayers, like the Shema prayer, are actually recorded and actually recited within the mandated time. But the fuller prayer is really only recited perhaps a little bit later than the traditional time, but it's recited with kavanah, with intention and with meaning, and that's far more valuable. They argued that another element that contributed to this separation, this fissuring, fracturing of the community, was that the Hasidim were adopting a different prayer rite, that of the Ari, the great Arizal, who we discussed earlier, Rabbi Isaac Luria, the great Kabbalist of the 16th century, and this was distinct from the prayer book that was used by the Misnagdim. Again, if you were a Martian landing on the planet, and you ask someone, can you please explain to me what's the difference between Hasidim and Misnagdim? And you would show him, we assume this Martian was a him, I don't know what pronouns they would use, but you show him the regular siddur and the Ari siddur, and he would say, well, it's not like there's a huge amount of difference here. The percentage of words that are different or in different places are I'm guessing single-digit percentages. Is it really that huge a difference? And of course, they would say the Martian heretic, right? Because it does mean a lot. But the Misnagdim has an issue with the Hasidim for changing the rite of prayers. There's a more significant issue. And by the way, I'm not going to make a big deal out of this, but Ben Zion Dinur really did dig deeply into each of these issues to look at the economic roots of all of these shifts and how that had implications for the revenue streams that were generated by the Jewish population, and more significantly, to whom did those streams flow? Did they flow to the traditional rabbi who may have received his position there as a result of bribing a Polish nobleman? Or did they flow to this charismatic, popular Hasidic rabbi who received his position by popular assent, particularly in the early 18th century? So one of those most taxed issues was kosher slaughter, right? Because when you have a kosher meat produced, then there's taxes that have to be paid to cover the supervision and things like that, and also that not all animals, when they're slaughtered, are slaughtered correctly, or they turn out to be healthy enough to be consumed for kosher stipulations. So that means an element of loss for the kosher butcher. What is he supposed to do? So that's why there's a huge tax applied to try and offset those costs. So the Hasidim and the Misnagdim differed on a fairly fine point of Jewish law regarding the sharpness of the blade that is used to slaughter the animal. If it is too dull, then it requires the slaughterer to forcibly push on the animal's neck with more pressure than is appropriate, and that causes the animal more pain. But the thing is, if you make the knife too thin, you sharpen it too much, that even the slightest ding, if it hits the table incorrectly or something, that can cause a tiny nick, which would rip the neck of the animal rather than slice it, and as a result, that would also cause the animal pain, and these have implications for whether or not the animal is kosher. So the Hasidim and Misnagdim disagreed on to the degree at which the knife was honed, and therefore Hasidim said, well, we really, since we differ, we need a separate shochet, we need a separate slaughterer, a ritual slaughter to prepare our meat, and that, of course, has implications for the revenue stream. One of the charges laid at the feet of the Hasidim by the Misnagdim was that they disregarded the study of the Talmud, that they were so deeply involved in the ethereal wisdom of the Kabbalah that they weren't studying the Talmud as deeply as they should. This is probably true for the early period, especially because, as I've described, the nature of the distribution of higher education in the Jewish world at that time. But certainly as you go through the 19th century, it's no longer true. And Hasidim are just as likely to be deeply involved in the Talmud as Misnagdim are. But related to that was, instead of studying the Talmud, they're studying Kabbalah. And as we mentioned in the last lecture, this was like, oh my gosh, the Kabbalah is like super advanced study. We respect the Talmud, the Kabbalah, say the Misnagdim. We consider it the Holy of Holies. But it should only be studied by a very, very limited coterie of highly advanced students who are highly qualified, who have already completed the entire Talmud and all of the commentaries and things like that. What are you doing giving the Kabbalah to regular people like this? Even in kind of like popularized versions like the Tanya, which took, esoteric doctrines of the Zohar and elsewhere, and then sort of digested them in a much easier format for popular readers. You can't do that. That's not okay, says the Misnagdim. And then they get a little bit more serious and they say, you know what we heard about these Hasidim? They engage in raucous, unruly, even drunken behavior. Doing things like turning somersaults in the middle of the synagogue, wildly gesticulating during prayer, clapping during prayer. They engage in farbrengens, which are like gatherings with a lot of alcohol, and they sing all kinds of songs, but then they go into other tangents which are really not appropriate, and they argue about the general sense of decorum that the Hasidim manifested, which they said was totally against their much more sober, staid, rigid Lithuanian behavior. It's kind of interesting to look at Hasidim and Misnagdim today because, they kind of borrowed from each other. Hasidic prayer today is certainly, with some exceptions, there are certain groups that definitely have some rather unusual practices, but most Hasidim pray today with a lot of the discipline that the Misnagdim were cherishing. And a lot of Misnagdim, on the other hand, can also, shuckle and, bow back and forth with great violence and intention. That was probably an influence of the Hasidic movement back in the 19th century. So they really borrowed from each other quite a bit. Finally, one of the most nasty charges was that they were breaking laws. They were not following halacha, and they, adduce a variety of things, big and small. And even they were following the teachings of Shabtai Tzvi. Kind of interesting that usually the charges are laid out in a similar order like this, which goes from things which are much more objective and easy to quantify to things which are much more kind of fuzzy and theoretical and people aren't really sure about. But it certainly gave a certain amount of impetus to the nature of the charge against the Hasidim. So how did they respond? So the Alter Rebbe and Rabbi Menachem Mendel of the Tips said, wait a second, what is going on here? They went to meet with the Vilna Gaon to explain where they're coming from, to say, no, we're not trying to represent a different movement. And a lot of these things that you're saying are like not true, like the Sabbatean things like that. But the Vilna Gaon would not meet with them. The Misnagdim pronounced a formal ban in 1772 and even burned some Hasidic texts in consequence of that ban. This is, by the way, something that will happen quite a bit in 18th century Eastern Europe. They'll be banning a lot of the Maskilic texts shortly as well. The Hasidim, who are now, demographically quite strong, they issue counterbans and their own book burnings. So it's pushed back onto the Misnagdim. And both groups begin to reify their relative positions to each other. A very, very strong social ban was reissued in 1781 against the Hasidim in an attempt to kind of extirpate this nascent movement, but it was already too late. The movement had already found so many willing and happy adherents in the southern part of the continent, and it just was not going to go away. And perhaps one of the most focused moments of dispute was when a particular rabbi in the city of Pinsk, a traditionalist rabbi, lost his position to a Hasidic candidate in 1794, and then this Pinsk rabbi took the drastic step of going to the secular authorities, the Russian government. We shall discuss the implications of what that meant shortly, and said that the Hasidim are essentially rebels not only against the traditionalist Jewish community, but by extension against the state. They represented a disruptive element in Russian society writ large, and they had to be controlled. And as a result, the Alter Rebbe was arrested and interrogated. He was ultimately released, which forms one of the many release from prison holidays that you will have in the Hasidic tradition. But by this point, the movement had really bifurcated from the Misnagdim. It was very difficult to repair relations. Although that would be coming, it would be several decades away. So the Misnagdim, during this period of the late 18th century and the early 19th century, are seeking to define themselves primarily in opposition to the Hasidic movement. This is one of the great centers of the Misnagdim movement. It is the yeshiva of Volozhin in the northern part of the region in Lithuania. It is perhaps the greatest of those yeshivas. It was founded by the principal student of the Vilna Gaon, Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin. So what did they emphasize? The Misnagdim said, okay, we have to define ourselves well. In our revolution of tradition, our rebellion of tradition, we have to refine ourselves and define ourselves against the Hasidim. So what do we believe? First of all, we believe in text, right? They said, you know what? All this stuff, these stories, these maisalach, these drinking parties that are disguised, say the Misnagdim, as religious gatherings, that's not for us. We're all about what does actually say here in the book. So a tremendous amount of emphasis devoted to really re-energizing the emphasis on the Talmud itself, on its commentators, and so on. So really huge commitment to the text. And in fact, in common parlance, when a Litvak says someone says a Dvar Torah, an interpretation of some Torah passage, and it's kind of sort of stretched, then people might say, well, that sounds a little bit Hasidic to me, meaning it's not really true. It's kind of inventive and maybe clever, but it's not the real deal. What does it actually say? That's what we want to know. That's kind of a more of a Lithuanian cultural orientation. The Talmud in particular is elevated as the text bar none of the Lithuanian tradition. But that does not mean, and this is not something new, this is kind of a reinforcement of something which was true prior, but it receives even more emphasis and much more strength in the community. Things like children are taught the Talmud earlier, are expected to reach higher levels of Talmudic study as a result of this cultural orientation and so on. But that doesn't mean that the Kabbalah is ignored. As I mentioned, of course, the Lithuanians revere the Kabbalah. So they say, okay, yes to Kabbalah, but very, very carefully. And in one of the most fascinating books of the Misnagdic tradition, something that really affected my life deeply, Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin writes this book, the Nefesh HaChaim, the soul of life. And his first name, of course, is Chaim, so it's also the soul of Chaim. And this is, in many ways, the Misnagdic response to the Tanya. The Tanya, deeply dipping into the wells of Kabbalistic wisdom and offering a book for a wider reading public, proved to be an extremely popular work then and now. And so the Misnagdim countered by saying, hey, don't think that there's no Kabbalah in our Misnagdim movement. Have a look at this book, which is truly an amazing book. Let me just tell you one personal story about it. I remember when I first went to yeshiva in Jerusalem, and I came to it as an adult, so I did not have a strong childhood background in Talmud, and I was doing fairly well. I was enjoying it and so on. But after a few months, I was speaking with my senior colleague, Rabbi Mordechai Becker. I'm privileged to count among my teachers in Talmud. It's okay. It's kind of interesting, but we're doing a lot of Tosfos, and it seems a little bit like, I sit down. There's a crossword puzzle in front of me, lahavdil, to make a distinction. I'm just giving a metaphor. It's a crossword puzzle. I solve the puzzle. I go on to the next puzzle. I come home, go to sleep, then go back, another crossword puzzle, right? And I was I was seeing it largely as a kind of a dry intellectual exercise that wasn't giving me kind of like the charge that I wanted spiritually. So Rabbi Becher said to me, okay, I'll tell you what to do. Get a copy of this book, Nefesh HaChaim, because I was studying a Lithuanian yeshiva, and this is a very Lithuanian book. And he said to me, just one thing, don't read it for more than 15 minutes a day. Just focus on 15 minutes, read it deeply, but don't get too crazy about it. So I picked up the book and I fit it into my day because I would normally take the bus from where my wife and kids and I were living to the yeshiva. It was about a 15-minute ride. And I would say, okay, on the bus, I will read Nefesh HaChaim. And I read it and I was so engrossed, and it was impossible to tear my eyes away from it. It was so impressive. It continues to have an impact on my thinking today that I frequently rode way past my yeshiva stop, and when I finally looked up, I was like in the middle of, Shuafat or some distant neighborhood in Jerusalem, and I had to get off the bus and then get on another bus going back the other way because I was so engrossed that I could not stop when I was at 15 minutes. Anyways, that just gives you a little bit of a sense of how the Misnagdim are reacting and shaping themselves and doing very creative things in an attempt to meet the Hasidic challenge. And they are also, as we've mentioned several times now, carefully borrowing from the Hasidim. They were loath to accept the idea of the tzaddik. And there are certain aspects of the behavior of the tzaddik being the leader of a Hasidic dynasty, sometimes referred to as the Rabbi, depending on the specific group. There are some aspects of the behavior of certain tzaddikim, the establishment of large courts, sometimes quite lavish, almost royal in flavor, with conspicuous consumption. They were skeptical of the practice of writing kvitlach, of individual Hasidim writing a little note of petition and then paying a small fee to the Rebbe, a pidyon, which would then be used for charitable functions and things like that. That was the theory. And then having the Rebbe include that kvittel somehow in his prayers. All of these things were viewed with great skepticism and frequently disdained by the Misnagdim. So they weren't prepared to go that route, but they did really value the level of adoration that the ordinary Hasidim would lavish on their intellectual spiritual leaders. And so the Misnagdim movement also began to move more in that direction, where the Rosh Yeshiva was someone, the head of the academy was someone who began to receive an inordinate level of veneration compared to earlier periods in Jewish history. So there's again another borrowing from the Hasidic movement. So we've had a chance to look at the Misnagdim and the Hasidim. There's a strong degree of conflict that brews at the spirit, but now we've got to go to our final section, the third pillar, as it were, of this conflict. Let's look at the period of the Haskalah and the activity of its adherents, known as the Maskilim. So this particular picture is a famous one. It shows on the left the great Moses Mendelssohn, the father of the Maskilic movement, and he's engaged in a game of chess with one Father Lavater, who was in a very sad moment in European Jewish history. They had maintained a personal friendship in which they spoke freely and openly, and then all of a sudden Lavater came out with a publication that scandalized Berlin in the 18th century, saying that Moses Mendelssohn has basically indicated to me that if he had his way, he would abandon key elements of Judaism and maybe even convert to Christianity. And so therefore he charged him publicly. He sort of claimed to be outing him and said that he demands that he either convert to Christianity or submit to a debate. Really an unfair kind of thing to do. We don't know the degree of veracity of whatever they actually said to each other, but the Moses Mendelssohn was scandalized by it, refused to participate in the debate. He later wrote some very sophisticated works, including his key work, Jerusalem, which is a defense of Judaism and a repudiation of Lavater's charges, so much so that the figure in the background Lessing was his name, if I remember correctly, wrote a dramatic work called The Three Rings, I seem to remember it's called, in which Mendelssohn was lightly disguised as a wise king who somehow managed to mediate between the three great faiths. But let us go to the historical roots of the Haskalah. We got to go back further again to some elements of Jewish thought that I think really can be traced quite directly to an earthquake that occurred in Ferrara in northern Italy in the year 1570, where one figure named Azaria de Rossi, who was basically a copy editor, a proofreader in the early age of publishing, not an especially profound scholar at that time, but there was this horrific earthquake in his town of Ferrara that required all of its population to decamp from the ruined city, which was still being affected by aftershocks, and live for a period of time in the fields outside the city. Outside these fields, a lot of populations that didn't have a lot of time for open-ended conversation suddenly came into enforced contact with one another, and Del Rossi had some remarkable meetings with some Christian monks. And in that context, he learned a lot of really cool things, was able to identify that they had access to the letter of Aristeas, which he was able to identify, really some phenomenal things. And they had very, very effective conversations about a whole range of scientific, theological, and other aspects. And he kind of like worked into the way of thinking that we see in Maimonides of accepting truth from whoever speaks it. He came out then with a great book called Meo Einayim, which is in many ways the first really maskilic book that advocates for the greater appreciation for what non-Jewish culture, extremely influential work. Then we have to add to it the Portuguese Jewish diaspora, which we discussed in the previous lecture. Jews who had already been soaked in Christian intellectual traditions and had ipso facto a kind of flexible view of identifying their Judaism in their far-flung diaspora. They bring a very different ways of thinking to both the old world and to the burgeoning new world, where there are a lot of Portuguese Jews living as well. Mendelssohn, who personally, he represents kind of like a formative liminal figure between two periods. He himself was scrupulously observant. He was a halachic Jew in the full sense of the term, and he never deviated from what we would call today, the term is anachronistic, but he never deviated from Orthodox status. However, he managed to attain unprecedented heights in Enlightenment culture in Germany. He mastered the German idiom of the day, which was not that common among Jews who were speaking primarily Yiddish, very closely related to German and can be understood by a German speaker, but kind of has the patina of a medieval peasant dialect to German of the era. And not only that, he mastered it to the level where he was actually able to engage in high-level literary discussions. Engaged with Immanuel Kant in literary essay competitions, in which Mendelssohn fared actually very well, and he was regarded as something of an anomaly. That here was a Jew, which Christian society largely regarded as being backward and primitive and having very little cultural merit, but he was able to really contribute to the highest levels of European culture of the day, and so he was widely regarded and celebrated by German liberals in particular, adherents of the Enlightenment tradition. And one of his principal arguments, both in his own person and in his writings, was that the artificial boundaries and limitations that are placed on Ashkenazic Jews in Germany should be lifted. The term that would be used for this is emancipation. That's an American term that's widely used in the historical literature today, it isn't really emancipation like freedom from slavery, because Jews were hardly slaves at this time, but they were laboring under a huge body of varying restrictions, some of them which were quite anti-Semitic in nature, restrictions on residency, restrictions on what fields they could enter, economically, restrictions on higher education, numerous, sometimes humiliating restrictions like the requirement to take a special oath, because if they were called to court, their word was not accepted, and they had to have a special, special text, sometimes with humiliating rituals that went along with it. And so Mendelssohn argued that all of these things are backward and irrelevant and should be dispensed with. For our purposes, because we're really focusing on the question of engagement with larger society and the intellectual exchange, he argued that Jews should be accepted into the intellectual streams of discourse of his era, and that was his principal, thrust of his raison d'etre. Now, as the movement progressed, many of his followers would not accept the bargain that they could remain in the traditional Orthodox lifestyle and still be accepted by general society, and they argued for greater adaptations to Western society. Principal proponents of that approach would be Solomon Maimon, a fascinating individual who left behind a really entertaining autobiography. In many ways, he was Mendelssohn's peer in terms of his mastery of the German idiom. But unlike Mendelssohn, he chose to abandon his Jewish roots. And although he made a career essentially out of being an ex-Jew and what he had to say as being an ex-Jew, he could describe with ridicule the Jewish experiences that he had. And when he was a youth, he was quite a bit of an intellectual seeker. So he actually spent time in the Hasidic court of the Maggid of Mezrich himself. He actually portrays somewhat of a sympathetic portrait of the Maggid, but nevertheless he moved on from that and he went to Germany. He never had the same degree of acceptance or of success of Moses Mendelssohn, but he represents kind of like the different direction that the Haskalah took, which represented a moving away from Judaism. Mendelssohn strived with limited success to create a movement that absorbed some elements of Western society without abandoning Judaism, but there's a very strong movement, the Maskilim, who simply said, you know what, it's too difficult. If we really want to get into Western society, we have to give up our Jewish identity. So in Western Europe, this was perhaps most well illustrated by a fascinating moment in the late 18th century, which really brought Mendelssohn to the fore. And it was the premature death controversy of 1772. Basically, a number of figures, including a rather unusual non-Jewish individual and an early maskil, and I have a separate lecture on this, so if you're curious, go have a look at my YouTube channel for the premature death controversy, and you'll see the whole thing discussed there. Approached the local Duke, Friedrich of Mecklenburg-Schwerin, and said, there's a horrible problem. People are being declared dead and buried before they're actually deceased. And the Duke said, that's terrible. Are you kidding? I can only imagine the horrible fear that would result from such an event. And they said, and you know who's the worst at it? Jews. Because the Jews have this custom, which is observed to this day, that it's considered disrespectful to allow a body to remain in state longer than necessary. And rapid burial in Israel, for example, within 24 hours is considered the norm, is much more preferable, largely from a philosophical and Kabbalistic region, because the rapid decomposition of the body is believed to be associated with the process of atonement, and so therefore it's considered a kindness to the body to bury it as soon as possible. But that means that the Duke said, if this is happening, then Jews are being buried without proper, supervision of their death certificates. He therefore made a public health decree that uh, Jews may not bury their dead until they wait 3 days from the moment of expiration. They've got to wait 72 hours before they bury their dead. By the way, the image that you're looking at here is part of a whole host of really unusual devices that were sold not only in Europe in the 18th century, but into America well throughout the "They're Not Dead" devices, like this coffin that shows on the left a man lying in his coffin in some kind of deep coma. But when he wakes up, as you see in the picture on the right, he squeezes a little bulb and this flag goes up. In other versions, there's a string and he can ring a bell, and people will be alerted to the fact that, hey, there's someone who is prematurely buried, and they will go dig them up. So the Jewish community turned to Moses Mendelssohn and said, you got to help us out here. They also turned, by the way, to Rabbi Yaakov Emden, who was a traditionalist, but Rabbi Yaakov Emden said, you know what, I think you're better off going with Moses Mendelssohn in this regard. Moses Mendelssohn wrote a document that convinced the Duke to modify his position, and so there was a temporary reprieve from that particular decree. But Mendelssohn then wrote back privately to the petitioners and said, I did this for you, I got it done, and I'm glad to hear that. But listen, the truth is, it's not such a bad decree. I mean, the risks to public health of premature burial, that's pretty awful. And he pointed out that Jews had historically practiced a kind of delayed burial, as you see in one of these catacombs. I believe this is from Beit Shan in northern Israel, but we have them in Europe as well, in Italy, for example, where Jews would practice kind of like shelf burial, and then in some cases they would actually return to collect the bones after decomposition occurred and rebury it, reinter it in a family crypt. There's lots of ways in which Jews practice burial. We don't have to necessarily do this 72-hour thing or this 24-hour thing. And he used science and the Torah, really the history of Torah and tradition, to say that, we actually got it done this time, but I'm not sure we should really be interfering with public health dictates like this. We should be more engaged in civic society. We should be, part of Germany itself. Even though they don't recognize us as proper Germans yet, we should nevertheless demonstrate to them that we can be proper Germans. Now, sometimes, perhaps in the vein of Solomon Maimon, this went really far. And one of Mendelssohn's students, David Friedlander, shown here, in their long struggle to receive emancipation in Germany, which, by the way, in France was delivered almost immediately. 1789 was the revolution, and then by 1791, Jews were emancipated. There's obviously a lot to say about how effective that was, given the Dreyfus Trail 100 years later, but I don't want to go into France right now. Let's stay in Germany. David Friedlander said, you know what? The truth is, all of these things that you're saying, Moses Mendelssohn, are totally true, but the Germans just aren't going to accept us until we do something pro forma. And so we actually advocated the so-called dry baptism, meaning, you know what? Why don't we just, we don't really believe it. Why don't we just go along and convert to some form of Protestantism, some form of Lutheranism maybe, that would be a nominal Christian identity. Look, we've seen with the Portuguese Jews, it works. And we'll keep to our own behaviors. No one's going to bother us. No one's going to care if we go to synagogue rather than a Lutheran church. Or if we show up in church every now and then, what's the big deal? And he said we should just, abandon this, strange crusade era rigid acceptance of our refusal of baptism, and then we'll get everything we want socially, legally, and so on, with only this minor compromise. Officially, no Jewish movement accepted this, but unofficially, Jews voted with their feet, and so you have a very significant phenomenon of German Jews in particular choosing a nominal baptism in order to provide social and economic advancement, especially for their children throughout the 19th century. And this is kind of like the underside of the Haskalah, that it's hard to kind of, when you're saying we should be open to the Western European tradition, it's hard to kind of draw the line and say here and no further. The no further was frequently adopted as an option. Some people, like Rabbi Samson Rafora Hirsch, a very important thinker who influenced, by the way, he was the teacher of Heinrich Bretz that we discussed in the last lecture. He said, we can't stop this train. It is overwhelming. There's too much of value in Western European civilization to hope to keep the Jews boxed in. And so therefore he argued that what we should do is rather articulate a clear set of boundaries. What are those things that Jews may sacrifice in adapting to Western norms, and what are the things which are sacrosanct and must be maintained? And so he actually developed a form of what would later be called modern orthodoxy, meaning it was both modern, Western European and engaged in society and so on, but at the same time it was orthodox, keeping fast to the core tenets and mandatory behaviors of Judaism, carefully shaving off those practices which were felt to be merely customary in nature, historically determined, and steadfastly defending those elements which were nevertheless mandatory for Jews. By the way, many felt in the era that Samson Raphael Hirsch, Rabbi Hirsch, was looked a little bit too modern with this image. So you'll see versions of this same picture where he has a much more healthy kind of like, that's really an Orthodox beard there. Don't go with the other one. That's basically what's happening in Western Europe, right? The Ashkenazim of Western Europe are having difficulty finding that space where they can maintain their Jewish identity without completely submitted, sometimes in a very slavish way, to European norms, including conversion. And a smaller group, sometimes with great internal dissent, separating from the larger group and saying, no, we have to maintain something like the community that was defined by Rav Hirsch's principles. In Eastern Europe, we have a rather different phenomenon. Let us not forget, as we discussed in the last lecture, very big difference in the population density of Jews in Eastern Europe. In Western Europe, it's a fairly thin number. You can see lots of yellow numbers here, which is 1 to 4% Jewish population. But as you move to the east, you're seeing 5, 10, more than 15% Jewish population. That big purple blurb there in Podolia and Bessarabia is really the heartland of the Hasidic movement, especially in northern Hungary too. You can see more purple over there. So the dynamics of the Haskalah shake out very differently as Mendelssohn's ideas move to the east. There's also a huge difference in the political context. Whereas in Germany, where much of the Haskalah activity was happening, there was the potential that Jews might be accepted. There was a strong movement of liberal Christians who advocated for that. Christian Wilhelm von Dohm, for example, who said that, the way we're treating Jews is not really appropriate. We should move forward with this. So there was political possibility for a significant advance of Jews, kind of like the carrot just dangling in front of their eyes. There was a lot in German culture that these Maskilic Jews revered. The great poetry of Goethe, Schiller, the music of Beethoven, the philosophy of so many figures, Hegel and Kant and others. So saying, this is a lot to choose from here in German culture. So they were very attracted to it. The Haskalah was deeply attractive. And of course, the linguistic affinity of Yiddish and German was not such a big chasm for Jews to jump over that. And Russia, on the other hand, very different. Politically, forget about it. We're talking about the period of the Tsars, which was, I'm generalizing, but in the 19th century, really quite repressive. Jews were still regarded as inozemnik, as foreigners. They were they were not participating in the Russian narod, the peoplehood of the area, and it was an autocratic state with very little possibility of serious change. In fact, that change would only come in the 20th century. Um, the restriction of Jews to the Pale of Settlement in the late 18th century, that would become quite onerous as you move forward through the 19th century. There was a very different and hostile attitude in Russia in comparison to Western Europe. Culturally, the Jews were not as thrilled with Russian culture as they were with German culture. Russian culture of the 18th century in comparison to German culture is no comparison. They didn't have the same literary heft as the Germans could going into the 19th century. It's true, the Russians will really surge forward in the 19th century. People like Tolstoy and Pushkin and Turgenev and Dostoevsky. But at this period, there is less attraction in Russian literature for Jews. And linguistically, Yiddish and Russian are much further apart. It's true that Jews mastered enough Russian for, what minimal contacts they needed for business. But also, let's not forget that Russian is not even the dominant language except in the cities. In the countryside, it's all Polish, Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Belarusian, and those are the languages in which Jews find some utility in terms of day-to-day communication. So there's far less, attraction of Ashkenazi Jews to the Russian environment in those contexts. Whereas in Western Europe, the consequence of much Haskalah is assimilation, outright conversion to Christianity, and abandonment of Judaism. In the eastern part, they see the value of some of those ideas, but they think about acculturating themselves, meaning find a way to articulate a distinctly Jewish modern way of thinking. And so where you see that, for example, is in the advance of Yiddishism as a culture, the advance of the secular study of Yiddish culture, the growth of secular Yiddish writings like Mendel Moicher Sforim, Shalom Leich, and others, the development of a distinctly Jewish political viewpoint, Zionism, and the addition of Jewish values to the burgeoning movement of socialism. All these three things, by the way, will be discussed in much greater detail in the next lecture, so don't be worried by the fact that I'm zipping through them right now to conclude our 18th century talk. Some examples of this is people like Joseph Pearl, who was a very important maskil in Eastern Europe, who, as you can see from this picture here, remained an Orthodox Jew. He was a great proponent of education and set up a network of schools, very significant ones. Tarnopol was one of the most important centers of this, children's schools, to give them kind of like modern European education. He also was a brutal opponent of the Hasidim, and he wrote under pseudonym some nasty attacks on the Hasidic movement. But nevertheless, Haskalah in general is more closely related to the Litvaks than to the Hasidim. Let me just conclude with some really important points here about the government. I may go a couple minutes over, I apologize, but I want to bring us to a conclusion. In Russia and Eastern Europe, I mentioned the horrific nature of the persecution under Tsar Nicholas I in particular. This is a period in which Nicholas I, who emerged as a leader immediately after the assassination of his father in an abortive rebellion, the Decembrist rebellion, he adopted a policy of autocracy in Russia, which meant that Jews were to be forced to fit into the model of understanding of what it meant to be part of Russian society. And it was not an easy fit at all. There were several policies that Nicholas I adopted, including the destruction of the Kehillah that we discussed way back in the second lecture in 1844, and especially the notorious Cantonist decree. Now, the Cantonist decree was this rule that Jewish children as young as 12, legally, and frequently even younger, were to be impressed into the Russian armed forces. on a strict quota. Prior to 1837, Jews could pay a different tax and then would be exempted from conscription. But we should understand that Russian conscription was 25 years in length. This was essentially a lifetime commitment. The 25 years would not begin when a Jewish child was impressed at 12. They would have to spend 6 years in a mandatory training camp called a canton. It means region, but they were in these regions, and hence the term cantonisten. They would spend 6 years in these training camps, and then they would spend 25 years in the army, and that was basically, say goodbye to your son. You would never see them again because they would be lost to the Tsar's army. They were frequently, exposed to conversionist sermons by the staff there and so on. And the whole idea of this horrible decree was to try and accelerate the assimilation of the Jewish population. But that was the stick. The carrot was similarly placed before them, and that carrot was unfortunately poisoned. Bringing in people like Max Lilienthal, a well-meaning but naive individual who wanted to offer the Haskalah to the Jews of Eastern Europe, they set up a system of crown schools where they said to families, you don't want your son to go to the army? I can understand that. But we do want him to learn certain values so they can be productive members of Russian society. So therefore, if you send your child not to the local cheder, not to the Hasidic rabbi, but send him instead to the crown schools where they will receive a well-rounded education in the sciences and the literature and so on, then your son will be exempt from the draft. But these schools, as Lilienthal himself found out to his dismay, were also very thinly disguised efforts to expose the children to Orthodox Christian propaganda and conversionist efforts. And Lilienthal left in disgust, and he ended up in America, actually. And the crown school system was widely exfoliated by the Jewish population. But during this period, really 1837 until World War I, Jews were living under some form of this horrific cantonist decree that certainly pitted not only Jews against the state, but also pitted them against their own communal authorities, because in a diabolical twist, Nicholas I, with his very inefficient government, placed the responsibility of choosing the conscripts on the Kehillah leadership itself, which meant that it was the leaders of the Jewish community themselves who had to apportion those conscripts to the Russian maw of death and to decide which children would be taken away. In some cases, not surprisingly, corruption seeped in, and you had the children of the weak and the poor, orphans. They were the ones who were sent before the children of the wealthy and the powerful, which led to a tremendous corrosion of the belief of the traditional Jewish community in their Kahal leadership and their traditional rabbinic leadership. It was a horrible moment in Jewish history when the Jews as a whole felt that their own leaders had betrayed them, and we can see this playing out in the enthusiasm that would be expressed for really quite different movements like Jewish socialism a few decades later. And we'll get to that in our next lecture. But to wrap this up, what I'd like to show you now is a photograph of Eliezer Zweifel, a very interesting individual who wrote a remarkable work looking at the grand scope of this triangular conflict between Hasidim, Misnagdim, and the Haskalah. He wrote a book called Shalom al Yisrael, and in there he wrote, God saw three shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu in Lithuania, to safeguard the Torah, to purify its Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its diligent study. The Hasidim in Volhynia, which was in the south, to marshal devotion and to fan the embers of healing. And then finally, the great Moses ben Menachem, that's Moses Mendelssohn, in Germany, and called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the lamp of religion. And ironically, what would happen with these three groups is that first the Hasidim and the Misnagdim, who were at each other's throats at the beginning of the 19th century, they began to make common cause when they realized that the Haskalah moving in from the west represents a far greater threat to the values that they hold in common that they begin to dampen their own concerns against the Haskalah. And one would only see kind of like an incorporation of maskilic values towards the beginning of the 20th century, which will be more of our topic in the next lecture. But ultimately, these three groups begin to find a modus vivendi with each other that's really more characteristic of the 20th century. When I say a modus vivendi, I do not mean that Jews agree with each other over these very deeply cherished values that relate to intellectual origins in the Hasidic movement, the Misnagdim movement, or the Haskalah, but nevertheless they have realized that there are far greater external threats that are brought to bear on the Jewish people. That means that the arguments are certainly muted when you compare them with the very fractious late 18th century and early 19th century. I'm sorry for going a little bit over time. We will continue with this discussion tomorrow. Actually, it'll be on Monday. We'll continue the discussion on Monday, 8 a.m. New York time. I think it's 1 p.m. Central European time. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to continuing this discussion with you next week. Today we're going to look at the 19th century in particular, kind of like the long 19th century, which begins with the emancipation of Jews in France in 1791, and then we're going to move forward right up until the early 20th century. So it's a long 19th century, to take kind of the phrase that was coined by Eric Hobsbawm, Great. So, first of all, what do we mean when we say emancipation? This is kind of like an unusual term. It's a term that's actually borrowed from American scholarship. Emancipation is used to describe the liberation of the African slaves in America, which was clearly of a very different character and quality than the granting of equal rights to Jews in Europe. Nevertheless, that term has been well accepted into the historiography, and we will work with it. Just kind of like we'll talk about tomorrow, the term Holocaust also has some, difficulties and why we should use that term, but it has been widely accepted, and so we will work with it as well. What exactly did emancipation address? Well, we should recall that right up until the late 18th century in Europe, and well into the 19th century, depending on which country we're talking about, and even into the 20th century, if we look at the former Russian Empire, Jews labored under a second or even third class citizenship status. They were typically understood as resident aliens with varying levels of rights that could be quite precipitously removed from them. Really basic rights like residency, right? There's the phenomenon of Jews being expelled from one region or another would persist through the 19th century, and particularly in the Russian Empire, right up into the 20th century, that Jews could be simply, excluded on the basis of their religious affiliation. And the whole notion of religion and peoplehood and this burgeoning idea of race are all coming together now. So even people who are abandoning traditional religious attitudes associated with Judaism are nevertheless still lumped into this community against their will. And that the only way to remove the stigma of this historically was conversion, which was obviously a pretty drastic choice for Jews to make. But in the 20th century, even conversion is no longer acceptable, as we will see tomorrow when we talk more about the Nazi period. So Jews labored under the kind of tenuous situation in much of Ashkenaz both in the traditional Rhineland region and also in the much larger expanded region of Eastern Europe, where their residency rights could be taken away at any time, their right to pursue careers was limited. Higher education was frequently blocked off from their palette of options, that they could not pursue certain professions, or that if they pursued certain professions, they had burdensome additional taxes based on their communal affiliation, all kinds of things like this. So all of this changed quite dramatically in France in the Revolutionary period. This image that you see here dates from 1806, as you can see, and it refers a little bit later than the period that we're going to talk about first. But I love starting with this image because you see Napoleon, who is portrayed as some kind of like Caesar-like figure, and he is raising up the fallen Judaism as various biblical type figures, including one with a very distinctive hat. We're going to return to him in just a moment. And the Judaism is like kind of like this hopeful woman who's been knocked on her rear by the force of events, and she's holding onto the two tablets of the law. The menorah from the temple is in the background, and far off in the background you see like the Judean desert, and Napoleon, who is holding in his right hand, very Moses-like, another set of tablets, or one tablet there, the law given to Moses. He's holding up the law given to Moses, and he's raising her up from her fallen status. So in many ways, certainly this is the way Napoleon likes to think of himself, as being the one who finally gave Jews the rights that they deserved in society. And Jews were very happy to encourage that kind of image, as we shall see, because it reflected well on them as if they were deserving of this elevation to equal status. But how did we get to this point? And by the way, we're going to skip over some of the developments in the Ashkenazic diaspora today. Of course, this had happened for different reasons entirely in what would be the United States of America, and similar kind of things were happening in England, but just for the sake of time, I'm going to focus on France, and then we're going to move eastward. So France, of course, had this dramatic revolution in 1789, which was founded on this brilliant new idea, very Enlightenment-oriented, of the equality of all people living in France. They issued this very important document, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen. And I translate that very carefully because later it was proposed by a woman named Marie Gouze. Hey, this, you've used gender-specific language in this text. Shouldn't it say the rights of humans and citizens? And of course, the word citizen can be declined, either male or female, in French. And they thought about it and said, no, we were just talking about men. And so women were not formally included in the rights of man and citizen at this time. But within those parameters, at any rate, there was this basic idea that all French men were theoretically equal before the law and had certain rights as opposed to merely responsibilities as subjects. So the Jews essentially said in 1789, hey, ROTHSCHILD, what's wrong with us? We should also have the same kind of rights. Why should we be excluded on the basis of our religious affiliation, especially because the early revolution would have a very strong anti-clerical attitude, that they would actually be moving away from the theistic understanding of the world at large. At any rate, they proposed this rights of man and citizen, and the Jews said, what about us? Now, let's think about the problem that France had in facing this question. There are really two major concentrations of Jews in France in the 18th century. There was this concentration to the south, somewhat smaller, of largely Sephardic Jews. It actually continues a little bit further to the right of where I've shaded the region here, but it's basically Jews just over the Pyrenees from Spain who had been making their way over there, certainly after the Spanish Inquisition in the late 15th century, and they had been settling in the south of France. And these Sephardic Jews, in keeping with the kind of cultural orientation that's often associated with Sephardim, they were quite capable of adopting many norms of non-Jews among whom they lived, including the French language, including French manners of dress, including a whole host of like little cultural markers that indicated that they really were part of the larger society. And so when the question came before the French legislature, they were a little bit quicker to extend emancipation to these Jews. In fact, it happened in 1790, within the first year after the revolution itself. They confirmed, yes, the Sephardic Jews are Frenchmen, so we will include them in the rights and privileges of emancipation. Much more difficult is the far more concentrated and larger population of Jews living in the region which would be called Alsace-Lorraine, where you have all of these Ashkenazic Jews, right, our protagonists. Unlike the Sephardim, they were different from the French in many ways. Linguistically, their overwhelming language remained Yiddish, although they had some fluency in French, of course, particularly for business purposes. Their principal language was this Germanic language. And let us not forget that France and Germany are frequent enemies. They're neighbors, of course, but they have regular conflicts. They would have several conflicts over the course of the 19th century and huge conflicts, of course, in the 20th century. So there's a suspicion of these Yiddish-speaking French Jews. Would they be loyal to France, or would they potentially be loyal to Germany? Particularly because Germany also has a large population of Yiddish-speaking Jews just across the border. Do the Jews consider themselves, Frenchmen wondered, as a distinct people whose boundaries, the boundaries of their contiguous sort of nation, span the French-German border, which could present significant issues both in terms of potential conflict with Germany, or similarly in terms of economic relations with Germany? Would the Jews abide by the French law and not, significantly undercut the sovereignty in economic and other terms of this new democratic nation? So there was a lot of debate and argument over whether or not the Jews of Alsace-Lorraine should be allowed French citizenship, and it took an additional year for them to be able to actually achieve this. So in 1791, the French legislature said, yes, we said the rights of man and citizen, and as I mentioned, we're not ready to talk about women, but we are ready to talk about Jews, and we can actually confirm now, as of 1791, that the Jews of France, of Alsace-Lorraine, may be, in fact, permitted to have citizenship. Now, what happened was a lot of Frenchmen, particularly in that eastern region of France, were not at all happy with this decision. And over the course of the next decade, there was petition after petition to the legislature saying it was a mistake, giving the Jews free access to the economy, removing all boundaries to their economic activities has been ruinous, that they've taken advantage of their far-flung international connections. They've taken advantage of some of the significant skills they have culturally, such as their literacy and numeracy, we've mentioned many times. And we are finding, said a lot of Alsatian non-Jews, we are finding ourselves overrun with Jews who are now, beginning to dominate certain aspects of the economy, particularly in finance, money lending, things like that. And so there was a significant and pressured outcry. Ultimately, this came before Napoleon, the beginning of the 18th century, and we won't go into the details of how did Napoleon get involved in this. I thought we were talking about a democratic republic, but what ended up happening is Napoleon, in his characteristic manner, said, I'm consistently bothered by these petitions coming in. I think we're going to have to turn to the Jews and settle this once and for all. So the whole question of emancipation for Jews was opened up again, but Napoleon did something radically different. He said, do the Jews have a representative body that we can ask them some really basic questions about who they are and what they want? And his advisors indicated that yes, they have this thing called the Great Sanhedrin. And he said, I heard of that. And they said, yeah, the only thing is it hasn't met in like 2,000 years. The Sanhedrin was the great, assembly of 71 judges that would decide all really important cases way back in the ancient period when the Jews still were sovereign in their own land, and very latest under Roman domination. So he said, well, no problem, je suis Napoleon, I am Napoleon, let us reconvene the Great Sanhedrin. And so he sent out a call that reverberated throughout Europe, saying that Napoleon is going to be reconstructing the Great Sanhedrin because he has to ask it some questions related to the possibility of French emancipation of the Jews. So remember that the Jews had just barely received emancipation at that time, and now it was being questioned, so people considered this with great alarm. There was a tremendous amount of enthusiasm, particularly among circles of the Maskilim, who said that finally we're going to get a chance here to really demonstrate our potential for the larger state, and in fact we will be able to perhaps move our entire community forward in the intellectual direction that we wanted. So they brought together, not only from France, but representatives from East Central Europe as well, this assembly, which was initially called the Assembly of Notables, and at its head was this man, the Venerable Rabbi David Sinsheim. Now, a lot of rabbinical authorities eschewed the Assembly of Notables and later the Great Sanhedrin. They felt that it was somehow blasphemous, like, how is it? This is not the Sanhedrin. This is not how the judges are appointed. And look at these other guys who are joining it, these maskilim, these people who, barely believe in traditional observance of the Torah, and they're going to be our representatives. And so there was a significant boycott, particularly from the more right-wing elements, right-wing religiously, of the Jewish community of Europe. But David Sinsheim, who was a very respected scholar, he'd written a major commentary on the Mishnah, for example. He was, kind of like an elderly figure who had tremendous gravitas, and his decision to participate elevated him to the president. He got this amazing hat. I mean, I wish I could wear a hat like this, but I don't think I could carry it off. And he served as the president of this organization. Basically, they met in the early 19th century, and Napoleon gave them 12 basic questions. And Sinsheim, together with this Assembly of Notables, had to draft responses to them. The questions were quite fascinating. The questions essentially, all together, they were really trying to drill down to one question, which was, hey, Jews, do you consider yourselves French or something else? Do you consider yourselves allied with France, true sons of France, willing to defend France? By the way, at that point, when the question was read out loud, the minutes of the Assembly of Notables say they all stood up and cried out, jusqu'à la mort, to our deaths, meaning, of course, we will defend France. And then, but the questions went into some really interesting kind of things that looked like tangents, but were really basically the same question. Like, for example, Napoleon was very interested in Jewish marriage law. Would Jews consider marrying non-Jews, for example? And of course, in Jewish law, this is forbidden. But the Assembly of Notables were no slouches. They realized that Napoleon wouldn't like an answer that, no, we're forbidden to marry non-Jews, which of course was not quite so much in the 18th century, but would be happening on a very large scale throughout the 19th and into the 20th century. So they sort of said, well, we have traditionally dissuaded Jews from marrying non-Jews, and then they really kind of twist themselves into pretzels to say, but if it happens, we don't really interfere. And that's really what Napoleon also wanted to know. Do the Jews have their own police force? In other words, will they subject themselves to French law, or will French law be subordinated to Jewish law? And as we saw when we talked about the communal structure of the Kehillah, this is a real question. Like, which law is primary? In Eastern Europe, when the Kehillah was very large, it was not really that big a question because the government was not especially interested in getting into the minutiae of the behavior of individual Jews. And most of the areas in which they would be concerned, they were very simple areas that were certainly covered by Jewish law in the same way. But here, Napoleon is developing a modern state, and will be dealing with individuals on an individual level rather than a communal level. And so he was very concerned, if the state imposes a particular rule or law, will Jews follow it if it contradicts the Torah and the way it's interpreted by the rabbis? So the Assembly of Notables understood exactly what Napoleon was getting at with all of these questions, and they provided for him an answer which satisfied him on all these areas. Perhaps the most significant response focused on a basic principle in traditional Talmudic law, the notion of dina de malchuta dina, meaning the law of the state is the law. This is a discussion that was advanced by the great Rabbi Shmuel in Babylonia during the period of the Talmud, where Jews were a minority in Babylonia. And there was a long discussion in the Talmud of what if the state imposes laws that are, not included in the Torah and in the Talmudic discussion. Do we have to follow those laws? And he basically ruled, yeah, we've got to follow the laws of the land. It's a complicated discussion. What happens if the law of the land is wicked and it imposes a law that contradicts the Torah? I'm not going to go into that intellectual pursuit, but for our purposes today, the Assembly of Notables essentially offered Napoleon the answers he wanted. So Napoleon said, fine, I am going to confirm the decisions of 1790 and 1791. Jews are definitely emancipated. We're not taking that back at all. But by the way, just to make sure that they're not abusing their new status, I'm going to impose a whole bunch of new laws just to make sure that they're kept within their bounds, which was considered by many Jews to be a bit of a betrayal, because after all, if they're emancipated, they should have total freedom, total equality. Napoleon was not quite prepared to do that, and so there were some lingering legal aspects on their economic activity, conscription, and others that Napoleon wanted to impose, at least for a temporary period. But bottom line for our purposes, it was a huge leap forward, because here was a confirmation of the French idea of emancipating the Jews, which would echo throughout East Central Europe over the next 2 centuries. For their part, the Jews were just delighted with this, especially those elements of the Haskalah. Not so much necessarily the extreme right religious orientation, many of whom felt that Napoleon was representing some kind of great evil force. You see that, for example, among many Hasidim in Eastern Europe, which would be exacerbated by the fact that Napoleon would go on this massive Eastern campaign to invade Russia later on. But some Jews actually viewed this as the beginning of the Messianic era, and they looked to his name, Bonaparte, which can be translated into Hebrew as Chelek Tov, good portion, which is understood as a reference perhaps to the coming Messiah. Here's a medallion that was coined by Jews to celebrate the granting of emancipation to the French Jews. You can see on the left, of course, says Emperor and King Napoleon. This is like a big change from the original republic that was established in 1709. And on the right, amazingly, you have the figure of Moses who is kind of like crouching down in an almost servile fashion, tentatively reaching up to receive the 10 commandments from none other than Napoleon. And this is like one of these astonishing images. It's a medallion that actually portrays Napoleon in a godlike fashion, being the great lawgiver, presenting the law finally to the Jews. It just boggles my mind that people would actually think this is somehow appropriate, but nevertheless, so steht, as they say in Yiddish. Now, let's move a little bit to the east and see how this new status really affects the rest of Ashkenazim. I'm going to skip rather quickly through much of this region and then focus in on how Jews expressed it in terms of political movements. So here's an image of the great Kaiser Joseph II, who was especially associated with the similar kind of emancipation that was happening in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, particularly the patent of toleration that was issued in 1782. And it was different from French emancipation of Jews in many respects. It did not go as far as the French example by formally declaring Jews citizens. Rather, as the name implies, the patent of tolerance formally agreed to permanent status of Jews as tolerated within the regime. So all kinds of rules that Jews were habitually nervous about, like residency status and like confirmed privileges to study certain subjects in higher education or engage in certain practices, while the mildly discriminatory limitations were placed on them because of their Jewish status, nevertheless, the state said formally, you don't have to worry about these things. We are going to keep them permanent. And this is extremely important to understand because Jews as a minority often flourish in environments in which they suffer from moderate to mild discrimination, as long as they can depend on the consistency and legitimacy of the rule of law in that state. The German term for this is a Rechtsstaat, meaning a society that is governed by law. In other words, let's say, for example, Jews are not allowed to open certain kinds of businesses or not allowed to live in certain areas of the city. So that mild discrimination is actually, in a way, good for the Jewish community because it provides a little bit of kind of like a forced inward focus that Jews know that they are not the same as everybody else, and so therefore endogamy is encouraged, marriage within the community is encouraged, communal self-help is encouraged because they realize they can't rely on the state for welfare type handouts and things like that, and so there's like a little kind of like we have to take care of ourselves mentality that reinforces the idea that the Jews are a distinct community by dint of those moderate discriminatory practices. But at the same time, let's say you're not allowed to open a particular business in a particular part of the community or something like that. If someone were to break the window of your store and then run away, you could rely as a Jew on the police to investigate, and if they caught the criminal, then he would be tried and would be sentenced, and you would be eligible to receive compensation. So there would be basically a law that was put in place that would protect their somewhat limited rights and privileges, right? So this is the really key point, that a little bit of anti-Semitism from the outside, God forbid, but a little bit of anti-Semitism from the outside, nothing that really harms people, but that sort of restricts them, that actually encourages Jewish growth, both internally and potentially even demographically. And at the same time, it only works, though, if there is a Rechtsstaat that guarantees that everything else is stable. the worst thing that the Jewish community can face is anarchy, where there are no predictable rules, where they're a minority that can be targeted with impunity, and that there's no follow-up, there's no police, there's no law, there's no compensation for damages. That's really the worst fear of the Jews, like any minority. So essentially what was happening in East Central Europe was much more the model of, the Jews have lived here a very long time. We're not ready to open up our society like those crazy French people are, but we are definitely committed to living in peace with this Jewish minority, which was perfectly acceptable for a large number of Jews living in places like the Austro-Hungarian Empire. But the idea of French equality was really quite tempting for large swaths of the population at large. And so you will have, over the course of the 19th century, a lot of liberal struggles to try to bring that system of government to East Central Europe. You have a major revolution in 1848 that points in that direction. It turns out to fail. And so during this time, Jews are kind of buffeted by sudden swells of liberalism, followed by contractions of conservatism. And over the course of the 19th century, they're struggling with, is society going to liberate us like France? Are they going to continue to tolerate us like Austria-Hungary? Or are we going to be subject to the anarchy that's associated with revolution? Significant worry for Jews overall. But the trend as a whole moves towards emancipation, moves towards the idea of giving Jews equal rights with all other members of society, and ultimately that's what would happen. By the end of the 19th century, Jews were emancipated throughout the entire region of East Central Europe. Only Russia maintained that strict distinction between Russian citizens and Jewish subjects, as we shall continue in our second lecture today. This back and forth of what's going to happen to the Jews in East Central Europe had interesting, implications for the Jewish community. Among German Jews, those who were committed to the idea of achieving emancipation began to experiment with internal reforms. We just began to touch on these last week, but here's when you have the development of what would be later called denominations within Judaism. The Reform movement, which was called the Liberal movement at this time in the early 19th century, said, essentially one of the reasons why we are struggling to receive emancipation is because we're perceived as being so different from regular Germans. If we would just adopt things like those Germans too, then emancipation will be extended to us. And so the liberal movement was much more prepared to adopt changes in Jewish religious practice. Synagogue architecture was changed to be more church-like. Mixed seating of men and women was introduced. The liturgy was significantly edited to remove, for example, yearning for Zion. The idea that Jews are ultimately in exile in Germany was considered inappropriate because, after all, you only emancipate people who intend to live there for their home. You don't emancipate travelers. So references to Zion were removed from the liturgy because it was seen as a kind of a dual loyalty that was unacceptable. And we can go on and on with the various changes. One of the most significant ones was linguistic in nature. Should Jews continue to pray in Hebrew, a language foreign to the vast majority of Germans, or should they move towards German language worship so that, if a typical non-Jewish German were to walk into a synagogue, he or she would understand basically what is going on? And so in the 1840s, when the Reform movement moved significantly towards using German, the movement called the Historical Positivist movement, now called essentially Conservative Judaism. It's a little bit different, but that's the term used in America. Led by a man named Zacharias Frankel, said, that's too much already. And so a splinter group from the Reform movement broke off and said, we do believe in reforming Judaism, but at a far slower pace. And so you have now three distinct orientations of Judaism very active in Germany. You have the traditionalists who wouldn't be called Orthodox for some time, but they're probably known as Altgläubige, the old believers, who are essentially retaining medieval traditions. And then you have the very large grassroots movements of liberal Jews, aka Reform Jews, who are willing to see changes in Judaism in order to adapt to German sensibilities. And then finally, you have the conservative movement, which was saying, we believe in the basic tenets of changing Judaism to adapt to modernity, but not as fast as our Reform colleagues. There's much more to say about this, but I want to concentrate more on politics than on the denominational arguments. Now, related to these changes, there was a significant backlash developing, particularly in Germany, against the German Jewish advances for emancipation. And one of the figures that really highlights the opposition to this movement towards emancipation is a renowned historian, Heinrich von Treitschke, who in the latter part of the 19th century looked at what was happening to Jews in Germany, and he was especially incensed with Heinrich Gratz's major multi-volume history of the Jews that was appearing at the time, which he felt maligned the Germans as the traditional hosts of the Jewish community. And he argued in a very trenchant series of essays and polemics that went back and forth between Gratz and Treitschke. He said famously, "Die Juden sind unser Unglück." The Jews are our misfortune. That if we had, sort of granted them the limited rights that we did in the medieval period and left it there, that would be fine. But von Treitschke said that, just allowing Jews to consider themselves German was a great tragedy and would ultimately result in the downfall of Germany. Obviously, this particular intellectual trend would have huge implications for the 20th century, as that slogan, "The Jews are our misfortune," would be picked up by the Nazi Party. But we will return to that, God willing, tomorrow. Now, let us go to Eastern Europe, which is hugely important, not least for the fact that the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews are living in Eastern Europe at this time. Eastern Europe would include the Great Russian Empire, massive territory. The Romanov dynasty had been controlling it for about 300 years, and would also include Poland at this point, because Poland was swallowed up by its neighbors in the late 18th century, and the largest single chunk of Jews was absorbed into the Russian Empire under Empress Catherine II, also known as Tsarina Catherine the Great. And so that's where you have the vast majority of Ashkenazic Jews living. Now, we touched on some of the history that was happening there under the previous Tsar Nicholas I, and the degradation of the Jewish community there by the destruction of the Kahal, the imposition of the Cantonist system, the crown schools that we discussed last week. When we get to the 1880s, there's a dramatic development with the assassination of Tsar Alexander II, shown here in this picture, seated. He was traveling in a carriage with his wife, and a bomb was thrown at the carriage by an early socialist group called Narodnaya Volia. Contrary to popular opinion, it was not actually thrown by a Jew or any kind of Jewish group, although one of the main co-conspirators was a Jewish pregnant woman who was later executed for the assassination of the Tsar. The Tsar died at the scene, and this rumor just spread throughout the Russian Empire in 1881 that had no basis in reality, that the successor Tsar had given the population permission to beat the Jews for 3 days. Now, these 3 days actually extended to about 3 years, and pogroms just dotted the countryside. You can see this remarkable map from an article that was written by Irena Grossfeld, Sehon Orkan-Sakali and Ekaterina Zhuravskaya. I'm going to show you some other graphs from that particular article that just gives you a sense of the scope of these pogroms that seem to be entirely out of the control of the Russian Empire completely. And in fact, one of the revelations in historiography in the 20th century in particular is that, for a long time it was believed that the Russian Empire actually orchestrated these pogroms. Some thought that maybe they did this as a way of kind of distracting the peasantry from, burgeoning dissatisfaction with the Russian Empire. But archival research has demonstrated that no, that's not in fact the case. Not to say that the Russian government was so friendly to Jews, but that these seem to be like spontaneous outbursts of violence that were perpetrated largely by unmarried men who were riding the rails from town to town and attacking Jewish communities at will, sometimes multiple times. These horrific pogroms, which were limited in scope in terms of the degree of violence compared to what would occur just 40 years later with the Russian Revolution, which would overwhelmingly be far more brutal, and then those pogroms would in turn be way overwhelmed by the Holocaust. Nevertheless, these pogroms had a major impact on the Jewish self-image, and as a result, Jews in the Russian Empire said, you know what, enough of this, we have to do something radically different, and I'm going to show you the 5 distinct strategies that Jews adopted. Before I move on, though, just have a quick look at the map. You'll see that red line that sort of overlaps the modern boundaries that are shown there. That's the map of the Pale of Settlement at its greatest extent. The Pale of Settlement represented the region in which Jews were legally allowed to reside under Russian authority. There were Jews who were allowed to reside outside of it in Russia proper, but they were exceptional Jews, either there because of some special skill that they could offer the Russian government, like doctors or major financiers, things like that, or in the cases you can see on the Baltic coast in Latvia, these were veterans who had gone through the Cantonist system and were allowed, upon their release from their 25-year military service, to reside anywhere they want. And so many of them formed these unusual communities in Latvia and Estonia. But the vast, or it's also possible Jews were living illegally in some of these other places. Actually, a fairly large number of Jews living illegally in Kiev, for example, Kiev, which was actually legally closed to Jews for much of this period. So that's the Pale of Settlement where most of these Ashkenazi Jews live. I want to point out 4 charts from this remarkable research that appeared in 2019. One of the things that's fascinating when you look at the pogroms, so here, take a look at this, which shows the number of pogroms that occurred during the late 19th and early 20th century. You can see this huge wave of pogroms in 1881, which are larger in extent, like in number, but not nearly as vicious, as murderous as the later pogroms. And then there's a significant wave in 1903-05, and then a terrible wave in 1917 to 1920, which smaller in the number, but much larger in terms of its victims. Murder was much more common in the later ones. Now, the authors of that article correlate these pogroms with crop failures. And as you can see, that there is definitely some correlation, but there were many, many years where there were crop failures where there were no pogroms. And then they look at another factor. They look at political turmoil, like, after the Crimean War and things like that. And you see that, yes, similarly, there is some correlation between political turmoil, like the post-assassination of Alexander II, and pogroms, but not always. There's lots of times, like Napoleon's advance into Moscow, where there are no pogroms. However, brilliantly, if you include both of those variables, and you say, well, what happened in those years when you had both political turmoil and crop failure? Bang, there you go, pogroms. So that's a very clear graphic representation of how economic reversals and political upheavals equals pogroms in the Russian Empire. Quid est demonstrandum, as they would say. Now, what did Jews decide to do about this? So one of the things that really changed as a result of those 1881-82 pogroms is that Jews began to question the traditional leadership in a very big way. The traditional leadership was hugely harmed by the Cantonist decrees that we discussed last week. The Kehillah was not nearly as trusted. The traditional rabbinical authorities lost a lot of their authority in a rapidly secularizing Jewish society. And so Jews said after 1881, we are no longer going to accept the situation as is. We are going to adopt one of these 5 strategies. These are the 5 ideas that they articulated, and I'll explain to you how they were described in Jewish political activity. The first theory was, or the first decision was perhaps the most traditional: let's leave. There's no room for Jews in Russia anymore. And in fact, this is a period where you have massive emigration from the Pale of Settlement, as shown here in this map, from 1881 to the fall of the Russian Empire in 1917. 1.75 million Jews moving to the United States. That number would increase by about another 250,000. 70,000 going to Canada, where they heard there was going to be some really good universal health insurance, things like that. Very significant populations to South America, to South Africa, and to the early Yishuv, the pre-state community of Jews in Israel, and of course a 250,000 moving to Western Europe, kind of retracing the original migration path of Ashkenazi Jews from 13th century onward. Now they're moving back to Western Europe because the Russian Empire is no longer so comfortable, and a small number moving to places like Australia. The second major strategy was, no, let's not move, let's not leave the Russian Empire, let's change the Russian Empire. And in this area, you see the huge influence of socialist ideology that is expressed in a lot of Jewish thinkers from the period, perhaps most famously by this man, Leon Trotsky, who was a major figure in the 1905 revolution in particular. Later, he became the leader of the Red Army during the revolutionary years, as we'll discuss, God willing, in about an hour. And one of the things that's less known about the Russian Empire is that from this photograph, a mugshot of his arrest, actually, you can see that it was virtually impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the Russian Empire at that time. I like to say that. I hope that's funny. Third, there were people who said, wait a minute, you're going to, try to change Russia. You're going to, try and, adopt a totally different political system, that of socialism. It's just going to be another problem later on down the way. And who says that this new political system is any good? What we need to do is stop history. We have to have all Jews, rather than moving to some other country and repeating the whole process again, let's move to our homeland. Let us return to Israel, and that will be the final homecoming of the Jews. This proved to be an extremely popular movement, the single most popular political movement of Jews in the Russian Empire, and would ultimately be successful in establishing a state in 1948. Fourth, a smaller group of Jews looked to the historian Shimon Dubno for inspiration, and he relied on the model of the Council of Lands that we discussed a few lectures ago on the medieval structure of a Jewish community existing as a strong community within a larger state. And he said we should create a kind of secular version of that. It's essentially, this movement did not have a tremendous amount of traction, but it ultimately informed what would be the federation movement of North America and much further, the idea that Jews should communally organize themselves and try to assert their rights as a community rather than as individual citizens. So it had a huge impact, not so much on the Russian Empire, although, by the way, it was attempted in Ukraine, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, and to a certain degree in Poland during the interwar period. Finally, a large group of Jews said, wait a second, this is totally off the charts from how we've behaved for 2,000 years of exile. We have to stick close to our traditional values. We have to hold fast to the Torah, to the Talmud, to our rabbis. But these Jews realized that they could not exist in this new democratizing environment unless they had a way of articulating their beliefs and of engaging in, mass dialogue. And so therefore, these so-called renewed traditionalists essentially adopted the tools of modern political discourse, forming political parties to be able to communicate their values to the population as a whole. So those are the 5 big strategies that Jews chose to adopt after 1881, after the pogroms that so uprooted the Ashkenazi community. How did that express itself into political movements? So I'm going to take the final 7 minutes of this lecture to walk you through. It never gets more complicated than this, but stick with me, okay? So here we have a political spectrum that you would be familiar with many discussion of 20th century politics. On the left, you have socialism, right? The idea that there should be, the further left you go, you have the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Moving a little bit more to the center, you have the ideas of things like universal health care and unemployment insurance, and a lot of things that are really adopted in contemporary democracies that have socialist roots. But basically the idea that the society as a whole is responsible for each individual member, and there should be some kind of social safety net for everyone. And then on the right, you would have capitalism, which to its extreme says, like, you run your own buddy. It's all about your individual responsibility. You've got to take care of your own health and pay for your doctors yourself. If you lose your job, too bad, right? This, to its extreme form, it's like kind of savage. But as I mentioned, most democracies, like the United States of America, does not go anywhere near that far, although you can hear those tropes in debate. So that's kind of like a basic sort of political spectrum. Among Jews, it is considerably more complicated, because while you also have this socialist and capitalist debate among Jews, you also have a y-axis in which you have a conflict between those Jews who believe in political activity here, which was called Yiddish dor, here, in this place, meaning in the diaspora, here in Russia, here in France, here in Germany. This is where we have to engage in politics. And there are others who say, no, it should be dort, over there in Israel, meaning don't bother investing in politics in the land where you were born, because we all have to return ultimately to the land of Israel. So why waste your energy focusing on political activity when you're just basically a traveler, you're transient? Okay, thousands of years you've been living there, but you're going to go to Israel. So that's a huge debate. Do we invest here or do we invest there, meaning in Israel? So where the political parties fall out, and when I say political parties, they're really movements. Sometimes they are clandestine, illegal movements because the Russian Empire forbade them from existing, but nevertheless they were formed. We can place them within these 4 quadrants. Here on the lower left, the major party that was close to both socialist values and very stringent about here-ness, Dorkite, meaning we want to change Russia. Don't give us any pipe dreams about Israel, the Middle East. That's ridiculous. We're going to do it all here in Russia. This would be a group called the Bund. The Bund is essentially, it was a social democrat party, which was the same organization from which the much larger Menshevik and even Bolshevik parties had affiliation. So it believed very much in socialist values, communal collection of property, things like that. But it was conducted, as this amazing sign indicates, in the Yiddish language. It was specifically directed to Jews to convince them to adopt what would later become a kind of a communist worldview. Communism is sort of the most extreme form of this socialist expression, but it's on the same spectrum. Then if we move over to the right, where you have groups who are saying we should invest in this country, but we should essentially not change the economy, that would be the Vereinigte Party, led by the historian Shimon Dubno, who essentially, as we said in the last slide, was closely associated with what would later become the Federation movement, that we should not change too much, just focus on changing the Jewish community and its structure, and that was essentially his platform. It was not a very popular platform, even though it had very strong ideological roots and would later be adopted by some Jews and other populations. Of course, you have the Zionists, who said we should have the general Zionists, I should say. There are many flavors of Zionism. The Allgemeine Zionisten, the regular Zionists or general Zionists, believed that let's all go to Israel. Let's not get too involved in the specific economic political discussions. Let's just get to Israel. And of course, the leader of that was Theodor Herzl, who was the founder of modern political Zionism. Some debate over contemporary characters, but basically he's certainly the most famous author of it. There are some who are more extreme, who felt that we got to go to Israel, we got to be capitalist, but you know what? We've got to adopt a really stringent reliance on ourselves. We cannot rely, as Herzl would, on heads of state of European countries, of well-wishers in the non-Jewish world. We've got to really do it ourselves, even if it means violence. So you have the revisionist movement, led by Vladimir Jabotinsky, shown here, and this would eventually become the roots of the more right-wing parties in Israel's Knesset as well. And then finally, not actually finally, there's a trick to this, but finally, if you look to the quadrant where they should develop Israel as the direction for Jewish settlement, and it would be a shame if you just went to Israel and created another. The socialist Zionists, the so-called Poalei Zion, were perhaps the most famous of them, the workers of Zion, established a network of kibbutzim, which are essentially kind of like neo-communist ashrams where Jews would live according to communist values, and they adapted them considerably over the course of the 20th century, but highly experimental structures of communal living and things like that. Now, this is complicated enough, but I have to add in, I'm afraid, a z-axis, right? We have an x-axis, a y-axis. We also have a z-axis, which is religious values. There were religious organizations as well. The first would be a group that was associated with the name Mizrahi, which means east, and it was associated very heavily with Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook, who is shown here, who said, you know what? A lot of rabbis are opposed to this idea of Zionism. They look at the people who are promoting it and they say, hey, these guys are basically secular free thinkers. That's not us. And what about all those passages in the Talmud that tell us essentially to be patient and wait for the Messiah before we move to Israel? And Rav Kook suggested, well, maybe the fact that these secular Jews are coming back to Israel, that is in itself a sign that the Messiah is near. And furthermore, we have so many examples of miracles that occurred in the Bible because people took the first steps. That it wasn't ab nihilo, that things happened because Jews took the first steps. Like, just off the top of my head, lighting the Hanukkah menorah, right? The idea that there was one cruse of oil and they lit it and it lasted for 8 nights. A lot more to say about that in ancient history, but in terms of the metaphor, this was a very powerful one. And so many religious Orthodox Jews said, yeah, we're going to be on with this as well. But then finally, and this is really finally, you have a group that said, no, let's stick to our traditional understanding of the Talmud, which says, don't force the issue. It's a chutzpah. It's bold and unfair to God to demand that he send Messiah. We have to be patient in the diaspora. And this is a group called the Agudat Yisrael, or the Community of Israel, that was really focused on traditional Torah values. Later, of course, with the horrible impact of the Holocaust, they would have to reevaluate some of their stance towards Zionism, and actually they ended up becoming very strong in Israel per se. But their central core message is unchanged, which is dedication to Torah itself. Perhaps the most famous example of their activity is in the great Daf Yomi program, which they really pioneered in the 1920s, studying 1 page of Talmud a day through a 7-year cycle. that results in a grand celebration at the end. This is the most recent celebration at the MetLife Stadium in New York. I was actually seated myself kind of off to the right of this picture, and it's celebrated all over the world, this worldwide study of the Talmud. So that's kind of like a quick overview of the many different complicated political orientations that Jews adopted at this time, an expression of a reaction to the pogroms of 1881, 1882. Thank you very much for your attention and endurance. Okay, hello everyone. I hope you are doing well. At this point that we've had kind of like a general overview of the expression of political opinion among Jews for a snapshot in time, really from 1897 till about 1912, we should go on to understand how this was filtered through the experience of the Jews of Ashkenaz in the 20th century. I'd like to focus the next hour specifically on the Soviet experience, which is one of the most significant, demographically certainly the largest chunk of Jews in Ashkenazic territory, or the descendants of the Ashkenazic Jews from the Rhineland in Eastern European territory. That'll be our occupies. That will occupy us for the next hour. Let us begin first with the fall of the Russian Empire. So, if you look at this map here, these two maps actually, you'll see on the left, this is what East Central Europe looked like before World War I. You can see that it's dominated by three major empires: the German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the Russian Empire. And that big sort of like puzzle piece sticking out to the left is Poland, Greater Poland. And then just a few years later, all of a sudden, it's radically changed. As you can see on the right-hand side, the map is completely unrecognizable. You have the German Empire is significantly shrunk. There's a section called East Prussia, which is actually the wrong color in this map. It should be the same color as Germany, but it's got a land bridge that separates it from Germany proper. That land bridge is a whole new country, Poland, which had not been seen on the map since the late 18th century. So all of a sudden, Poland is back, and it's taking up quite a bit of territory. It actually will have a very large proportion of non-ethnic Poles living within its boundary. And to contrast that, where is Austria-Hungary? That empire is dismantled significantly. There are tiny remnants of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in a country called Austria and its neighboring country, Hungary, but they are just a tiny fraction of its original size when it was a dual monarchy. Now, all of a sudden, the majority of the former citizens of Austria-Hungary find themselves in totally different countries. A couple of them are actually completely new countries. Like, for example, Czechoslovakia, which is now the Czech Republic, and Slovakia. That represents a totally new country that took the northern part of Austria-Hungary to exist. Romania is significantly expanded. And look at this, Yugoslavia, the South Slavs, a totally new country that takes up quite a bit of the old Austria-Hungarian Empire, and also encompasses Serbia, and it's just, things have changed so dramatically, and all of these things are going to be extremely important tomorrow morning when we look at the Holocaust, because of course the Germans and the Australians and the Hungarians, and for slightly different reasons the Italians, they are all practicing a form of revisionism. They want to revise the peace treaties that created these new countries immediately after World War I. But that will be a topic for tomorrow. For now, I'd like you to look at the very edge of the map on the right side of your screen where you see Russia has disappeared. And they've labeled this map not entirely correctly, Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine, but really it's referring to the new Soviet Union, which ultimately would be created from 15 actually, constituent republics. One of them would be the Ukrainian SSR, the other one would be the Belarusian SSR, but basically the old Russian Empire has disappeared. So that's what we're going to look at first. What happened to the Jews of this region when the Russian Empire disappeared? So there's really two revolutions that remove Russia from the map. The first one occurred in February of 1917. The second one occurred in October of 1917. Now, ironically, they're referred to in Russian historiography as the February and especially the October revolutions. But if you were standing where I am right now in New York, at the time the revolution happened, they would have been referred to as the March Revolution and the November Revolution, respectively. The reason for this is because one of the unusual quirks of the Romanov Empire was that they relied on the Julian calendar rather than the Gregorian calendar then used in the West. And it was literally losing a year every century, I believe, since they had the switch. So they were 11 years, they were 11 days behind the Western calendar. Russia was quite literally behind the West chronologically. It was only later, in 1918, I think, that the communists said, okay, let's use the same calendar as the West, and that's how we are synchronized today. But back then, they were actually distinct. So the first revolution occurred in February, and it seems to have started from a food riot. Let us recall that World War I has been going on now for 3 years, right? It erupts in 1914. It's the first really major global conflict involving, forces from all over the world, literally, and Russia is involved, but they are not doing very well. They lose almost immediately a massive amount of territory to German forces that's cut off on the Western Front for Russia, and they don't seem to be able to gain those back. Ultimately, the fact that these regions were behind German lines would contribute to their ability to establish independence after World War I, because Russia is not able to assert its control over Poland and the Baltic states, for example. So they're not doing well. They're outfitting their soldiers extremely poorly. Soldiers are unmotivated, finding that they don't have enough to eat. They don't have enough clothing to wear in the winter, that famously or infamously, they were not even properly equipped for the war. One of the infamous quotes, I'm not sure if it's apocryphal, but it certainly captures the mood, that Russian soldiers were told to use their bayonets first, meaning to use the knives that were mounted to the end of their rifles to fight first, because they had a lack of ammunition and they couldn't afford to waste it by shooting at the enemy. So in other words, they had to physically get close enough to the enemy to use a bayonet, while their enemies, the Germans, are well supplied and can use bullets for a lot longer than it takes for the Russian soldier to approach. So they were really doing very poorly. And at the same time, internal supply issues were facing a lot of the civilians living in Russian cities who simply did not have enough to eat. So on International Women's Day, there was a food riot that erupted when apparently a woman in the city of Petrograd, Peter's city, named after the patron saint of Peter the Great. By the way, this name, Petrograd, is significant. It used to be called St. Petersburg, after St. Peter, the patron saint of Peter the Great, Tsar. And then the word Berg is a German ending for a city. So therefore, during World War I, to be more patriotic, they named it Petrograd, grad being a Russian suffix meaning city, so it doesn't have the German ending. Where I grew up in northern Ontario, there was actually a town, an Indian village, Cree Indian, that was called swastika. And during World War II, they decided to rename it. I think it was called Churchill for a few years, very patriotic name. And then after World War II, it went back to swastika because that was a word in the Cree language. At any rate, so they named it Petrograd, and then the communists would later name it Leningrad. And after the fall of the Soviet Union, it would return to its original name, St. Petersburg, which is the name we use today. But anyway, in what was then Petrograd, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window because everyone was starving and hungry. This erupted into a great riot, and ultimately it got out of control, and the Tsar himself was arrested. And suddenly, without anyone really understanding how this happened, the Romanov dynasty fell. And that was the end of the Russian Empire, almost in the blink of an eye. What was established in its wake was a provisional government, which was run by this man, Alexander Kerensky. And the main challenge of the provisional government was that it wanted to establish a permanent government. They still had to figure out what they were doing about World War I. It's still ongoing for another year. They haven't figured out, are they going to stay in the war, remove themselves from the war? For the time being, they decided to stay in the war. But they had to try and pull together a representative body to allow citizens of the Russian Empire to vote on their future. This so-called constituent assembly is a very noble kind of democratic ideal to hold, to get the vote of the population. It turned out to be their downfall because while they were, slowly, laboriously creating this constituent assembly, the much more nimble, smaller, and unscrupulous Bolsheviks were able to outmaneuver them, and ultimately they would take over the Constituent Assembly before it could be properly seated and declare a totally new government in October. But during this brief interregnum between February and October, as Kerensky was trying to pull together this Constituent Assembly, one of the most important things he did was, and the very first decision actually, was to destroy the the legal foundation of the Pale of Settlement. Here you can see it in kind of like in the brighter white color against the gray. The Pale of Settlement, the restrictions on Jewish citizenship, restrictions on Jewish residency were abolished by the provisional government, which made it, a great. It made it heroic in the eyes of many Jews, although it was very short-lived. Here, by the way, is a period map from 1901, which gives you a sense of the relative populations of Jews, the concentration of Jews in the several gubernii, or the provinces of the Pale of Settlement. You can see very strong concentration, more than 17% in the eastern part of Poland and the central part of Poland by Warsaw, very strong concentrations in the region of Lithuania and in right bank Ukraine. That is the right bank of the Dnipro River, the western half of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory. Far smaller concentrations as you go further to the east. So what happens after the February Revolution is this man, Vladimir Lenin, the driving force behind the Bolshevik movement, organizes local councils in factories and villages and elsewhere. They were called Soviets, which means councils. And with their support, he storms the Constituent Assembly with an armed force, declares it disbanded in favor of all power to the Soviets, and proclaims what would eventually become the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the first communist state in Europe, and a bold new experiment in attempting to establish this form of government in Europe. The notion that supported Lenin's popularity was the idea that this new, totally new, radically new form of government would ultimately cleanse Russia of its various corruptive elements, including the monarchy, including the church. It was a very, very anti-clerical, anti-church movement, anti-religious in general, as we shall see, and also its capitalist movement. You can see at the bottom of this image that literally shows Lenin cleaning up the globe, because many felt that once communism started in Russia, it would eventually expand to fill the entire globe. This is really at the heart of the confrontation between United States with its vision of democracy, that the United States believed that democracy would eventually conquer all regions of the globe, and the Soviets felt equally aggressively that communism would actually be the dominant political modality of the entire globe. At the very bottom of the globe here, you see the capitalist. He probably looks familiar to you as a Monopoly Man figure, or the Monopoly Man of the famous Parker Brothers game, is based on a traditional iconic idea of the ultimate capitalist, with the waistcoat and the top hat, and here the bag of money, somewhat rotund, rather more appealing in the board game version, but nevertheless the same kind of things. This is often used, by the way, as kind of like a stand-in for Jews in general, sometimes made explicit with the Star of David, things like that, but Jews and capitalists very highly identified in the communist mind, particularly when it leans towards some anti-Semitic interpretations. I know, it's very ironic that communist anti-Semites accuse Jews of being capitalists, capitalist anti-Semites accuse Jews of being communists. You just can't win. But that's the reality of anti-Semitism. It just does not have to make sense. Here is some propaganda directed against the communist movement by the White Russians. The White Russians, there's two different definitions of this term. The term Belarus literally means White Russia, and it's a region of the former Russian Empire, now the USSR. And so people who come from there are called Belarusians, or literally translated White Russians. But in the context of the revolutionary movement, the communists were associated with the color red, right? The Reds are the Soviets. And so those forces that opposed the communists, sometimes either openly monarchist, wishing to bring back the Tsar, sometimes a little bit more moderate, wishing to defend some kind of provisional government sort of idea, they were called the Whites, to contrast them with the Reds. Has nothing to do with the territory of Belarus specifically, it's more of a political orientation. So the Whites and the Reds were engaged in a very ferocious civil war, along with many other combatants, as we shall see shortly. And the Whites were perhaps most notorious for their anti-Soviet propaganda, some of which was explicitly anti-Semitic. So this particular example compares the early communists to Aztec priests performing a human sacrifice. The human sacrifice is supposed to represent some kind of monarchic figure there, and it's being sacrificed, meaning the Holy Mother Russia is being sacrificed before the altar upon which Karl Marx sits, right, the founder of socialism, and it is labeled international, right, the Communist International, the Socialist International, meaning the whole idea of communism that was organized in an international group. Russia was about to be sacrificed, a human sacrifice towards this ideal. And the various figures you can see, they're labeled at the top in Russian. Lenin, of course, the central figure in the bright red robe. Right next to him, the butcher, is Trotsky, right? Remember that Trotsky is Jewish, and Trotsky is along with actually a few other figures here. And Trotsky is also especially feared by the whites because he is leading very effectively the Red Army. Ultimately, the whites would be defeated by Trotsky's army. There's also this representation here of what are clearly ex-Hasidic Jews. You can see that the one on the left is still bearing his earlocks, his peyos, although he's bareheaded at this time, which suggests a more secular orientation. And he's holding a bag with the number 30 on it, which is certainly a reference to the betrayal of Jesus by Judas for 30 silver pieces. I think it was silver. So the whole idea is that the message is that the Jews are somehow betraying Russia as well, contributing to this. And in fact, there's a major staple of Russian propaganda was white Russian propaganda was that the Jews had somehow sold out Mother Russia to the communists, and we're going to explore that in some detail in just a moment. What I'd like to do is actually take us into the Civil War itself, because it's highly significant for the entire region. And ironically, considering the focus of the world today is on Ukraine, this is an area that's extremely pivotal to Ashkenazi Jewish history because of an unusual experiment that occurred in Ukraine at this time. As you can see from the note in the back, one of the several examples of early Ukrainian currency during the very brief period when Ukraine attempted to develop an independent country during the Civil War. It would ultimately fail because of several reasons, but it would be swallowed up by the communist movement that would wipe out the groups that were striving for Ukrainian independence and would establish instead a Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. But as you look at this document, you can see on the upper left, it has in Russian the word 100 karbovantsiv, which is the karbovanets, which is the unit of currency. On the right, it has it in Polish, both official languages of the Ukrainian state. And at the very bottom, you can see the word in Yiddish, 100 karbovances. That this is in fact a fascinating aspect of the period. Yiddish was established as an official language of this very brief-lived Ukrainian state. So let me back up a little bit by telling you that, ironically, I actually know a little bit more about what we're talking about today than most of the times I'm actually speaking, because my PhD dissertation was on this particular period. You can see here, as published by Harvard, a prayer for the government of Ukrainians and Jews in revolutionary times, 1917 to 1920, because I specifically looked at this very unusual rapprochement between Jews and Ukrainians, who you would think would have some, very negative history, some baggage that had to be dealt with before they could effect a political rapprochement. We have the Khmelnytsky rebellion that we talked about a while ago. We have the extensive pogroms that occurred in the 1881 period. We will also have pogroms in 1903, 1904 in Ukrainian ethno-nationalist territory. How is it possible that they were able to cooperate on the creation of a state? But in fact, this happened. Here's the Ukrainian translation that appeared just a little while ago in Kyiv. I'm very proud to have it being available to the Ukrainian public as well. So basically what's going on is if you look at this map here, you'll see where Jews are living in Ukraine. The blue line is the present-day boundary of Ukraine. That is, of course, before the Russian invasion of 2014 and their annexation of the Crimea, and also their attack in the eastern part of the Donbass, which it still seems to be up in the air. But you can see there's very large concentrations of Jews in right bank Ukraine. That is the western part of the country, and bleeding over into neighboring countries as well. More than 15% of the population in these regions. And let us not forget that the Jews are quite distinct from the Ukrainians in a lot of key demographic areas. The Ukrainians, hugely agrarian, majority of the population involved in traditional agriculture. Jews, on the other hand, overwhelmingly involved in commerce, living in villages, towns, and cities. Ukrainians primarily knowing the science of the land and its rhythms and so on. Jews, on the other hand, educated to be literate and to understand how numbers work, mathematics, and so on. And so the Ukrainians, in their attempt to create a state which would be focused around an organization that they would call the Centralna Rada. Rada is the Ukrainian translation of the word Soviet, meaning council, but it really had a very different character in this period. Their activity around this Central Rada was fully aware that the small Ukrainian intelligentsia, that was also ironically concentrated in the western part of the country, was insufficient in numbers to be able to effectively govern a territory of this size, second largest country in Europe, that has today about 44 million, I believe. In the beginning of the century, they had something closer to 40 million, but it's a massive territory. How are they going to be able to manage it? The Russians and the Poles, who also had significant populations, also primarily in the cities, all had different interests. The Russians, of course, had allegiance to the former Russian Romanov dynasty, and many of them wanted to see the creation of a Russian federation dominated by Russia. And the Poles, of course, were struggling to create their own country to the north out of the ruins of World War One. They had reasons not to be so necessarily loyal to this burgeoning Ukrainian state. The Jews, on the other hand, had no other loyalties that were that was automatically attached to them, and it stood to reason that many of them would see the benefit in specifically associating their energies with this new nascent state in Ukraine and helping it to thrive and grow. And so, to the surprise of many observers, the dominant Jewish Ukrainian mood, which can be measured in several ways, actually was in favor of this new Ukrainian development, which had promised many communal rights to Jews. Just to give you an example of one document that illustrates those promises and the difficulty they had in creating them, as I mentioned, Yiddish became an official language of this nascent Ukrainian state. But how do you actually run a government with Yiddish when the government itself is barely able to write anything in Ukrainian, its first language? So here's one typical document that I discovered in my archival research. It's a letter written to the Jewish community of Riven, and if you look at you can see it's obviously written in two different scripts here. There is a typewritten Ukrainian script, or if you look carefully at it, you'll see that many letters are actually handwritten into the document. And that is because the Ukrainian language has an alphabet which is similar but not identical to the Russian alphabet. They're both Cyrillic languages, but there are some letters that Ukrainians have that Russians don't have, and vice versa. They also pronounce certain letters differently as well. One of the letters that's missing in the Russian alphabet is the letter that we would recognize as the letter I in the Roman alphabet, or I with an umlaut, with two dots instead of one. And so you can see that what they've had to do, the typist had to use a Russian language typewriter, because there are very, very few Ukrainian language typewriters. The Russians had engaged actually a tremendous amount of energy in the late 19th and especially early 20th century to try to control the spreading and standardization of the Ukrainian language. They really wanted to preserve the Russian language against a popular movement to turn the vernacular into a formal written standardized language. This is ironically, as my father Oliver Schoen would say, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. One of the things that Putin is demanding of Zelensky in his current war on Ukraine is that Ukraine has to protect the Russian language, right? The worries that Russia will somehow be, that great Russian literature will be lost if Ukrainians don't make special protections for it. At any rate, here you can see more of the reality of the situation. The vast majority of the population, especially the agrarian population, especially in Western regions, are much more likely to speak Ukrainian amongst themselves, although Russian was the formal language of government. So by trying to recreate Ukrainian, they've had to use a typewriter that has only Russian Cyrillic letters, and every time they come to the Ukrainian letter I, or the I with the umlaut, they have to leave a blank space, and then afterwards the typist has to pull the paper out of the machine and write in the letters directly with a pen. By the way, I'm assuming that everyone watching this video or attending this class is old enough to remember what a typewriter looked like. It's kind of like a word processor that you cannot, simply hit the backspace key to delete anything. Whatever you type once is actually printed onto paper, and you can't take it off unless you use some kind of physical device like literally a white paint to paint over the letter. It sounds absurd that I actually have to explain this, but that's the situation. So it's a Russian typewriter, and I had to use it to write Ukrainian. What about Yiddish? Don't even think about it. There are hardly any Yiddish language typewriters in Ukraine during this war era and the Civil War. So the typist has to save a space, draw a line, and then carefully write in the message in Yiddish on the right by hand. So this should give you a sense of the tremendous efforts that they were willing to engage in to be multicultural, but at the same time, it's chaos. They're having tremendous difficulty, for example, getting Yiddish literate or Yiddish fluent operators on the telephone switchboard and all kinds of things like that. But they're nevertheless making a good faith effort to try and include Jews in this new government. Okay, but what ends up happening is the whole experiment, however well-meaning, ends in terrible failure as the entire region is absorbed in a pogrom wave that was far worse in 1881, 1882, far worse even than the Khmelnytsky massacres of the 17th century. And if it were not for the Holocaust that occurs 20 years later, it would have been, it would be remembered as one of the worst periods in Jewish history. The pogroms were focused, especially in the revolutionary year, the Civil War year 1919, but they began already in November 1917 and they extended into 1921. But 1919 was clearly the worst of them. The war ends in 1918. The Germans retreat in a very disorganized manner, often just selling their weapons for food to find their way back to Germany. The Russians invade from the north. The nascent Ukrainian state tries to defend itself, but it's ultimately reduced to operating out of a series of trains moving in a triangular region in the western part of the country before they're finally driven out. And you have many other forces active in Ukraine, including the White Russians I described earlier, also a group known as the Greens, the anarchists, and there are several foreign armies that are active there as well. So it's a period of amazing, awful chaos. Earlier this morning, we talked about the importance for Jews of living in a Rechtsstaat, a society that even if it is moderately discriminatory, nevertheless, it is governed by law and there are predictable rules and enforcement of those rules. 1919 was the polar opposite of all that, as you have pogrom waves just washing over the entire territory, many communities being hit multiple times, and the degree of violence, the murderous nature of these pogroms dwarfs anything that was experienced prior to this period. It is truly a horrific time for Jews, and those Jews who have not chosen to leave for America or elsewhere prior to this are distinctly motivated to do so after this terrible period. Now, one of the great ironies of this period is that 40%, the plurality of the pogroms that are recorded with a known perpetrator at this time, were perpetrated by the same government that was at the same time engaged in extending all kinds of unprecedented communal rights to Jews. In other words, there were Ukrainian pogromists affiliated, however loosely, with this man, Simon Petliura, the leader of the Ukrainian government, which is called at the time the Directory, who were at the same time attacking Jewish civilians in the villages. And this is like one of those hard to understand paradoxes. How is it possible that Petliura himself is in a government that has a minister of Jewish affairs, that has Yiddish as an official language, that has all kinds of these wonderful policies, which of course are kind of like mainly on paper because the government itself is barely able to hold itself together. And they have such a pro-Jewish approach, and at the same time, their army is attacking Jewish civilians. The reasons for this, I discuss it much longer in my book, but I should
at least give some sense of it here. Petliura succeeds in amassing a remarkably large array of forces early on in this period, specifically in the winter of 1919, bringing together over 100,000 troops, but they're mainly made up of peasants who grab pitchforks or whatever they can find. They have no uniforms or anything like that. They have very poor command and control structure, but they declare themselves for the Ukrainian National Republic and for Petliura. And then by the time you get to the end of the spring, those 100,000 odd troops have diminished to about 16,000 under the pressure from the Soviets, the Whites, and then several other parties active in the region. So it appears that the peasants' understanding of what the Ukrainian National Republic was all about was very, very thin, and it was very easy for them to associate the Jews with the enemy. This became a self-fulfilling prophecy because, ironically, of the various forces active in Ukraine at this time, the one force that was pretty reliably unlikely to commit a pogrom were the Soviet army under the Jewish leader Trotsky. They're only associated with 2% of the recorded pogroms. So it's not like there were not pogroms that were affected by Soviet soldiers, but there were very few of them. They were far more disciplined. And so what ends up happening at this time is that the Soviets experience a surge of support for the Red Army from this Jewish population, so much so that they had to scramble to try and create training centers that could work in Yiddish with these, yeshiva boys running out of yeshiva. Their pay is flying, never having touched a rifle in their life, but they want to join the Red Army in order to protect their communities or to effect revenge on pogromists that would quite often attack the same communities over and over again as their front lines moved back and forth. There was a surge of Jewish support for the army specifically, but there was also a smaller surge for communism in general, as many disaffected Jews felt like Judaism had failed them, and that communism as a kind of secular messianism would actually come to their rescue. Now, in terms of Petliura himself, it's important to note that later historians have often characterized Petliura as the architect of these pogroms, a kind of like early version of Hitler. And in my research, I discuss at some length how I do not feel that is an appropriate way to understand his role in the violence. Petliura himself actually had published some very pro-Jewish things well before the war. He wrote some very favorable reviews, for example, of plays that dealt with Jewish characters, things like that. And it seemed really out of character for him to do that. Moreover, during the war, as Ukrainian apologists will often point out, he published all kinds of decrees forbidding pogroms and promising to punish anyone who violated those rules and things like that. But what ended up happening was he was assassinated in 1926, and in a dramatic trial that occurred in Paris, the image of him as the designer of the pogroms emerged. The story behind his assassination is really quite dramatic. The man shown in this photograph standing on the left is named Schwarzbart, and basically at this time in 1926, the Ukrainian National Republic has lost its bid for statehood, and the key figures in the government, including Petliura, have fled to the west. He's living in Paris. Petliura walks out of a cafe one morning on the Rue Racine, and this man, Schwarzbart, walks up to him and says to him, "Vous êtes Monsieur Petliura? Are you Mr. Petliura?" And he says, "Oui." And Schwarzbart takes out a gun and shoots him dead on the spot. He is arrested and put on trial, but in a brilliant legal move, his defense argues that he was acting out of revenge for the pogroms that had affected the Jews of Ukraine. That Schwarzbart should be viewed, argued his defense, as an avenger of Jewish pride, and
rather than making a trial about Schwarzbart, who was actually, an assassin in the open who killed him in cold blood on the street, the trial became one of Petliura and of his role in the pogroms, and it hinged on whether or not Petliura was guilty of creating this pogrom movement. And as I've argued in my book, but I'll state it very briefly here, I do not feel that calling Petliura the architect of the pogroms is historically valid. I do believe that Petliura chose to remain silent at a key period of several weeks in the spring of 1919, and he failed to take a rapid action to condemn the pogroms early on, and this allowed the impression to spread throughout Ukrainian troops that, in fact, the pogroms were, if not tolerated, then perhaps even condoned. And this was the key culpability that Petliura bears. In my humble opinion, it's not one of commission. It's highly unlikely that he actually ordered anyone to commit a pogrom. It does not make sense. There are some historians who point to documentation that would say that, but that documentation has actually not been found. I would say that his culpability rests in one of omission, that he failed to take the actions necessary of the titular head of this government, however fragile, for fear of losing the loyalty of his troops. This allowed the pogroms to expand and to wreak such havoc on the Jewish population. At any rate, just to finish the story with Schwarzbart, he was exonerated. Under French law, he was required to pay damages to the widow of Petliura, and so he was fined 1 franc, incredibly insulting, slap on the wrist for killing a man. But Jews worldwide celebrated this as a huge victory of finally being able to stand up to mete out vengeance against someone who was responsible for the pogroms. Even if that responsibility was highly attenuated and was focused perhaps in a different direction by the trial, nevertheless, that's the ultimate result. But if we return to the period under discussion of 1919, we should recall that 40% of the pogroms were in fact perpetrated by the Ukrainian troops, and the whole enterprise in a rapprochement ended in miserable failure. And many Jews saw the Red Army being a far more effective control on the violence, and so therefore support for the Red Army grew significantly. By 1920, the Ukrainian experiment in statehood ends in failure. Its leaders are mainly exiled to the West, and Ukraine is now absorbed within the Soviet Union. And Ukraine at this point constitutes the biggest single concentration of Jews in the Soviet Union, because the Jews who lived in Polish regions and the Lithuanian regions are now living in independent Poland and Lithuania, and to a certain degree Latvia as well. So Ukraine has a hugely important role in our understanding of Ashkenazi culture in the Soviet Union. So what does the Soviet Union do about Jews? So we should recall that at this time, there is a lot of flux going on in the new country known as the Soviet Union. They go through a period which they call war communism, which lasts till 1920. It overlaps the Civil War. And it is a period where the communists try desperately to bring this overwhelmingly agrarian society rapidly into a communist future, which, Karl Marx, when he outlined his vision of the march towards the progress that he called communism, he really didn't anticipate that would happen in a state that was largely pre-industrial. So they have a really difficult time trying to make these backward agrarian communities behave like modern technological industrial communist states. And so they decide to back off, and they adopt a new program called the New Economic Policy, or NEP. And this is sort of like a toning down of the rapid collectivization of agriculture and things like that. And that proves to be the breathing room that a lot of people need to begin to rebuild the economy after 4 years of World War and 2 years of Civil War. there's also a tremendous change at the top of the political establishment. Lenin, who we've described as the mastermind behind the communist revolution, has a stroke. And the last 2 years of his life, he's debilitated. So that leaves a kind of a gap, a vacuum in power, in which both Trotsky and Stalin and another figure, Bukharin, are all jockeying to take advantage of. Ultimately, the winner would be Stalin, as we shall see, but for now, we should talk about the Jewish aspect of it. Stalin is not a friend of the Jews at all. Stalin definitely harbors a very distinct anti-Semitism that will eventually express itself to its fullest later on in his reign. But at this time, he's still too weak to really, articulate it. And more moderate, sometimes Jewish-inspired ideas dominate the party for its first decade. They establish something called Yevsektia, which is a Russian acronym for the Jewish. It is actually, it is a Russian acronym, not Yiddish. It is a Russian acronym for the Jewish section of the Communist Party. The idea being that the Jews, because they are a highly distinctive population, very different demographically, economically, religiously, linguistically from the broader populations, they need a special communist party in order to move them towards communist ideals and recognizing their special, sort of complexion. Ironically, they're paralleled by a women's section of the Communist Party for similar reasons, which would also have exactly the same lifespan as the Jewish section. They would all be done by 1930 as Stalin consolidated power and said, enough of this, to use the Yiddish term, Narishkeit, enough of this silliness, let's move on with real communism. Yevsektia was specifically set up. The man in this picture here is the head of the Yevsektia, a former Chabad rabbi named Simon Dimenstein, who would abandon his Jewish identity, abandon his religious identity in order to lead this effort, and it had some interesting kind of plans. Perhaps the most significant aspect of the Yevsektia was initially its determined attack on Jewish religion. Right? Remember that the Communist Party is adopting a distinctly anti-religious stance based on Marx's ideas. The fact that Marx himself was born a Jew, later baptized by his parents, is irrelevant. He's perhaps one of the most notorious self-hating Jews of modern history. The whole idea of religion in the Marxist and socialist and communist mind is that it is an opiate of the masses, meaning it is a drug that keeps people stupid. What specifically does it occlude from their vision? It obfuscates the importance of class in their lives, and that their true enemies are not the adherents of rival religious movements or nationalist movements, but in reality their true enemies are their class enemies. And so doctrinaire Marxism teaches a complete atheism in order to allow people to see through the veil of religious promises to the fact that they are being manipulated by upper classes for the control of scarce resources. So there's a determined, ironic expression of this organization called the League of Militant Atheists directed at Jews. This organization was known in Russian as the Bezbosniki, the godless. I really like the term. In Jewish terms, they were called simply apikorsim, heretics, but they distinctly strove to try and extirpate Judaism from the masses, which was a difficult task because although this is a changing and evolving society that is adopting a more and more secular approach, this is still the heartland of traditional orthodoxy, and they were fighting against a major demographic current. They would have, however, significant success, aided by the upheaval of the Holocaust and so on. In the image on the left, which is more of an anti-Christian image than an anti-Jewish one, Jesus is giving out alcohol to all the guests, the common peasants at his party, and they're drinking themselves stupid, vomiting, and the whole idea of the opiate of the masses is very well encapsulated in this picture. So with regards the Jews, there was decided emphasis on trying to extirpate religion. Sometimes they would be co-opted, like they wrote special red Haggadahs that were designed to try and teach Jews that they really weren't rescued from Egypt by Moses. They were actually rescued from the Russian monarchs by Stalin. I mean, crazy kind of transvalued messages. But the overall approach of the party in the 1920s was one called korenizatsiya. This term is hard to translate into English. The word koren means a root, like a root of a tree or something like that. And so it means indigenization, or developing the true origins, the true culture associated with the people before it gets poisoned and twisted and warped by outside influences. It was at its core a belief that if you went back to the original folk culture of the peasantry or whatever, you would find a culture that was very amenable to socialist values, and that you would find a culture that, would naturally be communist. And so you see this policy of korenizatsiya being applied to many different peoples, not just the Jews, but in the Jewish world, it was especially known as a period in which Yiddish has a remarkable renaissance. Yiddish was regarded, unlike Hebrew, the religious language, right? No religion here. Yiddish was regarded as the true folk language of Ashkenazi Jews living in Ukraine and elsewhere in the Communist Union. And so therefore, anything that was Yiddish was good. And there was tremendous amount of resources poured into developing Yiddish literature and Yiddish plays and Yiddish poetry and all kinds of things like that. Remarkable flourishing of Yiddish, so much so that many Yiddish intellectuals who had already emigrated to America chose to move back to the Soviet Union in the 1920s because they saw a tremendous cultural renaissance of the language. Now, there are some funny things associated with this, like, for example, Yiddish is about 15 to 20% Hebrew. Lots and lots of borrowings from Hebrew, the religious language. And that was considered to be somehow tainting of the language. And so the Yiddishists of the period, working with the policy of korenizatsiya, tried to edit Yiddish so it would not have that Hebrew root. So, for example, Hebrew is not, unlike Yiddish, a phonetic language. It doesn't have vowels. The nekudot, the punctuation points there, it's hard to exactly describe what that is if you're not familiar with Hebrew, but they're added later. If you read the Torah in the original scroll, it will have no vowels. You literally have to memorize the various possible pronunciations and understand which pronunciation is appropriate for this particular sentence. There's lots more to say, but I don't have enough time to say it. So what they did was, the Soviets, when they tried to work with Hebrew terms in Yiddish, they either forbade them, or if they couldn't forbid them because they're so important, they would transliterate them phonetically using Yiddish. So, for example, the word emet, truth, very important word. It was the name of a famous publishing house, for example, but it was spelled in Hebrew. So they respelled it, instead of aleph, mem, taf, they respelled it ayin, mem, ayin, samech, which is pronounced ms in Yiddish, and is completely unrecognizable to a Hebrew reader unless they are aware of the bizarre transcription change. The Ukrainians had it even worse in some ways because, as I mentioned earlier in this lecture, Ukrainian Cyrillic and Russian Cyrillic are slightly different. And under korenizatsiya, they also wanted to try and bring the Ukrainians closer to the Russian language. Although they were encouraging Ukrainian because of korenizatsiya, they also want specifically to assimilate the Ukrainians to Russian. So they made the letter G in Ukrainian illegal. That's made they make a letter illegal. That's because the Ukrainian letter G is written differently than the Russian letter G, and the Ukrainians have a different letter called the letter H in English, which is pronounced in Russian like a letter G. I know it's complicated, but I think it's so ironic because if you look at this book here, this is the cover of the Chabad Siddur, the Chabad prayer book,
and it is in a Hebrew Russian translation. And if you look over here, you see that it's called Tehilat Hashem, and the sound H for Hashem, meaning the name of God, it doesn't have a Russian equivalent. So the Chabad movement added a special accent on the top of that letter to let Russians know that even though it looks like the letter G, you have to pronounce it like an H. So it's a little accent they've added. So ironically, the Russians try to take a letter away from the Ukrainian alphabet. The Jews instead add a letter to the Russian alphabet. I think that's kind of fun. They also, at this time, towards the end of this period, even attempt to replace the popularity of Zionism with a bizarre experiment, something called Birobidzhan, which is declared a homeland for the Jews, a Jewish autonomous oblast located way out in the far east, not too far from the Chinese border and the Pacific Ocean. The only real thing speaking for this territory is its proximity to authentic Asian food, and the fact that it could have been a huge refuge for Jews had Stalin allowed it to be so during the Holocaust. But of course, that was not Stalin's thinking. And although it became officially a Jewish autonomous oblast with Yiddish as its official language and for a time center of publishing and culture, nevertheless, it was not successful in saving the many hundreds of thousands of Jews who could have used it as a refuge during the war. So all of this ends in 1930 and beyond, as Joseph Stalin is able to consolidate his control over the Soviet Union. He embarks on a series of 5-year plans in which he brutally attempts to force the Soviet Union into a rapidly industrialized phase to make it catch up with the West. Among the incredible tragedies associated with this is the Ukrainian Holodomor, what's called in English perhaps the terror famine, an artificial famine that was occasioned by Stalinist policies related to his aggressive push for industrialization that killed literally millions of people in Ukraine. There is still some doubt as to the true scope of it, but 3 or 4 million is considered a very low estimate. It could easily have exceeded 6 million people. It is a remarkable phenomenon that is not nearly as well studied as the Holocaust, but it had a searing impact on the Ukrainian memory. And the fact that one of the key figures behind the implementation of Ukrainian policies, Stalinist policies in Ukraine, was a Jewish communist named Lazar Kaganovich, certainly did not help the overall impression of Jews, as we shall see tomorrow when we turn to the Holocaust. But it turns out that in the later part of the 1930s, the Soviet Union goes into this terrible phase of the purges, which I won't go into detail now, but Jews, like all Soviets, were caught up in this bitterly, and it was a period of great horrors for the larger population. But at this point, I've got to end for my hour. Tomorrow, we're going to look, God willing, at the implications of the Soviet popularity among Jews in the so-called bloodlands, the region that would be between Nazi Germany and Stalin's Soviet Union, and we'll see how that plays out in the Holocaust. Thank you very much for your endurance and your attention, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning. In this penultimate lecture, we'll look at the most difficult chapter of the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz, and that is, of course, the history of the Holocaust. Thankfully, it is the penultimate chapter because we will have one more lecture after the break in which we're going to look at post-Holocaust Ashkenaz. Thank God there is a post-Holocaust Ashkenaz.
let us begin just with a couple of preliminary remarks about the terminology and the scope of this very brief treatment of such a colossal event in Jewish and in world history. First of all, the term Holocaust is somewhat problematic. Several terms were coined in the course of the years after World War II in an attempt to describe the magnitude of this this earth-shattering and unprecedented genocide. There were prior genocides. We spoke briefly about the Ukrainian Holodomor, for example, but there are certain unique aspects that set the Holocaust aside, including, for example, the application of modern bureaucratic industrial methods to the slaughter, the sheer scope and scale of the Nazi dark ambitions to destroy all of the Jews of Europe. These are things that cry out for specific terminology, but we struggle to find the correct terms. The term Holocaust has largely been accepted in the scholarly and certainly the popular world, but it has its limitations. It's basically a Latin translation of the Hebrew word olah, which is a type of sacrifice offered to God as described in the book of Leviticus. The olah is a sacrifice which is completely burned. That is, sometimes you see it translated as burnt offering. And there is certain levels of kind of a poetic rhyme to it, in the sense that, so many, but certainly a minority of the victims of the Holocaust were in fact completely burnt up in the crematoria. But it has problematic aspects as well. For example, if we are comparing the victims of the Holocaust, specifically Jews in this context, although of course there are many other victims. Roma, for example, suffered very heavily. And people with mental and physical disabilities were singled out. Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, whole classes of people, and of course the general enslavement of Slavs and their massacres in many contexts. But if we are somehow to use the term Holocaust to describe this phenomenon, when you look at it in context, the God receives a pleasing aroma from the olah, whatever that exactly means. So does that mean that somehow the sacrifices of the Holocaust were, God forbid, desired by God? That's certainly a very problematic thing. And if the victims of the Holocaust are the burnt offering itself, then does that mean that the Nazis are, God forbid, somehow the high priests? Very, very hard thing, or the priests, I should say. Very, very hard thing to tolerate. Several other terms are in some usage among Orthodox Jews, particularly those of an older generation. They tend to use the Hebrew term churban, usually pronounced with the Ashkenazic Yiddish pronunciation, churban, which ties the Holocaust to the great destructions of the temples in Jerusalem in ancient times, and that gives you a sense of the magnitude with which they regard this event. In Israel, the term Shoah is very popular. That has a kind of a generic meaning of destruction in general. It is also a biblical Hebrew term, but it lacks the problematic association with the sacrifices. But we will work at any rate with the term Holocaust for our purposes. Now, I only have, an hour to go through this horrible event, and I'm going to rush through it, unfortunately, to try and give a succinct overview, especially for those of you who are in this audience who are not well familiar with the Holocaust. But I would like to point out that I have an online course which is free and open to the world on my website, which is henryabramson.com. And I certainly encourage you to sign up for that course so that you'll be able to dip into it at any time. Certainly you can watch the dozens of lectures I have there on many aspects of the Holocaust to be more well educated on this terrible moment in human history, which has implications for us all, Jewish and non-Jewish. But for today and for this purpose, we're just going to take 1 hour to try and survey the entire event. Let us begin with interwar Germany. So in the last lecture, we spoke about the implications of World War I, and specifically, we looked at the map of Europe after World War I, after the peace treaties had redrawn the entire map. Now, there were big losers in World War I. Specifically, Germany and Austria-Hungary lost a tremendous amount of territory. They were essentially blamed for starting World War I, although if you look at the unfolding causes of that world conflagration, it's not entirely clear that they bear sole responsibility for the chain reaction of events that led to those incredible hostilities. But at any rate, that's the way the victors determined the post-war era. Many Germans, Austrians, Hungarians, and so on were very upset with this. To be, it's understandably so, and many of them chose to seek intellectual refuge in the political ideologies associated with revisionism, meaning they wanted to revise those peace treaties. The element that is specifically attached to a kind of anti-Semitic impetus is this thing that the Germans called the Durchstoß, the stab in the back. Basically, the argument went that the German troops and their allied forces were actually doing fairly well in the war. It had bogged down on both fronts, but nevertheless, they really did control a much larger amount of territory than they started with when the war broke out. And then because of internal weakness and war weariness within their countries, that according to those who advanced this theory really pointed to Jewish peace agitators and communist agitators in some cases, they prematurely surrendered. And they left their soldiers behind in the field. This is the basic idea of the Durchstoß, the betrayal from within, a stab in the back. And you can see in this Austrian propaganda from the period that really encapsulates the mood of the era. On the left is the lantern-jawed, determined Austrian soldier, steely-eyed gaze as he bravely defends the front from any attackers. But unbeknownst to him, there's these dark storm clouds that gather, and this grotesque woman with a strange kind of French-style hat. And in case you missed the iconographic elements of the large nose and the thick lips and the four locks, the payos on the sides of the head, there's a Star of David on the hat, so you won't make any mistake. And she stabs him in the back, betraying the entire country and allowing the enemies to overrun the borders. Right? That's the idea of the Durchstoß. And this resentment over the anti-war movement really consumed a lot of the Axis powers at the time, and ultimately contributed to Hitler's rise to power, which is a fascinating topic in itself, but takes us a little bit further away from our focus on the Jews of Ashkenaz. So I refer you once again to my totally free and open to the global community course on the Holocaust. Here's another example, from Austria in the early post-war period. It's an election campaign poster, and you can see it says, actually there's a piece that's cut off in the top that says you should vote for a particular party, and it says German Christians and save Austria. You see also here, he uses the term Deutsche, German, and in this context doesn't mean of the nation of Germany. It means those who participate in a larger culture of Germanness, which of course Austria and Germany share, and that will contribute to Austria's eventual joining with Germany in the Anschluss. But looking at the iconography, you see that there's the Austrian eagle there, and it's being strangled by this strange worm-like constrictor snake that is clearly identified as the Jew, with the hooked nose, the thick lips, the payos, it's a trope for the era, a yarmulke in case you're not sure, and smiling as Austria is choked by this Jewish influence. Hitler capitalizes on this rising anti-Semitism, which he records in his autobiography, Mein Kampf, My Struggles, a book that he wrote while he was imprisoned for attempting to take over the government in the beer hall putsch of Munich in 1923. And he proves to be, kind of rock star popular with Germans. He never wins a majority in any of the elections in which the Nazi Party runs, but he does win a plurality, the largest single minority chunk. And so when he is able to finally take control of the government, he then imposes essentially a form of martial law, the Enabling Act, and that's the beginning, really, in 1933 and onward, of the Nazi control of Germany. In the 1935, they established the Nuremberg Law, shown here in graphic form. This was a key element of the unfolding of the Holocaust, because if one is to move from, mere inflated rhetoric, from, bombastic statements which Hitler was prone to make, including in January 1933, a threat to hold Jews under gas, which many scholars feel is not necessarily foreshadowing in an intentional way the use of Zyklon B in the gas chambers, but rather is a reference to his desire that Jews should suffer the same kind of gas attacks that he and other German soldiers had suffered during World War I, specifically chlorine and mustard gas. But nevertheless, if you're going to move from this kind of bombastic demagogic statements, you need to identify the Jews if you are going to persecute them. So one of the very first efforts in this regard was this law, the Nuremberg Law, which clearly defined this eternal question: who is a Jew? And as you can see on the left, you have Deutschblütiger, or German-blooded. These are Germans who have no Jewish grandparents. And this is extremely important, because what's going to happen as the interwar years continue and you go into the Holocaust, German citizens will have the onus of proving that they are not Jewish in order to advance in various elements of society. So you have a huge industry of genealogy that develops. Then you have, moving to the right, you have the Mischling of the Zweite Grade, a second degree mixed race. And this is defined as someone who has only one Jewish parent. In Jewish law, the maternal line has a special consideration that if one's mother is Jewish, one is Jewish. And this goes back, of course, all the way through the maternal line. But the Nazis didn't care about that. They're working with this quasi-scientific new racist ideology in which it didn't matter whether it was paternal or maternal. The Mischling of the Erste Grade, the first degree mixed race, is someone who has two Jewish grandparents. And then as soon as you get to the point where you have a person with three Jewish grandparents, that's called a Jew. Right? You can see it labeled in the second from the right and the right-hand column with four Jewish grandparents. Those are Jews. And the reason why this was significant and important is because Germany had actually a very high intermarriage rate between Jews and non-Jews over the last half of the 19th and into the 20th century. Nowhere near the intermarriage rate that pertains, for example, with American Jews or with the Jews of the former Soviet Union, but nevertheless, something in the neighborhood of 30%. And so that meant that a lot of people were partially Jewish, and the state had to identify them and to categorize exactly which restrictions would be applied to them. Ultimately, they and their spouses were subject to persecution, right up to murder in the death camps. But once you had a definition of Jews, then you could start laying on all kinds of ostracizing techniques, such as, there's just a sampling of setting aside benches that say only for Aryans, or you can put up signs outside town saying Jews are unwelcome here or are unwelcome guests and things like that, and you can slowly start, isolating them from the larger community, which you see in a whole series of laws that are imposed after that Nuremberg rally, excluding Jews from civil service, excluding Jews from working, for example, as teachers in public schools, and of course excluding them as children from the public schools themselves. All kinds of things that were imposed upon them through legal discrimination. But the lowest point before the war is undoubtedly a massive nationwide pogrom called Kristallnacht that clearly had advanced planning by the Nazis. They were just waiting for some kind of pretext in order to unleash these plans. But there were hundreds of attacks on Jewish communities on the night of November 9th, 1938. Right, that's the original 9/11 of the era, which was a very clear signal to the Jews that the situation was escalating. The scope of murder was comparatively small when you think about the later depredations. Something like 262 Jews were killed, but there was and that of course is an incredible 262 tragedies for those individuals and their families, but still viewed against 6 million, we can understand how to differentiate the scope and the scale of this massacre. Tremendous property damage. The reason it's referred to as Kristallnacht, which means the night of crystal, or really the night of broken glass, refers to the tremendous number of shop windows that were broken as the rioters went through the towns, led by some of the hooligans of elements in the Nazi party. There's literally glass all over the streets, littering the streets, and so that's why it acquired that particular name. This signaled to Jews, without any doubt, if there were any questions beforehand, that they had to leave Germany. And as you can see from this map, about 130,000 of the 500,000 Jews living in Germany at the time managed to flee before 1937, even before Kristallnacht. The great challenge, however, was that most nations had been closing the doors to immigration over the late 1920s and into the 1930s, and it was very difficult for Jews to gain visas to be able to actually immigrate to some other safe climate. One of the most terrifying examples is the voyage of the St. Louis, or St. Louis, which was a boat carrying Jewish refugees in this time from Germany to Cuba. And from Cuba, as was the custom at that time, there was a brief window where people could get transit visas to Cuba. And then once they were in Cuba, they would attempt to immigrate typically to the United States or to South America, or some might even stay in Cuba. But the United States objected to this ship, which was not even going to land on its shores. And it was moored off the coast of Miami Beach for weeks as diplomats wrangled over it. Ultimately, the St. Louis was sent back to Europe with all of its passengers, most of whom were killed in the Holocaust following. It's a terrible, terrible period, and one upon which we should really reflect as we have such a massive displacement of refugees in the Russian attack on Ukraine. Now, the war actually breaks out September 1st, 1939. One of the key diplomatic events that makes the war possible is a secret pact called the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact that is signed by the foreign ministers of the Soviet Union, Molotov, and the Third Reich, Ribbentrop. And this was essentially a non-aggression pact between two erstwhile enemies. I mean, the Nazis representing fascism on the one hand, and the communists representing, socialism on the other hand. They were like bitter enemies. But when Hitler proposed to Stalin that they should cooperate, and the prize for both of them would be the acquisition of the territories that separated them, Stalin was very happy to accept. And so what happened on September 1st, 1939 is in a coordinated attack, the Nazis invaded Poland and the Baltic states from the west, and the Soviet Union invaded from the east, and they met at a border that at which point they had previously agreed not to attack each other. And so why this is especially important for German purposes is this meant that the Nazis had a safe eastern front in 1939. Once the area was pacified, then Hitler could turn his attention to the west in the attack on France and Belgium and elsewhere, and ultimately that's what he did. Later in 1941, he would double-cross Stalin, taking him by surprise, and invade the Soviet Union, but that's a little further down the line in our story. But for now, what happens is you get this map that you're looking at here, a Polish language map, and